Before the Yun clan's grand hall, tens of thousands of cultivators bowed their heads in unison. On the high platform above, two figures stood side by side. One wore dark robes and had ink-black hair, double pupils in his eyes that could extinguish all laws. The other's golden robe snapped in the wind, his blazing radiance exuding a might that could sever the 8 desolations. Below, a young child asked in a milky voice, "Grandfather, who is the person standing beside the Immortal Emperor on the platform? Why does he not need to kneel?" The white-haired patriarch hastily covered the child's mouth. Reverence and reminiscence flooded his eyes as he lowered his voice, speaking with a trembling tone. "There are those who are born as subjects, yet in the end stand with their lord upon the very summit of the clouds. That man is the other half of the sovereign's body, the reverse scale of the emperor." As time flowed on, it was as if he once more beheld the scene from many years ago, that illegitimate eldest son who had entered the grand game alone, forced to tread on thin ice before his younger brother, the reincarnated Immortal Emperor. Truly the things remained the same, yet the people had long since changed. In one of the 3,000 great worlds on the Tianyuan continent in the eastern region lay the ancestral land of the ancient Yun clan. Today was the Yun clan's Ancient spirit testing ceremony. This was not only a ceremony to assess the talent and gifts of the younger generation, but also a crucial chance for collateral and illegitimate descendants to leap over the Dragon Gate and win a greater share of the clan's resources. Though the day itself was clear and elegant, an inexplicable killing intent hung in the air. Within the vast arena, one could hear a pin drop, while dozens of suspended spirit mirrors reflected every wisp of aura in the field, leaving nowhere to hide. Every gaze, open or covert, drifted again and again toward the high platform. Upon it, a young man sat alone in the main seat. Yun Huang, the Yun clan's young lord, only 16 years of age. As for the current clan head, he did not even possess the qualifications to attend. Within and without the Yun clan, it was already clear that all authority had fallen into the hands of the young lord. Even as he sat still and silent, the blazing pressure emanating from his Yun Huang divine body was like an invisible sun, making the surrounding space faintly tremble. None dared meet his edge heaten. Yun Huang's pale golden eyes swept over the area below, exuding innate majesty and aloofness. Not only he, but everyone present was waiting for that particular name. The Yun clan's illegitimate eldest son, Yun Qing. Today was the day he returned to the clan. The name Yun Qing among the Yun clan's younger generation was shrouded in mystery and controversy. It was said that at the moment of his birth he had been tested to possess a heaven-shaking talent and was immediately taken by the second elder into the secret realm known as the chaotic ancient cave to cultivate in seclusion, never showing himself for more than 10 years. Yet the clan's resources had long been tilted toward him, and he had even been designated in advance as the foremost among this generation's 12 young lords. Ordinary elders had to address him respectfully as first young lord. On what grounds? On what grounds could an illegitimate son stand above all legitimate descendants? Merely because of that so-called talent the elders spoke of so cryptically. The Yun clan ranked first among the 4 ancient clans. How many prodigies and paragons had been born under its name? He has hidden in the shadows, putting on airs for over a decade. Today we'll see whether he's mule or horse when he's finally let out for a run. A legitimate young lord bearing the Flame Ridge true inheritance let out a cold laugh. To occupy the position of first young lord, he can hardly be a man of empty fame alone. But the young lord detests arrogant bastards of illegitimate birth the most. Today there will be a fine show to watch. Indeed, the young lord who wielded the clan's supreme authority suffered from one great affliction, an obsessive loathing of those born out of wedlock. His obsession had reached the point that he had even set down a clan rule. When an illegitimate son appears before the young lord, he must answer while kneeling on the ground. Any who defied this rule would meet a miserable end. There had once been a bastard named Yun Li who, relying upon his own talent, merely bowed instead of kneeling while reporting on a clan mission. Yun Huang had pressed him to his knees with a single surge of blazing solar divine power. His dantian had been damaged and he had become the laughingstock of the clan. "Yun Qing, you are finally about to show yourself." At the back of the crowd, Yun Li unconsciously touched his dantian, which still throbbed faintly with pain. His eyes were filled with fear and anticipation. Jealousy, curiosity, and doubt flowed like an undercurrent through the crowd's murmurs. On the high platform, Grand Elder Yun Che's face was as calm as a still well, while the other elders all wore faint smiles, the picture of unruffled composure. They exchanged glances, waiting for the play to begin. These little brats of the clan should also learn what it means that there is always someone beyond the better, a sky beyond the sky. The elders naturally knew the true depths of this first young lord. Yun Huang's fingertips tapped idly against the black jade armrest, and in the depths of his pale golden eyes there hid the faintest trace of curiosity. Clearly he did not regard this illegitimate elder brother upon whom the clan had placed such high hopes and who was even connected to the soul-tracing secret rite with complete indifference. Next, Yun Qing. When the officiating elder, unable to conceal his excitement, cried out the name, the entire plaza fell instantly silent. Every gaze in perfect unison shot toward the entrance. There, as light and shadow stirred, a lone figure stepped forth beneath the gaze of the multitude. He appeared about 19, his posture straight as a cliffside pine. His plain dark cultivation robe was simple to the extreme, yet it could not conceal the mountain-like steadiness of his bearing. His ink-black hair was bound by a single wooden hairpin. His features were handsome, his demeanor gentle yet composed. Most striking of all were his eyes, calm and deep, as though they held years of tempering wholly at odds with his age. He walked forward step by unhurried step, his gait relaxed, as if the countless complicated gazes around him were nothing more than a breeze brushing past. This was the Yun clan's illegitimate eldest son, Yun Qing, who had left home for over a decade and now returned from bitter cultivation in the chaotic ancient cave. Half a step behind him walked an elder with slightly frost-touched hair, unrestrained and elegant in bearing. This was Yun Huang, the Yun clan's second elder, who had personally instructed Yun Qing for more than 10 years. When the second elder accompanied Yun Qing to the center before the platform, he turned of his own accord toward the high stage and gracefully took his seat among the elders. His gaze met that of Grand Elder Yun Che for a brief instant, filled with tacit understanding. Standing still at the center of the arena, Yun Qing lifted his head, his calm gaze meeting the pair of golden eyes upon the high platform, heavy as mountains and abyss. Yun Huang likewise looked down from above, scrutinizing this elder brother whose reputation preceded him. Today was their first meeting. Everyone present knew of the young lord's ruthlessness. Even Yun Qing, far away in the chaotic ancient cave, had heard of it. Under the suppression of his absolute strength, the Yun clan's illegitimate descendants had grown ever more cautious, treading on thin ice. The atmosphere in the arena congealed. According to the iron rule that bastards must kneel when facing the young lord, Yun Qing ought at this moment to sink to his knees and salute. Yun Li's features twisted with a shadowy malice, and he could scarcely restrain the cold smile tugging at his lips as he waited to see how Yun Qing would handle this first layer of difficulty. Yun Qing, you should taste this feeling as well. We are all of illegitimate birth. Why were you taken into the secret realm to be nurtured from the moment you were born, while we are left to endure such humiliation within the clan, struggling just to survive? If we must kneel, then we shall all kneel together. The young lord's iron methods had long inspired fear in every member of the younger generation within the clan. Many like Yun Li were speculating in silence. Yet Yun Qing's bearing defied everyone's expectations. His figure remained upright as a mountain peak, without the slightest trace of hesitation or cowardice. With a posture in which no fault could be found, he clasped his fists and bowed at the waist. His movement was smooth and natural, respectful yet devoid of servility. It was not submission, but the courtesy and respect that should be shown to one who was strong. Yun Qing pays his respects to the young lord. His voice was clear and even like a deep spring striking stone. No ripple could be heard within it, yet it reached the ears of everyone present with perfect clarity. He did not kneel. Sharply drawn breaths sounded throughout the arena. He actually dares not to kneel. How arrogant! Stifled exclamations and gasps erupted among the crowd. In Yun Li's eyes, an uncontrollable disbelieving ecstasy flared, as though he could already see Yun Qing being rebuked in fury by the young lord. On the high platform, Yun Huang's tapping fingers abruptly stilled. He had anticipated that Yun Qing might endure and kneel, or perhaps act wild and unrestrained, but he had not expected the latter to be so calm and unruffled, neither servile nor overbearing. Such composure and bearing far surpassed his years. As expected, Yun Huang truly wished to see for himself how much weight this elder brother, painstakingly chosen by the will of heaven, truly possessed. Overwhelming pressure descended without warning. All of a sudden, Yun Qing sensed a vast pressure as boundless as a sea of stars and imbued with supreme will locking onto him with unerring precision. His figure paused for a barely perceptible instant, and the depths of his seemingly bottomless eyes quietly changed as currents of chaos chi flowed within them, only then barely suppressing the instinctive urge to kneel. Yun Qing's expression remained utterly composed, his breathing not even a shade irregular. Only the knuckles hidden beneath his dark sleeves turned slightly white from the momentary force he exerted. Upon the jade throne, a faint flicker of surprise flashed through the pale golden eyes of Yun Huang. He could clearly feel that Yun Qing was not merely forcing himself to endure, but rather using some profound method to dissolve and devour his pressure. Such temperament and strength were indeed far beyond those of the clan's bastards. No, Yun Huang immediately rejected his own comparison. To speak of them in the same breath as Yun Qing would be an injustice to him. Yun Qing still maintained his bowed posture, yet his back was straight and tall, though in the eyes with which he faced Yun Huang directly aside from respectful deference, there was actually a trace of understanding and tolerance, almost like that of an elder brother toward a younger sibling. I have long heard that young lord's talent is peerless. Having witnessed it today, it surpasses all rumor. To be allowed to open a path before young lord is Yun Qing's good fortune. His tone was sincere without the slightest hint of affectation or falsehood. On the high platform, Yun Huang's tapping fingertips suddenly halted upon the armrest. He had anticipated countless possibilities, yet not the scene unfolding before his eyes. There was no sharp, exposed ambition, no cowardly resentment typical of concubine-born sons, nor any arrogance born of extraordinary talent. This elder brother gave him a strangely subtle feeling. This man was no ordinary person. After a brief moment, Yun Huang's terrifying pressure dissipated without a sound. Begin the spirit testing. His clear voice rang out, revealing no joy or anger, and the reprimand everyone had anticipated did not descend. To one side of the high platform, second elder Yun Yuan's eyes curved with a deeper smile, while grand elder Yun Che's gaze did not waver, remaining as calm as an ancient undisturbed well. Yes. Yun Qing felt a faint loosening in his heart, then turned and walked toward the center of the plaza. There stood an ancient stele carved entirely from Yundao stone, its surface densely covered in runes, a massive, immortal appraising spirit pearl inlaid at its summit. Aside from Yun Qing, all Yun clan juniors had completed their tests today. The most gifted among them had even reached the peak of the heavenly grade, the red light on the stele soaring into the heavens. No wonder so many clansmen were unconvinced. Heavenly grade talent was as rare as phoenix feathers in the outside world, and each such person could be called a monstrous genius. Yet in this single routine spiritisting ceremony of the Yun clan, 3 such monsters had appeared. Yun Li possessed a mid-heavenly grade talent. At this moment his face could not conceal his pride as he looked provocatively toward Yun Qing. Unfortunately, the latter did not even notice him. Yun Qing's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward, and beneath countless doubtful and scrutinizing gazes, he calmly raised his right hand and pressed it into the groove at the stele's base. The motion was simple and direct. Yet the instant his palm touched the stone stele, a deep hum, as if echoing from the dawn of antiquity, surged out from within the stele. This sound was far more majestic than during any previous test. The stele shuddered violently, and all the ancient runes upon it were instantly ignited, erupting with a deep, unfathomable radiance. The immortal appraising spirit pearl at its summit no longer emitted a single hue of light, but instead burst forth with boundless, all-encompassing, chaotic, immortal radiance. That light was like primordial mist before heaven and earth split apart. Within it, nebulae seemed to be born and annihilated, the prototypes of all things evolving. An ancient, vast aura that seemed to contain everything swept out from the stele, roaring across the entire plaza. Majestic spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged madly toward the center, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, condensing into an enormous vortex of qi. A sudden gale arose, whipping the robes of the crowd noisily and nearly knocking them off their feet. Yun Qing simply stood at the very center of the turmoil, his dark robe and ink-black hair flying wildly, yet his features remained calm as still water. In the depths of his eyes, currents of chaos qi flowed, as though he himself were a part of that very chaos. Thighs, could it be? The last time the immortal appraising spirit pearl displayed such an anomaly was when ancestor Yun Shu was tested tens of thousands of years ago. Everyone was so shaken by this world-shattering phenomenon that their faces turned ashen with fright. All previous doubt and disdain were pulverized beneath this seemingly divine spectacle. The smugness on Yun Li's face froze completely, leaving him deathly pale and incredulous, his body trembling ever so slightly. On the high platform, the always composed grand elder Yun Che involuntarily leaned forward a fraction. Second elder Yun Yuan's hand, which had been stroking his goatee, halted midair, his face revealing an expression of "so it is indeed," so mingled with gratification and excitement. Even Yun Huang fixed his golden eyes tightly upon the figure in the center who had stirred heaven and earth, his expression complex and unreadable. Yet just as everyone believed this to be the limit, Yun Qing's mind stirred slightly, and a dim light flashed in the depths of his pupils. A clear ringing note resounded as though able to tear apart the firmament and pierce through the 9 netherworlds, replacing the stele's humming. The chaotic radiance on the spirit pearl, which had just begun to subside, surged forth once more. This time, to their astonishment, everyone discovered that at the center of that chaotic nebula, there was actually a phantom of a tightly shut eye. That phantom eye abruptly opened, and 2 layered pupils emerged distinctly. The double pupils were unfathomably deep, as though capable of seeing through past and future and discerning the origin of all things. Amid this ultimate chaos and shock, Immortal Seal Script finally began to condense slowly upon the Immortal Appraising Spirit Pearl, several ancient vigorous characters emerging. Chaos Dao Physique. Ancient Heavy Eyes. The appearance of the Immortal Script was like divine thunder from the purple firmament detonating in the depths of every soul present. See Chaos Dao Physique, the legendary supreme cultivation body. Affinity with the origin of all Daos. The ancient records state that those born with this constitution bear the very foundation of attaining the Tao, facing no bottlenecks in cultivation. So this is young master's true talent. Exclamations and sharp intakes of breath ignited the entire plaza in an instant. All defiance and doubt were swept clean away before this absolute might. What talk of legitimate and concubine-born? In the end it was nothing but the reverence due to strength. Two peerless talents rarely seen even across the ages had gathered within a single person. The members of the Yun clan gazed at the dark-robed figure in the center as if they were looking up at a god suddenly descended into the world. Yun Li's face was ashen, his former jealousy and provocation now seeming utterly laughable. Before such talent, his mid-heavenly grade was not even comparable to dust. Chaos Dao Physique, ranked fourth on the nine heavens eternal ranking. This was the true immortal grade divine body, and when combined with the heavy eyes. Beside Yun Li, a young maiden clutched the hand of a small boy and cried out excitedly, "Shar, your elder brother actually possesses such a terrifyingly wondrous talent." The little boy's small face flushed red with excitement, fists clenched tight, his large dog-like eyes stared worshipfully at the elegant figure in the center. A clear chime rang out as Yun Huang lightly tapped the dark jade armrest. The sound was not loud, yet it silenced the entire plaza in an instant. Everyone held their breath waiting for the young lord's decree. From this alone, it could be seen that Yun Huang was the unquestioned authority of the Yun clan. Second elder's gaze swept over Yun Qing, a trace of concern in his eyes. He had personally brought Yun Qing into the secret realm and nurtured him for more than 10 years. Their cultivation paths were similar, and he was to Yun Qing both teacher and father figure. Naturally, he hoped that the two monstrous prodigies of this generation of the Yun clan could coexist in harmony, that his boy Qing would not be ruined by internal strife. As for why he worried for Yun Qing's safety, had the young lord's seat been occupied by anyone else, second elder would naturally have supported Yun Qing in simply raising his fist, charging up to beat down that so-called young lord and seizing the position for himself. But Yun Huang, boy Qing, you are usually the most steady. Today you must remain steady as well. You cannot win. This ancestor of ours is truly someone you cannot possibly defeat. As he thought, second elder could not help jabbing the grand elder beside him with an elbow. You hypocritically proper old thing, are you not worried at all? Grand Elder Yun Che slipped nimbly to the side, completely ignoring Second Elder's sneak attack. Second Elder blew out his beard and glared in anger. You incorrigible old codger, nearly 20 years without seeing you, and you're still just as hypocritically proper. Your grandson learned it all from you. You're exactly the same. Yun Huang gazed quietly at the figure below who had triggered such a heaven-shaking anomaly, yet stood as calmly as if he had merely brushed away a fallen leaf. In the pale golden depths of his eyes an exceedingly subtle ripple flowed. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice ringing clearly across the deathly silent plaza. Elder brother, there is no need for such formality. For the first time, he used the form of address, elder brother. His tone was light, yet the weight of it was as heavy as a great mountain. From now on, when you face this lord, you may reply while standing. Yun Qing, hearing this, revealed a hint of gratitude on his face and clasped his hands again, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Jun." He lowered his gaze, and the flicker of triumph in his deep, dual-colored pupils quietly faded away. Described by the second elder as a person of consistent composure, Yun Qing's inner schemer was already plotting step one of my guide to conquering my Immortal Emperor brother's success. On the high platform, the grand elder Yun Che slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said in a deep voice, "Heaven bless the Yun clan." The second elder Yun Yuan could no longer contain his laughter, reveling in the moment. The expressions of the other elders also relaxed a bit as the family was most unwilling to see these two prodigies engage in infighting. Many illegitimate children in the audience couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope, as life under Yun Huang's leadership had been quite difficult for them. Only Yun Li's expression was complex, his heart filled with an indescribable taste. Yun Huang gazed at the figure below, as steady as an ancient pine, and the subtle ripples of unease in his heart gradually calmed. He slowly stood up, leaving amidst the surrounding awe-filled voices of "We respectfully send off Xiao Jun, the chaotic Dao embryo, the ancient heavy pupil." Quite intriguing. It seems you are far more interesting than I initially anticipated, Yun Huang murmured to himself, the grand elder, and the others are quite secretive, fearing that I might take action against you. You need not bow, for I merely see that your talent is decent and your demeanor presentable. Whether you are loyal or treacherous, whether you are a precious gem or a stubborn stone, will require time to refine. I shall await your progress. Though Yun Huang deeply despised illegitimate children, he also appreciated true genius. It appeared that in this generation, the only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him was this brother. Yun Qing's return to the clan was boldly declared in this earth-shattering manner, shattering all doubts, and whether this ripple cast into the river of fate would eventually settle or brew into a colossal wave, only time would tell. The ruler on the Xianyu throne had already departed, yet the aftershocks of the spirit-testing ceremony completely erupted among the younger generation of the Yun clan. "Oh ancestors, you are truly biased. Can such things grow on a single person? We have indeed been short-sighted. May the ancestors bless my wife is pregnant. I don't ask for much, just a child half as capable as the eldest son. Please bless us." There were gasps of admiration, worship, and even some who began to pay their respects on the spot. Various emotions swirled around Yun Qing's tall figure. He stood still, his dark robe moving, without wind, his expression calm as a deep well. In the depths of his heavy pupils, the chaotic source energy swirled like a galaxy, reflecting all the subtle emotional ripples and spiritual energy waves around him, clear, as if viewing patterns in his palm, yet it stirred not a single ripple in his heart. "Big brother." A voice filled with suppressed joy broke the silence, and a small child dashed forward like a puppy escaping its cage, eyes shining brightly. "Big brother. Everyone outside is talking about you. You are amazing." The young maiden Yun Yao, the illegitimate daughter of the third branch of the Yun clan, also trotted over and slightly bowed. "Yun Qing, big brother." Yun Qing nodded slightly to Yun Yao, and then looked down at his younger brother Yun Shua, who was born of the same mother. The timid little figure from his memories now bore the spirited demeanor appropriate for his age. "My return will surely improve Yun Shua's life within the clan." Yun Qing raised his hand, his fingertips brushing over Yun Shua's soft hair, speaking gently. "It is merely an empty title. The path of cultivation relies on oneself. You must be diligent and not be disturbed by external matters." His heavy pupils simultaneously swept toward the girl beside him, clearly also addressing her. "I understand, big brother." Yun Shua nodded vigorously. "Yes, Yun Qing." Big brother Yun Yao's voice was overly quiet, her eyes reddening with a hint of fear. "But big brother Xiao Jun." Previously, brother Yun Li was injured in his dantian just for responding a moment too slowly. "Be cautious with your words." Yun Qing interrupted her, his gaze suddenly lifting as he turned back toward the direction Yun Huang had left, a deep sense of wariness flickering in his heavy pupils. "Xiao Jun's will is the heavenly law of the Yun clan." Yun Shua and Yun Yao were stunned into silence by the coldness in his words. At that moment, the second elder Yun Yuan approached, his face filled with unabashed satisfaction and admiration. He scanned Yun Qing from head to toe and nodded, saying, "Your temperament is stable like a mountain that is hard to shake. Your responses are appropriate like still waters that run deep." Very good, young Qing, excellent." His words seemed to be an evaluation of today's performance, but his gaze briefly connected with the grand elder Yun Che, who stood not far away with his hands behind his back. The two elders exchanged knowing looks. No doubt he was the soul chosen by the soul retrieval secret ceremony, and with this chaotic Dao embryo, an ancient heavy pupil, it truly was a match made in heaven, perfectly bearing the ancient glory of our Yun clan. "Second elder's praises are undeserved. I am too ashamed to accept them." Yun Qing bowed, his manner humble and respectful. "Humph, pretentious little brat, follow me. Your Qing Yu hall is already prepared." Yun Yuan scoffed, flicking his sleeve and turning to lead the way. Yun Qing bid farewell to Yun Yao, lifted Yun Shua, and followed the second elder through the many palaces. As they passed, whether it was patrolling guards or clan members they encountered, all immediately bowed in respect, their eyes filled with awe. Upon entering the Qing Yu hall, the spacious interior was adorned with carved beams and painted rafters embodying both antiquity and luxury. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced and rose, almost taking on a tangible form rivaling the chaotic ancient cave where he had cultivated for over a decade. After bidding farewell to the second elder and dismissing the attending disciples, only Yun Shua, filled with curiosity, remained in the hall. Yun Qing stood alone by the window, gazing out at the misty spiritual fog beyond. This world was strikingly different from the homeland he cherished in his memories. The Yun clan of the eastern region has an ancient lineage rich beyond measure, and the ancient initiation method known as the soul retrieval secret ceremony is one of its core secrets. This method can draw forth the most compatible souls for the clan's top bloodlines from the endless river of time and space commonly referred to as crossers. Neither he nor Yun Huang were original souls of this realm. Leaving Yun Huang aside, the imprint of Yun Qing's soul originated from a blue planet. After being chosen by the soul retrieval secret ceremony, he was reborn into this vast world where strength reigns supreme. Upon his birth, the chaotic Dao embryo and the ancient heavy pupil awakened simultaneously, causing a celestial phenomenon that shook the clan. The second elder Yun Huang personally guided him into the chaotic ancient cave, isolating him from the mundane world for concentrated cultivation. After more than a decade of arduous cultivation in the secret realm, Yun Qing's strength far surpassed his peers, yet even in today's brief clash with Yun Huang, the gap still felt like a chasm. As Yun Qing gazed out at the mountains, his heavy pupils revealing profound depths, he concluded, indeed, he is not simply the son of destiny, but rather the reincarnation of an immortal essence. This secret, deeply concealed by the elder of the Yun clan, would have remained unfathomable were it not for the soul-retracing secret artifact that rendered Yun Qing's soul unique, coupled with his dual pupils that could perceive the essence of all things. Yun Huang was the culmination of the entire Yun clan's strength, drawing upon ancient secret methods to channel the primordial celestial essence scattered throughout the world, gathering immense fortune and merging it with the innate essence accumulated over countless millennia, ultimately taking form and being born as the child of destiny within the ancestral shrine's forbidden grounds. His existence was in itself a grand gamble by the Yun clan to continue their legacy and face the impending calamity. The identity of the legitimate son of the Yun clan was merely a fabricated perfect lineage to allow him to integrate into the family and inherit power. The reincarnation of an immortal emperor's primordial spirit entailed a web of causality as vast as the ocean. To oppose such an entity was perilous. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. The most critical aspect was that, based on the narrative gleaned by Yun Qing, this immortal emperor ancestor inexplicably harbored a peculiar aversion to illegitimacy. He truly wanted to shake the other party vigorously and ask clearly, "Brother, the times have changed. This is the world of cultivation. Where on earth did you acquire this affliction?" He could only speculate that this immortal emperor might be repulsed by any impure bloodline relations, or perhaps there were undisclosed entanglements from a previous life. In any case, under the ironclad rules set by Yun Huang, the ordinary talents among the illegitimate children of the family were treading on thin ice. Ironically, Yun Qing's identity in this life was that of the Yun clan's eldest illegitimate son. It was akin to dancing on the minefield of the immortal emperor, competing with such a child of destiny. Yun Qing had never entertained such an unwise thought. With destiny in hand, anyone opposing Yun Huang would only meet a fate of being crushed to ashes. Thus he decided to endure, cough, and cultivate a harmonious and loving brotherly relationship of cultivation with his immortal emperor brother. Yun Qing was acutely aware that before this brother destined to assert authority over the ages, the wisest and most viable path was to gain his trust while he lay dormant and secure a place by his side. Therefore, what he displayed today was a form of respectful obedience that did not lose its essence, showcasing the potential of his Dao fetus dual pupils while conveying a clear stance of undivided loyalty, willing to be a pioneer. He even deliberately revealed a hint of brotherly gentle tolerance that transcended the boundaries of vassalage, attempting to touch the lonely heart hidden beneath Yun Huang's resplendent divinity. Currently, it seemed that this immortal emperor unexpectedly responded well to this approach. Suddenly, Yun Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he activated his chaotic Dao fetus. Within the hidden acupoints of his meridians, a few stubborn strands of radiant yang qi were entwined. This aura was weak, not like that left behind by the person intentionally, but rather seemed to have infiltrated and lingered within him invisibly. These divine powers felt like maggots clinging to bones, continuously emitting a searing sensation. Yun Qing attempted to envelop and refine them with chaotic qi, yet the process was exceedingly slow. Even merely the naturally dissipated aura possesses such power. It truly is unfathomable. Thankfully, I did not choose to confront it heat today. He was alarmed in his heart, feeling his apprehension towards this brother intensify. The Yun Huang divine body was overwhelmingly powerful, and the reincarnation of the immortal emperor was unparalleled in ferocity. Yun Qing could only comfort himself that clinging to such a world-dominating strong figure was not disgraceful. Yet deep within, the unyielding spirit belonging to a modern man could not help but stir for a moment before being suppressed again. The strategy manual in his mind automatically opened while Yun Qing contemplated and wrote with great speed. Yun Huang, with his profound thoughts and strong desire for control, perhaps showed this rare leniency today due to his recognition of Yun Qing's talent or as a reward for his timely awareness, but true acceptance was still a chasm away. The road ahead is obstructed and long. Yun Qing let out a faint sigh. From now on, he must demonstrate irreplaceable value, gradually approaching the core of power, becoming the only exception amidst the aversion to illegitimacy that plagued him. He aimed to be both a blade that could cut through all thorns and a shadow that could share the solitude, perhaps, also able to bring a flicker of warmth distinct from the cold authority known as brotherly love. Yun Qing withdrew his thoughts and turned around, his gaze landing on Yun Shuo, who was cautiously feeling around the area. In his icy eyes a hint of warmth finally melted through. In this Yun clan where rules were set by the strong and power dictated dignity, he needed supreme strength, not only to ascend the pinnacle of cultivation, but also to protect these rare family members around him. This cruel path of cultivation, this road of being both brother and vassal, was destined to be fraught with peril. Yet Yun Qing, having embarked on this road, vowed to carve out a grand path. Outside the window, the cold light of the boundless night sky spilled over, outlining his standing figure with increasing stature and determination. Under the same moonlight within the Chiwu Palace, the incense wafted gently. Yun Huang reclined leisurely against the azure mist and jade couch by the window. Clad in a moon-white robe resembling clouds and mist, only the edges of his sleeves and collar were intricately embroidered with fine red-gold threads in a complex pattern of flowing clouds and raging flames, enhancing his already majestic visage, exuding an air of nobility that none dared approach. Yun Huang's fingertips caressed the spirit jade teacup, his golden pupils gazing out the window, thoughts surging. Yun Qing. This name had left a distinct mark in his heart since the spiritual appraisal ceremony. The chaotic Dao fetus and ancient dual pupils, such exceedingly rare and remarkable talents, had converged in a single individual. Adding to that was his identity as the eldest illegitimate brother, and the calm composure he exhibited when facing him, along with the sincere and natural statement of willing to be the vanguard for the young lord, almost made him believe it. Yet the more perfect it seemed, the more it warranted suspicion. Memories of the past life, akin to a festering wound, would eventually twist and betray the seemingly loyal faces. Illegitimacy, this identity itself, was enough to evoke his deepest disdain. Does Yun Qing truly wish to reside beneath me, to be a compliant vassal? Good brother. A glint of mockery flickered in Yun Huang's eyes. He never believed in loyalty without cause, especially from these impure bloodline brothers. The joints of his fingers lightly tapped against the smooth armrest of the couch, producing a rhythmic sound. I've heard he has a full-blooded younger brother named Yun Shuo. A deep brotherly bond, indeed a good test of loyalty. He holds a significant reputation. Let this lord see where the blade forged in your secret realm is aimed. Yun Huang raised his hand, his fingertip lightly pointing towards the void with radiant Yang's spiritual power. An invisible wave quietly spread towards the Qing Palace. The dual lords of the Yun clan met here for the first time. No one knew that the trajectory of fate had Several days have passed since the self-assessment of the spirit ceremony, and Yun Qing has secluded himself, spending most of his time in the Qingyu Hall consolidating his cultivation. Occasionally Yun Shuo would come over eagerly, and when Yun Qing was in a good mood, he would offer some guidance. In the early morning at the training ground behind the Qingyu Hall, the shadows of the spear danced like thunder and lightning. Yun Qing, dressed in a black and white outfit, gripped the spear in his hand like a thunderclap, breaking through the formation, unleashing immense power. As his clothing fluttered, numerous deep spear marks were left on the stone ground. The wrist holding the spear executed a clean arc, allowing the spear to glide effortlessly along his back, creating a circular wave of air that surged outward. Then he swiftly turned to retract the spear, its tip pointing sharply at the ground. Big brother is so impressive. Yun Shuo exclaimed from the sidelines, his small face flushed with excitement and his eyes filled with admiration. Yun Qing's lips curved into a gentle smile, just about to offer a few words of advice to his younger brother. Boom! A vast and chilling aura of terror suddenly descended. The air in the training ground became instantly stagnant, and the swirling dust eerily froze in midair. The light distorted, and a silhouette of pure divine power resembling moonlight silently appeared at the edge of the training ground. The newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to Yun Huang, but the light golden hue of his eyes carried an additional chilling indifference, revealing that this was merely a clone. He first glanced at Yun Shuo, and when his gaze fell upon him, Yun Shuo felt as if he were being stared at by some terrifying entity, his entire body stiffening, even his breath becoming erratic. Then that gaze shifted to Yun Qing. Young master. Yun Shuo's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Yun Huang paid him no heed, his voice calm, yet imbued with the authority of the heavenly laws, each word striking the hearts of the two. As descendants of the Yun clan, we cultivate the true qi of Dan Shi in the morning, and comprehend the profound chapters of the starry path in the evening. Morning lessons are the foundation of foundation establishment. Who gave you the courage to indulge in frivolity here? His gaze fell upon Yun Shuo, but the invisible pressure surged towards Yun Qing like a tidal wave. Claiming to admonish Yun Shuo was a facade. The true intention was to reprimand Yun Qing. In his heart, Yun Qing understood that with the esteemed identity of young master, would he truly concern himself with whether a commoner had skipped class? This was clearly an excuse to unleash his wrath. He stepped forward imperceptibly, shielding the trembling Yun Huang, behind him blocking the suffocating pressure. Then he bowed respectfully, his posture impeccable. Yun Qing pays respects to young master. His voice was steady and calm, showing no ripples. It is the responsibility of my guidance that I failed to timely urge my seventh brother to attend the morning lesson, thus neglecting the cultivation. All blame lies with me. He took upon himself all the responsibility, offering no excuses or pleas, straightforwardly, pleading guilty. A trace of faint surprise flashed in Yun Huang's eyes, quickly replaced by deeper intrigue. No resistance, no evasions, even voluntarily handing over the leverage. Was this submission genuine or a hidden ploy to retreat for advancement? A cold smile curved on his lips, and the surrounding air grew even chillier. You are negligent in your guidance. According to clan rules, this transgression warrants 10 lashes with the discipline whip and confiscation of 3 months' cultivation resources. Yun Huang's gaze locked onto Yun Qing like that of a hawk, missing not a single subtle change in his expression. Discipline whip. The servants in the distance who had previously dared not look too closely all secretly paled at this moment. The discipline whip used by the Yun clan on its descendants is crafted from the main branches of clear heart vine, mixed with breaking gold, designed to pierce protective spiritual power. A single lash not only rends flesh, but also injures meridians, and the whip marks will carry the power of questioning the heart, constantly tormenting the spirit of the punished. 10 lashes delivered, not to mention a child like Yun Huang, even an ordinary cultivator might not withstand it. This punishment could not be described as anything but ruthless. Yun Huang knelt on the ground, his small face drained of color, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind, yet he dared not make a sound. Yun Qing lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting coldness in his deep eyes, which then transformed into understanding. His tone was warm and calm. What young master says is indeed correct. Clan rules cannot be disregarded. As an elder brother, I have failed in my duty to guide, resulting in my seventh brother committing a grave mistake. For these 10 lashes, I am willing to take on myself. He was actually going to endure these 10 lashes that could incapacitate Yun Huang. Yun Huang stared at him for a moment, then suddenly let out a chilling laugh, which sounded particularly eerie in the stagnant air. You truly are a brother who supports his younger sibling taking on all responsibilities. His tone abruptly shifted, carrying a cruel cat-and-mouse playfulness. Very well, considering this is your first offense, and you have voluntarily admitted guilt, I shall grant you some dignity. The discipline whip may be spared. Yun Huang suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with the hope of having survived a catastrophe. However, since the rules are set, one must remain vigilant. Since you wish to be a good elder brother. Yun Huang's tone paused subtly, as if savoring Yun Qing's impending fate. Then starting from tomorrow for 1 month you shall go to the Kaiwood Hall and serve by my side, awaiting my orders. Within the Kaiwood Hall, all words and actions are governed by rules. If during this period you make even the slightest mistake, regardless of its magnitude. His voice suddenly lowered. You shall face double punishment, and there will be no leniency. Serving in the Kaiwood Hall. Yun Qing felt a chill in his heart, yet his face remained calm. He bowed deeply, his demeanor even more composed and respectful than before. Understood. I accept the command. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. Such calmness and tranquility made Yun Huang feel as if he had acted in vain. He took one last deep look at Yun Qing before saying no more, lightly flicking the sleeves of his moon-white robe, and his figure dissipated into the air like shattered light. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire area also receded like a tide, as if it had never existed. Yun Huang felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground, left only with boundless fear. Big brother. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault that I got you in trouble. His voice was hoarse, filled with guilt and fear. Yun Qing reached out to help him up from the cold ground, gently brushing off the dust from his robes. His palm was steady and warm, carrying a reassuring power. It's nothing. Yun Qing's voice returned to its usual warmth, but if one listened closely, they could detect a trace of barely perceptible depth. Just remember this lesson, and in the future, make sure to cultivate diligently. Strength is the foundation for standing tall in this world. He watched as Yun Huang nodded vigorously, seemingly understanding, yet his gaze had already passed over his younger brother's head, directed towards the Kaiwood Hall, shrouded in endless light and mist. There lies Yun Huang's palace, the core of the Yun clan's power. The bait has been cast, and he has taken the hook. Whether in this game he ends up with immense fortune or pulls in disaster at all depends on tomorrow. Sometimes I really want to be a carefree fish of wealth, but alas, this life is destined for toil. The Kaiwoodian known as the palace is in fact a vast group of palatial structures suspended above the clouds. The main hall is forged from 9 heavens, snow jade, and radiant gold stone, majestically elevated above the sea of clouds, with long steps, corridor pillars, and eaves all adorned with a faint divine glow. From a distance, the entire palace resembles a blazing sun standing in the celestial light, resplendent and imposing, instilling a sense of awe that makes one hesitant to approach. The young Lord Yun Huang resides here. The person is as grand as his palace, high above the clouds, dazzling to the eyes and impossible to gaze upon directly. He carries with him the solitude of being at the pinnacle of existence. The next day before dawn, the stars still twinkled in the dark blue sky. Yun Qing had stepped onto the dew-covered ground and arrived outside the Kawudian. The enormous hall door, crafted from the scarlet flame divine, would open silently as the guarding Yun Shuangwen, clad in dark golden spiritual armor, bowed to him in unison, clearly having received instructions. Upon entering the hall, one is met with an overwhelming brightness and majesty. The first thing that catches the eye is the mysterious jade throne situated atop the 9-level jade stairs. The chair is wide with armrests carved into dragon heads holding 2 sun crystal stones that continuously emanate pure yang energy within their mouths. Yun Huang sat behind the desk, dressed in a simple white robe with silver threads flowing subtly in patterns. He was intently deducing an ancient formation plate where light and shadows intertwined, with countless tiny runes flowing, colliding, and vanishing, emitting a disquieting wave of energy. A hint of lingering fatigue and coldness was etched on his brow, as if he were unaware of anyone entering. Yun Qing remained silent, standing quietly to the side, positioned perfectly to respond at any moment without disturbing Yun Huang. His dual pupils slightly shifted quickly, allowing him to discern the situation within the hall. The cup of Huangshan cloud mist tea beside Yun Huang had long since lost its steam, and the jade desk was piled with numerous unorganized jade slips, nearly obscuring its exquisite carvings. As for Yun Huang himself, his once flawless and harmonious divine power now subtly stirred, clearly frustrated from a prolonged deduction that had yet to yield results. Like a little sun sulking at itself. The thought crossed his mind, causing the corner of his lips to curl involuntarily, but he quickly controlled himself, maintaining a gentle and tranquil demeanor. Time flowed in silence until Yun Huang completed a crucial node of the deduction and habitually reached for the teacup beside him. His fingertips grazed the cool surface of the cup, pausing slightly as a hint of displeasure flickered across his brow. Just then a pair of well-defined, steady hands moved ahead of him, gently taking away the cool tea. Yun Qing's movements were fluid and natural, as if he had practiced them countless times. He poured the cool tea into a nearby jade basin, refilling the cup with appropriately warm spiritual tea, and gently placed it back in the most accessible position beside Yun Huang. The entire process was seamless and silent, radiating an utmost thoughtfulness. Yun Huang's hand, which had been sketching, momentarily paused, and his light golden eyes finally lifted from the formation plate, landing on Yun Qing. There was still a scrutinizing intent, yet it was not as cold and oppressive as the previous day. "Who permitted you to act?" he asked nonchalantly. Yun Qing slightly bowed, his tone warm and composed. "Huangshan cloud mist is harmful when consumed too cold, easily causing stagnation. The young lord works day and night, and thus needs to constantly nurture his vital energy. Since Qing serves under command, I must be diligent and dare not be negligent." His words flowed naturally, free from flattery or self-deprecation, as if stating a matter of course. Yun Huang stared at him for a few breaths, ultimately saying nothing more, returning his gaze to the formation plate. But Yun Qing's dual pupils clearly observed that the spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding Yun Huang, akin to a bristling porcupine, had visibly calmed down, becoming docile. It subtly revealed an air of lazy satisfaction, as if having been soothed. Indeed, one must soothe to calm him. Yun Qing confirmed this judgment in his heart. For the next several hours, he quietly integrated into the morning and evening of the Kawudian. His presence maintained a delicate balance, neither disturbing Yun Huang nor failing to appear just at the right moment when needed. Thanks to the numerous part-time jobs in his past life, Yun Qing had accumulated an incredibly rich experience. He replaced the exhausted vermilion brush, organized the mountain of jade slips, adjusted the lighting, and served tea and water, handling all trivial matters with meticulous order. Rather than being overly flattering, it felt more like an unnoticeable care. Accustomed to others either shrinking in awe or harboring ulterior motives, Yun Huang unwittingly felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Nurturing, without sound, dripping water wears stone. Yun Huang still bore that eternally frozen cold visage, yet he began to grow accustomed to the steady figure adjusting the light of the pearls in silence within the hall. His gaze lingered on that person's back for a moment, and he could not help but admit that this individual was not the talentless person he despised. The inner barriers of his heart, which had been frozen, seemed to have been pried open by this meticulous companionship, revealing a barely perceptible crack. Until evening. Buzz. A mournful sound suddenly erupted from the formation plate before Yun Huang. The brilliance flickered out, and a powerful backlash surged forth. He grunted softly, his expression instantly darkening as a trace of his divine power uncontrollably seeped out. Boom! The scorching wave exploded violently, causing the temperature in the hall to soar instantly. A few jade slips on the desk were the first to suffer, sizzling under the heat. What Yun Huang was deducing was an ancient celestial formation known as sunlight extermination of immortals. This formation draws upon the core of the solar star, embodying the utmost yang and rigidity, remarkably tyrannical and highly compatible with the cultivation he practiced. However, this formation was precisely the one field where this unparalleled prodigy could only be rated as above average. After several days of meditation and deduction, each time failing at the last critical moment, even Yun Huang's usually icy temperament could not help but accumulate some annoyance. The atmosphere in the Kawudian became tense all at once. At this moment, Yunqing approached, holding a bowl of freshly brewed ice heart soul calming soup. The soup is made from 14 rare celestial herbs that calm the mind, benefiting those with mental fatigue. He originally intended to set this fragrant soup down on the corner of the desk when Yun Huang paused. However, he was met with a sharp reprimand carrying unmistakable ire. Step back. Yun Huang's overwhelming pressure surged towards Yunqing like a tangible force. Do not seek to flatter here. Do you think that with such shallow service this lord will regard you with favor? For some reason, that hurtful term bastard did not escape his lips. The air was stagnant. Yunqing held the soup bowl with a grip as steady as a rock, and when the targeted pressure of the radiant sun approached him, it seemed to vanish like a cow sinking into the sea, quietly dissipated by the all-encompassing chaos. He was not angered by the sudden reprimand. His dual pupils calmly lifted, piercing through the violent currents of energy swirling around Yun Huang. With the power of his dual eyes, he could always see a bit more than others. Anger, frustration, impatience, and a trace of annoyance that even the master was unaware of. Yunqing understood that this young lord was not so much venting his anger due to setbacks in the formation, but rather being petulant. Under Yun Huang's icy gaze, Yunqing stepped forward, instead of retreating, holding the soup bowl. Then he lifted his empty left hand, gathering a faint amount of spiritual energy at his fingertips, lightly tapping the dim formation plate above. Young lord, he said gently, as if the previous cold words had not registered at all, the connection here seems a bit too rigid. The Xingxian and Qinshu should inherit each other seamlessly. If one only seeks rigidity, it is easy to lose balance at the last moment. The blazing sun is indeed intense, but when it truly operates, it may not be without room for maneuver. Rigidity is easily broken. Oh, why not try infusing 3 parts of gentleness akin to tidal forces? Perhaps. As he spoke, Yunqing traced with his fingertips in the void, weaving threads of spiritual energy with chaotic properties into the shadow of the formation. The previously dead formation trembled slightly, and several runes that had been clashing with each other stabilized for a moment. Although it was still far from forming a complete array, the deadlock had been broken. Yun Huang's gaze sharpened slightly, immediately returning to the formation plate. With his extraordinary talent, he grasped the key point in an instant. The problem that had plagued him for several days was so casually pointed out by Yunqing. What left him momentarily speechless was Yunqing's attitude, which preserved his face. Yun Huang fell silent for a moment. Today truly was a loss of face. Yunqing continued to smile, seeing his anger subside. He set the bowl of ice heart calming soup on the table and gently said, the formation is exhausting. Young lord should first stabilize his mind, and it is not too late to continue afterward. The method to break the problem has emerged. A little rest will surely lead to success. Yun Huang looked at the bowl of soup, then at Yunqing, and ultimately lifted it to drink in one go, gradually calming his restless spiritual sea. Putting down the bowl, Yun Huang glanced at Yunqing with a complex expression and suddenly spoke, his voice losing some of its coldness. You indeed have some insight into formations. It's just that I rely on these eyes, seeing things a bit more clearly than others. Yunqing appeared natural, his dual pupils sparkling with a hint of rare teasing. Yun Huang looked at him, his eyes slightly shifting, and then hurriedly focused on the formation map, starting to deduce based on Yunqing's guidance, and indeed it became much smoother. By the time Yun Huang finished deducing the last part, the night outside was filled with stars, and the spiritual mist enveloped the golden ridge of the Qi Wu Hall, making the night even more tranquil. Yunqing bowed and saluted, the hem of his garment brushing against the jade bricks of the hall. Young lord, if there are no further orders, I shall take my leave. Yun Huang did not raise his gaze, idly playing with a strand of radiant spiritual energy, and spoke softly. The calm mind courtyard has been prepared for you for this month, day and night. It will be at your service, ready to respond to your summons. The usually unflappable Yunqing paused for a rare moment. The calm mind courtyard was located at the eastern rear of the Qi Wu Hall, a quaint and elegant small courtyard, and many of the clear heart vines, the main material of the Yun family's whip, were planted there. The key was that this place was only 100 steps away from Yun Huang's quarters. For practitioners of their sensitivity and spiritual clarity, this 100 steps distance was hardly different from sharing the same hall. Seeing him at a loss for words, Yun Huang finally raised his gaze and spoke lightly, "Elder brother, do you have any objections?" That casual elder brother fell lightly devoid of any emotion, yet it made it difficult for others to respond. "I dare not. Qing will follow orders." Yun Qing immediately lowered his head to comply, maintaining his usual demeanor, but internally waves had begun to rise. Yun Huang's actions, though seemingly a reprimand, allowed him to be in close proximity to his bedside. Wasn't that a subtly increased trust and closeness? The ancient stone path was covered with a thin layer of frost, and stepping on it produced a clear sound. The guiding attendant remained silent, leading Yun Qing to the entrance of the calm-mind courtyard before retreating. Looking at that seemingly ordinary courtyard door, Yun Qing had already prepared himself for potential difficulties. A fallen young master, almost like a servant, his situation is quite worrying. He teased himself like this, yet there was not a trace of fear in his dual pupils, but rather a hint of eagerness. According to the tropes from certain legendary tales of his past life, at this moment, there should be a malicious servant stepping in to belittle him, or a foolish sycophant eager to show loyalty, disregarding his identity and strength. Interesting, the tides have turned, allowing him to taste the flavor of protagonists playing dumb to eat the tiger and reversing the situation to slap faces. After suffering for 19 years in the Chaos Ancient Cave, even the most unruly nature was tempered to a steady mountain. Fortunately, the second elder who protected the path was a humorous person, allowing him to still retain a sense of playfulness. However, reality presented him with a gentle, yet overwhelming situation. The furnishings in the calm mind courtyard were exceedingly elegant. Both the table and chairs were of extraordinary quality. The desk, made of millennium black iron wood, was stable and heavy, and the cloud step ink peach on the windowsill exuded pure spiritual energy. All items and cultivation resources were provided according to the specifications of the Yun family's eldest son, with no cuts or losses, even a bit more refined than his allocations in the Qing Hall. The attendants and servants who came and went were all respectful and courteous, showing no signs of neglecting him due to his stained reputation, nor did they dare to test him with flattery. A handsome attendant quickly approached, bowing to Yun Qing in respect, and spoke with a respectful tone, "I have seen the eldest son." The young lord conveyed a message saying that perhaps he miscalculated during the day, and this is what the young lord ordered for you, additionally instructing you to arrive at the Chiwu Palace at the rooster hour tomorrow. With that, he presented an ancient-style food box with both hands. Yun Qing slightly nodded, accepting the food box, and watching the attendant respectfully retreat, secretly laughing to himself. Yun Huang's original words must have been something like, "Give this to him, tell him to come over at rooster hour tomorrow," but this attendant's relay added a touch of politeness. This young lord truly had strict rules. He openly showed a troublesome attitude, yet his subordinates dared not show any disrespect. Yun Qing sighed inwardly. His expectation of slapping the face of a malicious servant was completely dashed. It seems the trope of belittling and elevating in storybooks has no chance of playing out here with Yun Huang. He could not tell whether he felt more disappointment or admiration. After all, as an ancient aristocratic family, there were no truly blind fools. Thus, to establish himself beside this reincarnated celestial emperor, he could only rely on true value and ability. This world is ultimately not the novel of my past life. Yun Qing gazed at the bright moon outside, wrapped in the faint fragrance of vines pervading the courtyard, and unexpectedly felt a tinge of melancholy and nostalgia. Alone in this foreign world, he suddenly understood some of Yun Huang's hidden solitude beneath the blazing sun. Wait a moment. Something's not right. Something is wrong. Yun Qing abruptly lowered his head, gazing at the sprawling mass of heart-cleansing vines in the courtyard, and found himself both amused and exasperated. No wonder past memories had surged into his mind, nearly moving him to lament under the moon and shed tears in the tranquil heart courtyard. It was all because of these vines. The heart-cleansing vine, a primordial spiritual root, its essence resonated with the soul, stirring a cultivator's past obsessions and regrets. Only by enduring this spiritual baptism with a steadfast Tao heart could the pure energy within the vine nourish the cultivator, helping them break through illusions, see their true nature, and advance both mind and cultivation. This was precisely why an ancient clan as deep-rooted as the Yun had chosen the heart-cleansing vine as the primary material for the punishment whip. The Yun clan never inflicted pointless torment. This courtyard was truly a fine place for peaceful cultivation. Even the stone monkey who once wreaked havoc in the heavens in his past life would likely have to sit down and contemplate the zen of turning back. Yun Qing mused, a rare hint of modern wit flickering in his mind. Perhaps I should seek out the second elder tomorrow and ask which capable steward was responsible for the landscaping of the Chiwu Hall. Yun Qing silently grumbled. Even though our Yun clan has deep roots and the heart-cleansing vine isn't an exceedingly rare treasure, there's no need to plant it so extravagantly, is there? Of course, not exceedingly rare was only a relative term for a behemoth like the Yun clan. Reining in his thoughts, Yun Qing walked slowly back into his room and placed the food box delivered by the steward on the low table. The food box looked utterly ordinary, even somewhat rustic. However, when he habitually activated his dual pupils and casually swept his gaze over the inside of the box, Yun Qing was momentarily dazzled by the vast, pure spiritual energy contained within. Inside that seemingly plain food box were the ordinary spiritual delicacies. They were clearly several heavenly treasures, their spiritual energy, so immense it nearly liquefied, radiating an enticing Tao resonance. The pure energy they contained was far more precious than the extravagant heart-cleansing vines he had just complained about. The restrained, brilliant light nearly overwhelmed his dual pupils. He quickly opened the food box and stood frozen in place. Inside, netherworld cold marrow emitted strands of pale white mist steadily chilling a glazed jade cup. Within the cup, a seven-hued immortal nectar swirled with a hazy phoenix shadow dancing gracefully within. Spiritual light shimmered, and an exotic fragrance assailed the senses. On a celadon plate beside it, 3 cakes shaped like green lotuses lay quietly. They appeared simple, but Yun Qing's dual pupils clearly saw natural Tao patterns slowly flowing on each lotus petal, emitting a pure, unparalleled chaotic aura. Even the composed Yun Qing couldn't help but swallow. Good heavens, phoenix perch glazed cup and chaos, such supreme celestial materials crafted into immortal-grade delicacies by top-tier culinary cultivators were things that even with his Chaos Dao embryo constitution and his position as the eldest son of the Yun clan, he might not be allocated a single plate of in 100 years without some special circumstance. Why did Yun Huang suddenly give? No, this time it must be called bestow. Why bestow such a heavy reward? Dazed, he took a sip of the immortal nectar. The liquid melted upon entering his mouth, and an indescribably sweet warm current instantly surged through his limbs and bones. Where it passed, his meridians felt as if washed by the gentlest spiritual spring. The minor hidden injuries from being jolted by Yun Huang's aura in recent days healed in an instant. Even his Chaos Dao embryo emitted a joyful hum, as if infused with primal life force, and his perception of heaven and earth's spiritual energy sharpened by a fraction. An immortal delicacy that can nourish the Chaos Dao embryo. Terrifyingly potent. Yun Qing was inwardly shaken, a testament to Yun Huang's immense generosity. Such immortal-grade items contained boundless energy. If not for his special constitution, anyone else would be unable to withstand even a single drop, their body exploding upon consumption. This was an immortal object that even those in the upper echelons could hardly access. Yun Qing gazed at the majestic silhouette of the distant bedchamber, recalling the steward's recent report. A clear, understanding smile curled at the corner of his lips. Could this be the compensation for that bowl of ice-heart, soul-steadying soup? So that's it. A superior would never easily admit a mistake. A phrase like a lapse in judgment followed by a bestowed favor was considered sufficient acknowledgement. That lapse in judgment which Yun Huang had the steward convey was likely the most humbling concession he had ever made in his life. A strike with the rod followed by a sweet ultimate immortal pill. Well, then a few more strikes wouldn't be so bad. Yun Qing stroked the warm jade cup. His Huang-dis way of handling matters was indeed both domineering and unique. It seems my service has pleased his dragon heart. Not everyone who was rebuked by Yun Huang would be soothed with heavy rewards. Most others received the whip. This golden thigh was dazzling to behold, and felt quite nice to the touch, didn't it? Young Lord No My Huang Di truly deserves to be called the one who surveys the 9 heavens and dominates the ages. Look at his vision. This generosity. This thigh. Yun Qing was holding on tight. Of course, he would never utter these treasonous thoughts aloud. Ridiculous. This place was only a few hundred steps from Yun Huang's bedchamber. With that one's divine abilities under the coverage of his spiritual sense, he was probably aware of even a single extra heartbeat. Thus, from the moment he stepped into the courtyard gate, aside from the something is wrong startled out of him by the heart-cleansing vines, Yun Qing had only grumbled inwardly, hiding all his myriad thoughts deep within his heart. But what Yun Qing failed to notice was that the well-like tranquility cultivated through 19 years of secluded cultivation in the primordial chaos grotto had, after just one day of interacting with Yun Huang, quietly become much more active. Today, Yun Huang was not the only one whose heart had been disturbed. The next day before dawn broke, the spiritual mist had not yet fully dissipated. Yun Qing stepped out of the tranquil heart courtyard. Today, unusually, he was not in form-fitting attire. A blue robe moist with the coolness of morning dew was cinched with a jade belt. He had shed some of his usual briskness for the free-spirited elegance of a cultured scholar. His dark hair was tied up with a simple green jade hairpin, making his features appear even more handsome and refined. As his dual pupils opened and closed, a subtle light of wisdom flowed within. He strolled leisurely, preparing to head to the Chiwu Hall for his duty. As he passed the periphery of Yun Huang's bedchamber, his steps suddenly halted. On the outer side of the vermilion palace wall, a large patch of green vines spread their leaves, catching the morning light like studded jade. They were heart-cleansing vines. These vines appeared to grow naturally, but with Yun Qing's eyesight, how could he not see that their planting positions and density subtly conformed to some kind of spirit-gathering and mind-quieting formation? Heart-cleansing vines, planted outside the bedchamber. Doubt arose in his heart. He subconsciously activated his dual pupils, intending to examine them more closely. But the moment he focused his mind, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "What are you looking at?" The voice was clear and cold, appearing without any warning. Yun Qing's back stiffened slightly. The moment he looked up, the scene before him had already changed. Morning light pierced the spiritual mist, and the path that was just outside the palace wall had transformed into a massive training ground. The entire ground was paved with dark, earth-stabilizing black stone. The natural sun vein patterns on the stone surface were gilded with a golden edge, cold and hard. Around the perimeter stood several tall spirit-gathering pillars, their surfaces inscribed with flowing runes, and a killing intent rushed forth. This training ground had not existed when he passed by yesterday, but now it was seamlessly integrated with Yun Huang's bedchamber, exuding an ancient timeless aura, an extremely profound spatial concealment formation. His dual pupils opened slightly, piercing through the strange illusion, and clearly saw the figure standing proudly in the center of the field. Yun Huang stood with his hands behind his back, his robes billowing without wind. He was clearly standing right there, yet one could feel no extraneous fluctuations from him. With Yun Qing's cultivation, he hadn't sensed him before he spoke, as if the man and the training ground were merely a phantom fused with heaven and earth. As he was pondering this, Yun Huang looked at him, his tone as casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Come down," and Yun Qing gazed at the figure standing with arms crossed in the arena, a sense of foreboding rising within him. His attire today was not meant for a martial contest. Moreover, facing off against this reincarnated Immortal Emperor was no mere practice, but clearly an invitation to take a beating. Yun Huang turned around, his pale gold eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light under the morning sun. He paused for a moment at Yun Qing's incongruous blue robe, a faint elusive smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he had seen through Yun Qing's small thoughts. Regaining his composure, Yun Qing decided to take the initiative. He stepped quickly into the arena, approached Yun Huang, and bowed respectfully, his voice gentle and courteous. "Good morning, young lord." Yun Huang slightly nodded. Perhaps due to his early arrival for practice, there was a subtle crease at the collar of his gilded robe, a departure from his usual immaculate demeanor. Yun Qing stepped forward with ease, a hint of gentle spiritual energy in his fingertips, which he swiftly brushed over the crease, smoothing Yun Huang's robe into place. As he withdrew his hand, he inadvertently brushed against Yun Huang's shoulder, the movement appearing natural. Young lord's appearance should be as flawless as the sun and moon, without even the slightest blemish. He lowered his gaze, using the act of adjusting his robe to subtly close the distance between them before quickly retreating back to a safe boundary. Yun Huang's body stiffened momentarily, his golden eyes fixating on Yun Qing's hand as it adjusted his robe. His fingertips involuntarily curled, yet he did not withdraw. "You are indeed attentive." Yun Qing straightened up, the sound of his robe's cloud-patterned jade pendant clashing against itself, resonating crisply. Pointing at his attire, he spoke with just the right amount of feigned helplessness. "Young lord, look at this blue robe with fitted sleeves and a cinched waist, merely suited for an attendant. Even the flow of spiritual energy is restricted. If we truly engaged in combat, the robe would likely tear before any stance was even taken, violating decorum before the young lord and neglecting the elegance of our sparring." His words subtly declined the invitation to spar due to his attire, while also praising the notion of sparring with Yun Huang as a matter of grace, providing an easy way out. Yun Huang swept his gaze over Yun Qing's elegant attire, pausing slightly. It was not entirely an excuse. Yun Qing's blue robe accentuated his tall and slender figure, yet the cinched waist restricted the flow of vital energy, and the jade pendant dangling from the hem was more for calming the mind than for protection, indeed, making it an unsuitable outfit for combat. Ultimately, Yun Huang merely responded with a faint hum, showing no signs of anger. The reassurance was effective. Yun Qing smiled, brightly exuding an indescribable warmth and elegance. "Then I thank you for your understanding, young lord." That smile caused Yun Huang to momentarily daze. Yesterday, when Yun Qing had pointed out his shortcomings in the formation diagram, he had benefited greatly, yet the latent competitive spirit of an unparalleled genius within him was quietly stirred, and today he indeed had thoughts of reclaiming his dignity through this sparring. However, It was unnecessary to spar at this moment. Why was Yun Qing acting in such a manner? Just as Yun Huang prepared to let him off the hook and turn away. Swish! A shadow appeared like a ghost kneeling on one knee, voice urgent, yet respectful, reporting to the young Lord. Steward Jia from the enforcement department has urgent business to discuss. With permission granted, Steward Jia hurried onto the arena. Thud. He knelt to the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably, reporting to the young lord, a disturbance has occurred outside the ancestral hall. The head of the family's seventh son, Yun Shua, has clashed with the fourth son of the fifth elder, Yun Hao, and in the chaos, they even shattered the soul-suppressing tablet at the entrance of the ancestral hall. The mention of the soul-suppressing tablet struck like a thunderclap. Yun Huang's brows furrowed slightly. The subtle feelings towards his brother that had just risen were instantly replaced by a cold and sharp intensity. His aura suddenly sank, the gilded robe fluttering without wind, exuding a stifling pressure akin to the silence before an explosion of brilliance. The entire arena felt as if the air had solidified. Steward Jia was crushed to the ground by this overwhelming pressure, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, and even breathing became a luxury. Even Yun Qing felt a sharp pain in his dual pupils, the Chaos Dao embryo instinctively activated to withstand this oppressive force. His smile vanished in an instant, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. You are audacious. Yun Huang's voice was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. The soul-suppressing tablet was the ancient stone tablet used in the aptitude measurement ceremony, and as a crucial artifact of the Yun clan, its role extended far beyond that. The tablet was inscribed with the imprints of past family heads, containing the power to suppress malevolent spirits, subduing the soul of a primordial ferocious beast. With the Yun clan's foundation and his status as the young master of the Yun clan, it was insignificant if the tablet merely shattered. Even if the ferocious beast's soul broke free from the tablet, it could be suppressed once again. However, only a select few knew that beneath the soul-suppressing tablet lay a connection to the ancestral hall's forbidden grounds, the very place where Yun Huang had once transformed from celestial essence into physical form. This was no ordinary spiritual artifact, but a sacred object touching upon Yun Huang's reverse scales. Yun Shua, how could he be involved in such matters? Yun Qing looked at the dangerous silhouette ahead, resembling a ferocious beast from ancient times, realizing that trouble was brewing. Yun Shua and the others were unaware of the underlying issues, likely thinking it was just a typical conflict between legitimate and illegitimate children. The drunken man's intent lay beyond the wine. Yun Qing could not help but sigh inwardly. The timing for Shua and the others was truly unfortunate. He had just managed to smooth things over, and now they had stirred up trouble. This was not the sun, but rather the golden crow. In such an urgent moment, a small yellow chick with ruffled feathers and spewing fire appeared abruptly in Yun Qing's mind. Reader Sanko E. Gu Bing drawing fan art. Of cough. Yun Qing was so startled by his own imagination that he could not hold back a cough, producing a sound. Yun Huang, filled with rage, was suddenly interrupted, his sharp, golden eyes sweeping toward Yun Qing, who had made the sound bearing a hint of scrutiny. He naturally remembered that Yun Shua was Yun Qing's own brother. Had this been the previous day, he might have blamed Yun Qing as well. However, recalling the moments they had shared yesterday and the hand that had just smoothed his collar, Yun Huang's movement paused, and he ultimately refrained from exploding. He could not punish Yun Qing for his brother's misdeeds when he had just allowed him to come close moments prior. He was not suffering from a soul-splitting condition. Having accompanied Yun Qing for 2 days, while he was indeed fierce in temperament, he would not deny him this little bit of dignity. Yun Huang turned and issued an order: you will follow me. This matter you will handle. With that, his figure transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the ancestral hall. Yun Qing understood in his heart, his blue robe fluttering as he followed closely behind. This matter could be serious or trivial. After all, the offense was against Yun Huang, and it depended on whether the offended party chose to pursue it. In front of the ancestral hall, chaos reigned. The once-bound remnants of ferocious beasts' souls surged violently, like black wolf smoke soaring into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. At the base of the monument, precious, soul-stabilizing jade lay shattered all around, with chaotic spiritual energy swirling in disarray. Before the soul-stabilizing monument, the disciples from both sides were clearly divided, swords drawn, and ready, the glow of spiritual energy flickering uncertainly between them, indicating that a fierce conflict had just occurred. Yun Shua was protected behind by several illegitimate disciples, including Yun Li and Yun Yao, her small face pale, her robe still stained with some dirt, clearly having suffered a loss. On the opposite side, Yun Hao, surrounded by a group of legitimate disciples, wore a face of arrogance and resentment, pointing at Yun Shua and cursing, "You mere illegitimate child, dare to offend me, disturbing the soul-stabilizing monument. Can you bear the consequences, eh?" Just then, an indescribable, overwhelming pressure descended, as if the heavens were collapsing. Everyone, whether they were the arguing disciples or the advising stewards, felt as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats, instantly rendered silent. The noisy scene turned deathly still. Even the ferocious beast energy that had soared into the sky seemed to freeze for a moment. A figure had quietly appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. The noisy scene turned deathly still. Even the ferocious beast energy that had soared into the sky seemed to freeze for a moment. A figure had quietly appeared at the entrance of the ancestral. Without uttering a word, he made all the disciples feel their souls tremble. Both legitimate and illegitimate disciples instinctively lowered their heads, finding it difficult to breathe. Yun Huang's gaze fell upon the cracks in the soul-stabilizing monument. Those cracks etched deep into his eyes, the cold and bone-chilling malice almost taking on a tangible form. His gaze swept over Yun Shuo and the others, filled with undisguised disdain, finally settling on Yun Qing, who stood quietly aside, as if isolated from the turmoil. "You handle this." The light, airy words echoed above the ancestral hall. "Yes, young master," Yun Qing replied, his demeanor upright, smiling as he clasped his hands. Whoosh! All eyes instantly focused on that figure in the green robe. Yun Qing's wide sleeves gently swayed in the soft spiritual pressure, resembling a graceful scholar out for a spring outing, starkly contrasting with the murderous and chaotic atmosphere of the ancestral hall. His expression was as calm as water, having not looked at either side of the conflict, his deep, heavy eyes directly locked onto the grotesque crack on the monument. To others, it appeared to be a place where violent energy raged, but in his vision, he captured a faint trace of sinister energy, like a malignant growth wrapping around the edges of the crack, clearly not a residue left by ordinary spiritual energy impact. Indeed, someone has tampered with this, Yun Qing thought to himself with a cold smile. While the method was somewhat concealed, it could not escape his keen eyes. Under the watchful eyes of all, Yun Qing took a step forward slightly, raising his right hand, his fingertip, like a sword, casually drawing a line through the air. Zheng! A clear and resonant gunshot echoed, seemingly originating from the depths of the abyss, or perhaps from ancient times, suddenly tearing apart the dead silence of the scene. A black beam of gunlight, condensed to perfection and imbued with the essence of chaotic annihilation, materialized in the center of the venue. That beam of gunlight was not a physical entity, but it radiated a terrifying aura that could devour all light and heat, as if it could even tear apart space. Dong! With a light sound, the beam of gunlight accurately pierced into the column of violent energy. The moment the turbulent energy came into contact with the black beam, it was devoured and extinguished. Along with the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy, even light and sound were completely swallowed by that single beam of gunlight. An eerie silence enveloped the area outside the ancestral hall. As the gunlight dissipated, the fighting parties were separated by a gentle, yet irresistible force, staggering back a few steps, their faces filled with horror. Yet Yun Qing remained standing at his original spot, his green robe, unruffled, sleeves lightly hanging, his hairpin firmly in place, and the jade ornaments at his waist silent, without a sound. It was as if the earlier earth-shattering strike had not originated from him. Such effortless mastery was Only then did he turn his gaze towards the pale-faced Yun Shuo and the incredulous Yun Hao, his voice not loud, yet clearly audible to everyone. "As for what transpired, you shall truthfully report it to the discipline hall. For the destruction of the ancestral hall's vital artifact, and engaging in private combat, you shall be punished according to the 3rd and 7th articles of the clan rules. Anyone daring to cause trouble here." He paused, a cold glint flashing in his heavy eyes, a chilling, murderous intent instantly enveloping the entire area, "will face severe punishment." The green robe remains undisturbed, the ornaments silent. The elegant appearance and domineering methods created a stark contrast, deeply shocking everyone present. Yun Qing showed neither favoritism nor leniency, maintaining a perfect balance. Among the crowd, Yun Li's pupils constricted, his emotions complex and difficult to decipher. "But I'm a legitimate son." Over there, Yun Hao jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face twisted in fear. "How can that illegitimate Yun Shuo be punished alongside me?" He was anxious, knowing this matter should not be allowed to reach the discipline hall. Yun Huang stood at the side. Upon hearing the term illegitimate child, Yun Huang finally gave Yun Hao a glance, but his gaze was as cold as ice, as if looking at a lifeless object. He did not act directly, but merely waved his hand lightly, signaling the stewards to take everyone away. After all, he had made it clear that today's incident would be handled entirely by Yun Qing. The steward hurried forward swiftly, taking Yun Hao, Yun Shuo, and all other involved disciples away with great efficiency. Yun Huang stepped in front of Yun Qing, the intimidating pressure quietly retracting, a clear admiration and warmth flashing in his golden eyes. His gaze fell on Yun Qing's green robe, slightly soiled, and he remarked meaningfully, "Even in a green robe one can quell chaos. It seems that attire is not a hindrance." Yun Qing's heart sank, knowing that what was inevitable could not be avoided. He raised his eyes to meet Yun Huang's gaze, a hint of helplessness flashing in his heavy eyes, but more was acceptance. Young master, you flatter me. If that's the case, Yun Huang turned and stepped towards the direction of the Chiwu Hall, his golden robe fluttering in the morning light, his voice carrying an undeniable certainty. Let us return to the martial arts arena. The earlier invitation should be fulfilled. Yun Qing gazed at his tall figure, his green robe billowing gently in the wind, his battle intent igniting in his heavy eyes, his gaze bright. To be able to spar with the reincarnated Immortal Emperor, even in defeat, there is honor. Yes, he replied, stepping forward steadily to follow. The morning light gently illuminated the two figures, stretching them along the ancient stone path. One like the blazing sun shining with brilliance, the other like a cold, deep pool, calm and profound. A long-awaited duel was already on the verge of unfolding. On the martial stage of the Chiwu Hall, the formation's light rippled, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Yun Huang stood motionless at the center of the stage, his pale golden eyes blazing with startling intensity. The overwhelming pressure of an Immortal Emperor's reincarnation, like a tangible force, condensed the very air around him. Do your best. Yun Huang spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying a metallic resonance. Let me wit if you still hold back and disgrace my invitation. A flicker of cold sharpness passed through his pale golden eyes. Do not blame me for showing no mercy. Pressure descended like a towering mountain. Yun Qing took a deep breath, and deep within his dual-pupiled eyes the flame of battle blazed like wildfire, igniting with ferocity. He knew this battle would end in defeat, but to fight freely against the reincarnation of an Immortal Emperor was an ancient millennium opportunity. Surely his opponent wouldn't truly kill him. Probably. Since the young lord has such an interest, Yun Qing shall not disappoint. Yun Qing let out a hearty laugh, his smile broad and carefree, carrying a touch of unrestrained elegance that shattered the stillness of the stage. Since the young lord has such an interest, Yun Qing shall not disappoint. Yun Qing let out a hearty laugh, his smile broad and carefree, casually tossing the warm cloud-patterned jade pendant to the edge of the stage. Yun Qing then reached up and pulled off his jade belt. His outer green robe slid to the ground, revealing the dark martial attire beneath. He flung the fallen robe aside with a flick of his hand. The sleeves fluttered like butterflies, landing steadily beside the jade pendant. The movement was swift, elegant, and fluid. Stripped of his loose robe, Yun Qing's sleeves were tied back, revealing the smooth lines of his forearms, his posture as erect and unyielding as a solitary peak. The chaotic Dao embryo operated without hindrance, and an ancient, vast, and terrifying aura spread out. In that case, I shall presume. A sharp light flashed in Yun Qing's eyes as he raised his hand and grasped the air. Abyssal silence. With a low chant, a dark, heavy spear materialized with a hum, falling into his hand with a joyful ring. A cold light flickered at the spear's tip, the intent of annihilation locking onto its target, standing in opposition to Yun Huang's majestic divine might. A flicker of approval passed through Yun Huang's eyes. Now that's more like it. No more words were needed. Yun Qing moved his dark figure, transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the shadows. His body surged forward like a thunderbolt, the spear thrusting like a dragon. The abyssal silence spear tore through space, carrying a trajectory of annihilation that consumed all things, thrusting straight at Yun Huang. This strike discarded all ornate techniques, concentrating the vast power of chaos and the absolute resolve of annihilation to their utmost limits. Faced with this earth-shattering thrust, Yun Huang finally ceased his stillness. He shifted his feet slightly, his form moving like a phantom, half a foot to the side, narrowly avoiding the spear's sharpest point. At the same time, he brought his fingers together like a sword, a golden spiritual radiance blazing at their tips, and struck with pinpoint accuracy at the side of the spear shaft. Ding! The finger and spear clashed, erupting in a piercing, shrill ring. Yun Qing was not directly repelled. He abruptly twisted his wrist, and the abyssal silent spear writhed like a living thing. The chaotic chi coiled around the shaft transformed into countless fine threads, attempting to entangle and erode the force of the radiant sun finger. Interesting. Yun Huang snorted lightly. The force of his finger suddenly exploded like a great sun, bursting forcibly, scattering the chaotic threads. But Yun Qing borrowed the momentum, his form winding around like a swimming dragon to the side. His spear art abruptly turned sinister and unpredictable, unleashing countless spear shadows that enveloped Yun Huang's vital acupoints, each thrust aimed at crucial nodes of spiritual energy flow. Your eyes truly troublesome. A glimmer of understanding passed through Yun Huang's golden eyes. He ceased his purely defensive stance, his form shifting as his palms, fingers, fists, and elbows all transformed into the sharpest weapons. The radiant sun divine power, sometimes overwhelmingly fierce, sometimes resiliently soft, dismantled Yun Qing's exquisite spear techniques, one by one. Their figures rapidly interlaced across the stage, black and gold lights constantly colliding and annihilating. The roar of impacts and airbursts was unending. The protective formation fluctuated violently, its light flickering unsteadily. Yun Huang had pushed his abilities to their utmost. His dual pupils were pushed to their limit. The chaotic Dao embryo spun wildly. His spear art was both expansive and cunningly vicious. Combining the realms of annihilation and chaos, he displayed a terrifying combat prowess far beyond his peers. Even an ordinary elder of the clan would likely have been defeated by now. However, his opponent was Yun Huang. Another exchange occurred. As spear and finger met, an extremely sharp sound of metal striking which pierced the very soul erupted. A visible ring-shaped shockwave centered on the two of them exploded outwards, slamming heavily into the surrounding protective formation and stirring up countless ripples. Yun Huang felt an indescribable force, supremely young, supremely rigid, carrying boundless authority, surging along the abyssal silence spear's shaft. His tiger's mouth instantly split open, blood staining the spear's shaft. The bones of his entire right arm groaned under the unbearable weight. The immense power rushed into his body, wreaking havoc. His chi and blood churned, and a sweetness rose in his throat as a mouthful of blood nearly sprayed out, only to be forcibly swallowed back down. His entire body slid backward uncontrollably. His boots carved two deep furrows several zhang long into the black stone floor that was harder than star steel before he could barely stabilize himself. The right hand holding the spear trembled slightly, and the abyssal silence spear emitted a low hum as if wailing in pain. A gap. A chasm-like gap. Yun Huang still stood in his original spot, his posture relaxed, as if he had merely brushed a speck of dust from his sleeve. He looked at Yun Huang, whose face was flushed and whose breath was ragged. There was neither joy nor sorrow in his pale golden eyes, only a serene, overlooking calm. "Your strength is passable and your intent is unique," he commented flatly. "Pity too slow and too direct. This ends here." His aura changed abruptly. The majestic divine might unfolded like a tangible domain. The temperature within the martial stage soared, the air distorting and steaming instantly, suppressing Yun Huang's momentum. Yun Huang formed a single hand seal, and a golden seal condensed from pure radiant sun divine power materialized out of thin air. "Receive my strike, the radiant sun seal." The seal was not large, yet it resembled a great sun compressed to its extreme, carrying the supreme will to suppress all directions and incinerate the 9 netherworlds, pressing slowly towards Yun Huang. Where the seal passed, space solidified and time itself seemed to thicken. The terrifying suppressive force made Yun Huang feel like an insect trapped in amber, his very thoughts nearly grinding to a halt. Nowhere to dodge. Cannot withstand it, Hedon. Yun Huang took a deep breath. A flash of inspiration struck his consciousness. He recalled Yun Huang's earlier comment, too direct. Chaos is not merely about relentless destruction. Yun Huang drove the abyssal silent spear straight into the ground. The chaotic Dao embryo within him operated at full capacity. A profound light surged in his dual pupils. The trajectory of his spiritual power abruptly changed, no longer seeking extreme offense, but instead channeling the essence of the chaotic Dao embryo, its capacity to contain and evolve. A faint gray mist wreathed the abyssal silent spear's shaft with obscure chaotic runes flowing across it. Chaotic returned to void. With a low shout, a small dark force field that seemed capable of devouring everything instantly expanded around him. Like a bottomless quagmire, it attempted to guide, disperse, and devour the vast radiant sun divine power. Boom! The fist seal and the dark force field collided violently. An explosion fiercer than before occurred. The entire martial stage trembled. The stalemate lasted for several breaths. The dark force field finally shattered from exhaustion. The radiant sun seal directly imprinted onto the spear shaft that Yun Huang had crossed to block. Struck heavily, Yun Huang spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backward, crashing heavily into the formation's light barrier with a dull thud. But after landing, he managed to prop himself up on his spear, rising to one knee without falling. Though his internal organs were injured and his meridians burned with pain, he was far from incapacitated. Yun Huang had held back. If the Grand Elder or others had been present, they would have seen that the power of this seal had been deliberately restrained by at least half by Yun Huang. Otherwise, Yun Huang would have had no chance of survival. Yun Huang slowly withdrew his stance, the surging divine power around him receding like a tide. Looking at Yun Huang, who was disheveled, but whose eyes remained clear and bright, his battle intent still smoldering like a proud little beast, Yun Huang no longer concealed the approval in his gaze. The bone of soaring heaven and falling moon as graceful as jade, he suddenly chanted, his voice clear as a jade chime, resounding distinctly across the stage. "Among the 12 young lords of my Yun clan you stand first, and it is fitting." This verse referred to the 3 most dazzling prodigies of the main Yun lineage in this generation. The top 3 among the 12 young lords: Yun Huang, the eldest son of the clan leader by a concubine; Yun Tianhua, the grandson of the Grand Elder, and Yun Rui, the proud daughter of the fifth elder's line. With this statement, Yun Huang acknowledged Yun Qing's strength and status as the great young lord of the Yun clan. Yun Qing, using his spear for support, slowly straightened up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Meeting Yun Huang's gaze, a luster swirled in his dual pupils. His tone was sincere and firm as he responded, "Above the 12 heavens of Yun, only Huang alone commands the immortal firmament." No matter how astonishing the 12 young masters were, they still had to step back in front of Yun Huang. He walked in front of Yun Qing, his gaze falling upon the blood-stained dark robe. Yun Qing smiled bitterly, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. It wasn't that he wasn't diligent, but rather that encountering a prodigy at dawn was akin to facing a ghost at dusk. His golden eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous gaze sweeping over, as if he sensed Yun Qing's unspoken thoughts. He shifted his words, directly addressing the essence, his voice resonating with the profound sound of the Tao. Your annihilation is too focused on the end, losing the true meaning of chaos. Chaos is the beginning of all things as well as their end. It starts from nothing and returns to nothing. The cycle of birth and death, the alternation of creation, is the true Tao. Your spear embodies only the deathly silence of returning to nothing, yet lacks the vitality of starting from nothing and the evolution of the cycle of life and death. This statement resonated like a great bell echoing in Yun Qing's mind. He had always focused on the meaning of annihilation's end, but had never deeply considered the relationship between annihilation and chaos and the cycle of birth and death. Should the chaotic Tao fetus be used this way? He gazed at Yun Huang's all-seeing golden eyes, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. Is this the vision of a reincarnated immortal emperor? With a single glance, he saw through the obstacles on his path. Remember the teachings of the young master. Yun Qing suppressed the surging blood and the metallic taste in his throat, responding respectfully. He felt no discouragement. Rather, he was invigorated by Yun Huang's direct words, pointing to the Tao as countless inspirations and insights flooded in. Who would dare to oppose such a prodigy who overwhelms an entire generation? To receive a few words of guidance from him is already a great fortune. Yun Huang noticed his compliant and contemplative demeanor and unexpectedly took a few steps closer, extending his hand to lightly support him. Go back and adjust your breathing. Today, regarding the matter of your brother's ancestral hall, you can decide how to handle it. This meant that Yun Huang would no longer pursue the matter. With Yun Qing fully responsible for this matter, who would be punished or dealt with would be no longer of concern to Yun Huang. Yes, thank you, young master. Yun Qing smiled and looked up to respond, suddenly grasping Yun Huang's hand for support to steady himself. Yun Huang was taken aback, a hint of helpless anger flashing in his heart. Why did this person have to seize the opportunity, so readily taking the support offered? Grabbing Yun Huang's hand, Yun Qing felt it was steady and strong. In that moment of contact, a pure and gentle Huangyang spiritual energy flowed into his body, quickly soothing some of the restless injuries within his meridians. Yun Huang's subtle action was in stark contrast to the cold and domineering demeanor from their earlier sparring. Without saying much more, Yun Huang turned and walked towards the martial arts arena, his clothing fluttering in the wind, his figure exuding a solitary and proud air. You may take a day off tomorrow. Yun Qing stood in place, watching the distant figure as he felt the injuries within him being quietly soothed, his eyes filled with complex light. This brother Huang was more unfathomable than he had imagined, and also a bit warmer. Yun Qing suppressed the surging blood within him, quickly tidied his appearance, ensuring that no unusualness showed on his exterior before leaving the martial arts arena and heading directly to the law enforcement hall, where he still needed to pick up Shore and the others. The atmosphere in the law enforcement hall was solemn, the stone steps emitting a chilling azure light. Yun Qing, dressed in dark garments, ascended the steps. The bloodstains on his clothes had been cleaned, but perhaps due to the recent sparring with Yun Huang, he still carried a sharp and intense aura, causing the guarding disciples to instinctively hold their breath and bow their heads. Eldest young master. The guarding elder saw him arrive and quickly stepped forward, his demeanor respectful, yet with a hint of barely perceptible tension. The oppressive aura emanating from him at this moment was not inferior to that of several elders with deep-rooted authority. The situation. Yun Qing stated succinctly, entering the hall and taking his seat in the main position, his heavy gaze sweeping over. The elder did not dare to be negligent, presenting a jade slip with both hands regarding the ancestral hall matter. The involved disciples and their followers have been temporarily detained awaiting disposition. This is the preliminary testimony and on-site record. The elder respectfully presented the jade slip. Yun Qing took it, his divine sense quickly scanning the information within. Yun Hao had provoked, first making a scene at the entrance of the ancestral hall, claiming that a mere illegitimate child was unworthy to enter. Unable to endure, Yun Shuo retorted, leading to a conflict between the two parties. In the tussle, several intertwined spiritual energies reacted, creating a spiritual energy tide that violently crashed into the nearby soul-suppressing monument, resulting in its shattering. The cause of the conflict was trivial, and the process seemed to be an accident arising from the biases between legitimate and illegitimate children. Yet the fact that the soul-suppressing monument, a sensitive object related to Yun Huang's secrets, was shattered was particularly troubling. Qing did not believe in such coincidences. Coupled with the lingering sinister spiritual energy on the soul-suppressing monument, there must have been someone secretly manipulating it. And among the Yun clan's higher-ups who knew that the soul-suppressing monument was related to Yun Huang's reincarnation secrets, there were only a few, with the 12 elders among them. Yun Hao was the grandson of the 5th elder. However, the 5th elder Yun Jun was known in the clan as a good-natured person. He had a moderate temperament and disliked conflict. It is said that he achieved the position of 5th elder more through luck and seniority. Moreover, the 5th elder's proud daughter Yun Rui is a heavenly fortune body, best at seeking good fortune and avoiding calamity. Would such people allow their clan members to take such risks just to bring down Qing? This did not align with the consistent way of survival of the 5th elder's lineage and was contrary to the very notion of fortune. It was too obvious and instead seemed like a decoy pushed forward by someone. Qing remained impassive and ordered, "Where are Yun Shuo and the others? Take me to them." "Yes, eldest young master." In the side hall, the light was slightly dim. Yun Shuo was curled up on a cushion in the corner, his small face still a bit pale. Beside him were Yun Yao, who looked equally tense, and Yun Li, whose face was gloomy and filled with resentment. Qing scanned the room, seeing that Yun Shuo was unharmed, and felt a bit relieved. Seeing Qing enter, Yun Shuo's eyes brightened, suddenly filled with reliance and grievance, calling out, "Elder brother." Yun Yao also happily shouted, "Qing, go." Yun Li straightened his back, instinctively looking at Qing with a complex expression. Qing looked at Yun Li and Yun Yao, slightly nodding with a gentle tone. "Thank you both for taking care of my younger brother today. I have heard that you have often looked after him, as his elder brother Qing expresses his gratitude here." As soon as these words were spoken, the cold words that Yun Li had at the tip of his tongue were instantly stifled, a hint of astonishment and discomfort flashing across his face. Yun Yao, surprised and flattered, hurriedly waved her hands. "Eldest young master, you are being too polite. We are siblings, it's only right to support each other. I already know about the matter. You should go back and rest well. I will handle this." Qing's tone was calm, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. With his words, Yun Shuo and Yun Yao felt as if they had taken a calming pill, nodding eagerly. Yun Li looked deeply at Qing, ultimately saying nothing more, and followed them out. After the three left, the calmness on Qing's face instantly froze, the luminous depths of his eyes flickering as he addressed the guarding elder. "Have the steward Jia, who went to report to the Kaiwood Hall today, come see me at once." Before long, Steward Jia entered on trembling legs. As he laid eyes upon Qing seated in the master's chair with an expressionless face, and felt the almost tangible pressure emanating from him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Steward Jia." Qing's voice was not loud, yet each word pierced like ice. "Today, when you reported to the young lord, you claimed that Yun Shuo and Yun Hao clashed, resulting in the soul-calming steel being shattered." His dual-pupiled eyes locked onto Steward Jia, seeing through everything. Steward Jia's body trembled, and he lowered his head even further. "Yes. Yes, elder young master." "Oh." Qing's tone rose slightly at the end, carrying a cold challenge. "As far as I know, it was Yun Hao who first insulted a branch lineage and initiated the conflict. How is it that in your account it seems Shuo bears the greater fault?" Steward Jia's face turned pale, his robes soaked through with cold sweat. The aura emanating from Qing was terrifying. Was this the same gentle and respectful elder young master who had stood beside the young lord during the day? This was clearly a cold, merciless overlord who held the power of life and death. "Elder young master, please see clearly. This subordinate." Steward Jia fell to his knees with a thud, babbling incoherently. Qing leaned forward slightly, his gaze falling upon him like a physical weight, his voice low and filled with menace. "Who instructed you to use such wording before the young lord? Think carefully before you answer. The young lord has placed this matter entirely in my hands. If you utter a single falsehood—" He did not finish, but the icy killing intent made Steward Jia have no doubt that he would be struck dead by Qing in the next instant. Steward Jia dared not make any more excuses or concealments. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he confessed, It was the great steward by young master Yun Hao's side. He instructed me to report only the conflict, omitting the cause, hoping the young lord might, because of this, harbor resentment towards Yun Shuo and even towards you, elder young master. He threatened that if I did not obey, the 5th elder would banish me to the desolate border to mine, or I was coerced. I was foolish. I know I was wrong. Please, elder young master, show mercy." After hearing this, a cold glint flashed deep in Yun Qing's eyes. Ha, it was probably more than just coercion, surely some benefits were promised as well. Given the Fifth Elder's faction's reputation for pursuing good fortune and avoiding calamity, wanting to pick sides and invest early, he knew things couldn't be that simple. So it was aimed at him after all. If the Ancestral Hall incident led to Yun Huang's wrath, it would be understandable. If not, the mastermind could remain perfectly hidden, continuing to scheme their venomous plots. Did they believe Yun Qing was certainly the calamity? Then who was the good fortune? Get out. Yun Qing's voice was icy. If a single word of today's conversation is leaked, don't blame me for being unforgiving. With a flick of his finger, he drove a forbidden curse mark into Steward Jia's soul. Steward Jia, feeling as if pardon, retreated while repeatedly giving thanks. Yun Qing stepped out of the side hall and asked the duty elder waiting nearby, "Where is Yun Hao now?" Elder Young Master, the Fifth Elder, came personally just now and has taken Yun Hao to the Chiwu Hall, saying he wishes to offer a humble apology to the young lord. Inside the main hall of Chiwu Hall, Yun Huang sat loftily on the main seat, a jade slip in his fingers glowing faintly. Below the hall, a young man in a dark purple robe with a delicate, handsome face bowed as he reported on the recent situation of a spirit stone mine on the eastern border. This man was the legitimate grandson of the 12th Elder Yun Qi, who bore the soul-devouring physique. His speech was clear, his posture respectful, faintly reminiscent of Yun Qing's usual demeanor. Just then a herald announced from outside the hall that the Fifth Elder was seeking an audience with his legitimate grandson Yun Hao. Yun Huang raised an eyebrow slightly, his pale golden pupils glancing at Yun Qi below. Yun Qi immediately took the hint and stopped his report, bowing. "Young lord has important matters to attend to. This younger brother will take his leave." "No need." Yun Huang's voice was flat. "Since it concerns the Ancestral Hall, you may stay and listen." Yun Qi bowed his head in acknowledgement, stepping aside, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Soon the ruddy-faced, slightly stout Fifth Elder entered the hall, dragging a pale, terrified Yun Hao, his face full of panic and regret. The Fifth Elder bowed deeply. "Young lord, please forgive me. This old man has failed in his discipline, allowing this wretch to disturb the Ancestral Hall and disrupt your tranquility. I have brought him here to confess his sins." The Fifth Elder's voice trembled slightly as he adopted the lowest possible posture. Behind him, attendants carried several glowing jade boxes clearly intended as offerings of atonement. Yun Hao fell to his knees with a thud, his whole body trembling like a leaf in a storm. "Young lord, spare me. Young lord, spare me. It was all. It was Yun Shua who provoked me first. I just lost my temper for a moment and accidentally." He blubbered, trying to shift the blame. The Fifth Elder hadn't expected that after coaching him the entire way, this would be his excuse at the crucial moment. Fuming, he was just about to beg for forgiveness again. "Young lord, please see clearly." Yun Qi suddenly spoke, his voice gentle, carrying a perfectly measured tone of impartiality and a hint of helplessness. "Cousin Yun Hao is young and hot-headed, and his actions were indeed improper. His mother is from my 12th Elder's lineage. As his elder brother, I failed to advise him in time and share the blame for this oversight. I am willing to accept punishment alongside him. As for Yun Shu, I have heard that the Elder Young Master is very protective of him. Perhaps some subordinates relying on the Elder Young Master's influence have acted somewhat ostentatiously. After all, the Elder Young Master's talent is unparalleled, and he enjoys the young lord's deep trust. His prestige grows daily, so it's inevitable that some underlings become arrogant in their actions, somewhat imprudent." His words, seemingly taking responsibility and pleading for leniency, were in fact a venomous attack, steering the disaster towards Yun Qing by insinuating that his power was swelling and he was indulging his subordinates, giving rise to arrogance. Furthermore, he tied himself to Yun Hao, implying that if they were punished, shouldn't Yun Qing also be implicated by Yun Shua's actions? The Fifth Elder frowned slightly, sensing something amiss in Yun Kai's words, but refrained from immediate rebuttal out of courtesy. Yun Huang tapped the jade slip with his fingertip, his expression unreadable, his thoughts impenetrable. Seeing that Yun Huang hadn't immediately passed judgment, and that Yun Qi seemed to be speaking for him, Yun Hao allowed a flicker of hope to arise. He crawled forward on his knees, trying to get closer to Yun Huang, crying, "Young lord, ever since Yun Qing returned he..." Before he could finish, Yun Huang suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze falling upon him. A faint, almost gentle curve even touched his lips as he beckoned, "Come closer." Yun Hao was overjoyed, feeling the tide had turned. The young lord indeed still valued the direct lineage. He quickly crawled a few steps closer, his face nearly touching the tip of Yun Huang's boot. However, just as he looked up ready to wildly slander Yun Qing, he suddenly met Yun Huang's icy golden pupils. That gaze held only the utmost indifference of looking down upon an ant. "Noisy." The two light words fell like a death sentence. The next second, before Yun Hao could even let out a scream, his entire body was slammed violently to the ground by an invisible immense force. His meridians emitted sharp cracking sounds, and his cultivation base, like a punctured balloon, instantly dissipated. He collapsed like a pile of mud, his eyes unfocused, only meaningless gurgling sounds escaping his mouth. His cultivation was completely crippled. Yun Huang hadn't even moved a finger, merely with the thought he had inflicted such a harsh punishment. The fifth elder Yun Jun, his ruddy face now turned ghastly pale, bowed his head deeply, unable to bear watching. Yun Huang remained seated leisurely, as if nothing had happened, a faint, almost imperceptible smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. To an insignificant person, why bother with the principle of not allowing someone close 1 second, only to suddenly punish them the next? Granting a moment's illusion when they please and casually crushing them when they bore you. That is the way of control. Yun Huang picked up the slightly cooled spirit tea beside him, took a sip, and frowned almost imperceptibly. Tisk, it wasn't brewed to his liking like Yun Qing's. Today, with the soul-calming steel shattered and the forbidden grounds disturbed, his heart was already burning with rage. But since he had promised Yun Qing to handle it with dignity, it was hard to vent that anger on Yun Shuo and the others. Fortunately, there was that oblivious wretch Yun Hao. Perfect. Tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, Yun Huang turned his gaze to Yun Qi, who was forcing calm, his golden pupils carrying a playful coldness. I just heard you say you would share the same punishment as him. Yun Huang lightly tapped the Xianyu handrail with his fingertips, the sound echoing in the silent hall like a precise hammer striking at Yun Kai's heart. Yun Kai's body stiffened like cold stone, cold sweat instantly bursting from his temples, wetting his collar. He fell to his knees with a thud, pressing his forehead against the icy jade bricks, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Young master, please see clearly. I only spoke carelessly out of concern for my cousin. I sincerely ask for young master to show mercy. His heart raced with fear. Could it be that the provocation was seen through? How could Yun Qing seize all the opportunities and gain the young master's favor? Yun Huang lowered his gaze, his eyes as cold as millennia-old ice, indifferent as they swept over Yun Kai's violently trembling back, as if observing a flawed artifact. The soul-eating body is indeed rare. His tone was flat, devoid of praise or criticism, but alas, with jewels in front, rubble cannot stand. This slight talent is ultimately useless. Jewels in front naturally referred to the Chaos Dao embryo. The soul-eating body belongs to the same lineage but is several ranks lower than the latter, merely one of the lower-tier spiritual bodies of the Chaos Dao embryo. Yun Kai's heart shook violently. Did the young master already know of his grandfather's schemes? A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, and he no longer dared to refer to himself as little brother to curry favor, nor did he have the desire to emulate Yun Qing. He repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, the sound of his forehead striking the golden bricks echoing his voice, laced with a sob. Qi knows wrong. Thank you, young master, for your mercy and guidance. Yun Huang waved his hand lightly. You all may leave. Yun Qi felt as if he had been granted a great pardon, hastily retreating with the fifth elder and others his back showing signs of panic, his heart filled only with the fear and unwillingness of surviving a calamity. Since there is a jade, why must there be a Liang? Must he be forever overshadowed by Yun Qing? Why should Yun Qing be that jewel? If only he had the Chaos Dao embryo. The hall returned to silence. Yun Huang looked indifferently at the empty hall door, a flicker of blazing divine fire flashing at his fingertips, burning and purifying the ground where Yun Hao and Yun Qi had knelt. As the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, having borrowed the Yun clan's fortune to stabilize his foundation, he viewed the clan as his responsibility and would not slaughter his kin without reason. However, if someone sought their own demise, he would not hesitate to accept it. Unfortunately, the owner of the Chaos Dao embryo was too knowledgeable and perceptive, leaving him without a reason to enjoy it for the time being. However, a fleeting, extremely subtle dark wave passed through Yun Huang's deep-set pupils. Unfortunately, the owner of the Chaos Dao embryo was too knowledgeable and perceptive, leaving him without a reason to enjoy it for the time being. However, Yun Qing calmly finished speaking with the supervising elder. The main culprit Yun Hao shall be judged by the young master personally. The remaining servants involved in the brawl and instigation shall receive 30 strokes of the whip and have their cultivation sealed and be immediately sent to serve for 100 years at the northern cold iron mine to serve as a warning. Yes, young master. The elder bowed in acknowledgement. After dealing with official business, Yun Qing returned along the corridor of the Qi Wu Palace to the tranquil mine courtyard. But his injuries were still not healed and his steps were not as steady as before. The dusk fell and palace lamps lit up one by one, the dim yellow glow swaying on the blue bricks, stretching his shadow long. Just as he rounded a corner of the hall, he unexpectedly collided with a group of people emerging from the main hall. At the forefront was the fifth elder Yun Jun with a complex expression. Behind him, two attendants carefully carried a soft stretcher on which lay Yun Hao, who looked like paper and was barely breathing. Yun Qing's pupils constricted slightly. With a single glance, he could see that Yun Hao's spiritual power had dissipated, his cultivation utterly destroyed. The fifth elder took a step back, followed by the pale-faced Daimed Yun. The two sides met in the corridor, and the atmosphere felt somewhat subtle. Yun was the first to stop, nodding slightly to the fifth elder, his tone gentle and polite. Fifth elder. Seeing him, the fifth elder forced a smile, nodding in return. Young master. His gaze swept over Yun dark attire and slightly hollow aura, and he understood the news from the ancestral hall. This one had probably just come down from the training ground. It seemed the young master's earlier sparring had not left much leeway. However, compared to his grandson's tragic state, the fact that Yun could stand here intact spoke volumes. Yun gaze fell timely on Yun Huang on the stretcher, his brows slightly furrowing, revealing a hint of surprise and seriousness. What happened to my virtuous brother Yun Huang? The fifth elder sighed, waving his hand wearily. Alas, this troublemaker brought it upon himself. Being able to keep his life is already the young master's extraordinary mercy. I dare not disturb the young master further. I will prepare a modest gift another day to apologize in person. After saying this, he signaled for the attendants to carry Yun Huang and hurriedly left. As he brushed past Yun, the latter slightly bowed, his voice devoid of emotion. Young master. Yun nodded lightly, saying nothing more, and continued toward the tranquil mind courtyard. Yun watched him disappear into the depths of the corridor, then raised his eyes to the already darkening sky, his brow furrowed. So late Yun was heading deeper into the Qi Wu Palace. Could it be that he lived in the palace? Did the young master actually allow him such closeness? Jealousy and unwillingness grew like poisonous vines. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He must quickly report what he had seen today to his grandfather. The Yun Summit martial arts competition was approaching, and he had to eliminate this greatest obstacle before then. At the end of the corridor in the shadows, Yun footsteps paused slightly, a cold understanding flickering in his deep-set pupils. Entering the tranquil mind courtyard, he set up a barrier, and his once straight back finally relaxed slowly. In the battle with Yun Huang, although the latter had ultimately held back, the pain and shock caused by the invasion of the radiant divine power into his meridians were still not to be underestimated, far from an ordinary injury. Yun sat cross-legged, operating the Chaos Dao embryo to repair his damaged meridians, his brow slightly furrowing from the pain. In his mind, the various anomalies of today replayed endlessly. Today's events pointed toward Yun, but they did not seem to be the doing of the fifth elder. He recalled the veiled jealousy in Yun Kai's eyes when they brushed past each other. The Yun Summit martial arts competition, Yun murmured to himself. The 12 sons of the Yun clan, rotated every 30 years, were not only a pleasing title, but also related to the distribution of core resources and the inheritance of elder seats. The 12 sons were guaranteed to become the future 12 elders. And the selection of these 12 sons depended on the upcoming Yun Summit martial arts competition, which was the competition to swap positions among the 12 sons of the Yun clan. Usually the 12 sons were succeeded by the heirs of the 12 branches, although occasionally prodigies like Yun would drop in. Was it all for the sake of the martial arts position? To topple him, the acknowledged first among the 12 sons, and vacate the position, naturally would attract envy. But why was the mastermind so confident that their own disciple could fill the gap? Who would choose not to target the 12th, but first? There were still inconsistencies. Knock, knock, knock. A somewhat casual knocking sound interrupted his thoughts. Yun eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Who would come at this hour? Who? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find the second elder Yun Huang standing outside, his hair slightly frosted and a mischievous grin on his face. Oh, young man, I heard you were soundly defeated by our little ancestor. Without any hesitation, he squeezed through the door, shaking a delicate jade box in his hand. Here, old man feels sorry for you and has brought you something good. Yun took the jade box with a hint of helplessness. Your news travels fast, elder. Such trivial matters. Is it really necessary for you to come in person? Trivial matters. The second elder puffed out his cheeks and glared, already sitting at the table and pouring himself a cup of spirit tea. You young man are quite the figure in the clan. Everyone has their eyes on you. It has only been a few days since your return. Those who wish to step on you, those who want to curry favor with you, and those who want to mimic you to please that individual. Oh, it's a chaotic dance, quite lively indeed. He took a sip of tea, his tone laced with a knowing sarcasm. Yun remained silent, opening the jade box brought by the second elder. A fragrant aroma of medicine wafted out, revealing 3 round flawless pills the size of longan, gleaming with a golden luster. Indeed, the celestial level healing elixir. 9 turns returning jade pill. Instinctively activating his heavy pupil, he raised an eyebrow. Inside the pills, several strands of pure and gentle Huangyang energy were intricately coiling, resonating with the violent energy remnants in his body, gradually unlocking the medicinal power in an arcane manner. Clearly, it was tailored to mend the meridians damaged by the Huangyang divine power. This pill was evidently crafted specifically for his current injuries, far beyond the usual handiwork of the second elder watched his dazed expression, chuckling meaningfully as he nodded at the jade box, glancing towards the Qiwu main hall. The implication was unmistakable. Without the little ancestor's approval and indication, this old fellow could hardly have casually stepped into the tranquility courtyard located in the back hall of Qiwu. The intention behind this medicine was self-evident. Yunqing pinched a pill, his fingertips brushing against the warm, smooth surface. Without further hesitation, he directly placed the pill into his mouth. The mild yet powerful pure yang medicinal force instantly unfurled, washing through his meridians like sweet rain. Wherever it passed, the stubborn Huangyang energy was rapidly neutralized and dispersed, and the damaged meridians began to heal at an astonishing rate, far quicker than his own efforts to heal. What astonished him even more was that the pill seemed to incorporate a touch of Yun Huang's comprehension of the Huangyang power, allowing him to feel a vague affinity and understanding towards this ultimate yang force while healing. Feeling the rapid recovery of his meridians within, Yunqing held the jade box, a trace of complexity flashing in his heavy pupils. When he first returned to the clan, merely being near Yun Huang felt like being scorched by fire. It took a long time to barely suppress his hidden injuries. Now, after directly receiving a Huangyang strike, he instead obtained this spiritual medicine. This meticulously prepared miraculous treatment was indeed worlds apart from his earlier experience. The layer of hard ice between them seemed to have melted subtly in an unspoken understanding. Inside the Qiwu Hall, Yun Huang was reviewing a report on the situation in the Central Plains. His pen hesitated slightly as he sensed that the aura in the Tranquility Courtyard was gradually stabilizing, and the divine sense that had been monitoring the courtyard receded like a tide. Yunqing's injuries were fully healed, and his state was even more refined than before his injury. He exchanged a glance with the second elder, confirming that the unsettling feeling of being watched had indeed vanished. Yunqing's mind stirred slightly, unable to resist the urge to ask telepathically, "Second elder, do you know why the Qiwu Palace is planted with clear heart vines? Is it related to that individual?" He paused, not daring to directly utter the words. The Immortal Emperor's Dao heart is flawed. Although the telepathic technique was a unique creation between him and the second elder, due to their compatibility in cultivation, he dared not underestimate the means of a reincarnated Immortal Emperor. Upon hearing this, the second elder's jovial expression dimmed a bit. He extended his index finger, mysteriously pointing to the sky, then waved his hand, dismissively indicating that it was not to be spoken of, if this matter involved heavenly secrets. Inviting a deity is easy, sending one away is difficult. The actions back then were indeed a gamble for our Yun clan. Those old fellows in the clan probably wish for someone to influence the Lord's heart, making him more connected to the Yun clan, preferably leaving behind a bloodline. Yunqing understood and refrained from pursuing this taboo topic. He shifted the topic directly and spoke clearly within the Tranquility Courtyard. "Second elder, how do you view today's matter concerning the Ancestral Hall's soul-stabilizing monument?" The second elder raised an eyebrow, smiling meaningfully. "Bringing this up now? Aren't you afraid of eavesdroppers?" He looked at Yunqing with a knowing expression. Yunqing's expression was calm, his tone resolute. "Qing speaks openly to the young lord, withholding nothing." Oomph. Just as Yunqing finished speaking, a sudden cold snort rang out like ice hail, striking jade clear and penetrating, carrying a chilling aura that could freeze the soul. It was Yun Huang. The meaning behind that cold snort was self-evident. "You two were just speaking privately under my nose, and now you claim to be withholding nothing. Do you think I am deaf and blind? Trusting you would be foolish." Cough, cough, cough. The smile on the second elder's face froze for a moment, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes revealing a trace of panic. He quickly turned around, feigning to gaze at the moonlight outside, but his wide sleeves, accidentally, swept over Yunqing, and his fingertips subtly hooked, displaying an expression of "You made a mess, didn't you?" Yunqing's heart trembled violently, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. Who doesn't know that this young lord has a volatile temper and despises others trying to outsmart him in his presence? Yet amidst their tension, they couldn't help but lament inwardly, "Ancestor, your timing for eavesdropping is too impeccable and audacious." That overwhelming divine sense swept over Yunqing without reservation, as if it aimed to see through him completely. Yunqing reacted swiftly, adjusting his expression to reveal just the right amount of astonishment and helplessness, which quickly transformed into a calm demeanor. He deeply bowed towards the direction of the Qiwu main hall, his voice clear as a spring, replying to the young lord. What was said during the telepathic exchange with the second elder was merely trivial matters regarding injuries, and I would never dare to disturb the young lord's tranquility with such minor issues. However, the matter concerning the Ancestral Hall relates to the stability of the clan. Since I am favored by the young lord, I must set aside personal ties and be honest in my report with no intention of concealment whatsoever, nor would I dare to neglect public matters for private ones, thus disappointing the young lord. His words were impeccably crafted. Previously, he had telepathically expressed a desire not to disturb with personal matters. Now his report was framed as stemming from public duty and loyalty, entirely avoiding any semblance of personal motives. The tranquility courtyard fell into silence. Only the sound of the night wind rustling through the bamboo leaves could be heard. The oppressive aura from the main hall eased slightly, but lingered around Qing, indicating that Yun Huang was still listening. Seeing this, the second elder quickly tried to ease the tension, mumbling, all right, the little ancestor is listening, so speak your mind quickly. Cough, cough, get to the point." His seemingly crude words actually provided an opportunity for both brothers to step down. Qing took the hint without further delay, raising a jade slip of translucent white. With a subtle flick of his spiritual energy, the phantom image of the soul-stealing steel materialized upon the slip, a faint hairline crack clearly visible on its surface. Today, when I accompanied the young lord to the ancestral hall, I discovered a 3-inch-long dark fissure on the northwest side of the stele, deliberately concealed by some insidious arcane method. Otherwise, with the spiritual power of Yun Huang and his ilk, they could never have damaged the soul-stealing steel. Had I not examined it closely with my double-pupiled sight, I would have been deceived. With a point of his finger, a wisp of gray-black spiritual imprint materialized beside the phantom. This is the residual spiritual trace left at the scene, mixed with a peculiar chilling aura bearing some resemblance to the spiritual power of the 12th elder's lineage. I suspect this matter is no mere petty squabble between the main and collateral branches. The aim may be to sow discord between the young lord and myself with deeper intentions, yet to be verified. However, damaging the soul-stealing steel and disturbing the ancestral hall is a heinous act. I beseech the young lord's permission to thoroughly investigate this matter, to root out the mastermind behind it, and to rectify the clan's discipline. He did not directly accuse any elder, merely presenting evidence and stating the facts. If someone was deliberately using Yun Huang to eliminate him, then who would benefit most from it? Before Yun Huang could respond, Qing raised his head, his eyes gazing earnestly into the void, carrying a perfectly measured confusion and a dependent plea for guidance. But I am young and inexperienced, of little consequence, and many intricacies elude me. Might the young lord spare a moment to illuminate my path and dispel the clouds? Yun Huang's divine sense observed Qing's submissive, dependent demeanor as if he were genuinely seeking instruction, and 4 words flashed through his mind: fawning and ingratiating. Putting on such an act again. Yun Huang was exasperated, initially intending to ignore him, but seeing Qing's tall, respectfully bowed figure, he finally deigned to speak, coldly uttering 3 words: the Ascension Canon. Qing's mind raced, and he instantly understood. Does the young lord mean this matter is connected to the Ascension Canon and the 12th elder's lineage's urgent need to secure their seat in the Cloud Summit tournament? He turned to the second elder, seeking confirmation. The 12th elder's lineage has indeed lacked prominent talents in recent generations. Their younger members have consecutively failed at the Cloud Summit tournament. If after this rotation no one can claim a place among the 12 young lords, second elder, according to clan law, will the Ascension Canon be invoked? The second elder stroked his goatee and interjected leisurely, indeed. Once the Ascension Canon, the main branch succession battle, is initiated, it will be like wolves surrounding their prey. Many well-prepared, powerful collateral branches will launch their challenges. If the defense fails, the main and collateral roles will reverse, resources will be slashed by 70% in the 12th elder's lineage. Risks decline. So the root cause lay in the imminent Cloud Summit tournament. The 12th elder's lineage had to ensure Yun Qi succeeded in claiming the position of the 12th young lord. Though Yun Kai's soul-devouring physique was a rare heaven-grade constitution, it was unfortunately pitted against Yun Qing's Chaos Dao embryo. The soul-devouring physique was overbearing but lacked purity, and even more so the profound mystery of chaos' ability to evolve all things. It was merely a lower-grade spiritual physique compared to the Chaos Dao embryo. Thus, the top-tier resources required for their cultivation, such as Chaos Primordial Qi and Primordial Stone Marrow, were naturally prioritized for the Chaos Dao embryo, with Yun Qi receiving only the inferior leftovers. Therefore, if I lose my standing. Qing stood with his hands behind his back, his tone carrying a hint of cold mockery. The resource competition between Yun Qi and myself is an open secret. However, even if the clan were to break precedent and funnel all the best resources to Yun Qi, given his foundation, his chances of breaking through his bottleneck before the rotation and defeating other prodigies at the Cloud Summit tournament remain slim. Scraping into the lowest seat would be a miracle for him. The second elder did not mince words, unlike Yun Qing's tactful approach. What is that old fox of the 12th elder really plotting? Suddenly, the second elder's words trailed off as a thought struck him. With a cryptic air, he said, "Wait, I recall that old fellow has long studied those lost ancient texts and has a keen interest in some sinister forbidden arts from antiquity involving foundation theft and cauldron exchange." Yun Qing's gaze sharpened instantly. All the clues converged in that moment. No wonder the first step was to sow discord between him and Yun Huang. If he were accidentally spurned by the young heir, or even punished to the point of damaging his Dao embryo, then the 12th elder, under the pretext of preserving the clan's chaos prodigy and compensating for the loss, could act first and report later, using forbidden heretical arts to attempt to strip and transfer his Dao embryo's essence, forcibly implanting it into Yun Qi. Even if it only created a pseudo-chaos Dao embryo with an unstable foundation and limited potential, it would be enough to skyrocket Yun Kai's power, allowing him to shine in the Cloud Summit tournament and secure their lineage's status. By then the deed would be done. With Yun Huang having spurned him first, and the newly created pseudo-constitution in place, the clan, for the sake of overall stability, would likely tacitly accept the situation and redirect their resources to nurturing Yun Qi. A masterful scheme of using a borrowed knife to kill and substituting one thing for another. It would eliminate him the greatest obstacle while seizing his Dao foundation to pave a golden path for the elder's own grandson. Yun Qing stood with his hands behind his back, his aura no longer restrained, suddenly becoming piercingly. His dark martial attire accentuated his form like a solitary peak, as if a long-dormant spear had abruptly been drawn, its cold gleam startling even Yun Huang, who was hidden in the shadows for a fleeting moment. A soul-devouring physique. A chaos Dao embryo. Yun Huang's clear, cold voice echoed once more, carrying a hint of amusement, as if savoring the terms. Both are excellent nourishment and vessels. These words struck Yun Qing's mind like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Though he had been alarmed by the 12th elder's scheming, he had been confident in handling it. But words from Yun Huang, an Immortal Emperor reincarnate, were not to be taken lightly. A chill ran down his spine. If the Chaos Dao embryo is also useful to an Immortal Emperor reincarnate, was the 12th elder's initial plan to split me with Yun Huang? The second elder's expression also shifted, his eyes growing more solemn. The implications behind the word vessel were enough to chill any informed party to the bone. Yun Qing forcibly suppressed his palpitations, lowering his gaze, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible hoarseness. "I am terrified. I know only to serve the young lord and protect the Yun clan. This body and this life are at the disposal of the young lord and the clan. I dare not be disloyal." His words were both a vow of loyalty and an implicit plea that he was far more valuable alive than as a vessel, and begging not to be coveted. Remember your words today." Yun Huang's voice was unreadable, but the overwhelming pressure that had locked onto the tranquil heart courtyard dissipated as silently as it had arrived. Clearly he had tentatively accepted the statement. Only after confirming that Yun Huang's divine sense had completely withdrawn did the second elder still shake and pat his chest and give Yun Qing a thumbs up, no longer daring to use telepathy. Yun Qing forced a bitter smile, his back drenched in cold sweat, the muscles beneath his dark robes tensing. Dealing with Yun Huang was truly like walking a tightrope over an endless abyss, every conversation laced with hidden daggers where a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Within the tranquil heart courtyard, Yun Qing discussed further details with the second elder, who provided him with a list of the 12th elder's trusted confidants before yawning, swaying, and taking his leave. After seeing the second elder off, Yun Qing sat alone on the couch meditating. As he focused his senses inward, he suddenly detected a strand of spiritual energy marked with a unique, blazing yang imprint, like a spider's thread faintly lingering near his dantian. This was not the result of an injury, but rather a marker, a silent declaration. "I am watching you." Yun Qing's spine stiffened instantly, as if gripped by an invisible hand, only gradually relaxing after a long moment. He looked up toward the direction of the Chuwu Hall's main chamber. Moonlight outlined his tall figure, his double pupils unfathomably deep in the night. Yun Qing closed his eyes. The various forces were like crisscrossing chess threads, and he himself was both the player and the most dangerous piece on the board. He murmured to himself, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips like moonlight reflecting off snow. "Gentlemen, you wish to make me a pawn, a cauldron, a stepping stone. Then let us see who among us can hold the peace and claim the throne." Inside the Chiwu Hall, Yun Huang reclined lazily by the dark jade desk, idly caressing a jade slip. His expression seemed careless, yet deep within his eyes lurked a cold, mocking amusement. Strip the origin to forge a false body. Those 12 elders' petty tricks dare to covet the chaos embryo. He let out a derisive laugh. A phantom image emerged on the jade slip, showing Yun Qing standing with his hands behind his back, his expression cold and sharp. "A waste of a divine treasure," Yun Huang commented indifferently. "They merely grasped the form, failing to inherit the essence. They had no idea of the true value of the chaos embryo." Such a constitution was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, even in the ancient desolate era considered the most perfect Dao foundation between heaven and earth. The chaos embryo's nature of encompassing the world and evolving all things made it an unparalleled treasure for powerful beings needing to reshape their foundations, integrate myriad laws, and pursue higher levels of transcendence. Even for him, a reincarnated immortal emperor, its benefits were immeasurable. Yun Huang tapped his fingertip lightly, and Yun Qing's phantom instantly transformed into a wisp of chaotic spiritual energy swirling in his palm. If I were to take his foundation and exchange his cauldron? The thought flickered through his mind, only to be replaced by a more complex emotion. Like orchids and jade trees, I wish them to grow in my courtyard, he recited slowly, his clear voice echoing. Since this rare celestial seedling had already taken root in his courtyard and grown so pleasingly to his heart, why rush to commit an act of desecration? To nurture it well, let it flourish into its own scenery. Would that not be delightful? Yun Huang's gaze pierced through layers of halls, landing on the tall, graceful figure in Jingxing courtyard. A dangerous smile curled at his lips. Never mind, this makes it more amusing to toy with. No wonder he couldn't help but show him more leniency. Such astonishing talent paired with that compliant, yet cunning sharp-edged personality was indeed quite intriguing. He had intended to fully reveal the secret of the chaos embryo today, to give his ever-brash elder brother a good scare. But with the second elder present, such a grave matter was best kept from outsiders. In the darkness, Yun Huang's lips curved slightly, the smile lending his handsome face a sinister, inscrutable quality. He'll find another opportunity to discuss it in detail with him another day. Still, watching Yun Qing maneuver with ease among the various forces was far more entertaining. As for the others, his divine sense spread like an intangible tide, slowly sweeping across the entire Yun clan with a detached scrutiny. The chessboard was set, the pieces in motion. As the one who held the pieces, he need only watch the changes unfold occasionally, dropping a piece to stir the wind and thunder. This grand game of the heavens has only just begun. As the night deepened, an oppressive sorrow filled Yun Hao's courtyard. Yun Hao's crippling had torn away the backbone of his branch family. His parents wailed around their unconscious son, venting their resentment on the fifth elder and Yun Rui. How could you be so cruel? Hao is your own flesh and blood. Yun Hao's mother sobbed, her eyes venomous. Did you just stand by and watch Yun Huang strike him down so mercilessly? My Hao, he's just a child. What did he do wrong? Yun Hao's father chimed in. Yes, father, since when is it right to favor outsiders over your own descendants? If it weren't for your partiality, giving all the top resources to that bastard child Yun Rui with no regard for us, how could Hao have grown discontent, taken such a reckless risk, and ended up like this, eh? How else would I still be stuck at the mere unity realm? Clearly that last line was probably his true sentiment. The fifth elder Yun Jun wore a face full of exhaustion, unwilling to bother with these worthless offspring. He recalled the cold cruelty hidden in Yun Huang's eyes at Chiwu Hall today, and Yun Kai's seemingly pleading, yet truly provoking words. A storm was brewing. He might be mediocre, but he was no fool. This water ran too deep, he and his branch could no longer wade in it. He must never let Yun Rui be implicated. She was the true fortune of their lineage. A flicker of insight and resolve passed through the fifth elder's cloudy old eyes. He slammed the table, his aura as a top expert instantly silencing his weeping son and daughter-in-law. Shut up. Do you really think I'm so senile that I don't know about the dirty dealings you've been having behind my back with the 12th elder? If it weren't for a shred of my remaining dignity and the young lord only punishing Hao, do you think our branch would still be safe? His voice was heavy and stern. Back then I was left to die in the wilderness, gravely wounded. If little Rui hadn't saved me and used her own fortune to extend my life, I would have long since turned to dust, and you wouldn't have enjoyed such wealth and honor for so long. Father. Before they could retort, the fifth elder's sharp gaze swept over his still obtuse son and resentful daughter-in-law. He declared decisively, in our Yun clan the capable rise to power. Hao's heart was wicked and his skills inferior. I saved his life by risking my old face. That is the full extent of my blood bond duty. Tomorrow your branch, along with all the servants and stewards involved in this affair, will pack your things and get out to Desolate City to reflect on your mistakes. You are never to return without my order. Yun Hao's parents were stunned by the fifth elder's sudden thunderous fury and merciless decree. The father they remembered had always been gentle, kind, even somewhat indecisive. When had he ever shown such ruthless resolve? Steward Jia, who had barely survived Yun Qing's hands, was utterly devastated upon receiving the order to be exiled to Desolate City, but that is a tale for another time. Within the barrier of the 12th elder's cave dwelling, Yun Shi reported the events at Chiwu Hall with a grim expression. Grandfather Yun Qing went to the law enforcement hall and met with the second elder. The young lord doesn't seem inclined to pursue the matter of the ancestral hall further either. Damn it, how could he just let Yun Qing off so easily? The 12th elder's face was gaunt and sinister, his fingers stroking a pitch-black bone talisman. His voice rasped, "Humph, that brat Yun Qing. I've underestimated his skill at winning people over. Then what do we do next?" The eagerness and greed in Yun Kai's eyes were almost overflowing. "My soul-devouring body has hit a bottleneck if I can't obtain pure chaos origins soon." "What's the rush?" the 12th elder snapped coldly. "Yun Qing's fortune is at its peak, and the young lord seems to favor him. A heating clash is not the best strategy. Failing to achieve our goal at the ancestral hall has already alerted the enemy." Hearing this, Yun Qi asked with lingering fear, "Grandfather, has the young lord sensed something?" Today was clearly a warning. The 12th elder's eyes held a calculating glint as he said dismissively, "Yun Huang's thoughts are unfathomable, but since he hasn't acted immediately, there's still room for maneuver. Those in power govern like raising venomous insects. They always enjoy seeing their underlings fight to curry favor. Survival of the fittest. We must seize the chaos embryo before he truly takes Yun Qing into his confidence." Ambition and unease flickered in Yun Kai's eyes. "But grandfather, why must we rely on Yun Huang? If we could obtain the complete chaos embryo and refine it according to the method recorded on this bone talisman, we might not necessarily." Silence. The 12th elder barked sharply, his expression filled with terror. "Never speak of this again. This matter must never be mentioned." The 12th elder barked sharply, his face twisted with fear. The next day, the first light of dawn pierced through the clouds. Yun Qing slowly withdrew his energy, the swirling chaos around him converging into his qi sea, like rivers flowing back to the ocean. After a night of adjustment, not only had his injuries fully healed, but the insights gained from his spar with Yun Huang were completely digested, further refining his mastery of chaos energy. Only the divine power mark belonging to Yun Huang still quietly lingered deep within his qi sea, reminding him of the delicacy of his current situation. Dressed in dark robes with his black hair secured by a jade crown, Yun Qing exuded a restrained and calm aura as he arrived punctually outside the Kaiwood Hall. The morning light fell upon his profile, adding a touch of elegance. The hall doors opened silently, and Yun Huang stepped out. Today he wore a rarely seen dark, embroidered golden robe, further enhancing his imposing presence. He cast a glance at the bowing Yun Qing, his golden eyes lingering for a moment, and said lightly, "Come walk with me." "Yes," Yun Qing replied, bowing slightly, his steps steady as he walked half a step behind, quietly following Yun Huang. The two dark figures, one in front and one behind, walked through the layered palace corridors. Wherever they passed, the patrolling Yun Shao guards knelt in unison, the sound of their armor clashing solemn and resonant. From a distance, the family disciples who caught a glimpse of them held their breath, bowing respectfully to the edges of the path, only daring to look up quietly once the two figures had moved far away, their eyes filled with awe and uncontainable curiosity. The two subtly related brothers walking side by side was a rare sight in the Yun clan. Yun Huang's steps eventually stopped outside the ancestral hall in front of the damaged soul-stabilizing steel. Following the urgent handling by the Zhilu Hall, the shattered remains of the spirit jade had been cleared, but the grotesque crack on the main body of the steel was still striking with the fierce and ominous energy, not completely quelled, intertwining and lingering deep within, making this ancient steely, which should have been radiant, appear dim and fragile. Yun Huang stood silently before the steely, his gaze fixated on the crack, the displeasure from yesterday seemingly resurfacing, his aura slightly heavy. Although he did not speak, the invisible low pressure made several kneeling attendants guarding from afar tremble, their sweat soaking through their heavy garments. Yun Qing understood, although this ancestor claimed not to pursue the matter, seeing the unsightly crack with his own eyes would understandably affect his mood. Yun Hao had already been severely punished, justly so, but as Yun Shua's older brother, he could not remain completely indifferent. His past experiences in the workplace had taught him that when a leader says it's nothing, it doesn't truly mean there is no issue. Perhaps it was a test of his perception. He still needed to console him. Stepping forward, he cupped his hands and said, "Young master, this steel has been damaged. Although the surface has been cleared, the crack remains, and the fierce energy is not yet subdued. It is, after all, unsightly. I am willing to attempt repairs to comfort the spirits within the steely, as well as fulfill the young master's intentions." Yun Huang turned his gaze to him, somewhat surprised. "You can repair it." The material of the soul-stabilizing steel is unique, made from ancient chaotic stones passed down from ancient times with inscriptions that are complex and ancient, making it difficult for ordinary means to touch the essence. He had originally planned to call a few master craftsmen from the clan over immediately. "I will do my utmost to try." Yun Qing did not boast, but judging by his calm and assured demeanor, it was clear he had great confidence. "Agreed. If you can't repair it, then go and receive your punishment." Yun Huang waved his sleeve, unreasonably stating. Even though Yun Qing had a plan in mind, upon hearing this, his steps faltered slightly. He almost forgot that he was still marked with 10 whips. This ancestor truly never forgot old grievances. He turned his back to Yun Huang and discreetly twitched his lips. As he approached the steely, his heavy pupils opened, and he extended his right hand palm, facing up a strand of pure chaos energy materializing from his palm. This strand of chaos energy seemed to contain the primordial secrets of all life, contrasting sharply with the annihilating dominance he exhibited during battles. He controlled this strand of chaos energy and precisely infused it into the crack of the steel. Wherever the chaos energy flowed, the fierce energy melted away like residual snow meeting the sun, and the ominous force was directly consumed and eliminated. What was even more astonishing was that the chaos energy began to mimic and evolve into a spirit that shared the same origin as the steely, the gray mist flowing like living threads, intricately repairing every minute damage, and the ancient inscriptions were redrawn. This was not a simple bonding or filling, but a reproductive evolution from the energy to the material level. The kneeling attendants around looked on in astonishment, their reverence for this young noble deepening. Before long, the cracks completely vanished, and the soul-stabilizing steel was restored to its original state, radiating a warm and restrained brilliance, its aura even more magnificent and profound than before the damage. Yun Huang gazed at the steely now intact, and the trace of displeasure between his brows finally dissipated. He looked at Yun Qing, his golden eyes revealing surprise and admiration. Chaos evolution replenishing the source. Your application of the Chaos Dao embryo has become increasingly exquisite. It is all thanks to the young master's guidance yesterday that I was able to gain some insights. To ease the young master's worries is the least I can do to repay your teachings. My heart is already satisfied. The soul-stabilizing steel was restored to its original state, shining brilliantly. Yun Huang shifted his gaze from the steel to the depths of the ancestral hall. His expression, the soul-stabilizing steel was restored to its original state, shining brilliantly. Yun Huang shifted his gaze from the steel to the depths of the ancestral hall, his expression becoming somewhat distant. Beneath this steel lies a unique spirit vein that connects to the core of the ancestral hall's forbidden. Yun Huang suddenly spoke, his voice infused with an inexplicable ethereal quality. There is the place where I, the young master, descended into this realm, where my primordial spirit and physical body completely merged into one. His tone was calm, yet Yun Qing's mind instantly conjured the celestial phenomena described in the plot. At that time, celestial essence entered the realm, triggering the radiant fall of the 9 heavens. Brilliant sun, the molten fire of the earth surged, and in a span of 3 days the land was ablaze with unending light resonating with the laws. Yun Qing's body stiffened slightly, a momentary fluctuation in his aura. He immediately lowered his gaze, and when he raised it again, his expression had transformed into one of astonishment and realization, as if hearing such astonishing secrets for the first time. He widened his eyes slightly, his gaze flitting between the soul-stabilizing steel and Yun Huang, cautiously choosing his words. So, this steel is actually connected to the chi pulse of the place where the young master was born. No wonder it contains such mysteries. Little did he know that he and the young master shared such a fate. Could it be that the young master also descended into this world using the power of the soul-tracking secret ritual? What kind of magnificent scene was the young master's previous world? The reincarnation of celestial essence and the physical manifestation of the forbidden ground. This was the top secret of the Yun clan, and it was not something he should be privy to. Therefore, he deliberately steered the conversation toward the relatively safe known concept of the soul-tracking secret ritual, avoiding the core taboo of celestial essence reincarnation, while also trying to get closer to him. Yun Huang turned his gaze, the pale golden eyes resting on his face that was filled with just the right amount of surprise, calm and undisturbed, yet seemingly able to see through all facades. That gaze lingered on him for several breaths, the air around them growing thick. Yun Qing's fingertips within his sleeves unconsciously curled slightly. Ultimately, Yun Huang merely withdrew his gaze, looking once more into the depths of the ancestral hall, leaving his thoughts unexpressed. This silence was far more disconcerting to Yun Qing than direct inquiries. Yun Huang's insight was too keen. While his performance might deceive for a moment, it could not forever veil the truth. The sword hanging above him was an unknown weight poised to fall at any moment. Yun Qing was well aware that the deep secrets he had glimpsed regarding the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor would inevitably trigger a catastrophic storm once Yun Huang became aware of them. What was the world like in your past life? Yun Huang did not answer Yun Qing's question, but instead lightly tossed. Though it appeared to be casual conversation, Yun Huang could ignore his question, yet Yun Qing could not refrain from responding. Yun Qing sighed in resignation. The second elder was indeed correct. He was truly a living ancestor. After pondering for a moment with a tone tinged with both relief and nostalgia, he slowly said, in my past life. Life between heaven and earth was but a fleeting moment, gone in an instant. In my previous existence, I was merely a common mortal among the many living a life of no more than 100 years, struggling daily for survival. What I saw of the world was but a small corner, and the matters I experienced were nothing more than the trivialities of daily life. Compared to this world of boundless paths where cultivators could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, it was truly a vast difference, utterly incomparable. Yun Huang listened quietly, his expression devoid of disturbance, though his golden eyes seemed capable of penetrating flesh to gaze into the depths of Yunqing's soul. After a moment, he lightly said, "With such opportunities one must seize them well." "I shall remember." Yunqing bowed his head, his demeanor respectful. The soul stabilization monument was fully restored, its radiance even more brilliant than before. Yun Huang gazed at it for a moment, said nothing further, and turned to leave, saying, "Return to the hall." "Yes." Two figures in dark robes entered the Kawizu hall, one after another, the luminous pearls casting a clear glow that made the spacious hall even more solemn and dignified. As soon as he entered, Yunqing sensed an additional presence within the hall. He saw a young man clad in the dark armor of the Yun Shaowei, whose figure bore a 6 or 7 points resemblance to his own, yet whose features appeared more delicately handsome, standing respectfully in the shadows of the hall's columns like a coiled serpent. It was none other than the direct descendant of the 12th elder Yun Qi. A hint of surprise flickered across Yunqing's eyes. How could this person enter the Yun Shaowei and be assigned to serve in the Kawizu hall? The reach of the 12th elder was indeed further than he had anticipated. Seeing Yun Huang return, Yun Qi immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his movements precise and swift. "Yun Qi pays respects to the young lord. By the family's orders, I am to join the Yun Shaowei starting today, and have come to report to the young lord, awaiting your orders." His words were clear, his posture respectful, subtly mirroring Yunqing's usual demeanor. Yun Huang did not stop his steps, seemingly oblivious to him, walking directly toward the main seat, merely uttering a faint hum as a response. Yunqing walked past with calm footsteps, subtly stepping aside to avoid the range of Yun Kai's, kneeling, merely giving him a slight nod as a gesture of kinship. He then stopped at his familiar position beside Yun Huang's throne, bowing his head slightly, his demeanor respectful yet natural. Yun Kai's eyes twitched imperceptibly, quickly suppressing the surging jealousy within, adjusting his expression. He respectfully presented a radiant jade slip with both hands, his voice growing increasingly humble. "Young lord, on the command of the commander, I present this quarter's patrol summary of the Yun family domains for your review." Yun Huang did not raise his eyes, casually lifting his hand to gesture for Yun Qi to present it. With a firm resolve, Yun Qi stepped forward, bowing as he carefully offered the jade slip beside Yun Huang's hand. Once Yun Huang took it, he did not retreat to the lower hall as usual, but instead moved slightly naturally, standing at the lower position on the opposite side of Yun Huang's throne, much like Yunqing. For a time, in front of the dark jade throne, Yunqing and Yun Qi stood oppositely, forming a left and right standoff. Yun Huang's gaze lingered on him for a moment before lowering to the jade slip in his hand, remaining noncommittal. He neither expressed satisfaction nor commanded dismissal, as if tacitly acknowledging this subtle dynamic. Yun Qi lowered his gaze, his heart brimming with joy. Grandfather was indeed clever. Those in higher positions did not require uniqueness, but rather tools that could be chosen and balanced. As long as he could demonstrate sufficient value to replace Yunqing, he would be the next prodigy of the Yun family. The Kawizu hall fell into a profound silence, with only the soft sound of Yun Huang flipping through the jade slip and the flowing brilliance of the luminous pearls. No one spoke, and Yun Qi also lowered his eyes, attempting to blend into the background of the hall. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Yunqing standing silently across the way. This young master seemed to be observing the tip of his nose, the nose observing his heart, with long eyelashes lowered, concealing the profound depths of his twin pupils. The entire demeanor was unusually gentle and obedient, a stark contrast to the sharp and striking image he had displayed outside the ancestral hall yesterday. This Yunqing is actually putting on a show of being mild and gentle before the young lord. Even such a prodigy must lower himself. No wonder grandfather was so wary. It seems the young lord's identity and strength are far more terrifying than the rumors suggest. His thoughts whirled rapidly, deepening his speculation and wariness toward Yun Huang. After lingering in this suffocating silence for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Yun Qi felt increasingly uneasy, as if that invisible pressure was about to crush him. He took a deep breath, just about to find an opportunity to speak and assert his presence, hoping to break the silence that was disadvantageous to him. At that moment, just as his lips began to move, Yunqing moved. He did not look at Yun Qi, but stepped forward half a step naturally and skillfully, picking up the spirit jade teacup from Yun Huang's table. With a subtle release of spiritual energy from his fingertips, the teacup instantly rose, releasing wisps of white mist, the temperature precisely controlled to be just right for sipping. He gently placed the cup back beside Yun Huang, the entire process flowing effortlessly, imbued with an indescribable intimacy and rapport. "Young lord, the morning dew is chilly. Please drink some warm tea to warm your body." His gentle words carried just the right amount of concern. Yun Huang's hand, which was writing, paused slightly as he lifted his gaze to glance at Yunqing. His pale golden eyes were deep and inscrutable, revealing no signs of approval or disapproval, yet he did not stop him. Rather, he casually picked up the cup of perfectly warm tea and took a small sip. Only then did Yunqing seem to have just noticed Yun Kai's presence, turning his head slightly, a smile that appeared gentle, yet was inherently aloof, curving at the corners of his lips. "Cousin Yunqi, you have worked hard on duty. Would you like a cup as well?" Surely the young lord is generous enough not to begrudge a cup of spirit tea in the hall. What does he mean by that? Just a mere servant, how could he consider himself as the master of the Kawizu Hall? Yun Kai's anger surged, yet he forced a stiff smile onto his face, attempting to maintain his composure, and subtly stepped on Yunqing's foot. "Thank you, young master, for your kindness. However, this tea is reserved for the young lord. Its spiritual energy is extraordinary, and with my lowly status, how could I dare to drink it?" Yun Huang continued to lower his gaze at the jade slip in his hand, seemingly oblivious to the exchange between the two. Yet if one looked closely, they would see the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his lips, quickly vanishing. "Enough." Yun Huang set down his teacup, his voice flat, as he interrupted, his gaze returning to the scrolls. "If there is nothing else, you may withdraw." This was directed at Yunqi. All the arguments Yunqi had prepared were choked back, yet he dared not show the slightest discontent. He could only bow deeply, concealing the gloom in his eyes, and said resentfully, "Yes, Qi shall take his leave." Just as he turned and was about to step out of the hall, cough. A suppressed cough betraying a hint of weakness came from behind him. Yun Kai's steps abruptly halted. It took immense willpower to restrain the instinct to turn around. His sharp senses detected that the aura behind him, which had been as perfectly contained and profound as a deep, still sea, was now rippling with undisguised disturbance, like a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. This was clearly a sign of unstable internal energy, forcibly suppressing an injury. He's been putting on a brave front. Yun Kai's heart shook violently, a mix of ecstasy and cold calculation intertwining within him. Of course, Yun Hao has been crippled, and Yun Shuo is the source of the conflict. How could the young lord not vent his anger on him, the elder brother? His earlier eagerness to target me, deliberately provoking me to earn the young lord's rebuke, was surely because he feared I would linger and see through his weakness. His injuries are definitely severe. This discovery nearly made him lose his respectful composure. The hall doors closed silently behind Yunqi. Inside the hall, only Yun Huang and Yunqing remained. Watching Yun Kai's retreating figure, Yunqing's expression was calm, showing none of the weakness Yunqi had imagined. His breath was steady, his double pupils deep and unfathomable. The perfectly timed cough from moments ago seemed like a mere illusion. The faction of the 12th elder was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Without a solid chain of evidence, the clan would never take drastic action against a powerful elder and his legitimate grandson based on an unfulfilled conspiracy. Since that was the case, rather than passively waiting for the opponent to make a move, it was better to actively turn their scheme against them and lure the snake out of its hole. The first step was to show weakness to the enemy. He wanted Yunqi to be convinced that he was severely injured and his strength diminished, letting that greed and eagerness swell. Yunqing tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the reincarnated Immortal Emperor, who sat high upon the jade throne, seemingly forever immersed in the vast clan affairs. Suddenly, Yun Huang lifted his gaze. Yunqing unexpectedly met those golden eyes that saw through everything, and his body stiffened slightly, with guilt intimidated by the invisible pressure. Cough. Cough, cough. He immediately cleared his throat in a feigned cough, quickly plastering an exaggeratedly fawning smile on his face. He stepped forward and with practiced ease picked up the jade pot to refill Yun Huang's nearly empty cup with steaming spiritual tea. "The spring wind carries ailments. See, I've started coughing myself. Young lord, do drink more hot tea to warm your spiritual meridians and ward off the chill." His double pupils stared at Yun Huang, eagerly filled with attentiveness and guilt. Seeing that Yun Huang's expression remained unchanged, his golden pupils deep and unreadable, Yunqing seamlessly adapted his tone, becoming even more sincere. "The young lord labors over clan affairs. Shall Qing massage your shoulders?" He paused, then added tentatively, "Or massage your legs." Yun Huang finally looked up, giving him a speechless glance, as if to say, "Only today do I realize you are such a drama queen." A flicker of helplessness passed through his golden pupils. In the end, he said nothing, merely lowering his eyelids to focus on the jade slip in his hand, tacitly accepting this noisy display of concern. Yunqing felt a slight relief knowing he had passed this test. Tacit acceptance was itself a silent indulgence, and he could now act with a freer hand. When Yun Huang finally finished the last jade slip and rose to walk toward the inner chamber, Yunqing seemed to suddenly remember something, addressing the dark-clad figure with a respectful and gentle tone. "Young Lord Qing has a matter to report." Yun Huang did not stop walking, only replying with a single indifferent word, speak. According to clan rules, any member listed among the 12 young masters must take turns teaching at the clan academy to pass on the legacy and inspire the juniors. Qing, unworthy as I am, is honored to be among them. I have already accepted an assignment from the second elder. Today at the hour of the goat, I am to teach at the Sun Radiance Court. Yun Qing's words were measured and unhurried, his reasoning sound. Yun Huang finally stopped and turned. His pale golden eyes fell upon Yun Qing. His brow slightly furrowed, the air around them suddenly growing heavy. Oh, asking for leave again. His tone was flat, but carried an ominous undercurrent. I granted you rest yesterday, and today you have another official duty. Did he truly think this attendant position was a reward, not a punishment? Yun Qing immediately bowed, his posture even more sincere, his tone even carrying a hint of allure. Qing would never dare to be remiss in his attendant duties. However, he shifted his tone subtly, lifting his eyes, a flicker of clever cunning in his double pupils, his voice dropping slightly. The little ones at the clan academy have heard of the young lord's majestic prestige and admire you as one gazes at the sun and moon, their hearts yearning. If the young lord happens to have leisure today and would deign to grace the academy with his presence even for but a moment, it would be their supreme honor and inspiration, its effect far surpassing 100 or 1,000 days of my empty lectures here. I wonder if the young lord would condescend to accompany Qing for a visit. His eyes curved in a smile, as if it were merely an ordinary invitation for a stroll. Yun Huang stared at him for a long moment, weighing the sincerity and calculation within. After a long pause, just as Yun Qing thought he would refuse with silence, Yun Huang gave a slight nod and said in his still unreadable tone, "Lead the way." Yes. A glint of triumph flashed in Yun Qing's eyes as he made a gesture of invitation. Young lord, this way. The moment his eyes lowered, his thick lashes perfectly masked the cold gleam that flickered deep within his double pupils. You wish to use me as a stepping stone to take my place. Then watch closely. On this chessboard before this immortal emperor whose thoughts are as deep as the sea and who commands all, what a fine drama shall unfold. Within the hall the light of the luminous pearls swirled, casting their glow upon the young man in black robes, with ink-black hair, standing still as an abyss. Outside the hall a figure in dark armor stood like a sculpture by the door. It was Yun Qi. Seeing Yun Huang and Yun Qing emerge together, seemingly heading elsewhere, a sharp light gleamed in Yun Kai's eyes. He immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with utmost deference. May I ask where the young lord intends to go? Qi will prepare the immortal carriage and lead a squad to escort you to ensure no disturbance mars your journey. His reasoning was impeccable, hard to refuse. Yun Qing's heart stirred. Bait taken. He looked at Yun Huang, awaiting his decision. Yun Huang's gaze lingered on Yun Qi for a brief moment, noncommittal. Granted. Thus the journey to the clan academy became a party of three. Yun Huang walked at the front with unhurried steps, Yun Qing half a step behind with a calm expression, while Yun Qi and a squad of elite Yunxiao guards followed further back, their spiritual senses covertly locking onto Yun Qing, missing no flaw. The Yun clan academy was located in a secluded valley where spiritual veins converged within the clan's mountain territory, divided into 4 courts: sun, moon, star, and constellation. As they reached the valley entrance, the sounds of reading and the clear ring of swords drifted up from below, a scene of thriving vitality. The group landed on the white jade immortal platform. The moment Yun Huang's figure appeared, the entire Sun Radiance Court fell into utter silence, as if shrouded by an invisible law. All the young disciples, whether practicing forms, sparring, or reciting ancient texts, froze in place, their gazes converging on that black-robed figure embroidered with gold. Shock, reverence, fervor, disbelief. A myriad of emotions flickered and intertwined. The young patriarch, Yun Huang. He had come to the academy in person. The teaching elder of the clan academy rushed out of the lecture hall, nearly stumbling as he bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. Unaware of young Lord Yun's arrival, I failed to greet you at the gate. Please forgive this grave oversight. Yun Huang merely gestured dismissively with a faint wave of his hand, then strode directly to the prime seat, swiftly cleared and positioned at the optimal vantage point before the immortal platform, and settled there with serene composure. He closed his eyes, exuding an aura of noble aloofness, seemingly indifferent to the lesson about to unfold. Yun Qing stepped forward onto the dais, his black robes flowing like ink, his dark hair cascading like midnight silk, his bearing as solitary and unshakable as a pine rooted upon a precipice. Before him sat countless gazes, curious, reverent, scrutinizing, and even secretly envious. Yet his expression remained calm and unruffled as he began today's lecture on fundamental spiritual energy circulation and subtle combat control. His voice rang clear and pure like a mountain spring dancing over smooth stones. He distilled abstruse principles of spiritual energy into lucid, accessible insights. Occasionally, he descended from the dais to demonstrate techniques in person, each movement fluid as drifting clouds, precise as a master calligrapher's brushstroke, elegant as wind through bamboo. The young disciples watched breathless and entranced, their hearts swelling with yearning, their very breathing softening in awe. The essence of spiritual energy circulation lies in this axiom: intent moves qi, qi moves force. It is mastery of guidance and control, not brute force coercion, that defines true cultivation. His gaze swept across the assembly, then paused upon a younger disciple of secondary lineage, visibly flustered by Yun Huang's presence. A gentle, sun-warmed smile curved his lips. For instance, you step forward. Cultivate the basic qi induction formula, then strike me with your strongest technique. The youth jolted in alarm, gathered his spiritual energy, and thrust forth a trembling fist. His stance was crooked, his spiritual energy scattered like dust in a gale. Yun Qing neither evaded nor activated his own spiritual energy. At the instant the youth's fist neared his body, he extended two slender fingers, lightly brushing, subtly guiding, then gently propelling the wrist joint. The motion was ethereal, graceful, as if a butterfly had alighted upon a blossom. The youth felt an irresistible, yet profoundly gentle current of spiritual energy flood his meridians. His own chaotic, unruly energy, previously dissipating like smoke, was instantly gathered, ordered, and channeled by an invisible arcane hand, surging along a trajectory harmonious with the celestial rhythms, compressing fiercely before converging with thunderous precision upon his knuckles. HSSH. A bolt of pure white qi, condensed and potent beyond measure, shot forth like an arrow loosed from a divine bow, tearing the air with a sharp, resonant crack. Do you see now? Yun Qing withdrew his hand and smiled warmly at the stunned disciples, his tone imbued with quiet authority and unshakable confidence. Spiritual energy flows like a river. Damming it is futile, channeling it is better, but guiding it is best. The key lies in discerning its vital nodes and natural cadence, then yielding to its momentum, not resisting it. To deflect 1,000 jin with but 4 liang, that is the soul of subtle control. It does not seek overwhelming power, but teaches you how to wield every mode of spiritual energy within your body with flawless efficiency and pinpoint precision. Such an immediate, miraculous demonstration ignited fervent excitement among the disciples, who eagerly rolled up their sleeves, eager to try. You may now practice in pairs, Yun Qing added smoothly. The dais erupted in animated energy. He watched these vibrant, boundless young souls with a tender smile, poised to offer further guidance, when suddenly from the northwestern corner of the solar radiance courtyard a muffled boom echoed, a violent clash of spiritual energy, followed by stifled cries and disdainful scoffs. All turned toward the sound to see a proudly clad, haughty direct line disciple unleashing a fierce palm strike that forced a black-robed youth backward step after staggering step. The youth's footing wavered, his face paled. This was Yun Li, once severely punished by Yun Huang, his dantian still wounded and unrecovered. Clenching his jaw, a vivid streak of crimson welled at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with defiant, unbroken resolve as he held his spine rigid. Yun Li, your surging wave technique is flaccid and riddled with openings. So after your last punishment, has your dantian truly been ruined beyond repair? You shame the entire solar radiance courtyard. The direct line disciple sneered openly, voice ringing with contempt. Better retreat to the lunar glow courtyard. Or no, even they'd deem you a burden. Perhaps the Cloudsprout nursery would suit you better, where you can play with babes still sucking milk. Yet even those infants possess intact dantians, their futures assuredly brighter than yours, worthless as you are. His words were venomous, each blow aimed precisely at Yun Li's old wound, a deliberate humiliation. His sidelong glances flickered repeatedly toward Yun Huang, seated motionless, and eyes closed upon the high dais, clearly performing for the young lord's favor. Many disciples watched coldly, some smirking, others seething inwardly, but too fearful to speak. Yun Li, ostracized by birth and temperament, enjoyed little goodwill, and after his public disgrace and harsh punishment by the young lord, few dared associate with him. The secondary line youth whom Yun Qing had earlier summoned to the dais stood just behind Yun Li, lips parting and closing silently, hesitating, then retreating into silence. Yun Li bit down hard on his lower lip, fists clenched until his knuckles whitened, eyes blazing with humiliation and fury, yet unable to retort, his spiritual energy sluggish, his dantian throbbing with dull, insistent pain. His dantian injury inflicted by Yun Huang's divine might was not fatal, but required an exceedingly rare, spirit-stabilizing, meridian-reinforcing pill for full recovery. Such a pill was arduous to refine, its ingredients scarce. Moreover, as a secondary line disciple who had grievously offended the young lord, no steward or elder overseeing clan resources would risk advocating for him, the so-called discarded son. Thus his wound festered untreated. Just as the direct line disciple's cruel grin widened and his spiritual energy surged violently, ready to shatter Yunli utterly and strip him of dignity before all. A figure in deep black robes slipped between them like a breeze, silent and seamless. Qing did not strike. With a casual flick of his fingertips, a vast primordial spiritual energy rippled outward, effortlessly dispersing the other's vicious palm strike as if it were mist before dawn. Simultaneously, a supple, resilient force steadied Yunli, halting his stumble. Clanmates sparring should halt at the point of contact. To bully the weak and target old wounds is neither the conduct of a gentleman nor aligned with the Academy's teachings. Qing's voice remained calm, yet carried irrefutable authority. His twin pupils glinted with ancient shadowed light as they swept over the direct line disciple, freezing him mid-brief, all arrogance locked rigid upon his face. The disciple's face flushed crimson, then drained to ashen gray. He tried to protest, but met Qing's gaze, and every word died in his throat, emerging only as a meek, hollow murmur. Yes, eldest young master, you are absolutely correct. He had sought to curry favor with the young lord, only to first incur the wrath of the eldest young master, whose indulgence clearly ran deeper. Could it be that this brooding, unlikable youth actually commanded the eldest young master's regard? Qing sighed inwardly. When those above indulge a preference, those below amplify it tenfold. Then he turned to Yunli, his gaze settling upon the youth's pallor, and the hand pressed tightly against his dantian. Yunli instinctively averted his eyes, ashamed, guarded, and beneath it all quietly ashamed of his own. Without another word, Qing opened his palm to reveal a simple jade vial, and tossed it lightly to Yunli. This is the source-stabilizing immortal restoration pill. It will fully heal your dantian injury. Take it. Cultivate diligently. Do not let fleeting pride lead you astray again, nor let your spirit or integrity falter. Naturally, this was not the box of luminous, kiss-effused 9-revolution jade-restoring pills gifted by Yun Huang. Such a notion was absurd. To bestow a pill personally refined by that ancestral-level cultivator infused with his own primordial essence. Given his outwardly aloof, inwardly hypersensitive nature, such an act would surely provoke frostbitten glares and chilling retribution. Qing could almost envision those pale gold eyes narrowing, the ambient temperature plummeting by 10 degrees. Still, this source-stabilizing immortal restoration pill he offered surpassed the spirit-stabilizing meridian-reinforcing pill in grade, and was perfectly tailored to Yunli's condition. Yunli instinctively caught the jade bottle, its surface warm to the touch, a faint, crisp medicinal fragrance lingering upon it. He looked at Qing in disbelief. This was the very elixir he had longed for. He had loitered outside the Hall of Stewards many times before, retreating in dejection, never expecting that the hand to finally pull him from the mire would belong to this brother he had secretly resented, also born of a concubine. That man already dwelling in the clouds, trusted by the young lord with unfathomable power. Why would he bother with someone like him, mired in the mud and harboring malice? Just as Yunli stood frozen in shock, a lazy, teasing voice echoed through Qing's sea of consciousness. Oh, the elder brother is generous to one who shows disrespect to this lord. Do you know that this child harbors deep resentment and burning jealousy toward you? The myriad expressions of the crowd below during the spirit testing ceremony, though he had dismissed them with disdain, had been reflected clearly in his vast, sweeping divine sense, like images in a mirror, including Yunli's twisted envy and anticipation. Qing's expression remained unchanged as he responded telepathically, his words carrying a serene understanding born of worldly experience. Youthful ardor often leads to missteps, a temporary veil cast by inner demons. Who hasn't harbored a bit of rivalry and jealousy in their youth? I see his actions, though somber and stubborn, have not crossed the line. He still shows a protective heart toward the weak. The conflict just now was likely to shield that young concubine-born disciple who took the stage earlier, wasn't. He paused, then pleaded, "It was also my oversight, never imagining that calling that youth to the stage would make him a target for the direct line. The young lord's noble dignity. Why bother with a struggling youth?" Since childhood, Qing had secluded himself in the chaotic ancient cave for cultivation. Upon his return, most of his energy was spent on surviving the perilous existence under this reincarnated Immortal Emperor's younger brother. To his shame, his care for his own younger brother, Yun Huang, born of the same mother, had been limited. Having just returned to the clan with shallow roots, Yun Huang and other concubine-born disciples had often relied on Yun Li's silent protection from the Sun Glory Court. That day's gratitude expressed in the Hall of Discipline was no empty courtesy. On the other end of the sea of consciousness, Yun Huang remained silent, whether too indifferent to respond or tacitly approving this seemingly partial request. In the arena, Yun Li clutched the jade bottle tightly, gazing at Qing, whose demeanor was composed and elegant, standing with jade-like grace. His double pupils were deep and calm, showing neither contempt nor pity. An indescribable wave of shame and self-abasement washed over him. His earlier dark thoughts seemed so despicable and laughable before the other's magnanimous spirit. Trembling, he gripped the jade bottle, lowered his head, and spoke in a hoarse, dry voice. "Thank you, eldest young master." Qing helped Yunli rise, then turned his gaze to all the disciples in the courtyard. His clear voice suddenly turned solemn, carrying an invisible pressure that reached every disciple's ear. The clan school is a place for pure cultivation, not for strife and aggression. Talent and character are the foundation of the great Tao. Yun clan disciples, whether from the direct or concubine line, must prioritize cultivation, advancement, and clan harmony. If anyone bullies kin or defies rules again regardless of birth, they will be severely punished. Every word carried immense weight. Backed by Qing's unfathomable strength and the nearby young lord whose eyes were closed yet commanded absolute respect, the entire Sun Glory Court fell into dead silence. All disciples bowed in unison, their voices surging like a tide. "We shall heed the eldest young master's instruction." The provocative direct line disciple turned pale, cold sweat streaming down his face. He stole a glance at Yun Huang, who showed no sign of intervention and dared not harbor any further hope of leniency. He bowed deeply with the rest, not daring to lift his head. While everyone's attention was absorbed by the conflict, Yunqi, who had been watching Yunqing intently, finally saw what he was waiting for. The moment Yunqing flicked his sleeve to neutralize the palm strike, a faint, almost imperceptible stagnation flickered in the aura around him. Yes, yes, yes. Yunkai's heart surged with ecstatic waves, barely restraining the urge to act immediately. His soul-devouring physique could never be wrong. Unmistakable signal. Twice now. Yes, yes, yes. Yunkai's heart surged with ecstatic waves, barely restraining the urge to act immediately. His soul-devouring physique could never be wrong. Regardless of Yunkai's tumultuous thoughts, Yunqing continued the day's lesson methodically. His speech was witty, his metaphors vivid and apt, and the tense atmosphere from the earlier incident gradually gave way to a fervent thirst for knowledge. The young disciples' eyes grew brighter, and some began to raise their hands to ask questions. Eldest young master, if one encounters an opponent whose spiritual energy attribute counters one's own, how should one resolve it in close combat? Eldest young master, when executing movement techniques at high speed, how does one maintain smooth and unimpeded core spiritual energy flow? Yunqing answered each question patiently, his words precise and hitting the crux of the matter. Occasionally, he introduced unique metaphors from his past lives concepts, drawing gasps of sudden realization from the youths. Light laughter filled the Sun Glory Court, and for a moment distinctions of direct or concubine lineage of factional divides seemed to dissolve in this harmonious atmosphere. Yunqing stood before the crowd in black robes with ink-dark hair, his tall figure exuding grace. His expression was focused and gentle, radiating an aura like warm spring sunlight, patiently nurturing these saplings of the clan. The image of the sharp-edged, battle-hungry figure on the training ground and the obedient, cunning demeanor before Yun Huang seemed to overlap into yet another captivating silhouette. On the high platform, Yun Huang remained seated with closed eyes, motionless as a divine statue, as if all the conflicts and emotional turmoil below were nothing but an inconsequential drama of dust. Only now, as the lesson drew to a close, did he slightly lift an eyelid. His pale golden pupils swept over Yunqing, then passed over the excitedly discussing disciples below. It seemed perhaps a little more pleasing to the eye than merely being a sharp blade or an interesting vessel. When Yunqing announced the end of the class, many disciples were still reluctant to leave, but had to rise, straighten their robes, and bow respectfully in his direction, their voices clear and orderly. "Thank you for the instruction, eldest young master." Yunqing cupped his hands and returned the salutes with composure. Then he walked briskly to the foot of the high platform and bowed to Yun Huang, who had opened his eyes at some point, reporting, "Young lord, the lesson is concluded." Yun Huang gave a faint in acknowledgement, his black sleeves brushing as he rose and left directly. Yunqing followed closely, his steps unhurried. As Yun Huang stepped out of the clan school valley without looking back at the trailing Yunqing, a clear telepathic message, cold as an icy stream, resounded directly in the depths of Yunqing's consciousness. The act was well played. He paused, a hint of rare interest in his tone. "Do you need this lord to play along?" Yunqing's step faltered almost imperceptibly before returning to normal. He lowered his gaze, a look of confusion and deference on his handsome face. "I am dull-witted and do not understand the young lord's meaning. Was there something improper in my teaching?" Yun Huang let out a snorting laugh filled with all-knowing mockery, and then said no more. Only after their figures vanished beyond the courtyard gate did the clan school erupt into unrestrained, excited chatter. Heavens! The young lord and the eldest young master really came. The eldest young master's lecture was amazing. I actually learned something. Did the young lord just look at me? At the edge of the crowd, Yunli watched Yunqing's receding upright silhouette and a nascent admiration, not yet fully clear even to himself, quietly took root. Crack, crack. On the unseen threads of fate, it seemed someone's destiny was quietly veering toward an unknown, but inevitably different direction. The two no longer traveled in a luxurious carriage, but strolled leisurely like ordinary cultivators. In the valley, the streams flowed gently and spiritual plants thrived, providing a rare respite from the complexities of clan affairs. It was rare for the young lord to show such leisurely interest, and Qing naturally enjoyed accompanying him, his spirit momentarily relaxing along with the tranquil scenery around them. Just as Qing's mind began to loosen, Yun Huang suddenly moved ahead. He did not turn around. Without any warning, he casually raised his hand and gently grasped at the void. With a hum, the space emitted a resonating sound. In an instant, the light in the valley dimmed, as if all illumination was forcibly snatched away by that hand. The pure and vast divine power of Huangyang surged like rivers returning to the sea, wildly gathering into the palm of Yun Huang. A perfectly condensed sphere of light spun and materialized above his palm. That light sphere resembled a miniature sun, its core white-hot, with molten crimson flames flowing along its edges, emanating a terrifying energy that sent shivers through the soul. The air around the light sphere twisted violently, producing a mournful sound, as if glass were about to shatter. This was an energy core purely formed from the highly compressed divine power of Huangyang. A sense of extreme foreboding coursed through Qing's entire being. Before he could react, Yun Huang slowly turned around, his pale golden eyes illuminated by the miniature sun in his palm, shining with a breathtaking intensity. A malicious smile crept onto his lips. Since my brother wishes to feign weakness, how could I possibly refrain from assisting him? Without giving Qing a chance to refuse, he flicked his finger lightly. The energy core, radiating a sense of destruction, did not attack Qing. Instead, it transformed into a golden stream of light, silently merging into the ground beneath Qing's feet. Boom! In the next moment, centered around Qing, countless intertwining golden patterns of flames and flowing light lit up the ground within a radius of 3 zhang. The formation was instantly activated, and brilliant divine light surged into the sky, completely engulfing Qing. Qing felt the space around him turn white, as if he were forcibly stripped from his original world, plunging instantly into the core of the sun. Endless divine power of Huangyang surged into his body from all directions. It was not an attack, but rather a form of tempering. No, to put it more accurately, it felt more like a forced infusion, scorching, burning pain, tearing. Far more violent and primal than the power he felt during the previous spar. It pierced through his meridians, bones, and organs like billions of red-hot steel needles, even burrowing deep into his soul. The chaotic Dao embryo autonomously operated wildly, with gray chaotic energy surging forth, attempting to devour these intruders. However, this divine power of Huangyang was too overwhelming, too pure, carrying Yun Huang's will that transcended all things, forcefully colliding, merging, and annihilating with his chaotic energy. Ugh! Qing groaned softly, the veins on his forehead suddenly bulging, his muscles beneath the dark attire convulsing violently with extreme pain. He gritted his teeth tightly, blood seeping between his teeth as the chaotic energy within his heavy pupils flowed with unprecedented speed, desperately trying to analyze and adapt to this destructive power. In that instant, he understood Yun Huang's intent. Yun Huang was using the most domineering method to forcibly assist him in feigning injuries. Embrace the essence, guard the unity, draw the Huangyang into chaos, and with oblivion embrace vitality. Yun Huang's cold voice pierced through the blazing flames, clearly reaching Qing's consciousness, which was nearly overwhelmed by burning pain. Qing's mind shook violently as he exerted all his energy. The chaotic Dao embryo encompasses all things and generates myriad laws. He guided the violent divine power of Huangyang into the chaotic cyclone, forcefully suppressing and separating its blazing life with the intent of obliteration, then shattered and decomposed it through the path of chaos, transforming it into the most primal particles of Yang energy, cautiously integrating them into his own spiritual energy cycle. At that moment, time lost all meaning. It was unclear how long had passed when the divine light of Huangyang that filled the valley gradually retracted and the patterns on the ground slowly faded. Qing still stood in place, but his face was as pale as paper, with dried blood at the corners of his lips, his breath chaotic and weak, appearing exceptionally real. At present, he indeed looked as if he had not recovered from severe injuries, even his primal aura becoming mixed and unstable. As for how much pure essence of Huangyang he had absorbed and refined under such torment, and how much his understanding of chaos had deepened, well, that was not something he would conveniently disclose to Qing. Yun Huang quietly approached Qing, extending his slender finger, which entwined with a strand of chaotic spiritual energy, gently tapping on Qing's brow. Yun Qing's body instinctively tensed, forcibly suppressing the urge to dodge. As the fingertip touched his skin, a cool sensation spread through him. A gentle and cool chaotic energy flowed into his nearly dried-up consciousness, swiftly nourishing and soothing the minute cracks caused by refining the divine power of Huang, while also thoroughly stabilizing the deliberately created state of weakness and confusion within him. Now it looks right. Yun Huang retracted his hand, his tone flat. No need to thank me too much. However, if only he could better conceal the sly smile in his eyes, Yun Qing might have genuinely bowed and said, "Thank you, young lord, for your assistance." At present, Yun Qing could only suppress the sense of helplessness that made him want to laugh and cry, shaking his head inwardly. He endured it, considering it a concession to his ill-tempered younger brother. Just as the two were engaged in their silent banter, Yun Qing's peripheral vision sharply caught sight of several figures hurrying towards them from the distant forest. The leader was none other than Yun Qi. Previously, Yun Qi and the others had been blocked by that terrifying energy field. With the formation dissipated, they hurriedly approached. Yun Qi immediately saw Yun Qing's pale face and the highly unstable aura surrounding him, his heart leaping with joy like wild grass growing uncontrollably. Just as he was about to step forward to inquire with concern, suddenly, the originally idle Yun Huang abruptly lifted his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes, his golden pupil sharp as lightning piercing towards the azure sky. His gaze traversed endless voids, locking onto a certain formless existence. Yun Qi was captivated by this aura, unable to speak. Yun Qing also sensed this unusual atmosphere and stepped forward to ask in a low voice, "Young lord." He too activated his heavy pupils, straining to follow Yun Huang's gaze, attempting to see into the endless sky. In the distance, it seemed that some enormous and vague outlines of laws flickered in and out of existence in the cracks at the world's end. A pair of slender jade-like hands suddenly covered Yun Qing's eyes, without warning, bringing an irresistible force that obscured all his vision. Yun Huang shook his head slightly, seeming suddenly uninterested, and said coolly, "Let's go back. You will know." He then ceased to speak further, his dark figure blending into the light, subtly distorting, and in the next moment, he vanished from the spot, directly returning to the Kaiwood Hall. Yun Qing stood still feeling the lingering cool touch of that fingertip. He gazed in the direction where Yun Huang had disappeared, feeling a sense of foreboding. A significant event was undoubtedly about to unfold. Meanwhile, Yun Qi, who could no longer contain himself, seized the opportunity to step forward and intercept Yun Qing, who was also turning to leave. He had not forgotten the important matter. Seeing Yun Qing turn around, Yun Qi immediately put on a concerned smile, cupping his hands and saying, "Eldest young master." As he spoke while bowing, his spiritual sense quickly scanned Yun Qing's pale face and the mixed and unstable aura surrounding him. Indeed, Yun Qing had just stood up for that brat Yun Li. The young lord was indeed displeased and had imposed punishment. Yun Kai's heart surged with joy, but his face bore genuine concern. "I wonder if the young lord..." It must be that eldest young master worked hard in teaching and was burdened by clan affairs, causing old injuries to resurface. Recently, my younger brother obtained a blood jade spirit mushroom aged 3,000 years. This item is miraculous for solidifying the foundation and healing injuries. Placed in my younger brother's hands, it would be a waste of a precious treasure. If the eldest young master does not mind, I would like to offer this medicine, and please forgive my previous offenses. Yun Qing halted his steps deliberately, putting on a brave front. "Thank you, Yun Qi, for your concern. It was merely that I overexerted myself yesterday, stirring up some old injuries. I will be fine after a few days of rest." He seemed to intentionally conceal the details, unwilling to elaborate on his injuries. "I see." A flash of light appeared in Yun Kai's eyes, feigning realization, then stepped closer and lowered his voice, filled with indignation, "Speaking of which, it's all Yun Hao's fault for being reckless and ignorant. If it weren't for his deliberate provocation, how could the eldest young master have been implicated? There's no need to mention the past." Yun Qing abruptly interrupted him, his tone slightly cold, a flicker of anger flashing in his heavy pupils. Yun Qing's reaction only solidified Yun Kai's speculation that Yun Qing had been punished by the young lord and was intentionally putting on a brave front. "Eldest young master has a broad mind." It was my younger brother who spoke out of turn. Yun Qi readily accepted this and no longer pursued the matter. Yun Qing, fully aware that excessive concern would backfire, saw that he was no longer asking and directly used his hand seals to return to the Kaiwood Hall. As for what Yun Qi speculated and concocted after his departure, it was beyond Yun Qing's considerations. Outside the Kaiwoodian, the clouds billowed and the sunset glowed. The branches of the crimson-flamed divine tree twisted and turned, radiating a crimson sheen in the dusk. As Yun Qing stepped onto the square paved with 9 heaven snow jade, he saw a dark figure embroidered in gold standing alone beneath the divine tree, the wide sleeves of his robe billowing in the wind. It was Yun Huang. He gazed skyward, his profile appearing cold and aloof in the dimming light, and the overwhelming pressure surrounding him slightly warped the space, as if he were waiting for something, or perhaps merely staring at the land that once lay under his control. They have arrived. Yun Huang did not turn around, his pale golden eyes still fixed on the sky, his voice as cold as jade striking against jade. Yunqing paused, recalling Yun Huang's words, "You will know soon enough," and did not speak to interrupt. He stepped forward to stand slightly behind Yun Huang, also looking up. The two brothers, one like the blazing sun hanging in the sky, radiating brilliance, the other like an ancient abyss, deep and silent. In this encroaching twilight, they formed an extraordinarily tense picture. No words were needed, the unspoken understanding flowed in the silence, and the surrounding Yun Shao guards had long retreated to a distance, holding their breath and bowing their heads, not daring to disturb the tranquility of this little world with only the sound of the wind passing by. At that very moment, dong! A distant grand bell tolling as if it had come from the primordial chaos rang out explosively. This bell sound came without warning from the 9 heavens above. It forcefully resonated deep within the souls of every being. With a supreme rhythm that shook the foundations of the Tao, it was as if the great Tao had arrived, the laws echoing in harmony. Dong, dong, dong. 9 consecutive bell tolls, each more magnificent than the last, each more shocking. The mountains and rivers trembled, and the sea of clouds surged. The bell sound reverberated through every corner of the Tianyuan continent, whether it was the ancient beings who had closed themselves off for 1,000 years, or the young novices just starting their journey in the Tao, whether in the bustling heart of powerful sects, or in the desolate dead zones, all beings felt their souls tremble violently, uncontrollably gazing at the sky. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless astonished, excited, and fervent eyes, above the 9 heavens, purple energy surged for 30,000 miles. Golden light spanned 3,000 domains. A vast scroll that could not be described in words, as if the heavenly Tao opened its eyes, spanned across the myriad realms above. Brilliant golden light intertwined laws, the aura of chaos pervaded. Under the supreme majesty, even true immortals must bow their heads. Upon the scroll, 2 lines of ancient seal script bearing the supreme rhythm of the Tao slowly emerged, their meaning clear, their voices resonant, announcing to the universe. The 9 heavens rank shall convene the immortal period. All the prodigies of the myriad domains shall pay homage to Qing Yun. As the poetry was completed, the heavens and earth resonated. The light of the sunset was brilliant, the sound of the Tao was grand. The 9 heavens Qing Yun list. It is the 9 heavens Qing Yun list that has been opened. Elder beings nearing the end of their lifespan were so excited that they tore through the void, tears streaming down their faces. A prosperous era. This is truly a great era of competition. I must make the list. Countless young prodigies' eyes sparkled with brilliance, their blood boiling, their fighting spirit soaring into the sky. The entire Tianyuan continent had fallen into madness. In the market of the southern Zhan province, merchants abandoned their stalls and cheers. In the secret realms of the northern Zhu province, reclusive cultivators broke their seclusion. In front of the sects of the western Niu, He province, disciples surrounded their elders, gazing at the sky, all trembling with excitement. In the eastern region, at a bustling immortal city tavern, a white-haired old man stroked his beard, loudly explaining to the surrounding cultivators, "Do you know the origins of the 9 heavens Qing Yun list? This is a list determined by the heavenly Tao, with no fixed time for its opening. It only emerges when a great flourishing era arrives and prodigies abound. If one can make the list, their path will be smooth for this lifetime. As the saying goes, the great Tao reveals victories and defeats on the path to Qing Yun. One proves their immortal stature. But what benefits are there in making the list?" A young cultivator urgently inquired. An old rogue at the next table answered, "Little boy, the benefits of making the list are simply astonishing. Not to mention rewards like ancient legacies and keys to secret realms. Those wealthy sects and families wouldn't lack for such things. What the powerful figures care about is that after making the list, individuals receive the favor of the heavenly Tao and their sects enjoy the luck in return. It is the luck of fate. The more prodigies on the list, the greater the fortune of their clans and sects, and they can even summon the spiritual veins of heaven and earth to protect their territories." Upon hearing this, the previous white-haired old man took over the conversation, vaguely pointing to the sky, speaking mysteriously. "Do you know the Yun high above relies on generations of prodigies to rise to the 9 heavens Qing Yun list to maintain its position as the foremost of the 4 ancient families?" The crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes burning even hotter. This was not only an individual's opportunity, but also a stepping stone for the rise of families and sects. In this continent, various forces were intertwined with the 4 ancient families inherited from ancient times, the 3 sects of the Tao holding the righteous path, the 2 great immortal dynasties dominating their regions, and many influential forces such as the demon realm, the Buddhist kingdom, and the demon domain. And the Nine Heavens Qing list is an unparalleled grand event that transcends all these forces operated by the laws of the heavenly Tao, selecting the children of fortune. At this moment, the core areas of these powerful forces that held dominion over this realm erupted with overwhelming waves of aura. In the central region deep within the capital of the Great Xia ancient dynasty, a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe with an aura as deep as the ocean opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through layers of palace walls, looking towards the horizon. Qing list. Issue my decree. All children of the Great Xia under 300 years of age may compete for the list. Command the Crown Prince and the Third Prince to emerge from seclusion immediately. In the eastern region, aside from the Yun clan, there is also the Qinglian sword sect, one of the three sects. Inside the sword tomb, thousands of swords resonated. An old man in a hemp robe stroked the ancient sword, buzzing beside him, sighing lightly. The sword path must rise. Let me see how far this generation of young people can go. In the western region, at the holy land of 10,000 Buddha, the sound of chanting echoed as a dignified monk clasped his hands together. Amitabha, the mortal world is vast, also a place for refining the heart. Buddha's son, go down the mountain. In the southern wilderness, the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, the sound of dragons and phoenixes echoed. A massive figure stood atop the mountain, voice booming across the land. Let those humans see the might of my demon clan's prodigies. In the northern region beneath the glaciers, the mysterious ice god palace quietly opened its doors, cold air spreading for miles. Inside the Eastern U Tavern, a young cultivator was stirred. Elder, please don't keep us in suspense. What qualifies one to participate? Hey kid, don't be anxious. All beings of this realm under 300 years of age may participate. The old man's voice was thunderous. The heavenly Tao will first select the top 10,000 prodigies, granting them the Qing mark. This mark appears on the forehead, serving as the initial entry token. Once the Nine Heavens Qing list truly opens, those without the mark may challenge those who possess it. A victory means seizing the mark. Past editions often featured hidden prodigies who could conceal their true abilities, hence the rankings of the list are not fixed and may change at any time due to battles and opportunities. Ultimately, at the moment when the Qing list formally closes, the rankings will be set in stone. Perhaps to validate the old man's words, high above the heavens, the enormous golden scroll, after announcing the news of the Qing list's opening, did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it shimmered with light, presenting four colors: yellow, dark blue, and red, and suddenly split into four beams of light, crossing the heavens and the earth. Heaven, earth, Xian, Huang. For ancient celestial inscriptions like four blazing suns are imprinted at the top of the four-colored light curtain, each character like a star illuminating the 3,000 realms. The majestic Tao rhythm swept across the universe, announcing the commencement of an ancient grand event. Countless beings looked up, witnessing the tremendous power of heaven and earth. Above the four-colored light curtain, names flickered like stars, lighting up one after another. With each name that illuminated, a beam of light descended from the endless firmament, disregarding the barriers of space, precisely enveloping the one on the list. The yellow list moves first. The earthy yellow beam, carrying a thick and rustic aura, showers down to the mortal realm. In a small city market of the southern Zhan region, a shabby-robed wanderer is haggling with a melon vendor. You dare to ask for 3 low-grade spirit stones for this spirit melon? 2. At most 2. The wanderer argued passionately, his face flushed. Suddenly, the yellow beam descended without warning, enveloping him. The wanderer who was haggling with the vendor froze, still clutching half a spirit melon he hadn't paid for. Above the sky in the yellow list area, a name slowly appeared: yellow list, Liergo. The cultivator, named Liergo, was momentarily stunned, then jumped 3 feet high, stuffing the spirit melon into his sleeve, pounding his chest, and shouting, I've made it onto the yellow list. This melon is on credit. When I make it big, you'll come back and build you a melon shop made of spirit stones. I've made it onto the list. Huh. The vendor was also dumbfounded, holding the melon and watching the frenzied Liergo in the beam, his mouth opening and closing. The surrounding crowd erupted in commotion, with looks of envy, jealousy, and disbelief, nearly drowning. In the eastern region, at the liquor city of the flowing light, a young cultivator who had been persistently asking an elder how to get on the list stood frozen, looking at the soaring yellow spiritual light around him. As the low-grade flying sword he treasured fell to the ground with a clatter, his face filled with disbelief. In a third-rate sect, a mediocre outer disciple who spent his days cleaning the scripture vault was covered by the yellow light, while sweeping dust, causing his broom to drop as he gazed at the sky, tears blurring his vision. The myriad forms of life are countless. Although the yellow list nomination is the lowest, it is still a leap from the fish to the dragon's gate, destined to change the fate trajectories of countless low-ranking cultivators. In an instant, leaders of various small and medium-sized forces across the continent began to stir their thoughts, either marrying off daughters, taking in sons, or accepting apprentices, all eager to place their bets in advance. This scene is remarkably similar to the celestial dynasties, catch a son-in-law under the list. At this moment, courting the yellow list geniuses is undoubtedly a highly profitable endeavor. They do not seek for these individuals to achieve fame on the Qing list, as long as their names remain on the list, these forces can naturally stabilize their own fortunes. The glow of the yellow list gradually steadied, and the deep dark light curtain erupted with a dim radiance. Beams of black light, like lightning in the dark night, struck down to the earth. In the North Julu continent, in a gloomy mass grave, 3 black-clothed figures surrounded a blood-soaked man, with a weakened breath forcing him to a dead end. "Kid, hand over that nether grass, and it'll spare your life." The man leaned against a broken monument, his eyes fierce, already at the end of his strength. But just as the blade was about to strike him, boom! A beam of black light shot straight down. Not only did it block the fatal blow, but the influx of spiritual power also instantly filled his withered meridians, healing his injuries at a visible speed. Above the sky in the blacklist area, the 5 characters blacklist, Zhao Palu, shone brilliantly. Zhao Palu was initially taken aback, feeling a long-lost sense of power within, and then he laughed heartily. "Ha! Heaven has not abandoned me." His eyes sparkled like lightning as he swept towards the 3 pale-faced, black-clothed figures, turning to flee. Now it's my turn to hunt you down." At a martial arts arena of a medium-sized family, the young master, who was sparring with his clan brother, was engulfed in black light, instantly eliciting cheers from the entire clan, while his father wept tears of joy, repeatedly bowing towards the ancestral hall. "Our ancestors have shown their spirit. Our family has successors." On the edge of a secret realm where a spiritual energy storm had just calmed down, a lone traveler had narrowly escaped death while picking a spirit herb. Covered by the black light, he guarded the spirit herb tightly, glancing around with vigilance and ambition flashing in his eyes. On the blacklist, he had already become a remarkable figure. If he could survive in this world of fierce competition, establishing a sect and claiming the title of ancestor in the future would not be a mere fantasy. Before the brilliance of the blacklist had fully stabilized, the azure light curtain of the earth list suddenly illuminated, radiating like jade, clear and transparent. Still in the eastern region's liquor city, whether it was due to the good fortune of today's tavern, when the azure light, like jade, fell, it precisely covered one of the tables. A young talent who was engaging in lively discussions with friends was suddenly enveloped in azure light, initially stunned, then jubilantly raised his wine cup, laughing loudly, drawing applause from all around. High in the heavens, earth list Jiang Ji Yuan prominently listed. The inner door elite of a major sect accepted the earth list beam with composure under the approving gaze of their mentor, their aura becoming even more profound. The side genius of an ancient family, having fought hard for his position, instantly elevated his status within the clan, attracting the attention of the direct line. In the depths of desolate mountains and marshes, many outstanding wanderers among the scattered cultivators were also found by the azure light of the earth list. The earth list prodigies are all viewed as future great powers. Their ascendance to the list is regarded as thoroughly deserved by many in the know, and the most sensational and eye-catching without a doubt belongs to the heaven list. The crimson light curtain of the heaven list radiated magnificently, carrying a sharp and domineering aura. A red light fiercely descended into a certain place in the western Neo-He continent, where ferocious beasts roam. A youth gnawing on a demon beast's inner core was wrapped in the beam and lifted into the air. The youth blinked blankly, still holding half an inner core in his mouth, mumbling, "What is this? It's ruining my ascension." Heaven list. He looked at the words heaven list Shizheng floating above, scratching his head, seemingly feeling that the beam was a bit troublesome. At the same time, another red light struck down in the most prosperous street of Central Continent. A young man dressed in a luxurious robe, surrounded by a myriad of followers, was the center of attention. The moment the crimson beam descended, the young man erupted with uncontrollable joy. He waved his arms frantically, pointing at the words heaven list Wang, who in the sky, roaring at the bustling crowd around him. "Heaven list. Do you see it? I am the talent of this generation, the future true immortal. Who dares to step forward and test me? Also, I don't know how I ended up calling myself I after making the list, but it seems contagious, as several people before and after did the same." Wang, whose followers were excessively flattering, loudly echoing, "Brother, who is mighty. Congratulations to Brother Who for ascending the heaven list. From now on, the hidden dragon will leap from the abyss and soar to the sky." This show drew the attention of passers-by, each with varying expressions. However, this newly proclaimed heavenly talent had just kicked a hard stone. "Humph!" A clear sneer unceremoniously interrupted his self-satisfaction. "Heaven list. A frog at the bottom of a well dares to claim invincibility." A cold voice emerged. Wang, who was enraged, the crimson beam, trembling, "Do you dare to underestimate me, the heavenly talent of the heaven list?" From the crowd, a young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe exuding an aura of nobility slowly stepped forward. The jade pendant at his waist shimmered clearly of extraordinary origin. He stood with his arms crossed, his gaze indifferent as he swept over Huang, who as if looking at a clown. A small madman, laughable. The brocade-robed youth spoke with an unmistakable disdain. Do not be too hasty in your arrogance. The list has just opened and many true prodigies are still cultivating in forbidden realms their auras, yet to be fully captured by the heavenly Tao. Moreover, this is merely a prelude to this grand event. The four lists of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang have not even arranged their ranks. Who knows if you rank high or are merely at the bottom of the heaven list? Look, he raised his hand pointing to a higher place in the vast sky, seemingly touching the origin of the universe, his voice suddenly becoming solemn. Do you know among these four lists there is yet another list called the Immortal List? Only those with the ancient lineage of a 4 generations, 3 sects, 2 dynasties noble family, along with divine sons and daughters, and the true monsters bearing against the heavens from the 8 desolations are worthy of standing upon it. The young man in a brocade robe raised his chin slightly, exuding an aloofness, as if looking down upon the mortal realm. His gaze again fell upon Huang, whose face was gradually paling, and like a death sentence he lightly delivered the final words. The fame of the 4 rankings may be a fleeting dream for you, but to the celestial prodigies on the immortal ranking. He paused, a mockery curling at the corners of his lips. Perhaps it holds no essential difference from those struggling for survival in the muddy yellow ranking. Wang Hu's face instantly flushed crimson with a mix of shame and rage, yet he was rendered speechless by the invisible pressure emanating from the young man's bloodline, as if his throat had been choked. Suddenly, buzz. Before his words faded, the sky above where the suspended 9 heavens, Qing Yun ranking lay, was violently torn apart by an indescribable supreme force, revealing a golden-purple rift that spanned across the galaxy. Boundless purple-gold celestial light surged forth like a bursting river, instantly sweeping over the 3,000 realms, pressuring all beings. Endless Tao principles and chaotic auras frantically converged and intertwined within the purple-gold celestial light, ultimately coalescing into a heart-shattering, immortal seal. The true 9 heavens immortal ranking had descended. Following that, waves of purple-gold celestial light fell like edicts from the 9 heavens Emperor, precisely crossing endless space to envelop all corners of this realm. With each ray of celestial light that descended there followed an unparalleled figure, casting its reflection across the heavens. The first ray fell into the solemn and majestic depths of the ancient palace of the Great Xia in the central continent, where a youthful prince clad in a golden dragon robe with a handsome face and dignified demeanor slightly raised his eyes, merging with the imperial dragon aura and celestial light, Prince of Xia Wushang. The second ray broke through the long silent sword tomb of the Qinglian sword sect in the eastern domain, where a barefoot girl in tattered clothes carrying an ancient sword on her back opened her eyes amidst the chorus of 10,000 swords, her gaze clear and profound, reflecting only the sword in her hand and the path in her heart. Tao child of Qinglian Leeching. The third ray penetrated into the holy land of 10,000 Buddhas in the western domain, where a young monk sitting under the Bodhi tree with a compassionate and serene face radiated Buddhist light as the sounds of mantras echoed around him. Buddha, child Xianchan. The fourth and fifth rays consecutively smashed into the ancestral grounds of the southern barbarian demon clan. A young man with dragon horns on his forehead, towering stature, and a fierce aura roared to the heavens, his voice rolling like thunder, shaking the mountains. Son of the dragon, Ao Zhan. Another was a girl draped in colorful feathers, breathtakingly beautiful, with proud and lively eyes. As she flapped her wings, divine flames flickered, burning the skies. Daughter of the Phoenix, Feng Jiushao. The sixth ray fell into the core of the demon realm in the ever-churning thick demonic energy, where only a pair of blood-red eyes like a blood moon appeared, emitting a low joyful laugh. Demon Lord Jiu Yuan So. The seventh ray illuminated the Ji family of the 4 ancient families in a land suffused with ancient literary fragrance and imperial nobility, where a young gentleman, as warm as jade, and holding an ancient bronze scroll, gazed at the sky with a smile, his demeanor graceful and transcendent, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Ji family scion and prince of the great Zhou immortal dynasty Ji Shuiwe. The eighth ray graced the Jiang family of the 4 ancient families in a divine mountain steeped in the fragrance of 100 herbs, and the Tao of Shinnong, where a young man surrounded by the phantom of the Shinnong cauldron scratched his head, his honest smile unassuming, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Jiang family scion and Tao child of the supreme Tao sect Jiang Xinyan. The ninth ray favored the Feng family of the four ancient families within the ethereal celestial dome city that seemed to merge with the sky, where a breathtakingly beautiful woman seemingly capable of transforming into wind at any moment looked at the celestial light and smiled charmingly, captivating the world. Daughter of the Feng family, Fenglinger. The final ray of purple-gold celestial light amidst the anticipation of the multitude crashed down like a cascade from the nine heavens, violently tearing through the eastern sky, landing in the vibrant territory of the Yun family, completely enveloping the figure of a solitary young man clad in dark robes with ink-black hair. The first among the four ancient families, the eldest son of the Yun family, Yun Qing. He stood silently within the celestial light, the ethereal glow in his deep-set eyes seeming to reflect the birth and demise of all things, as the chaotic aura flowed naturally, resonating with the purple-gold celestial light. The nine heavens' immortal ranking, 10 esteemed names, had thus settled, imprinting upon the heavens. The four ancient families, 3 sects, and 2 dynasties, the most elite monsters of the present age, were all encompassed within. Across the entire Tianyuan continent, first, there was a fervor as the 4 rankings simultaneously opened, and now, due to the unveiling of the final and definitive nine heavens immortal ranking, it once again fell into a state of shock. Gazing at the rays of purple-gold celestial light that traversed the heavens, looking at each name capable of collapsing a corner of the galaxy, Huang's lips trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. He finally deeply comprehended the meaning of essential difference spoken by the young man in brocade. Before those 10 figures akin to deities, his nomination on the heavenly ranking seemed as insignificant as dust. The true era of great rise and contention belonged to the conflict among these prodigies of the nine heavens. From this moment of nomination on the immortal ranking, the grand, brutal, yet captivating prologue has already begun. A complex and profound purple-gold Dao seal flowing with the rhythm of immortality quietly emerged upon Yun Qing's smooth forehead, a unique mark of the immortal ranking. Meanwhile, upon the foreheads of the previously selected cultivators from the 4 rankings, colors of various hues emerged, each containing different Dao rhythms, yellow, black, green, and red, shining with distinct brilliance. This is the proof of entry into the nine heavens, Qingyun ranking. This seal is not only a symbol of identity, but also gathers the fortunes of heaven and earth, increasing blessings, and cannot be concealed by any external force. Anyone who looks upon it can immediately discern your ranking, clearly distinguishing high from low. Yun Qing's deep-set eyes were as profound as the sea, and the purple-gold celestial seal upon his forehead shone brightly, enhancing the already unparalleled beauty of his features with an added aura of transcendence and nobility. He clearly sensed the connection between the mark on his forehead and a certain grand will in the void, along with the threads of mystical fortune converging. So it was the changes in the heavens and earth that the young master sensed earlier. It is the advent of the nine heavens, Qingyun ranking. With the immortal ranking open, the true contest of Qingyun is imminent. Yun Qing's thoughts raced, his gaze becoming sharp and profound. If internal strife isn't resolved, how can one contend with the world? Plans have changed. The 12 elders must be completely uprooted as soon as possible. Oh, it cannot be delayed any longer. The nine heavens immortal ranking is a true opportunity for a leap from a fish to a dragon, a starting point to establish an unparalleled foundation and reach the highest domains. No one could afford to ignore it, and no one was willing to miss it. The 10 purple-gold pillars of light on the immortal ranking had yet to dissipate, and the myriad rays of the 4 rankings fell into the void. Just as countless cultivators across the 3 realms and 6 paths were still immersed in the shock of the emergence of these prodigies, a new wave surged above the 9 heavens. A resounding voice of Tao echoed throughout the myriad realms as the vast immortal ranking surprisingly did not return to the void, but instead unfolded another layer of boundless divine light outside the purple-gold celestial light. Gold and red intertwined primordial purple clouds spread, carrying the aura of chaos and the wailing of myriad paths. A shadow of a ranking even older and more majestic than the immortal ranking slowly unfurled. Above the ranking there was only one grand character written with primordial purple gas as ink and the supreme Tao as the brush. Its form was ancient and boundless. Its meaning was to suppress all paths. Its might surpassed even the immortals. It was one that existed alongside Tao, symbolizing a certain supreme authority and status, God. Silence engulfed the entire continent. Countless beings looked up, their souls seemingly gripped by an invisible giant hand. Merely gazing at the heavens drained them of all courage, leaving only the insignificance and trembling of ants gazing upon the sea of stars. The divine ranking. An existence that transcends the immortal ranking. Nameless on the list, only 3 terrifying phenomena could make true immortals bow their heads. A 36th grade pure world ice lotus, slowly unfolding, its petals formed from ancient coldness, exuding an eternal aura of death that could freeze the stars and time itself. Just the manifestation of the Tao rhythm caused the temperature across the 4 regions of the continent to plummet suddenly. Countless rivers, lakes, and seas instantly froze over, and low-level cultivators felt as if they had fallen into an ice prison, their souls nearly torn apart by the penetrating coldness that pierced through the void. Only when a vast starry sky descended, enveloping the ice lotus, did the cultivators begin to recover from their frozen stupor. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was not a real starry sky, but a fate array formed by the intertwining trajectories of countless stars. The array continuously evolved with the cycles of the sun and moon and the karma of all beings rising and falling within it, exuding an aura of profound mystery that seemed to calculate the fate of all living things. As they gazed at it, many cultivators screamed in horror, as if witnessing their past and future unfold like a theatrical play, a deep terror arising from being dominated by fate. Suddenly, a blazing sun violently tore through the starry sky, its majestic might burning away all evil and repressing the ancient blue sky. Even as just a phantom, it made all things bow down and the laws withdrew. That overwhelming majesty instinctively made all things want to kneel and worship. In the sky, 3 terrifying Tao rhythms intertwined to create a strange and magnificent scene. The scorching sun hung high, dominating the starry sky, while the array calculated the myriad lives, the ice lotus of the cold prison swirling and shifting. The 3 phenomena had already subtly arranged themselves in order. What is this ranking? Why is there no name, only such shocking phenomena? The ice lotus, the array, the blazing sun. Could it be the ancient divine saints manifesting? But the Qing ranking only records young talents under 300 years of age. Ordinary cultivators turned pale with fright, discussing among themselves. Even the elders of various sects who were experienced and knowledgeable furrowed their brows, completely unable to fathom the mystery contained within this sudden manifestation of the divine ranking. However, in the core of those ancient inherited powers, a different scene unfolded. The 4 ancient families and the 3 sects, 2 dynasties collectively known as the 9 heavens divine threshold, all rose and shocked, their hearts trembling. The 36th grade pure world ice lotus. Is the ice sovereign sleeping deep within the northern divine palace? She really intends to use this to return with the fate of the world. The ancestral elder of the Zhang family, a being comparable to a living fossil, exclaimed in shock. The fate array of the celestial sphere, the heavenly machine pavilion. No wonder no Tao children have ascended the immortal ranking this generation. It turns out their foundation is plotting here. Is this to steal the fate of this world and assist that star seer to ascend further? The holy maiden of the Feng family, Feng Linger, widened her beautiful eyes, covering her red lips. Could this blazing sun be the one recorded in the secret classics of the clan? Yuer, hurry and invite the elder to leave seclusion. The head of the Ji family looked horrified as he commanded sternly. They understood. The 3 phenomena on this ranking did not represent any young talents of the present era, but rather 3 ancient existences that had long stood at the pinnacle of this realm, possibly transcending the past. They used heaven-defying means to embed their own essence into the fate of this generation, forcefully intervening in the struggle for the 9 heavens, Qing ranking. This was an act of stealing the natural order and interfering with the progress of epochs. If it weren't for the manifestation of the Qing ranking, countless people would still be in the dark. The motives behind this sent chills down the spines of all who knew, as various factions trembled in fear and speculated wildly. In the eastern region at the Kaiwood Hall of the Yun family, Yun Huang stood with his hands clasped behind him, his dark robe shimmering with dark golden radiance beneath the light of the divine ranking. He looked up at the high-hanging blazing sun in the void, a cold and piercing anger flickering in his pale gold. In an instant, high above the heavens, that originally tyrannical and unparalleled blazing sun, which made all laws retreat, flickered violently and was forcefully erased from the ranking by an invisible hand. The starry curtain above instantly became empty. Only a scorching and twisted spatial scar remained, proving that it had once existed. This abrupt change silenced the entire continent, plunging it into deeper silence. Yun Huang had actually erased his own manifestation from the divine ranking. At the same time, beyond the 3,000 realms, in an ancient palace constructed of endless stars and fate, a man dressed in a starry robe, his eyes veiled in white gauze, sat at the center of millions of star tracks. His fingertips lightly brushed the floating star disk before him, causing countless stars to shift positions. As if sensing something, the embroidered eye veil with the celestial array turned towards the direction of the divine ranking, its gaze seeming to pierce through endless space. A voice like the ethereal flow of the galaxy sighed softly after enduring countless tribulations that one's temper remains as fierce as ever. So be it. As the phenomenon of the celestial sphere fate disk on the divine ranking transformed into countless silver star glimmers, they scattered down to the mortal realm. In the extreme north beneath the towering dark ice, the perfect maiden sealed in eternal dark ice trembled her eyelids like ice butterflies. A silent thought emanated. The petals of the 36th grade pure world ice lotus closed the extreme cold within it, receding like sinking into a deep pool, disappearing calmly. It came suddenly and retreated even faster. In just a few breaths, the three taboo phenomena that had shocked even the ancient families retreated in tacit agreement behind Yun Huang's furious move, vanishing one after another. On the empty ranking surface, only the solitary word divine remained, as if the stunning scene that had shocked the three realms was merely a grand illusion of all beings. Yet the lingering, unparalleled pressure that surpassed all laws clearly told everyone. This was all. The entire continent fell into unprecedented uproar and speculation. The mysteries and shocks brought by this brief manifestation of the divine ranking far surpassed those of the immortal ranking. In front of the Kaiwood Hall, Yun Qing gazed at the empty divine ranking, taking a sharp breath. A tremendous sense of absurdity enveloped him, and his dual pupils were filled with unprecedented shock and awe. The Yun family had exerted their entire clan's strength to guide the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, which was already a shocking act. Who would have thought that such madmen still existed in two more forms? The Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Northern Divine Palace also dared to carry out such a mad act. Moreover, the Nine Heavens Qing Yun ranking only records those under 300 years of age. This means that the time these old monsters have reappeared in this world cannot exceed 300 years. Yun Qing's eyes widened in horror. These top-tier powers had only recently committed such an audacious act. What on earth was about to happen on this continent? What could have driven so many factions to resort to such extreme measures? This generation's Nine Heavens Qing Yun ranking is likely the most valuable and terrifying one in history. He even had an absurd thought: they wouldn't actually descend to the arena themselves to compete for this ranking. Upon this thought, even Yun Qing, who was accustomed to the winds and waves, couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Has this era of prosperity truly gone mad to such an extent? Yun Qing had always believed that the Yun family was uniquely insane, only to realize at this moment that beneath the surface of this continent lurked two equally audacious and unfathomably deep giants. When you discover a cockroach gazing at the faint divine light lingering on the divine list, an indecorous metaphor from his past life uncontrollably surfaced. As soon as the thought arose, he hadn't even had the time to ponder the latter part when a gaze filled with immense pressure suddenly bore down on him. Yun Huang's faint golden pupils swept back like cold stars, his gaze piercing like invisible ice needles, accurately striking at Yun Qing's spiritual sense, carrying a hint of warning and scrutiny. Yun Qing's heart jolted, and all distracting thoughts were instantly cleared. The instinct for survival caused him to reflexively lower his head slightly, his thick long eyelashes veiling the turbulent depths of his heavy pupils, as an impeccable submission and obedience rapidly accumulated on his handsome face, as if he had merely been daydreaming moments ago, with no hint of disrespectful thoughts. Yun Huang's gaze lingered on him for a moment, seeing him behave appropriately. He then withdrew his gaze to look again at the divine list high above, exuding an imperial aura. Only when that spine-tingling gaze had faded away did Yun Qing slowly straighten up, a small voice in his heart heaving a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost got cleared out. He gathered his thoughts, cautiously glancing at the dark figure ahead, confirming that Yun Huang was no longer focused on him, thus rebelliously continuing the thoughts that had been interrupted, completing the latter part. It means there must be another nest of cockroaches lurking in the dark. Using cockroaches as a metaphor for those ancient existences was indeed quite disrespectful, yet at this moment Yun Qing found it exceedingly apt both in terms of quantity and concealment. He dared to bet with his heavy pupils that the old monsters brought forth by the major powers through heavenly means were certainly not limited to the three figures revealed on the divine list just now. In the Nine Heavens divine realm, families like the Ji family, Jiang family, Qingyan Sword Palace, and the Great Xia ancient dynasty. Could they really be innocent little white flowers? Who knows if they might be hiding a fourth or fifth one? Even if there aren't after today, one cannot guarantee that in this gathering of winds and clouds, dragons and snakes rise from the land. Yun Qing gazed at the turbulent sky, the light in his heavy pupils flickering, realizing that beneath the known three old monsters there might be even more hidden in the dark. This was no competition of geniuses, it was clearly a collective explosion of the avatars of ancient overlords. Just the thought that that blazing sun might truly appear on the arena of the Qing list to compete or rather crush alongside a host of younger generations made Yun feel that the image was simply too beautiful for him to bear. Steady as Yun was, he now rarely felt his thoughts spiraling out of control. The sheer volume of information was overwhelmingly explosive, leaving him unable to maintain composure. A strong sense of urgency tightened around his heart. The murkier the waters, the greater the opportunities, but the dangers also escalated exponentially. He must swiftly eliminate the internal threat posed by the 12 elders so that he could fully prepare for the colossal storm about to sweep across the entire era. Yun gaze again fell upon the noble figure standing with hands behind his back ahead. That was the reincarnated Immortal Emperor who could alter the divine will with just a thought. Inwardly praying earnestly, "Huang brother, can I please have another hug?" Before the Hall of Qiwu, that grand phenomenon spanning the heavens finally disappeared and the vast sound of the Tao gradually subsided. Yun Huang continued to gaze at the sky, his golden pupils calm and undisturbed, as if that shocking phenomenon that had stunned all beings was merely an ordinary firework to him. He finally spoke, his voice breaking the silence. "It's actually a few years earlier than expected." He then ceased to linger, his dark robes sweeping as he turned back into the hall. Yun followed closely behind. Inside the hall, the luminous pearls flowed with brilliance, and as Yun stood beneath the jade steps, his thoughtful, heavy pupils turned slightly, already deep in contemplation. He faced the figure on the jade throne that had begun to exude an aura of do not come near, and his heavy pupils precisely reflected worry and urgency. "Young master." Yun took a half-step forward, his voice soft and slightly laced with an imperceptible dependency. "The Qing list has suddenly activated, causing turmoil among the factions. If the clan is not at peace, it will be difficult to exert our full strength in the competition for the list, should our Yun family's reputation fall." His words trailed off as he gazed longingly at Yun Huang with his heavy pupils. Yun Huang's gaze, seemingly amused yet not, landed upon him, not exposing his little schemes. "What do you have in mind?" Yun knew the opportunity had arrived. He took another step forward, his posture respectful, articulating clearly, "Returning to young master, the matter of the 9 heavens Qing list is of great importance and must not be mishandled. However, the position of the 12 young masters in the clan has been established for nearly 30 years. Although there are many talents, the lack of change inevitably breeds complacency. In my humble opinion, we could seize the opportunity of the Qing list's activation to preemptively initiate the Cloud Summit Martial Arts Competition." As soon as the words Cloud Summit Martial Arts Competition were uttered, the air in the hall seemed to freeze once more. To initiate the Cloud Summit Martial Arts Competition early was akin to dropping thunder onto a calm lake, which would undoubtedly trigger violent shockwaves among the various factions, reshuffling the power dynamics of the younger generation. A flicker of interest finally flashed across Yun Huang's golden pupils as he leaned slightly forward, the invisible pressure making Yun breathing a bit more cautious. "Oh. To initiate the Cloud Summit Martial Arts Competition early. Reason." Yun lowered his gaze, avoiding that overly sharp stare, his tone steady. "Firstly, eliminate the weak and retain the strong, selecting the best. To face the 9 heavens Qing list in the most optimal state would showcase the depth of our Yun family. Secondly, we can take this opportunity to eradicate some long-standing chronic issues." His words were subtle, but the chronic issues he referred to were unspoken, yet understood by both. Yun Huang fell silent. He unconsciously traced his fingers over the dark jade armrest, sketching out incomprehensible runes. The only sound remaining in the hall was the faint crackle of incense burning and Yun deliberately slowed breathing. After a long while, just when Yun thought this inscrutable ancestor would directly reject his proposal, Yun Huang suddenly spoke, his voice betraying no emotion. "Come here." Yun heart stirred at the command. He stepped forward as instructed, ascending the cold jade steps, stopping 3 paces away from Yun Huang. This distance far exceeded the bounds of an ordinary attendant, carrying a dangerous closeness and testing nature. Yet Yun Huang seemed to find it insufficient, his faint golden pupils glancing at him. "Come a bit closer." Yun heart tightened slightly, but his expression remained unfazed as he obediently stepped forward once more. At this moment, there was merely a step between him and Yun Huang, and he could almost feel the oppressive aura emanating from the latter, capable of incinerating all things. Suddenly, Yun Huang raised a finger and pointed directly at Yun forehead. Yun body instinctively wanted to retreat, yet he was firmly pinned in place by an overwhelming force of will. He saw Yun Huang lightly brush his fingertip over the purple-gold celestial seal on his forehead, and in an instant, it was erased by the divine power. Yun Huang gazed at his smooth forehead, feeling a hint of relief in his long-bothered heart. Yun blinked in confusion, then suddenly realized. Indeed, ancient families have secret methods to conceal this heavenly mark, After all, allowing their own genius to carry such an obvious mark outside would be rather too conspicuous. He had intended to seek the second elder for help later, yet unexpectedly Yun Huang took the initiative to assist him in concealing it. The favor of this little ancestor had not been in vain. Yun Qing felt a surge of emotion. "Turn around," Yun Huang suddenly commanded. Yun Qing complied and turned his back to Yun Huang. He could feel that gaze as if it were tangible, resting on his straight back, as if it could penetrate his clothes and perceive every flow of spiritual power within him. In the next moment, a pair of cool hands carrying an irresistible force landed on the nape of his neck. Yun Qing's body instantly stiffened and tensed. "Thank you to you, Sui Xiang Can, for the urging symbol. Thank you to the brave Su Wang Ji for the light. Thank you to Ji Ru Qian Huang for the flowers, and to the dear ones sending love and support. I am so touched." The author can only repay everyone with words. The vital point on Yun Qing's neck was suddenly gripped by such terrifying beings, causing his spine to tense up instantly, like a bowstring drawn taut, as cold sweat nearly soaked through his inner garments. Yet he could only allow those hands imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and extinguish the Tao to press against the most critical acupoint on his shoulder and neck. He gambled that Yun Huang bore no ill intent at this moment. Or rather, he gambled that his ill intent had not yet reached the point where they would need to tear their faces off immediately. Of course, there was no choice but to gamble. He couldn't fight back and couldn't escape. Sure enough, the anticipated attack did not come. The tip of Yun Huang's finger contained pure and gentle Huangyang spiritual energy, slowly seeping into Yun Qing's meridians like the warm sun in winter. It seemed he was probing whether there was any abnormal fluctuation in the spiritual energy when Yun Qing had just made his proposal. However, Yun Qing instinctively felt that this ancestor seemed more like someone in a bad mood looking for something to occupy himself with, or perhaps it was his unique way of expressing a desire for control, much like a deity, casually toying with their creations. The operation of spiritual energy is acceptable, and your state of mind can be considered stable. Yun Huang's voice was close to his ear, clear and cold, yet due to the proximity, it carried an indescribable magnetism akin to the sound of jade striking against jade. "It seems your proposal is not entirely self-serving." Yun Qing's tense muscles relaxed slightly, and he bitterly smiled inwardly. Before this figure, truly any small thought was as transparent as observing patterns on the palm. He simply chose to completely relax his body, no longer resisting, allowing the warm flow carrying the unique Huangyang aura to circulate through his meridians, clearing the stagnation caused by days of mental exhaustion. This sensation was extraordinarily strange, bearing an ultimate danger of having one's life and death controlled by another, yet mixed with the comfort brought by the spiritual energy, it also contained an indescribable comfort of being pet by a stronger being. The coexistence of ice and fire could hardly be more evident. Yun Qing slightly squinted his eyes, and his body relaxed beneath the dark robe, truly resembling a large cat being stroked, embodying strength and beauty. If it were not for the remnants of rationality firmly pulling at his nerves, mindful that this was in front of Yun Huang, he might have almost purred with pleasure due to the perfectly timed guidance of spiritual energy. "Young master, your insight is commendable." He spoke softly, carrying an entirely submissive tone, resembling a large cat caught by the nape of its neck. "Knowing that you dislike mundane affairs, but this matter concerns the future fortune of the Yun clan for 10,000 years, it cannot be overlooked. How about we follow Qing's earlier request and open the Yun Summit martial arts ahead of schedule? With a thunderous momentum, we will cleanly manage the clan's affairs, allowing us to focus entirely on facing this grand era of the 9 heavens and azure clouds." He paused, his tone slightly hoarse, even carrying a hint of the dependency one might express when seeking a favor from an elder. "What Qing thinks and does is all for the glory of the Yun clan's continuation, so that young master can conserve some effort. What do you think?" After saying this, Yun Qing furiously brainwashed himself. "He is billions of years older than me, Yun Qing. Not embarrassing, not embarrassing, not embarrassing, not embarrassing." "Humph." Yun Huang snorted, neither affirming nor denying. The pressure of his fingers suddenly increased, precisely pressing on an acupoint that was connected to the calming of the soul. A powerful, intense sensation of soreness and numbness surged straight to the top of his head in an instant. Yun Qing was caught off guard and could not help but let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying imperceptibly. He felt it was even more uncomfortable than directly receiving a palm strike from Yun Huang, as if his very soul had been seized and roughly kneaded. "Why do I feel that you have been overly active within lately?" Yun Huang's eyes slightly narrowed, his fingers tightening around the skin at the back of Yun Qing's neck. "Elder brother." He leaned closer, the icy breath almost whispering in Yun Qing's ear, his tone laced with mockery. "Such lofty words, using my hand to carry out your house-cleaning tasks. The more skilled you become at this routine." Yun Qing's internal alarm bells rang loudly about to argue when he felt the pressure on his neck loosen and those hands containing overwhelming power finally withdrew. Approved. Yun Huang leaned back against the wide dark jade seat, his demeanor returning to its usual detached nobility, the large sleeves of his robe hanging down as if the person who had just held and kneaded the large cat had nothing to do with him. He spoke lightly, his voice not loud, yet like the decree of heaven, it instantly penetrated the layers of barriers in the Chiwu Hall, resounding throughout every corner of the Yun clan. Convey my decree. 3 months later opened the Yun Summit Martial Arts ahead of time. Select 12 individuals for the 12 young lords position, granting core authority carrying the fortune, representing the Yun clan. We shall battle for the 9 heavens azure clouds ranking. As soon as the decree was issued, the entire Yun clan was shaken. We shall follow young master's decree. The roaring response surged like a tidal wave, echoing from countless palaces, towers, and secret realms, soaring into the sky. It was done. The heavy stone that had long hung in Yun Qing's heart finally fell with a thunderous cry. He suppressed the corners of his mouth that nearly curled up, swiftly taking a step back to create a safe distance, his voice returning to its usual calm and respectful tone. Thank you, young master. Yun Huang watched his rapid retreat, as if fearing that he might be petted again, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, feeling inexplicably displeased. Used up and discarded, he ran away fast. For the specific matters, you and the Grand Elder can coordinate to draft them together. He glanced at Yun Qing, saying no more, the dark robe sleeves resembling clouds descending from the sky, slicing through the twilight, to form a stern arc, his figure vanishing into the deeper shadows of the Chiwu Hall, leaving behind an endless chilling pressure. Outside the hall the night had deepened, the moonlight pouring down like water casting upon the cold jade tiles. Yet within the Yun clan territory, due to this sudden decree, tumultuous waves were stirred. Yun Qing stood outside the hall, all the previous submissiveness and reliance in front of Yun Huang had completely retracted, replaced instead by a sharp cold light that could freeze 1,000 miles. 3 months. He murmured to himself, the corners of his lips curling into a cold and determined arc. Enough time to set up the board and invite you into the trap. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, amidst the crevice of the laws, the response plan for the emergence of the Azure Clouds ranking and the Divine ranking involved far more than just the Yun clan. The top forces of the entire Tianyuan continent, those titans known as the 9 Heavens Divine Towers, were almost simultaneously stirred, each holding urgent meetings in their secret realms and ancestral lands, the atmosphere tense. However, one family style of operation was particularly different. The head of the Jiang clan, renowned throughout this realm as a kind-hearted person, was gentle and affable, with excellent social relations. His greatest hobby was not cultivation or political maneuvering, but rather gossip. Note, this gossip is not Taoist gossip, but the literal meaning of true gossip. After the initial shock, this clan leader, stroking his smooth chin, thought that it was better to enjoy together than alone, rather than pondering until bald. He might as well gather his old friends to chat and brainstorm. Thus, this action-oriented gossip enthusiast directly employed the ancient artifact inherited from the Jiang clan, the omnidirectional heavenly track, disregarding spatial barriers, sending a mental invitation to his extensive list of friends across various powers. Old friends, the world is in flux, and the divine ranking has astonished the world. I believe everyone has their own speculations. Why not come out and have a chat? Exchanging ideas is certainly better than each of us working in isolation. What do you think? Soon, countless powerful and diverse, terrifying mental fluctuations crossed the endless void, responding to his call. This Jiang clan leader truly had social relations that were astonishingly good. Thus, high above the heavens, within this temporarily opened crevice of space that concealed the heavenly secrets, blurred figures radiating terrifying auras and surrounded by the power of laws began to materialize, standing atop the chaotic energy. Come, speak up. Whose handiwork is so vast? Who dares to summon that being? Do they mean to gamble away their clan's eons of fortune? The patriarch of the Jiang family, visibly excited, was the first to open the subject. A woman cloaked in a hazy azure light drew a cold breath and spoke with uncertain alarm. Apparently the patriarch of the Feng clan. Could it be the Yun? I share that suspicion. Otherwise, why would that gossipy elder have arranged this meeting and yet conspicuously omit the Yun clan? He and the Yun clan's second have been drinking companions for 1,000 years. A voice like clashing metal rang out, full of certainty. Likely some war king of an immortal court. Sai, I say you are all muddled. Consult those charlatans of the Tianji pavilion, and the truth will be laid bare. An impatient voice interjected. You're the one who is truly muddled. Someone immediately retorted with dread in their tone. That Tianji array. That's Xinjiang. The speaker grew overly agitated, and then abruptly checked himself as if fearful of invoking a taboo. Such an entity able to compute heaven and earth, and take charge of fate's courses is terrifying indeed. Even lodged within this scene between illusion and reality, its honored name or emblem, if spoken lightly, might be perceived and bring untold calamity. But his household already has Yun Qing on the Shangshan list from the momentum when he previously drew down a pillar of light. His strength ranks among the foremost. Even with the Yun clan's deep reserves, what vast fortune could they possess to foster two peerless geniuses at once? Moreover, one of them is that one. The Ji family patriarch spoke with deep puzzlement and a faint, scarcely concealed twinge of jealousy. Hey, you old ice block, stop pretending to be solemn at the side. The belligerent war king who had spoken before turned his spear of accusation toward the representative of the Beiji Ice God Palace. Be honest now, were those 36th grade ice lotuses you're doing? Nonsense. The Beiji Ice God Palace representative suddenly opened his eyes. Coldness surged within his ice-blue pupils, and delicate ice crystals congealed in the surrounding void. An age-old chill swirled about him like mist, austere and noble, forming a stark contrast with his coarse retort. Our Beiji Xiangong is immaculate. Would we stoop to such heaven-defying theft of fortune? I suspect it was a contingency left by your Xia ancestor. Who does not know he once pined for our ice lord and was rejected in his longing? It must be a trick you devised in secret to frame us. Rubbish and slander. Our great Xia upholds the way of the human emperor and acts with rectitude. The great Xia prince bristled with fury, hair standing on end as dragon-like shadows roared about. For a time, these titanic figures who ordinarily sit aloft the 9 heavens and command, all like law itself, devolved into petty squabblers, bickering and trading insults with no dignity. The scene grew raucous. Chaotic currents were buffeted by every terrible aura, law fragments flickering and unstable. Only the initiator, the Jiang patriarch who had tossed the first spark, shrank into a corner of the void and watched the quarrel with a delighted grin, occasionally stoking the flames or offering hollow pleas for calm and harmony. Yet the gleam in his eyes was pure relish for the spectacle. Some elderly powers observed coldly, guarding their reputations, while calculating inwardly, let them quarrel, the more they shout, the muddier the waters. The croc beneath the deep pool is likely far larger than the part on show. I only wonder who will be the first to lose patience and leap out. The disputes within the crack of the void continued, yet a storm destined to sweep the entire Tianyuan continent and shape the pattern of millennia had already begun, in secret, spun from the suspicions, calculations, and covert maneuvers of every power. Within the Yun clan's domain, the purge set in motion by Yun Qing was but the first ripple in that towering wave. In Chiwu Hall, pearl-bright radiance flowed like water. Yun Qing was conferring with Yun Huang over the arrangements for the Yun Summit martial contest. Young lord, by custom before the contest, we must first hold the minor Yun Summit trial to screen those qualified to take part in the Yun Summit martial contest. Traditionally, the trial ground is set in the Wanshou ancient domain, but the chief elder just transmitted word that the domain's core has recently seen frequent fluctuations of spiritual energy beasts growing restless. Danger may arise. Competent hands must be dispatched ahead to clear hidden hazards and ensure the trial's safety. Yun Qing stood beneath the jade steps and reported respectfully. Yun Huang massaged his brow. A faint fatigue flickered in his golden eyes before he quickly masked it. The Wanshou ancient domain sits at the edge of the Yun clan's borders, abutting the ruined city, an ancient secret realm where ferocious beasts run rampant. More alarming still, those beasts carry residual bloodlines of primordial predators, exceptionally savage and exceedingly hard to contend with. If the minor Yun Summit trial is to be held there, it requires a team of highly cultivated experts to sweep the core region and guarantee safety. Selecting candidates was not easy. To preserve fairness, branches with contestants must avoid any appearance of conflict, and so cannot be assigned. Besides, the Yun Summit contest is rightly a grand event for the entire clan. Those branches without contestants frankly lack the strength to clear the Wanshou ancient domain. In past years, a few guest elders were dispatched, but this year the Qingyun list occupied many, and to prevent unrest, numerous elders and stewards were sent to guard the immortal cities. At present, those who meet all the conditions, deep cultivation already among the 12 sons, so need not take the minor trial, and with sufficient stature to keep order, are scarce. Yun Qing's dark robe fluttered, and he stepped forward to volunteer. I will go. I will thoroughly clear Wanshou before the trial begins and ensure the trial proceeds without hindrance. It was as if a sleeping man had finally found his pillow. He had fretted over finding a suitable excuse to leave the clan and give the 12 elders an opening. Yun Huang swept his gaze over Yun Qing and scoffed. Are you here to ask permission or to bid me farewell? The boy was growing bolder. Yun Qing's thoughts raced. He plastered on a smile and said swiftly, I have come to request leave, young lord. Once I finish those affairs, I will return at once to serve by your side. Yun Huang looked at him silently, his gaze seeming to pierce the skin and probe the calculations at the core of his soul. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. Very well. The single word fell like metal upon stone. Yun certain began to offer his thanks and take his leave, but Yun Huang added, "Give me your spear." Yun froze, and by reflex summoned forth his Jiyuan spear. This life-bound artifact had accompanied him for years and was linked to his spirit. Why would Yun Huang request it now? His mind churned, yet he dared not hesitate. With both hands he held the Jiyuan and reverently presented it. "Please, young lord, examine it." Yun Huang did not take it. He extended his right hand and made a subtle grasp. An invisible force wrapped the Jiyuan. The dusky spear emitted a low hum, detached itself from Yun grip, and flew to Yun Huang. Then, to Yun astonishment, a filament of dazzling molten gold Huangyang divine flame flared at Yun Huang's fingertip. The divine flame leapt and exuded an aura capable of consuming the heavens. The material is acceptable and carries a strand of primordial chaos, Yun Huang remarked calmly, eyes lowered. The forging is somewhat crude, it barely sustains the nascent chaotic annihilation conception you embedded. Exposed to absolute yang or unbending force, it risks shattering. In the next instant, under Yun stupefied gaze, Yun Huang posed two fingers like a blade, the terrifying Huangyang flame coiling about them, and slashed at the void beside him. With a sharp sound, the space was effortlessly torn apart, revealing a dark and chaotic rift behind it. A terrifying aura filled with a savage desire for slaughter surged forth like a cataclysmic wave from the depths of the rift. That was the soul of an ancient ferocious beast suppressed beneath the soul suppression monument. Yun Huang had actually torn the space apart with his bare hands, disregarding layers of seals, directly extracting this dangerously extreme beast soul from the place of suppression within the Yun clan ancestral hall. "Since you have repaired the soul suppression monument," Yun Huang spoke in an indifferent tone, as if he had simply taken an ordinary item from storage, "this unclaimed remnant soul shall be considered your reward." The beast soul appeared in a chaotic dark red hue, its previously fierce outline faintly visible. It thrashed and roared madly under the confinement of the Huangyang divine fire, exuding a terrifying malevolence capable of annihilating the true spirits of ordinary immortal lords. Indeed, being sealed by an ancient family like the Yun clan rather than being completely eradicated speaks volumes about the beast's terrifying power and status in its former life. Yet it could not shake the seemingly delicate golden flames in the slightest. With this beast's primordial source of malevolence as the catalyst, we shall reconstruct the spear's spirit to match your chaotic Dao fetus. As Yun Huang spoke, he gave Yun no time to react or refuse. The flame of Huangyang surged intensely from his fingertip, blazing like the core of a sun refining the heavens, and forcefully drove the beast's soul into the body of the Silence Abyss spear. Buzz! The Silence Abyss erupted with a violent tremor, its dark body instantly turning crimson, as if it had been thrown into the core of a star, with countless spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, only to rapidly heal under the subsequent forging of the Huangyang divine fire. Under the scorching divine fire, the violent impurities within the beast's remnant soul were forcibly purged, leaving only the source of malevolent energy and a trace of the primal Dao rhythm from the ancient times. On the spear's body, dark golden beast patterns that resembled living veins began to flow and undulate, carrying the terrifying pressure of primeval ferocity permeating from within the spear. Yun heart trembled. He could feel that the Silence Abyss was undergoing a transformative rebirth. With the ancient beast soul as a sacrifice and the Huangyang divine fire as the forge, it was being reforged into his life weapon. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone with immense power and determination. The entire process lasted merely the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. When the last trace of malevolent aura was completely refined, the resplendent Huangyang divine fire extinguished. A brand new long spear floated in midair. The spear body remained dark, but upon closer inspection one could discern countless intricate and mysterious dark golden patterns that flickered in and out, flowing with a restrained, yet hauntingly beautiful light. The spear tip shimmered with a cold radiance, and as it passed through the void, a dark red phantom of the ferocious beast seemed to swirl and howl around it, perfectly merging the concepts of annihilation and malevolence, its power and spirit elevated to unknown heights. This spear was no longer merely a magical artifact of the cultivation world, but the very embodiment of an innate divine weapon. Yun Huang casually waved his hand, clang. The newly born Silence Abyss spear emitted a clear ringing sound, joyfully slicing through the air, eagerly returning to Yun palm. Feeling its slight weight, Yun could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within the spear, as well as the primordial aura that perfectly aligned with his chaotic Dao fetus. "Thank you, young master." Yun suppressed the tumultuous shock and complexity within, bowing gratefully, his voice a few degrees lower than usual. This time he did not casually express thanks, but instead conveyed a sincere gratitude. regardless of the entanglements of their past lives and this life they were brothers. A strange warmth flashed through his heart. Did Huang given the spear at this moment because he was worried about his safety on this journey? Yet Yun Huang had already closed his eyes again, returning to his usual aloof demeanor, as if the act of altering the weapon and reshaping the divine armament was merely an inconsequential triviality to him. He waved his hand casually. Go ahead. Qing, I will not fail my mission. Yun Qing said no more, burying all emotions deep within. He tightly gripped the silence abyss, turning and striding away. His figure, clad in dark robes with ink-black hair, stood tall against the backdrop of heavenly light outside the hall, as unyielding as an ancient pine and as steadfast as a towering divine mountain. At the moment he stepped out of the hall, Yun Huang, perched high on the jade throne, slowly opened his eyes. His golden pupils were as deep as the eternal starry sky, gazing in the direction where Yun Qing had vanished, a flicker of complex and inscrutable light passing through. He unconsciously tapped the armrest with his fingertips, feeling the divine mark left deep within Yun Qing's sea of vitality. As long as this mark from me remains, despite any setbacks, it shall be easily resolved, he murmured in the silence of his heart, then closed his eyes again. Almost at the same time that Yun Qing accepted the task of clearing the ancient beast domain, Yun Qi, having received the news, could no longer contain himself. He nearly lunged in front of the 12th elder, his voice trembling with excitement. He is finally leaving the clan. Grandfather, this is our last chance. Shut up. The 12th elder slammed the table, the surface made of top-grade spirit marrow, instantly cracking, his voice hoarse and low as he reprimanded. What do you know? Especially at such a time, one must remain calm. Yun Qing's maneuver to have Yun Huang initiate the Cloud Summit martial arts was a direct strike against their previous schemes. Now the only path left for the 12th elder and the others was to take a desperate gamble. This was Yun Qing's open strategy. With overwhelming might he pressured them into a corner. As the saying goes, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans. Yun Qing had always been straightforward and honorable, indeed not skilled in underhanded tactics, but who said that an upright person cannot be cunning. Yun Qing aimed to force the 12th elder and his group into a direct confrontation. Grandfather, I swear on my spirit-devouring body that I am not mistaken, Yun Qi said excitedly, his eyes glittering with greedy urgency. Yun Qing must still be injured. This is his weakest moment. If we do not act now, once the Cloud Summit martial arts ends, we will truly have no opportunity left. The pseudo-chaotic Dao fetus is ultimately of low caliber, fraught with hidden dangers. This time the 12th elder did not immediately refute, murmuring to himself, a glint of madness flashing in his murky old eyes. If we must take risks, why not? Go all in. He suddenly turned around, his withered hand gripping Yun Kai's shoulder tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Yun Qing must die, but his chaotic Dao fetus must be extracted intact. Only a complete chaotic Dao fetus can withstand the impact and baptism of the 10,000 spirits blood slaughter formation. At that time you will use your spirit-devouring body to absorb its source, seizing its creation, ultimately transforming into the unprecedented devourer of chaos body. At that time, the 12th elder's voice became sharp with excitement. Not to mention merely the position of the 12th young master, even on the 9 heavens and 10 earths ranking, you will overshadow your peers. Yun Qi was taken aback by this mad and audacious plan, gasping in shock, as if his blood had frozen and then boiled in an instant. Endless ambition burned away his last shreds of reason. His voice became dry and tremulous, tinged with fear, but more so with the ignited fervor of greed. Grandfather, will this 10,000 spirits blood slaughter formation really succeed? What if Yun Qing escapes? Rest assured. The 12th elder's face broke into a confident smile. The ancient beast domain is rife with fierce beasts, the perfect place to set the formation. He chose this deadly ground himself, so he cannot blame me for sending him to his demise. By sacrificing the essence and blood of countless fierce beasts, we will draw out the residual ancient malevolence from the depths of the ancient domain. No matter how capable Yun Qing may be trapped in this formation, while gravely injured, he will have no chance of survival. Grandson, his chaotic Dao fetus is destined to be the stepping stone to your ascent to greatness. Within the cave, the flames of conspiracy burned fiercely, weaving a deadly net against Yun Qing, quietly cast towards the imminent journey into the ancient beast domain, fueled by greed and madness. The Wanshou ancient domain lay at the edge of the Yun clan's territory, abutting the savage expanse. No, Yun Qing led a contingent of elite Yun Shaowei guards, and after traversing several long-range teleportation arrays, they at last arrived at this barren border town, its walls standing stubbornly amid the whirling sands. Elsewhere, the chaotic marketplace assembly within the rifts of the void dissolved in discord after a furious farcical quarrel. Waves of diverse spiritual senses receded like the tide, and the void fell once more into deathly silence. The divine sense that had clanged like bronze and gold, suspected to belong to a martial king of some immortal dynasty, returned to its host. Within a towering command tent at a military camp, it slowly opened its eyes, a bronze-hued resolute face curling into a disdainful sneer. He was indeed the war king who commanded 1,000,000 border troops of the Xia ancient dynasty. Xiaozhan, a warlord whose rank stood shoulder to shoulder with the royal peerage. That damn scheme hatched by that old bastard Jiang Shouju. Xiaozhan's voice was low and hoarse, rough as befits a veteran of war. Those ancient men make a show of roaring until their faces are red spittle nearly spraying through the void. Who are they performing for? He rose, his dark gold coiled dragon battle plate rang as he strode from the command tent and gazed upon the vast boundless sky over Zhongzhou, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Damn them! Each feigning madness and folly, every one of them scheming 100 ways, not a single honest soul among them. But that matter with the Yun clan? It's likely as I suspected. He shook his head, recalling the spectacles in the void, that old ice block of Beiji. Xingong hopped up the moment I provoked him. Quite the performance. Ji Wen Yuan, that sly old fox, complained incessantly, every word fishing for others. As for Jiang Shouju himself, nothing but a pure troublemaker. Not like the sons of our Xia border army. How plain and honest they are. Xiaozhan snorted with a measure of self-satisfaction. Of course, he conveniently ignored the hot-tempered Prince Act head just played at the meeting. He drew in his mind, his spiritual sense unfolded like a drawn battle blade, sharp and domineering, as he performed his routine patrol of the Xia border and adjacent regions. It was both habit and duty. His spiritual sense swept over mountains and rivers, cities and villages. Just as he prepared to retract it fully, Xiaozhan's thick brow arched. His perception paused briefly above Huangqing. Below, a troop was assembling. At the head stood a young man in dark robes, hair like ink, posture as erect as a pine. Even across the distance, Xiaozhan caught a trace of a primordial chaotic aura about him. The aura of a Chaos Dao embryo, though well concealed. Yunqing. A flash of brilliance crossed Xiaozhan's eyes. Why would he be here in this godforsaken Huangsheng, instead of preparing on Yun Peak for the Yun clan's martial display? What chilled the battle-hardened war king was this? At the very moment his perception swept over Yunqing, the youth seemed to sense it, and abruptly looked up. A pair of eyes deep as an ancient well pierced through layers of spatial barriers and fixed with uncanny precision upon the invisible direction where his spiritual sense resided. Within those eyes a faint shadow of a double pupil flashed and was gone, imbued with the calm of one who has seen through illusion. Yunqing then calmly cupped his hands toward the direction of the spiritual sense in the sky, offering an impeccably measured junior's salute. Neither servile nor arrogant, the gesture bore respect for the elder power while clearly drawing a boundary. This salute was both homage and a line probed no further. Xiaozhan's domineering battlefield perception was to his surprise halted for a moment by that serene salute. He promptly withdrew his awareness. His bronze-hued resolute face revealed genuine astonishment and unhidden admiration. Good lad. Xiaozhan murmured, voice like distant thunder. Remarkably keen perception. Those double pupils. He may have attained the state of an empty chamber, birthing clarity, beholding myriad laws. To face my pressure so calmly and refuse with courtesy. This generation of the Yun clan truly inspires envy. Huangqing, the Wanshou ancient domain. Xiaozhan's tiger-like eyes narrowed as he looked toward the distant eastern domain, his knuckles unconsciously tapping the hilt of his war blade at his waist. That Yun youth appearing there now. Interesting. Huangqing, its massive stone walls had stood against the sands for 1,000 years. Yunqing withdrew his gaze from the heavens, face composed. Though the spiritual sense had been vast and imposing, it likely belonged to a power friendly, or at least neutral toward the Yun clan, no malice detected. Yet, in terms of sheer dominance of spiritual sense, who could outmatch his households, Shao Jinwu? Yunqing smiled faintly in his mind. Having been constantly alongside Yun Huang, his threshold for pressure had been forcibly raised to an absurd degree. Now, when feeling the spiritual pressure of those great powers, he found it mere trifles. The thought rose unbidden, and Yunqing chastised himself for swelling pride. Young master, you've had a hard journey, the guiding steward said respectfully, inclining his body. This is the branch's patriarch of Huangqing, Yun Lai. Before him stood a middle-aged man, broad and solid as a mountain, his bronze-burnished face carved by wind and frost. His tiger-like eyes were restrained yet bright, his aura deep and weighty, suffused with the hardened vigor of many campaigns. He cupped his fist in salute, voice like a deep bell. Yun Lai of Huangqing, with my clan, respectfully welcomed the young master. The clan members behind him bowed and turned their eyes, carrying reverence for the family's guest, but more so the plain, resilient fortitude born of hardship. No need for formalities, Patriarch Yun Lai. Thank you all for your toil. Yunqing inclined his head slightly, his tone gentle, the faint shadow of his double pupils sweeping over them without a trace. The clan of this Huangqing branch bore solid steady auras, each tempered with the fierce courage of battle. Especially Yun Lai, his cultivation at the midstage of the Xianjun realm was incomparably robust, his spiritual power compact, as iron faintly showing signs of breaking into the late stage. Standing slightly behind Yun Lai were two people. On the left stood a neatly kept middle-aged man, his features much more sun-darkened and roughened than when in the clan lands. Jia the steward, who had been dispatched here. At this moment his expression was deferential with a hint of complexity at seeing his former lord, but the slick guile of old had faded, replaced by a simple earnestness forged by frontier life. Jia the steward's hand rested lightly on a youth's shoulder in a natural familiar gesture. Sinner Jia Rin pays respects to the young master, he said, bowing again. Yun Qing inclined his head slightly, somewhat surprised to see Jia the steward here. He looked at Jia with a calm but affirmative tone. Steward Jia seems to have adapted well to Huangqing. His aura had grown steadier, his interactions with Yun Lai and the others were natural, far less of the former glittering calculation. He was in fact more agreeable than he had been in the clan lands. Yun Lai hastened to add, Brother Jia has been diligent since coming to Huangqing. He has cared for my brash grandson and done much to help Huangqing. Yun Qing nodded and fell silent. If one could have needless edges and conceits sanded down in Huangqing and settle into oneself, that too might be a kind of opportunity. His gaze fell on the bright-eyed youth who had been furtively watching him. This boy, presumably Yun Lai's grandson, was somewhat interesting. The youth's internal spiritual power was mediocre, yet his perception seemed unusually keen. When Yun Qing had sensed Xia Zhan's spiritual sense earlier, the child's gaze had instinctively flicked to the sky before quickly shifting away. Now the boy's look at him could not conceal confusion and curiosity, as if Yun Qing were an exceedingly complex puzzle. What puzzles you? Yun Qing asked the youth, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, his tone warming it. Indeed, Yun Shi's eyes lit up as if encouraged, and the boy replied crisply, Young master, the feeling about you is so wondrous. Like a blazing sun wrapped deep within a vast ocean. The boy's meager vocabulary failed to fully capture the sensation. Intuition lineage. A tremor ran through Yun Qing's heart. Barely had he stepped out of the Yun clan's territory when his chaotic Dao embryo had been seen through twice in succession. This time was even more absurd. Even the divine power imprint left on him by Yun Huang had been bluntly revealed by this naive youth. That imprint contained the origin aura of an immortal emperor, its rank exceedingly high. Even Xia Zhan from earlier would have been utterly incapable of detecting it. This youth. The vast world indeed harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Stone, do not speak nonsense. Yun Lai's expression shifted slightly as he quickly scolded. But Yun Qing waved his hand vigorously, ruffled the youth's head, and gave a carefree smile. Your name is Yun Shi. A sturdy name, little one. Your intuition is remarkably sharp. His tone was light, yet inwardly he remained vigilant. Do not grow arrogant. There is always someone. Yun Lai smiled bitterly and explained, Forgive my grandson's impertinence, young master. Like his father, this boy has no other talent. Just an uncanny intuition for danger and certain peculiar auras. A hereditary clumsy gift, I suppose, but it serves him well enough for survival in this desolate city. Yun Qing shook his head. No matter. Your grandson is exceptionally gifted. With proper cultivation, his future holds great promise. In this perilous world, such intuition can sometimes save lives more surely than cultivation. He said no more. After briefly inquiring about the recent anomalies in the myriad beast ancient domain, he turned and gave the order, move out. Yes. A dark flowing light led the way, followed closely by dozens of silver-armored warriors like a drawn sword thrusting straight into the blood mist-shrouded myriad beast ancient domain. Half an incense sticks time later. Beneath the shadow of the desolate city walls, several black-robed figures with obscure and terrifying auras flitted past, like phantoms silently vanishing into the ancient domain's blood-colored mist. 3 days later at dusk, at the edge of the myriad beast ancient domain's core region, the ground was littered with the carcasses of beastly remnants. Yun Qing slowly drew out his abyssal silent spear. The dark gold patterns on its shaft vibrated lightly, draining the last of the crimson-eyed ghost-faced spider's baleful essence. This peak-level beast king spider had a shell as hard as iron and venom that corroded bone. It had cost him some effort. With this, the cleansing mission was essentially complete. He looked up at the sky. The blood-colored mist churned violently, and a colossal blood moon was emerging clearly within the haze. Under the scarlet moonlight, the ancient domain's baleful aura boiled over, and the roars of myriad beasts shook the heavens. The blood moon devours the sky. The hour has come. Turning to look at his Yun Shao guard, who had fought for 3 days in blood, and now had even sharper eyes, Yun Qing said in a deep voice, Mission complete. You are to withdraw immediately and report back to the young lord. Young master, the commander said urgently, The blood moon hangs high, the beasts are frenzied, and you remain here alone. Yun Huang raised a hand to silence the commander, his tone gentle, yet brooking no dissent, returned swiftly. The ambush that followed would certainly be meticulously prepared by the 12th elder. That level of conflict. If these Yun Shao guards stayed, they would only add to the casualties, serving no other purpose. These were all elite scions painstakingly trained by the clan. Losing them to internal strife would be a terrible waste. The Yun Shao guards bowed deeply with clasped fists, then formed up and sped away like streaks of light. Watching them disappear, Yun Qing slowly turned, planting the abyssal silence spear on the ground. His dark robes billowed in the fetid wind, carrying a cold elegance born of slaughter. Though his garments were stained with some dust and blood, it could not diminish his extraordinary bearing. "Come out," he said calmly to the empty, blood-colored forest. "You followed for 3 days. The blood moon has risen. Do not waste this fine night of beautiful scenery and murder." As his words fell, the air around them suddenly solidified. Not a metaphor, but true spatial stasis. A vast, obscure, and sinister formation instantly unfolded, enveloping the 1,000-zhang radius centered on Yun Qing. Black-robed figures emerged from the shadows like apparitions, 24 in total. Every single aura was extremely terrifying, and the leader exuded a chilling energy fluctuation. Their robes were voluminous, their hoods pulled low, their faces obscured by the formation's shifting light. Their auras were also masked by special means, mingling with the ancient domain's overwhelming bloodfiend aura, making them extremely hard to distinguish. 24 immortal lords, 6 at the late stage, 1 at the peak. Yun Qing's gaze swept over them. The 12th elder certainly spared no expense, as he emptied his cache of hidden assets accumulated over the years. The black-robed figures remained silent as iron, offering no reply, only the cold, pure aura of slaughter permeating the air. "Professional," Yun Qing chuckled softly, muttering to himself. "Who says all villains die from talking too much? Look at them, so cautious, so decisive." Before his words had even faded, whoosh, all 24 moved at once. Their motions were perfectly synchronized, meshing like precision gears. 24 chains engraved with sinister runes shot forth from their sleeves, weaving into a sky-darkening net above. The clashing of chains sounded like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts, and baleful light surged into the sky. Not only did it completely seal and freeze this space, but it also began madly siphoning the bloodfiend aura from the ancient domain, making the black net increasingly dense and heavy, exuding a suffocating pressure. Faced with such a lethal opening, Yun Qing merely adjusted his cuffs, standing calmly within the formation. His dark robes were like ink, his posture like a pine. Against the backdrop of this overwhelming killing array and the blood-red moonlight, he possessed a breathtakingly composed dignity. From a concealed spot at the formation's core, the 12th elder watched this, seeing a flicker of complexity in his murky old eyes. This child's temperament, talent, strength, and bearing, all are supremely outstanding. He murmured inwardly, "If he were born to my branch, why would I need to resort to such desperate measures? Where did that worthless clan leader get such overwhelming fortune?" He murmured inwardly, "If he were born to my branch, why would I need to resort to such desperate measures? Where did that worthless clan leader get such overwhelming fortune? Same parents, yet how can the disparity be so vast?" A surge of bitterness and anger grew in the 12th elder's heart. "The heavens are unjust. Then, I shall defy heaven and seize it." Within the formation, the killing game was in full swing. Chains struck like pythons. Curses rained down like a storm. Blade light and sword shadows sealed all escape routes. Demonic sounds pierced the ears and corroded the soul. This encirclement was utterly devoid of trickery, nothing but brute force lethal methods. To use such means to ambush a young junior was truly overkill. Finally, Yun Qing moved. His steps were mysteriously shifting, as if he were strolling leisurely, weaving through the airtight storm of attacks. His double pupils swirled with profound light to their utmost, revealing the trajectories of the chains, the paths of the curses, the angles of the weapons, the flow of the bloodfiend aura. Everything was laid bare before him, down to the finest detail. Wielding the might of the ferocious beast souls, the abyssal silence spear left terrifying energy trails in its wake. Clang! The spear tip precisely struck the tip of a poisoned sword aimed at his back. A subtle force erupted, deflecting the poisoned sword, so it grazed past his robe. The black-robed swordsman's figure faltered slightly. Yun Qing's body pivoted with the momentum, the spear shaft sweeping like a whip to deflect 3 blade beams. With a light tap of his toes, he glided 3 steps like a fish, perfectly dodging the chain overhead and the poison palm from the side. His form did not pause, moving like a wraith. The abyssal silence spear either thrust or stabbed, each strike precisely hitting the weakest point of the offensive, until his double pupils pierced through the myriad lethal moves, locking onto the black-robed figure who had been concealing his aura behind the formation. The ravenous craving of a soul-devouring body for the chaotic Dao embryo blazed like a firefly in the night beneath Yun Qing's fully activated double pupils. "Found you, cousin Yun Qi," Yun Qing murmured to himself. In the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted from his body. A surge of overwhelming pressure shot into the sky, carrying the nascent form of a law, causing the surrounding space, sealed by the formation, to tremble and moan slightly. The Celestial King realm. Furthermore, it was the initial stage of the Celestial King, with an extraordinarily solid foundation and pure spiritual power. He directly disregarded the shackles of the spatial chains appearing before Yun Qi at the edge of the formation, as if teleporting. The Jiuan spear infused with pure and domineering chaotic spiritual power, and the ferocious aura of ancient beasts stabbed straight at Yun Kai's heart. This strike was faster than thought, transcending perception. PFF. A muffled sound of flesh tearing. The spear tip pierced through his chest, exiting through his back, trailing a streak of dark red blood. Yun Kai's body stiffened suddenly as he slowly lowered his head to gaze at the dark spear before him. The devouring spirit body frantically operated, attempting to absorb the invading chaotic spiritual power, but like ice meeting boiling soup, it was instantly countered and disintegrated by a higher power. He could feel his life force rapidly fading, sensing the collapse of the source of the devouring spirit body. Yun Kai's eyes were filled with disbelief and infinite regret and unwillingness towards the supreme opportunity that was almost within reach, but was forever lost. Yun Kai's eyes hidden beneath his hood widened in shock as he could only manage to utter a single word. Yun Qing gripped the spear, clearly feeling the sensation of life swiftly extinguishing. Warm blood flowed down the spear's shaft, staining his bony fingers. This was the first time he had truly killed someone in both of his lifetimes. The one he killed was of the same kin. Although their bloodline had become distant in terms of generation, it wouldn't be inappropriate to call him a cousin. The image of Yun Qi collapsing reflected in his eyes, and Yun Qing calmly assessed himself within, calmer than expected, with little emotional upheaval. But it was ultimately the first time. He could feel his heartbeat quickening slightly. His hand gripping the spear remained steady, yet the warm, sticky sensation of blood at his fingertips caused his nerves to tense subtly. This was a reflex of the body, unrelated to will. The moral concepts built over 20 years in his past life clashed with the brutal survival laws of his current life, in this moment culminating in a final convergence. Yun Qing lowered his eyes, his wrist lightly shaking. The force of annihilation and the aura of ferocity contained within the Jiuan spear erupted violently, instantly shattering Yun Kai's sea of consciousness and soul, eliminating any possibility of possession or recovery. However, in the final moment, his thoughts stirred slightly, and the power of the chaotic Dao fetus quietly enveloped, leaving behind a trace of untainted true spirit. On the road of reincarnation, let me be an ordinary person. This is the last mercy I can offer. Not for Yun Qi, but for my own Dao heart to remain flawless. Having killed for the first time. Hey, race a discount coupon for reincarnation in the underworld. Yun Qing internally mocked himself, trying to dilute the odd sensation. Consider it a grand opening promotion. Suddenly, certain experiences from his past life rang alarm bells in his mind. Finish him off. Villains die from too much talk. A kill must be finished. He immediately pulled Yun Kai's limp body closer, the glow of his unique eyes completely enveloping it, scanning meticulously from the physical body to the remnant soul. Confirming that all was correct, with the soul utterly extinguished, there was no possibility of resurrection or mischief. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear into the opponent's dantian, thoroughly shattering the source of the devouring spirit body. After completing all this, Yun Qing finally set his mind at ease, casually casting Yun Kai's body aside, turning to calmly face the battlefield that had fallen into silence due to the abrupt change. The entire process took no more than 3 breaths. From the explosive act of killing to the examination and finishing blow, every step was executed with such calmness. Only Yun Qing himself knew how many images flashed through his mind during those 3 breaths. Legal and moral principles from his past life, survival rules of the current world, the teachings of the second elder in the chaotic ancient cave about leaving no enemy alive, and Yun Huang's indifferent yet all-seeing golden eyes. Having chosen this path, there is no turning back, he told himself, his gaze growing increasingly tranquil as a deep abyss. Celestial King. You have actually stepped into the Celestial King realm. The voice of the 12th elder echoed from all directions of the formation, distorted and trembling with extreme shock. This is impossible. You are not yet 20. A Celestial King under 20. How could this be possible? Yun Qing flicked the blood from the spear tip, remaining silent. The dark robe fluttered under the blood-red moonlight, and a droplet of dark red blood slowly slid down the spear tip. In the vast Tianyuan continent, the path of cultivation is divided into 2 major stages. Mortal stages consist of 7 realms: foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, spirit transformation, void, refinement, body integration, and great ascension. Ordinary cultivators throughout their lives achieving the great ascension is already a rare feat in the lower realms. They can be called esteemed ones, enjoying a lifespan of 1,000 years. Yet the path of the celestial is vast and represents an entirely different world. To transcend the mortal and become a celestial, one must undergo tribulation. Upon successful tribulation, one can transform spiritual power into celestial essence, ascending to the more stable and vast 3,000 great worlds. This step is 1 in 100 failures and represents a true leap in life levels. With the spatial stability of the great world, a great ascension cultivator who can tear apart the void in the lower realms would find it difficult to even stir a ripple of space in the great world. Thus, the 9 realms of the celestial path in the Tianyuan continent are extremely profound and lofty. And the Celestial King is the 6th realm of the celestial path. The ability to traverse space freely is one of the hallmarks of the Celestial King realm. It is second only to the 7th realm, Celestial Monarch, and the 8th realm, Celestial Sovereign. As for the Celestial Emperor, the Tianyuan continent has only noble families and no imperial clans, for throughout history, no one has ever taken that final step. While the lower-tier cultivators had just begun their foundation establishment, and the previous generation's prodigies were merely at the mortal stage of 7 realms, Yun Qing, he had already ascended to the Celestial King. In the shadows, the 12th elder gazed at Yun Kai's body, his old face twitching violently, his eyes first flashing with sorrow, which was soon replaced by a more frenzied greed. Ha ha ha! He suddenly laughed maniacally, appearing deranged. How unfair is the heavenly Tao! Some struggle painfully for a lifetime, yet can never take that step to transcend the mortal and become a celestial. Some are born with a celestial starting point. When the 12th elder was Yun Qing's age, he had just transcended the mortal and become a celestial, already hailed as a on 1,000 years genius by others. After suffering for nearly 1,000 years, exhausting resources, he was now merely at the peak of the celestial monarch realm, having just touched the threshold of the celestial sovereign realm. Yet, Yun Qing, a celestial king at 20. This meant that from the beginning of his cultivation, Yun Qing had likely never experienced the so-called mortal stage. He started with the celestial path. This implied that his chaotic Dao fetus was so against the heavens that it could ignore conventional cultivation barriers. This meant that as long as he did not fall midway, he was destined to become a celestial sovereign in the future, and there was even a slim chance of reaching the Celestial Emperor. His laughter abruptly ceased, and his gaze towards Yun Qing turned like that of a starving wolf spotting exquisite flesh. Yun Qi is dead. No matter, the 12th elder licked his cracked lips, bloodlust surging in his eyes. I am of the same lineage as him. This chaotic Dao fetus, I will personally devour it. As long as I obtain your chaotic Dao fetus with my 1,000 years of cultivation, I may very well forcibly refine and merge it. At that time, his eyes burst with terrifying bloodlust and greed, his voice trembling with excitement. I shall possess the supreme potential of the chaotic Dao fetus combined with 1,000 years of experience. I will leverage your Dao foundation, aiming directly for the celestial sovereign, even peering into the lofty path of the Celestial Emperor. The 12th elder's hands swiftly formed seals, and behind him a bloodthirsty demonic phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized. The phantom roared skyward, its 6 massive arms swinging simultaneously, crashing down upon Yun Qing with a terrifying might that could shatter mountains and devour heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, space shattered inch by inch. Roar! The other black-robed figures charged forth as well, the 24 pitch-black chains quaking violently, transforming into 24 ferocious demonic dragons with scales and horns, sealing off Yun Qing's retreat completely. Above, the blood demon's 6 arms struck together, blotting out the sky. Below, the demonic dragons attacked from all directions, cutting off every escape. Each strike was enough to tear apart an ordinary immortal lord, let alone Yun Qing, who had just stepped into the Immortal King realm. The 12th elder's face twisted into a triumphant sneer. No matter how monstrous Yun Qing's talent was, he was merely 19 years old. Given enough time to grow, even the 12th elder might not be able to match him. What a pity. Today he would meet his end here. Yun Qing's dark robes billowed, and the tip of his abyssal spear flickered with chaotic light. His figure instantly transformed into countless phantoms weaving through the gaps of the lethal onslaught. Chaos manifested into shadows, blending the real and the illusory. Arrogant brat, the 12th elder bellowed. He's stalling. Lock onto his true body. Too late. Yun Qing's voice came from the edge of the formation. His breath was slightly ragged, yet a strange smile graced his face. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out an object. It was an absurdly ugly cloth doll. palm-sized, made from mismatched patches of fabric in garish eye-straining colors with crooked stitches and facial features embroidered like chaotic scrawls. One eye higher than the other, a nose skewed to the cheek, a mouth pulled to the ear. Its face exuded a bizarre mix of the comical and the pathetic. On its chest was a lopsidedly stitched character Yuan. This thing, even thrown into a mortal beggar's den, no one would pick it up. Amidst the blood moon demon and the deadly trap pulling out such an ugly doll. The scene was eerily suffocating. Boy playing tricks at death's door. A black-robed man at the late immortal lord stage barked his bone blade, slashing out a pale, ghastly arc. Whatever trick it was had cut it down first. Yet Yun Huang didn't even glance at the blade's glow. He simply tossed the hideously ugly doll to the ground and yelled skyward, "Second elder, help me. They're all ganging up on me." His voice was pitiful and aggrieved, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor, as if he were truly a wronged child calling for an elder. The 12th elder. The black-robed crowd. Even the roaring blood demon phantom's movements seemed to freeze for a moment. Playing tricks. The 12th elder's unease grew stronger. He urged the blood demon phantom to strike with all 6 arms, intending to crush the ugly doll along with everything else. But the moment it hit the ground, a vast and chilling aura suddenly erupted from it. The doll's comical body swelled with the wind, twisting and reshaping. The fabric turned into cloud-patterned robes, the crooked features reorganized into the image of an old man with graying hair, carefree and unrestrained. It was none other than the Yun clan's second elder, Yun Huang. Aha! Chew! Just as he appeared, Yun Huang hadn't even fully opened his eyes. He let out an incredibly mood-ruining long yawn, stretched with exaggerated laziness, and mumbled, "That was one hell of a nap. So comfortable. Which clueless fool is making all that racket? Kid, didn't I tell you my doll here is super expensive? Don't use it unless it's a real life-or-death moment." HM. Before he could finish, he saw 6 mountain-like demon arms crashing down on his head. 24 demonic dragons with gaping maws were inches away, and a sky full of poisonous mist and cursed light was descending. Yun Huang's expression shifted instantly from groggy confusion to extreme irritation. He clicked his tongue, brows furrowing, as if he were facing not world-shattering attacks, but a swarm of buzzing flies disturbing his peace. Casually, he lifted his right foot and lightly stomped the ground. Scatter! With a single word spoken with effortless calm, a vast and Starcia-like power exploded outward from him. The 3-headed, 6-armed demon collided with an invisible wall, shattering inch by inch into a rain of blood-red sparks. The 24 demonic dragons let out mournful cries, their massive forms dissolving and crumbling back into dull chains that clattered to the ground. The poisonous mist cursed light blade arcs. Every attack vanished into nothing the moment the word scatter was uttered. The entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Only the churning blood mist remained, along with 28 stunned black-robed figures and the 12th elder, whose face was as pale as paper at the formation's core. The immortal sovereign realm. Only an immortal sovereign could command reality with a single word, settling heaven and earth. Second elder. The 12th elder stammered, his voice dry. "How are you here? I sent men to." Yun Huang picked his ear, a look of undisguised contempt and mockery on his face. His eyes, usually filled with laughter, were now sharp and piercing like cold stars. "You think that little diversionary trick of yours could hold me back?" He turned and flicked Yun Huang's forehead with annoyance. "You little rascal. Didn't I tell you to only use that transcendent puppet in critical moments? This is nowhere near that. I gave it to you to save your life, not for you to show off and save effort. You've ruined a whole cauldron of fine pills." He pointed at the dull chains and the 12th elder's group, lamenting, "Look, this is what drove you to you. Where's your immortal king strength? The divine powers of your Chaos Dao embryo? Is your double pupil just for show? And all those protective artifacts? You had to call me. Let me tell you, when I was your age. When you were my age, you were still being chased around the mountain by the 3rd elder for stealing and roasting her 800-year-old drunken immortal carp." Yun Huang muttered, landing a precise jab. Yun Huang's old face flushed red, and he snapped in embarrassment, "Shut up. I was helping her digest it." "No. Stop changing the subject, you brat. Seriously, if I'd known you'd be this wasteful, I might as well have fed the materials to the dogs." Despite his words, the concern in his eyes for Yun Huang and the relief at seeing him safe were unmistakable. After scolding the wastrel, Yun Huang turned back, hands tucked into his sleeves, and leisurely looked at the ashen-faced 12th elder across from him. Yun Huang rubbed his forehead, peeked out from behind Yun Huang, and shot the 12th elder's group a grin that could only be described as malicious. "Gentlemen, you didn't really think that I, Yun Huang, would charge into this dragon's den on a hot-headed solo mission, did you?" He paused, his smile growing even brighter. "Do I look that stupid?" The 12th elder's eyes were about to split with rage. He dispatched someone to hold back Yun Huang, even employing the celestial artifact Heavenly Lock domain flag. to seal off the ancient beast domain. Even if the celestial sovereign wanted to force his way in, it would take at least the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. And that little time was enough for them to kill Yun Qing more than 10 times. But he never expected. Yun Qing actually brought the second elder along in his pocket. That hideous doll, repulsive to the point of madness, was a substitute puppet forged by the second elder using a strand of his own life essence. Though it appeared comical and ugly, it was in fact a supreme treasure capable of bearing the full power and divine sense of a celestial sovereign. What kind of protective artifact was this? This was a guardian celestial sovereign that could be summoned at any time. He never imagined that Yun Huang would invest so heavily in Yun Qing. It's a failure. The 12th elder's chest heaved violently, his lips trembling. Yun Qi was dead, and the plan had been exposed. Even if he could escape today, he would definitely face severe punishment upon returning to his clan. The foundation of his lineage, built over a millennium, would be utterly destroyed by his hands. It was a dead end regardless. If that's the case, the 12th elder suddenly lifted his head, a terrifying madness erupting in his eyes. Then let's die together. His emaciated body suddenly expanded and countless black runes floated around him. A destructive aura erupted in the valley's depths, and blood-red malevolence surged into his body. He's going to self-destruct. The second elder's face changed drastically. He formed seals with his hands, and the celestial sovereign's power transformed into an invisible barrier firmly protecting Yun Qing behind him. However, the 12th elder's mouth curled into a sinister arc. The power obtained by burning his soul did not manifest as explosive energy, but coalesced into a blood-colored poisonous needle as thin as a hair. The poisonous needle ignored spatial distance and pierced through the barrier set by the second elder, shooting straight at Yun Qing's brow. Not good. Yun Yuan's pupils contracted. The 12th elder's target had always been Yun Qing. He burned his soul to perform forbidden techniques, and even if he couldn't kill Yun Qing, he intended to seriously injure his divine soul. What could be a more satisfying revenge than damaging the divine soul of an unparalleled genius, thus halting his path? Qing, my boy. Yun Yuan shouted angrily, the celestial sovereign's power surging wildly in an attempt to intercept. But that poisonous needle was too fast and too strange. Yun Qing's heavy pupils suddenly constricted, and time seemed to slow down at that moment. He could clearly see the resentful black aura swirling around that poisonous needle, feeling the madness and determination within. The Jiuan spear emitted a low hum in his hand, its dark golden patterns swirling ready to counter at any moment. But at that instant, a point of golden light suddenly ignited deep in his forehead. Radiating with imperial might like a miniature sun, it manifested at Yun Qing's brow. Within the golden light, complex imprints could be faintly seen. It was the divine power mark left by Yun Huang deep in his qi si. The blood-soul poisonous needle collided with the golden light, vanishing silently like an ant shaking the sun. The backlash surged back. Ah! The 12th elder let out a scream, so chilling it seemed inhuman. Blood spurted from his 7 orifices, and his breath instantly weakened. He staggered back, his emaciated body trembling violently, staring fixedly at the golden light slowly fading from Yun Qing's brow, his eyes filled with disbelief. Huangyao mark. That person's original mark. He actually trusts you so much. The 12th elder's voice was hoarse like a broken bellows. A terrifying thought frantically sprouted in his nearly collapsing soul. Why? How did Yun Qing manage to please Yun Huang? How could the latter be willing to bestow such an original mark for protection? Could it be? The 12th elder suddenly raised his head, a horrifying light erupting from his bloodshot eyes. You knew all along, didn't you? Yun Yuan. It was you. It must be you who violated the blood oath and revealed the celestial emperors. He seemed to have grasped the last straw of life, his voice sharp and piercing. If not for this, how could this boy with his unparalleled talent ascend to the celestial king at under 20, still be so proud and arrogant? Why would he always stoop low, flatter, and coax the young lord into trusting him so much? The second elder's complexion darkened. Old 12, do not speak recklessly. I have never violated the blood oath. It must be you. The 12th elder, seemingly mad, pointed a gnarled claw at Yun Qing. It must be you who hinted at him through subtle means. Otherwise, how to explain it? I will report you to the Elder Council. You, Yun Yuan, have violated the ancestral oath, and your crime deserves execution. Before the words fell, his remaining strength surged wildly, disregarding the severe backlash, continuing to burn his remaining lifespan, intending to use secret methods to forcefully trace the fragments of causality. He wanted to illuminate whether Yun Yuan had ever divulged secrets to Yun Qing. The luminous secret art enveloped the entire scene, not as an attack, but purely for investigation and tracing. The second elder shouted furiously, the celestial sovereign's power erupting, about to forcibly interrupt it. An unforeseen change occurred. The Huangyang mark on Yunqing's brow seemed to have been stirred by the earlier defense against the blood-soul poisonous needle not yet fully settling. At this moment, under the bizarre power of the secret technique, it actually wavered slightly for an instant. Deep within Yunqing's divine soul, through the soul-tracing secret ceremony and his heavy pupils, he glimpsed the secret of Yun Huang's reincarnation. In this unexpected resonance, a seam was forcefully pried open. A series of blurry yet shocking scenes were reflected back through the secret technique imprinted in the 12th Elder's divine sense, an endless broken celestial court, fallen stars, and shattered laws. A solitary and transcendent imperial figure stood atop the ruins, surrounded by countless corpses of gods and demons. The imperial figure turned back, his pale golden eyes reflecting the eternal desolation and an exhaustion that penetrated to the bone, along with a hint of cold scrutiny towards all things. And at the edge of this blurry image, the 12th Elder saw more pieces of information that made his soul tremble. Yunqing had long known that Yun Huang was the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. He knew more than they could imagine. He was aware of Yun Huang's past life experiences, character, and even his emotional entanglements. So that's how it is. The 12th Elder laughed loudly to the heavens, his laughter filled with ironic madness. You saw it for yourself? Your eyes. What a Chaos Dao embryo. What an ancient heavy pupil. To be able to pierce through such heavenly secrets. He suddenly turned his head, staring fixedly at Yunqing, his voice like a cold wind from the nine. Hell's no wonder you can win his trust so much. You knew his roots, knew his soft spots. All your submission, your thoughtfulness, your brotherly demeanor. It was all a calculation. It was an act. Yunqing, oh Yunqing, you are the one who has hidden the deepest. If the young lord knew that the brother he trusted so much had ulterior motives from the very beginning, what would he do? Yunqing's expression finally changed. A rare seriousness and sharpness flashed through his heavy pupils. Things were beginning to spiral out of control. He never expected that the 12th Elder's desperate secret technique would unexpectedly resonate with the Huangyang mark, revealing the deepest secrets of his heart. Second Elder. He must kill him immediately. However, Virum, the entire ancient beast domain's space trembled violently, without warning. The 100-foot black flag inserted in the array's core and said to be able to seal the heavens let out a mournful cry, its surface cracking. An invisible giant hand with absolute brute force tore this forbidden item apart. An unparalleled will surpassing all surged with endless fury, descending like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, crashing down. The blood-red mist dissipated, the crimson moonlight faded, and countless demonic beasts crouched on the ground, trembling in fear. Time and space froze. A figure appeared silently in midair, dressed in dark robes like the night, with golden pupils like ice. Yun Huang. The ancient domain of 10,000 beasts lay shrouded in deathly stillness. Yun Huang stood suspended in midair, his body emitting not a single ripple of spiritual energy, yet the entire heavens and earth knelt beneath his feet. His pale golden eyes held no warmth whatsoever, sweeping with detached indifference over the ravaged valley below, and finally settling upon Yunqing. That gaze was terrifyingly serene, yet Yunqing's dual pupils seared with sudden violent agony. He clearly saw, deep within that frigid golden void, the slow inexorable spreading of blood-red light, fierce enough to incinerate entire star rivers. This was something far more dreadful than wrath. It was pure unbridled annihilation. Young Lord. Elder 12 seized upon it like a drowning man grasping at salvation, screaming hoarsely. Have you heard? Yunqing. This wretch has dared pierce the veil of your supreme, sacred identity. Every act he has committed stems from calculated flattery and scheming, not sincerity, not loyalty. Such a traitor, who defies heaven and deceives his sovereign, who dares pry into celestial secrets, deserves nothing less than soul extraction and spirit refinement, as a dire warning to all. Each word struck the frozen air like a poisoned ice spike. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. Yunqing parted his lips, desperate to speak, but found every word hollow, powerless before that crushing stillness. Yun Huang's pale golden eyes hardened into glacial ice. Beneath their surface, a tempestuous tide of crimson surged, while a fleeting, unacknowledged pang pierced even his own awareness. Countless fragmented memories overlapped in that instant with the refined, yet hypocritical face before him. Humph. Yun Huang let out a faint, almost imperceptible laugh, soft as breath, yet it sent waves of soul-chilling dread through every onlooker, including Elder 2, a celestial sovereign himself. Slowly Yun Huang raised his right hand and gently pressed downward. No light, no sound, and yet, in the next breath, every one of the 23 black-robed celestial lords along with the Tenjiang radius surrounding them vanished, as if erased by an invisible titan's hand. Not a speck of dust, not a drop of blood, not a wisp of lingering soul remained. Few dared mock the spectacle of a celestial emperor reborn. The wrath of a celestial emperor, erasure by divine law returned to utter void. Yun Huang's face paled violently. He stepped forward urgently. Young lord, please calm your fury. This matter. Yun Huang did not glance at him. His utterly frozen golden eyes remained locked solely upon Yun Qing. That gaze stripped Yun Qing bare, laying him naked before the eternal frost of primordial ice. Lock Spirit Pagoda. 3 words, like edicts of the heavenly Tao, crashed down with thunderous finality. Space around Yun Qing congealed instantly. A towering ancient pagoda materialized above his head, its body radiating the blazing, ageless power of the solar sovereign art. Countless golden chains, forged from celestial laws themselves, lashed forth from the void. In an instant they coiled tightly around his limbs, torso, and throat, binding him utterly. At the moment the chains clamped shut, Yun Qing grunted, a choked sound, as his vast celestial king-level spiritual energy froze solid like a mighty river locked beneath glacial ice. His Chaos Dao embryo cried out in anguish, forcibly suppressed into silence. His dual pupil vision dimmed, overwhelmed by blinding golden script light. Lock Spirit Pagoda, a peerless celestial artifact forged by Yun Huang himself, once reserved for imprisoning high-tier criminals and sealing away primordial demons. Yun Qing had neither time nor strength to resist. Even his Chaos Dao embryo trembled, instinctively warning him, do not oppose the celestial emperor now. His rage is absolute, his disappointment glacial, his power overwhelming. The golden chains retracted with brutal force, dragging him toward the bottomless abyssal rift yawning at the pagoda's base. In the final sliver before total darkness swallowed him, Yun Qing strained to lift his gaze toward that godlike, impassive figure suspended in the sky. He saw the blood-drenched depths of Yun Huang's eyes. Then a voice, cold beyond measure, etched directly into his very soul, exploded within his consciousness. Yun Qing, you have disappointed this sovereign deeply. Darkness consumed him utterly. The rift sealed. The pagoda's phantom dissolved, leaving no trace behind. Only Elder 12 collapsed like rotten sludge, yet grinning with manic triumph, and Yun Huang, grim-faced and heavy with foreboding, remained. Yun Huang's form gradually faded, dissolving into the void. Just before vanishing, he uttered one final detached command. Escort him back to the clan. Await further judgment. Cough, cough, cough. Once certain Yun Huang had departed, Elder 12 could no longer contain himself, laughing wildly even as blood spattered from his mouth. His face was ashen corpse pale, but his eyes burned with twisted elation. Yun Qing, what does it matter if your talent is peerless, your schemes profound? Before absolute power and the awe of a celestial sovereign, you are but an ant. He struggled upright, his gaze venomous, calculating. Yun Qi was dead, his elite forces annihilated. But if Yun Qing fell from grace, was disgraced, or even refined into essence, then he would rise. With the young lord's fury so great, he might well overlook Elder 12's ambush against Yun Qing, leaving room perhaps for a reversal of fortune. Elder 2 silenced the cackling elder with a flick of his sleeve, knocking him unconscious before escorting him back to the clan. All that remained was the shattered valley, thick, unrelenting blood scent, and a trust between brothers newly kindled, now frozen in an instant of betrayal. The Chiwu Hall. Its doors were sealed tight, its luminous pearls dimmed. Yun Huang sat alone upon the dark jade throne, the hall silent as the grave, save for the measured rhythmic tap of his knuckles upon the armrest. Those accusations, defying heaven and deceiving his sovereign, all calculation, no sincerity, pierced his soul like poisoned ice spikes. Suddenly he felt absurd. Absurd that he'd known Elder 2 stood nearby, capable of shielding Yun Qing, yet still couldn't help sending a sliver of divine sense to watch over the ancient domain of 10,000 beasts. Absurd that he'd even inscribed a protective Tao mark upon Yun Qing, fearing the younger might suffer harm beyond his sight. And what had he received in return? From the very beginning, Yun Qing had already seen through his deepest, most guarded secret. His inviolable vulnerability, the one truth he refused to reveal, had been laid bare, studied, understood. Those gestures that had warmed him, the perfect deference, the occasional clumsy affection of a brother that stirred something tender within him, all had been performances meticulously crafted upon the foundation of knowing exactly who he truly was, a celestial emperor reborn. He had been deceived, utterly from start to finish, by the very brother he'd found intriguing, pleasing, and without realizing it indulged with unwarranted leniency and hope. Excellent, truly excellent, Yun Qing. Yun Huang's voice was low, hoarse, carrying the glacial chill of 10th sandier ice. With each word the hall's temperature plummeted, frost crystals bloomed in the air. The serene, radiant solar sovereign art swirling about him erupted. Uncontrolled, furious volatile. Thin tendrils of golden flame leaked from his robes and hair. Where they touched, space groaned under unbearable strain. warping, cracking, splitting open into fine obsidian-black fissures. The entire Chiwu Hall trembled violently beneath his terrifying aura. VVVVRRR. A soft, resonant hum emanated from the void itself, like the heavenly Tao itself issuing a gentle cautionary plea. Yun Huang's head snapped up, his golden eyes now fully drowned in blood-red light. Yun Huang abruptly raised his hand and grasped at the void. Space was torn open with a harsh rip, and a mangled corpse was yanked through the rift, crashing heavily onto the mirror-smooth floor of the hall. Had Yun Qing been present, he would have been stunned to recognize the corpse as Yun Qi, the very one he had impaled through the chest with his spear, whose spiritual body had been ground to nothing. Making use of waste counts as your fortune. Yun Huang's voice was icy and merciless. He formed a blade with his fingers and made a slashing motion over Yun Kai's corpse. A bizarre scene unfolded. The origin of the spirit-devouring physique, which should have dissipated entirely, defied the laws of nature and gathered anew as if time itself had reversed. Since you cultivated the path of spirit-devouring today, you shall devour your fill. Yun Huang's tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth. With a flick of his finger, he drew out the ashen origin phantom, which shrieked as it was torn away. The blazing sun divine fire roared to life, enveloping and refining it. A silent, agonized wail erupted from the origin phantom. The impurities, resentments, and even the remnants of Yun Kai's soul within it sizzled and vanished swiftly under the scorching flames. In mere moments, only a wisp of pure chaotic energy remained. On the ground, Yun Kai's corpse instantly withered and crumbled into a puff of ash, dissipating without a trace. Devouring a lower-ranked spirit of the same origin to strengthen oneself. The method was brutal and direct, carrying an undisguised venting of anger. He did not possess the superfluous, pointless sympathy for kin that Yun Qing had. Yun Huang indifferently pressed the chaotic origin into his own brow. The gray-gold light sank in, and the restless, blazing sun divine power within him seemed to calm slightly. His expression improved a little. But deep within those golden pupils the bloodlust did not fade. Instead, the act of devouring added a shade of dark ferocity. He lifted his gaze to scan the void, as if conversing with some unseen presence. Peace. Compassion. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold, mocking smile. A handsome, yet chilling expression. Next. His gaze slowly settled on the immortal locking tower which sealed away everything and suppressed a certain deceiver. It will be the turn of the Chaos Dao embryo. The words were soft as a sigh, yet every syllable dripped with cold. The hum in the void ceased abruptly, daring not to sound again. Inside the immortal locking tower. Darkness. Absolute darkness. Not the blackness of absent light, but a void where the very concept of light was stripped away. The moment Yun Qing was hurled into this darkness, countless icy, bone-chilling runic chains shot out from the void, tightly binding his limbs, neck, and waist. The chains were covered in ancient runes of suppression and sealing. With each link that tightened, the immortal king-level spiritual energy within him stagnated. The circulation of the Chaos Dao embryo was nearly forced to a halt, and even the vision from his double pupils was compressed to only perceive the space around himself. This was the tower of immortal suppression, containing countless prohibitions for suppression, spirit locking, and soul grinding. For now, only the suppression function was activated. Cough. The chains coiled around his neck, forcing a stifled grunt from Yun Qing. Fortunately, they did not tighten further, making it bearable. The tower was deathly silent save for the grating sound of chains scraping and a suppressed, ragged breath. Yun Qing was trapped in this absolute stillness, unable to move. Yun Huang did not show himself, nor did he listen to any explanation. Only palpable fury and disappointment filled every inch of the tower, causing Yun Qing's heart to sink. The little golden crow was so angry it bristled and spat flames. How could this be soothed? Within the Yun clan, undercurrents surged. After throwing the 12th elder to the Elders' Council for detention, 2nd Elder Yun Yuan rushed to the Chiwu Hall to plead for an audience, only to be coldly repelled by the barrier formation Yun Huang had set up. The 2nd Elder was frantic. Yun Qing and he were no longer merely bound by the clan's arrangement. Over a decade of companionship in the chaotic ancient cave, watching the boy grow from a babbling child into a stalwart youth had made him a mentor and father figure, as close as flesh and blood. Otherwise, such a precious Sumeru transformation puppet would not have been casually given to Yun Qing for protection. Even the direct bloodline of the 2nd Elder's branch had never received such favor from him. How could he stand by and watch Yun Qing be destroyed here? Young lord, the boy Yun may have concealed things, but his nature is not evil or treacherous. He has never been disloyal to you or the Yun clan. I beseech you to investigate and allow him to explain. The 2nd Elder pleaded loudly outside the hall, his voice filled with unprecedented urgency. There was no response from within. Only the terrifying pressure enveloping the entire Chiwu Hall lingered, revealing the mood of its master. Failing to gain an audience, the second elder in desperation turned to seek out the first elder Yun. Big brother, say something. The boy Yun has been thrown into the immortal locking tower. Is that a place? The young lord is in a blazing rage. What if he actually? The second elder paced frantically in Yun meditation room, his goatee bristling. Yun sat cross-legged on a cushion, his eyes half closed, his expression unruffled as an ancient well. He slowly turned a string of prayer beads and spoke in a low, steady voice. Little Yuan, calm down. How can I be calm? That's the immortal locking tower. A death trap used to suppress mighty enemies and annihilate ancient demons. How long did that immortal venerate who angered the Immortal Emperor last inside? A mere 3 days before his Dao foundation shattered and his soul was extinguished. The boy Yun is only an immortal king. How long can he endure? The second elder's eyes were red, and seeing the first elder's eternal poker face only infuriated him more. Yun lifted his eyes, a faint glimmer passing through their depths, as if calculating. After a long moment, he said slowly, "The young lord is enraged, but he did not kill and refine him on the spot. He only imprisoned him in the tower. There is still room for negotiation." Negotiation? How? I've spun in circles, and he won't see anyone, the second elder exclaimed. Yun was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Don't forget the soul tracing ritual. That soul carefully chosen by the will of heaven and pulled across realms should be highly compatible with the young lord. Their bond is extraordinary, it may not come to the worst. At the very least, the boy Yun should not be in mortal danger. His words were cryptic. Could there be some hidden karmic connection between the soul chosen by the soul tracing ritual and this special reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor? Yun Huang grabbed the first elder's beard, yanking him off balance, instantly shattering all immortal composure. You hypocrite, speaking in riddles again. But this was hardly the time for such disputes. The second elder was skeptical, yet seeing the first elder so composed, his anxiety eased slightly. Let's hope so. No, I must think of another way. At least let the young lord hear the boy speak. Before he finished, he rushed out again in a flurry. Only the first elder remained staring at the few strands of his once splendid beard drifting down, tears silently falling. Yun Huang. Meanwhile, the 12th elder's branch was immersed in a secret post-calamity elation. As long as Yun died and the 12th elder lived, his status and years of family connections might allow him to hold on until the next Cloud Summit martial arts, leading his branch back to glory. They even began secretly contacting high-ranking clan members who coveted the Chaos Dao embryo, trying to seal Yun fate completely. Deep within the Chiwu Hall, the chill remained biting. Yun Huang sat high upon the jade throne, the hall's luminous pearls casting their clear radiance upon him, only to be utterly devoured by his dark gold-embroidered robes. His golden eyes were placid and emotionless. The sinister and terrifying secret art of soul refining and source extraction flowed from the hands of this reincarnated Immortal Emperor as naturally as breathing. Too many impurities, hardly useful, Yun Huang remarked casually, as if he had merely processed a slightly flawed celestial material, his movements elegant and indifferent. He appeared to have regained his usual calm and nobility, yet the space around him constantly shattering and reforming betrayed his current state of mind, one of profound displeasure. Since he was not content, the one responsible should not hope for ease. Ah, Chu. At the top of the immortal binding tower, suspended in the void, Yun Qing, who was at ease and firmly bound by several arm-thick immortal binding chains, could not help but sneeze. He looked up at the surrounding void. As far as his eyes could see, only the soul-suppressing runes inscribed on the chains flowed with a dim blue light. The light offered no warmth, instead adding to the chilling gloom, eroding his protective spiritual energy strand by strand. He truly wondered what material Yun Huang had used to forge this immortal binding tower. The bone-deep chill was such that even his immortal king physique, tempered in the chaotic ancient cave, could barely withstand it. Absolute darkness, absolute silence, absolute cold, and absolute suppression of power. This was the immortal binding tower, a place of doom that shattered will and extinguished hope. Yet Yun Qing's eyes retained a faint gleam of clarity in the darkness. He was waiting, and he was thinking of how to handle his current predicament, waiting for the one who had imprisoned him here. Creak, creak. The heavy grating of metal, as if rusted for 10,000 years, abruptly shattered the eternal silence of the tower top. The tightly sealed iron door slid slowly open to both sides. The dim, ever-burning palace lanterns from outside, mingling with the blue runic glow from within, flooded into the dark prison, casting interweaving and shifting shadows in the void. Yun Qing suddenly looked up. His double-pupiled eyes rapidly adjusted their focus amidst the interplay of light and shadow, instantly locking onto the figure standing against the light in the doorway. Their eyes met. It was Yun Huang. He stood at the entrance, his face obscured by the backlight, only his golden eyes visible, like two divine flames awakening in the abyss of a frozen lake, churning with undisguised residual anger and a chilling murderous intent, as if his reverse scale had been touched. After a long moment, Yun Huang finally stepped into the prison. His brocade boots fell upon the cold jade tiles, each step distinctly audible, striking at the heart. He stopped 3 paces away from Yunqing, close enough for Yunqing to sense the unique aura mingling upon him, as if standing at the convergence of ice and fire. Yun Huang's gaze slowly swept over Yunqing's dark robe marked by the chains across his pale profile, and finally settled upon those double-pupiled eyes that forever remained clear and composed. It seems Yun Huang spoke, his voice echoing in the empty cold tower atop the tranquility of the immortal binding tower suits you well, elder brother. He tilted his head slightly, each word like a shard of ice. How does it feel being a prisoner beneath the steps? Yunqing tried to speak, but found his throat dry and tight. The suppression of the chains made it impossible for him to even summon a wisp of spiritual energy to moisten his throat. He could only raise his eyes with effort, meeting Yun Huang's gaze. In his eyes there was no plea, no resentment, only a field of sincere apology. Yun Huang seemed not to require his answer. He slowly raised his hand, and a wisp of bright sun divine power shot from his fingertip, precisely disappearing into a hidden groove at the top of the tower. A soft click sounded. A gray stone bead embedded in the tower's apex was suddenly activated, emitting a gentle light. A white mist with a strange sweet fragrance rapidly spread, enveloping the entire space at the top. Yunqing's heart tightened. Though he did not know the function of this stone bead, the fact that Yun Huang had resorted to such means, he was determined to interrogate him thoroughly. Within the Yun clan territory, preparations for the Lesser Cloud Summit trial were proceeding with great urgency. The incident in the ancient beast domain that had shaken the upper echelons was forcefully suppressed beneath the surface. Aside from a handful of those in the know, everyone else simply assumed that the eldest son Yunqing was in secluded cultivation for the upcoming Cloud Summit martial meet, ignoring external affairs. After all, who would dare spread rumors about an Immortal Emperor's joke? 3 days later, the Lesser Cloud Summit trial was held as scheduled in the cleansed ancient beast domain. The edge of the blood-misted ancient domain buzzed with voices. A massive circular viewing platform hovered in midair, its runes flowing with majestic grandeur. Below, beside the trial grounds, Yun Huang, who had been deliberately sent to distract himself, clenched his little fists, his face flushed red with excitement as he cheered for his familiar sister Yun Yao and brother Yunli. Sister Yao, brother Yunli, hit him. Use the move big brother taught. He was utterly unaware of where his secluded, cultivating big brother was at that moment or the torment he was enduring. The second elder's reassurance and the considerate care of Yun Yao and the others had built a temporary safe haven. Yun Yao, however, was somewhat distracted. As she dealt with the beast's attacks, she cast a worried glance at Yun Li, whose expression was somber. Ever since the divine ranking had appeared that day, the latter had seemed off, often staying alone, his oppressive aura so strong that even she felt a twinge of unease. Brother Li, are you all right? Yun Yao couldn't help but send a voice transmission during a lull in the fight. Yun Li moved like lightning, dodging a fierce sword strike, his own long sword reversing to slash and force back a sneaking contestant. I'm fine. Focus on the match. After a pause, he changed the subject. I heard the third elder asked you to help at the library again. That's good. With her protection, those direct line disciples won't dare bother you anymore. Stay away from me. The words rolled on his tongue, but seeing the genuine worry in Yun Yao's clear eyes, he ultimately swallowed them back. On the high platform above, the 12 seats, symbolizing the highest status among the Yun clan's younger generation, were occupied by only 5 or 6 people. The others were either in secluded cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks, or too disdainful to watch the lower-tier selection matches, and had not attended. After all, at their level, the Lesser Cloud Summit trial was hardly worth watching. Yunqing's absence blended and not particularly conspicuous. Only the very few who knew the truth felt a heavy sinking in their hearts as their gaze passed over the empty. Second elder Yun Yuan sat in the front row of the elder seats, seemingly focused on the intense spiritual energy clashes on the arena below, but his fingers unconsciously twisted and twisted at his goatee, nearly pulling it out. His peripheral vision constantly flickered to the side, where Grand Elder Yun She sat with eyes closed, as serene as an old monk in meditation. He wished he could bore a hole through the old man with his glare. That young lad Yunqing was still suffering in that sunless, immortal binding tower. So how could this old thing remain so calm and collected? In stark contrast to the second elder was the 12th elder seated at the end of the elder row. His face was pale from his still unhealed severe injuries, and his aura was notably weaker. Yet he had been temporarily released from house arrest, and even permitted to attend today's event. He looked at the empty seat on the high platform, then glanced at the fidgeting second elder nearby, and a smile he could hardly suppress curled at the corners of his mouth. Within the immortal lock tower, Yun Huang suddenly closed the distance between them, narrowing it to less than 3 feet in an instant. Qing's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. At this range, the aura of Yun Huang, a blend of the radiant sun's divine might and icy wrath, enveloped him without restraint. Yun Huang leaned slightly forward, his fingertip pointing through the air toward Qing's dantian, the core of a cultivator's power. Brother, do you know why the chaotic Dao embryo is called Dao embryo rather than some celestial or divine physique? The question was abrupt and inexplicable. Under the radiance of the stone pearl, Qing's mind sharpened with caution. Intuition told him this topic was perilous. Before Qing could react, Yun Huang continued on his own, lowering his voice to a whisper that bore an intimate cruelty. The so-called Dao embryo is a perfect embryo, a vessel born of heaven and earth. His gaze fell on Qing's dantian, directly facing the heavily sealed chaotic origin. It possesses infinite potential to evolve myriad techniques, yet precisely because of its unformed nature, it is most easily plundered and exploited. If this sovereign were not a reincarnate, but needed a perfect vessel to bear the power of an immortal emperor, your chaotic Dao embryo would be the ideal matrix. His gaze rested on Qing, as if appraising an intriguing artifact. A chill shot from his spine to his crown, and Qing shuddered, the chains clattering. Seemingly pleased with the reaction, Yun Huang continued, ancient secret arts can use the chaotic Dao embryo as a womb to nurture a more powerful divine or immortal physique. Of course, the day of successful nurturing is the day the womb is drained of life and perishes its Dao. He watched Qing's instantly pallid face, a flicker of unreadable light passing through his golden pupils. Even this method benefits the reincarnated body of an immortal emperor. This sovereign initially thought that if you displeased me, I would simply devour you. A convenient resolution. Yun Huang straightened, creating some distance again, but the oppressive pressure only intensified. Pity you played your role so well before, leaving me no pretext to act. Now, it's a good thing, isn't it? Qing's eye shot upward, a barely suppressed flicker of horror in his double pupils. It seems you understand, brother. The crude methods of the 12 elders were a sheer waste of a treasure. Yun Huang's tone dripped with undisguised contempt, then he shifted his words. But this sovereign is different. One sentence froze the air within the tower solid. Qing met Yun Huang's gaze. Those golden pupils held no warmth, only the cruel indifference of an immortal emperor surveying an ant. He slowly raised his right hand toward Qing. 5 slender jade-like fingers, yet at their tips coiled a strand of supremely dangerous radiant solar divine power. The golden light was not blazing but eerily restrained, carrying a terrifying Dao resonance that threatened to extract the very origin, making Qing's soul tremble. The soul-devouring physique origin of Qi has already been extracted by this sovereign. Yun Huang's voice was like the abyss, flat and cold. Though of low quality, it's better than nothing. He raised his hand, the terrifying golden light at his fingertip flickering mere inches from Qing's dantian. As for your chaotic Dao embryo, I am curious, can it fully mend the rift of reincarnation and stabilize the supreme Dao foundation? Boom! An overwhelming pressure cascaded down like the Milky Way pouring from the 9th heaven. The space around Qing solidified into a cage more unbreakable than the immortal lock tower itself. He could only watch as the fingertip imbued with destructive force, moving with the rhythm of death, inched closer to his dantian. In his double pupils reflected Yun Huang's face, cold as the heavenly Dao, devoid of any human emotion. Had he truly miscalculated? Had all his previous actions, the tacit allowances, the subtle displays of warmth, utterly failed to move the immortal emperor's unassailable Dao heart? Bathed in the stone pearl's light, the truth was sharp and brutal, twisting into the deepest recesses of his heart. Yun Huang spoke no more, his fingertips solidified with divine power. Just as it was about to touch the fabric over Qing's chest, "Young lord." Qing forced himself to speak, his voice hoarse from the immense pressure of the chains, but remarkably clear. He did not struggle or beg, only met Yun Huang's eyes, a desperate flame flickering in the depths of his double pupils. "If the young lord requires." He paused, as if summoning every ounce of strength to suppress the instinctual fear of his Dao path's end. Then he spoke clearly. "Qing is willing to offer up the Dao embryo." The moment the words fell, Yun Huang's fingertip, almost touching his dantian, halted almost imperceptibly. The golden light pulsed, illuminating his suddenly narrowed pupils. Within the tower chamber, there was dead silence. Only the stagnant pressure and the flickering gold at Yun Huang's fingertips spoke of a precarious, volatile balance. Heh! A cold, mocking snort escaped Yun Huang's throat. He abruptly flicked his sleeve, turning fully to face Qing. His golden pupils, which had just sheathed their edge, now blazed with a deeper, more terrifying cold fury. "Willingly offer it up." He savored the words, his tone icy. "Qing, you play these games again. I was willing to play along before, but what makes you think you can still fool me now? Whether you are willing or forced, I am extracting the chaotic Dao embryo." Yun Huang's golden pupils were frigid as he delivered the final judgment with unmistakable clarity. Hand over all memories related to the soul-retracing secret ritual. Open your soul's defenses and let me examine them personally. His voice was cold and unyielding. Then as punishment, I will extract 30% of your Dao embryo's origin. 30% of his origin. For any cultivator, this was a crippling blow, a damaged foundation, diminished potential, a future ceiling forcibly lowered. For a physique as heaven-defying as the chaotic Dao embryo, the loss of 30% origin would be nearly impossible to recover. Was Yun Huang intent on crippling half his future? Yunqing's face was pale. He looked into Yun Huang's unyielding golden eyes and knew there was no room for negotiation this time. Either fully open his soul, surrender his memories, and endure the cost of a half-destroyed foundation, or die. A suffocating, crushing despair like cold, viscous, deep-sea water surged from all directions, slowly covering Yunqing's mouth and nose, drowning him. In his sight, the stone pearl on the tower ceiling shimmered with light, so glaring and cruel. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his double pupils held only a desolate gray. Yes, he heard his own voice, dry and rasping. Qing obeys. He slowly released all defenses over his soul, opening the gates of his consciousness. At the same time, the operation of the chaotic Dao embryo was forcibly halted, awaiting the pain of origin extraction. On his refined face was only a serene calm and a faint, barely concealed tremor. It was not the fear of death, but rather the fragility of a faith on the verge of collapse. The Cloud Peak martial arts competition of the Yun clan will be held on Yunsu Peak. This peak was formed by the ancestral masters of the Yun clan, who used their great powers to extract a piece of floating mysterious land from the heavens, which has been refined through generations to achieve its current grandeur. The peak hangs high above the clan's territory, its entire body a deep blue color stronger than the core of a star, with silver-white patterns resembling clouds and mist swirling around it, a manifestation of the concentrated spiritual veins of heaven and earth. The sunlight casts a glass-like glow on the ground, with purple light and auspicious energy swirling around the clouds, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Today, as dawn breaks, auspicious energy flows from the east. The Yunsu mountain range is already bustling with people, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Members of various branches and lineages of the Yun clan, both near and far, have taken their seats according to strict seating arrangements on the four peaks, the air thick with the tension and exhilaration before a fierce contest. The most eye-catching is undoubtedly the front row of the observation platform on the eastern side, where the fifth elder of the Yun clan, Yun Jun, is seated. Unlike the elders of common imagination, the fifth elder today wears a celebratory dark red brocade robe adorned with auspicious patterns, his face glowing with joy as he sits in his seat with a broad smile. Surrounded by more than 20 disciples, each holding a jade flower basket filled with celestial flower petals, at the center of this star-studded scene is a young girl dressed in a light yellow fairy dress, appearing to be only 15 or 16. The girl possesses a stunning beauty, her skin whiter than snow, with large bright eyes that are lively and clear, radiating a natural innocence as she gazes around. She is Yun Ru, the pride of the fifth elder's lineage, endowed with the innate fortune body. At this moment, she knits her brows, slightly fiddling with two hair ribbons, one yellow and one pink, and worriedly asks, "Grandpa, which color do you like?" "I can't decide." Yun Rui's voice is soft and sweet, filled with childlike innocence. "Oh dear, my little Ru, whichever you choose, Grandpa will love it." The fifth elder immediately springs up from his chair, leaning forward toward his granddaughter. The old face that had once been cold and decisive now beams with warmth and affection. "Not suitable. How could it be unsuitable? Ru looks good in anything. This pink suits you so well, like a little fairy." He shifts his tone without hesitation. "If you don't like it, well, change it right away. Quick, bring out the spare hair ribbons." A disciple immediately presents a large tray. "Ru, look at these red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, shimmering with light, calming and enhancing the recovery of celestial energy. Grandpa has prepared them all for you. Do you like any?" The fifth elder rubs his hands together, gazing eagerly at his granddaughter, a living embodiment of a doting grandfather. Yun Ru is delighted by this display and giggles, her laughter blooming like spring flowers. In the end, she picks a bright yellow hair ribbon that complements her dress, adorned with tiny golden stars at the edges. "I want this one, thank you, Grandpa." Good, good, good. Bright yellow, luxurious and grand. Come, let Grandpa tie it for you. I promise it will look beautiful." The fifth elder beams widely, carefully taking the hair ribbon, his gentle and delicate movements akin to handling the most precious and fragile treasures in the world. Onlookers from other branches are left speechless, and some young people can't help but whisper among themselves, both envious and amused. The fifth elder's lineage is already accustomed to such scenes, and after he finishes tying the hair ribbon, the 20 disciples holding flower baskets immediately begin to sprinkle evenly. In an instant, a rain of flowers descends from the sky, their fragrant aroma enveloping Yun Ru, making her appear like a goddess amidst a sea of blossoms. This scene hardly resembles a serious celestial competition. It feels more like an outing of a noble girl from the mortal realm. At the highest elder's seat on the northern side, several core elders have already taken their places. The seventh elder recently returned from the northern borders, still brimming with blood, and energy, glares at the scene of flying petals in the distance, and nudges the cold-faced sixth elder beside him. "Hey, old six, take a look at old five." The seventh elder's voice booms with the straightforwardness honed from battle. "What has he been up to these years? What has possessed him? I remember when you two were hacking at each other in the secret realm, it was chaos, and the core of the secret realm was pierced through. This is not the same vibe." He points at the fifth elder, who is carefully tying a hair ribbon for his granddaughter. "This, I can hardly recognize him." The sixth elder's expression remains stern, not even glancing that way. He coldly snorts, frivolous and indulgent, losing the dignity of an elder. "I disdain to associate with him." This statement seems to carry a great deal of personal grievance, clearly indicating that the past hacking incident is not something he has completely moved on from. Not far away, the grand elder Yun Che, seated to the left of the main seat, watches the entire scene. He slightly tilts his head and quietly speaks to the visibly distracted second elder Yun Huang. Beside him, old five has indeed changed a lot these years, focusing on self-cultivation. The second elder is gazing toward the entrance of the square, his brow furrowed with lingering worry, and does not respond. His mind is filled with thoughts of Yun Qing, who is still imprisoned in the locking immortal tower. The martial arts competition is about to begin, and Yun Qing has yet to appear. There are no clear instructions from Xiao Jun. What are the rules? Let us hope that. The grand elder, aware of his concerns, continues in a gentle voice. "The innate fortune body, truly exceptional, yet most susceptible to entanglements of karma. Old five has not sought to compete or claim, willingly stepping back, even creating such a gentle atmosphere, perhaps to minimize any karmic conflicts that might affect Rui. Nurturing her fortune with pure energy and with a protective heart is no easy task." The second elder, regaining some focus, retorts to me, "It seems he is enjoying himself." The words are not finished, but he cannot help but glance at the entrance. If that boy can return, he could also lovingly tie his hair ribbon. Sigh. The grand elder notices he is still absent-minded, shakes his head slightly, realizing he is not a talkative person and truly struggling to find a topic. "Alas, perhaps I should let third sister handle it, she knows how to manage Xiao Yuan." At this moment, a young man standing behind the grand elder also sighs inwardly, stepping forward to interject. "What you say is very true, grandfather." The bond between the fifth elder and his granddaughter is profound, and he has gone to great lengths to protect the Dao seed. We, the younger generation, admire this. Sister Ru possesses deep fortune and pure nature. She will surely be a pillar of our Yun clan in the future. He has no choice. The second elder is ignoring him, and he must give his grandfather some face, not allowing him to drop his words to the ground. This young man is in his early 20s with a few similarities to the grand elder, yet his demeanor appears more gentle and warm. He is none other than the grand elder's grandson, known among the younger generation alongside Yun Qing and Yun Ru, collectively referred to as Qing Tian Falling Moon and Ru Bone, Yun Tian Luo. The second elder looks at Yun Tian Luo, noting his vigorous demeanor and refined aura, clearly indicating his cultivation has advanced. He then thinks of his own Yun Qing, still imprisoned, and with an uncertain future, feeling a mixture of emotions. He can only force a nod at Yun Tian Luo before sinking back into silence. At a quarter past the Chen hour, the bell tolls 9 times, resonating through the skies. Ding! The clouds in the 9 heavens part to either side, and a purple-gold path extends from the direction of the Chiwu Palace, reaching the highest position at the northern side of the square. There, a figure in a brocade robe approaches with hands behind his back. Yun Huang. He descends onto the high platform of the main seat. Without any words needed, as soon as he appears, we pay our respects to Xiao Jun. A thunderous chorus of greetings rises in unison, like thunder rolling across the sky. All the disciples of the Yun clan and the elder attendants bow deeply, their heads bowed in utmost respect. In the vast square, only the grand sounds of reverence echo. Yun Huang donned a solemn and luxurious white dragon ceremonial robe, today intricately embroidered with dark golden threads depicting the sun, moon, and stars. As he walked, his robe shimmered gracefully like a collapsing galaxy, with the Shan Hijun Gui hanging at his waist, symbolizing the supreme authority of the Yun clan. He calmly took his seat before the high throne, his golden eyes sweeping over the myriad figures below. Wherever his gaze fell, silence enveloped the crowd. "Rise." The word escaped his lips as if dictated by celestial decree. At that moment, the crowd dared to straighten up, their eyes filled with reverence. Immediately, an elder steward with white hair and a spirited demeanor stepped forward, proclaiming, "The Yun Summit Martial Arts Competition. For those ranked among the 12 young masters, please enter the arena." His voice was loud and resonant, piercing the heavens. As the names were called, figures moved in response, gathering towards the center of the arena. The first to enter was a streak of azure sword, light, fierce, and unmatched. It landed and transformed into a young man holding a long sword, elegant in demeanor. He was the Yun clan's swordsmanship prodigy, the fourth young master, Yun Baojian. Following closely were figures appearing in ghostly forms, some arriving unexpectedly, while others moved gracefully through the serene grass and trees. Some even carried wine jars, tilting them back for a hearty drink, exuding a carefree air, yet landing precisely in their designated spots. One by one, the renowned prodigies of the Yun clan made their entrances, each with their distinct flair, drawing continuous gasps and praises from the audience. "Look, it's Miss Rui." A sudden uproar erupted among the crowd. A figure clad in a soft yellow dress flitted down like a colorful butterfly amidst a rain of flowers, her charming smile instantly capturing countless gazes, particularly from the young men whose eyes burned with fervor. Of course, those with burning eyes were all glared back at by Elder Wu, who marked each of them firmly in the blacklist. Yun Tianlu, standing behind the Grand Elder, also slightly bowed to his grandfather, then, with a swift motion, took several steps in the air and landed steadily before the crowd. He nodded in greeting to his younger siblings, appearing cultured and polite, yet exuding a sense of imposing authority. In the blink of an eye, 11 of the 12 young masters were already present. Handsome men and beautiful women, some exuding a fierce and condensed aura, others graceful and relaxed, were all renowned prodigies listed on the heavenly ranking. Some younger branch members attending for the first time whispered in astonishment to their companions, "The atmosphere and talent of our Yun clan's 12 young masters are such that any one of them, if placed in a prominent sect in the outside world, could suppress an entire generation as a saintly figure. Not to mention," another replied with a complicated tone, "I heard the elders say that if it weren't for the 9 Heavens Azure Cloud rankings agreement, with the top-tier forces only taking the best from each family in the early stages of the immortal ranking, many here wouldn't even be listed on the heavenly ranking." As their discussions grew quieter, transforming into deeper reverence and emotion, it became apparent that although the 11 were dazzling, the leading figure was still absent. Where was the first young master, Yun Qing? All eyes in the arena, both bright and dim, were focused on this matter. Yun Huang sat majestically on the high platform, his expression cold and authoritative, the brocade robe shimmering with a faint divine glow, concealing his thoughts from prying eyes. The second elder furrowed his brows tightly, his hand clenching in his sleeve, knuckles turning pale. Yun Qing had been imprisoned in the Immortal Tower for 3 months. In contrast, the 12th elder was in an extreme state of excitement. In his slightly sunken eyes, pride and pleasure were nearly overflowing, and he couldn't suppress the upward curl of his lips. Yun Qing had not arrived today. Even if he were alive, he would surely be utterly despised. In recent days, he had been maneuvering throughout the clan, waiting for Yun Qing to perish, for his lineage to completely rise. After some moments, many whispered about Yun Qing's absence, and the 12th elder could no longer contain himself and pretentiously said, "Is the first young master not coming? Has he forfeited his right to compete? If that's the case, this seat being vacant with one less in the 12, it would be reasonable for my lineage to fill the position." Suddenly, without warning, a dark fissure abruptly tore open in the sky above Yunsu Peak, torrents of spatial energy surging outward. Following that, a clear gunshot rang out, dispersing the chaotic spatial currents. A figure clad in dark robes tore through the void, stepping down an invisible staircase from the heavens. The newcomer, dressed in dark robes with black hair, stood tall, like a jade tree from Kunlun, his calm demeanor veiling his inner depth as his dual pupils opened and closed, swirling with nebulous energies. In his hand, he held a spear, its body a chaotic dark yellow, as if carrying the weight of the world before the heavens were divided. He was the first young master of the Yun clan, Yun Qing. What was most astonishing was the aura surrounding him. There was no sign of heavy injuries or disarray. His Dao rhythm was harmonious, his essence deep as the sea, and he had evidently broken through again, now reaching the midstage of the immortal King realm. That steady demeanor revealed a sense of openness, while the authority within him had transformed into a more relaxed elegance, seemingly reborn from 3 months ago. The shattered space behind him swiftly mended, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all was silent. Yun Qing walked leisurely step by step toward the center of the arena and ascended to the noble presence on the northern platform. He caressed the words carrying objects naturally inscribed on the spear, bowed to Yun Huang, and with a smile spoke in a clear voice, "As before, I've arrived a bit late. Forgive me, Brother Huang." Brother Huang. These 2 words resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Countless individuals widened their eyes and gaped, almost unable to believe what they had just heard. The implications behind this stunned everyone, sending shockwaves through their minds. The pride on the 12th elder's face instantly froze, transforming into a ghastly pale shock as his teacup fell with a sharp bang to the ground. Not only was he unscathed, but he had also broken through to the midstage of the immortal king realm, and his relationship with the young lord was actually so close. On the observation platform, the second elder finally relaxed his tense heart, having been deeply worried in recent days. He cast a triumphant glance at the 12th elder's disheveled appearance, coldly snorting in his heart, "The good show has just begun." Yun Huang sat high on the jade throne, his light golden eyes resting on Yunqing, a faint hint of warmth flashing in the depths of his gaze, the cold pressure surrounding him subtly easing. He slightly nodded, his voice clear as it reached everyone's ears. "Enter the arena." "Yes." Yunqing smiled gently, standing calmly amidst countless complex gazes. The Yun Summit martial arts competition had truly begun at this moment. Meanwhile, the grand dreams of certain individuals were shattered into dust at this instant. At this moment, the second elder could no longer hold back, disregarding Yun Huang's presence, directly transmitting to Yunqing, "Young Master Qing, how are you? What exactly happened between you and the young lord?" The previously composed Yunqing, standing with the aura of an immortal king, suddenly stiffened. Oh no. He forgot to inform the second elder that he was safe. He had that nagging feeling he had forgotten something. But discussing how he had won over that little golden crow and their brotherly bond had advanced so quickly, he truly felt embarrassed to speak. In recent days, he had been busy erasing that black history. Yunqing could only steel himself and reply perfunctorily, "Second elder, rest assured I am quite well. This matter is lengthy to explain, and it's difficult to summarize in a moment. Besides, the competition is upon us, so it's not convenient to elaborate. I will recount it to you afterward." After sending the transmission, Yunqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pretended to be serious, waiting for the competition to begin, as if too busy to transmit again. As for how the second elder would react to this obviously perfunctory transmission, Yunqing couldn't concern himself with that for now. Let that day's events remain an unspoken secret between him and Brother Huang. Thanks to Yingxing for the 15 Bobobo milk teas. 3 months ago, at the peak of the locking immortal tower, Yun Huang's fingertips hovered just above Yunqing's dantian, a mere inch away. With just a little more, he could touch the rare Chaos Dao embryo that had existed for eons. Yunqing had fully released the defenses of his sea of consciousness, as instructed, halting the operation of the Dao embryo, and the spiritual power surrounding him fell into silence. Life and death, honor and disgrace, all depended on the thoughts of the person before him. At the moment he let down his mental defenses, boom. The inconspicuous gray stone bead atop the tower finally erupted completely under Yun Huang's secret urging. Unbeknownst to Yunqing, the rich and fragrant aroma it emitted subtly influenced his spirit. Yunqing felt his soul sway slightly as those emotions tightly locked away in his heart. Fear and reluctance towards an unknown fate, confusion and loneliness in a cruel foreign world, and a complicated dependency on the kinship before him. A torrent of emotions intertwined, magnified frantically by the treasure known as the soul-capturing pearl, nearly swallowing his consciousness whole. Not good, it's that bead. The remnants of clarity made Yunqing realize the danger, but having let down his guard completely, it was too late to solidify his spiritual platform. Yun Huang, who had been observing coldly, curled his lips into a faintly indifferent arc. The soul-capturing pearl had fully taken effect, stripping away all the defenses and disguises that had been cultivated. At this moment, the reactions flowing from Yunqing's soul would be the most primal and genuine reflections of his emotions. He wanted to see what this deeply thoughtful brother would reveal beneath the skin of obedience, whether it was a carefully woven lie or... Yun Huang's thoughts halted abruptly in the next moment. The anticipated curses of resentment, desperate howls, or even more intricate designs of justification did not appear at all. Yunqing, bound by heavy chains, looked down, his ink-black hair cascading to cover most of his face, his body trembling imperceptibly quiet to the point of being abnormal. The subtle trace of pride in Yun Huang's heart was quickly replaced by a deeper coldness and disappointment. At this stage, could he still hold his mental defenses? The temperament of this brother of his was truly resilient to the point of being detestable. Just as he felt his patience running out and was unwilling to give Yunqing another chance, he was interrupted. Tap. A barely audible sound. A warm and transparent droplet of water fell unexpectedly from Yunqing's face, landing squarely on the back of Yun Huang's hand, which emanated a dangerous golden glow. The temperature of the tear penetrated through the skin, making Yun Huang feel an inexplicable burning sensation. He froze slowly, lifting his gaze to look at the person bound by chains. That face, which was usually calm and composed, always carrying a gentle smile, was now as pale as paper. What struck Yun Huang the most was the double pupils. No longer the usual tranquil depth, they were now filled with shattered, trembling reflections of water, with the corners and rims of his eyes rapidly blooming, with a shocking crimson, tears streaming down uncontrollably. There was no wailing, nor even a clear sob. He simply wept quietly and fiercely. Biting his lip tightly, he tried to suppress any embarrassing sounds from escaping, yet there were still uncontrollable broken sobs that intermittently seeped from the tightly pressed seams of his lips. Those hands, which were always as stable as a rock and capable of splitting the sky with a spear, were now trembling uncontrollably. The dangerous golden glow at Yun Huang's fingertips flickered due to this sudden change. His anger was shattered by the completely uncontrolled scene before him, leaving nothing but remnants. He found himself staring directly into the depths of those tear-streaked heavy pupils. There was no hypocrisy, no embellishment, just a heartfelt sincerity drowned in profound pain and dependency. "Huang brother." Yun Qing finally spoke, his voice hoarse and broken, every word soaked in tears. "The Dao embryo. I give it to you, please don't be angry, okay?" His words were fragmented, yet like a torrent rushing down a mountain stream, they washed away Yun Huang's icy barriers. Upon mentioning the term Dao embryo, Yun Qing's body jolted violently, as if he were stung by the terrifying golden glow that was so close at hand. Tears instantly gushed forth like a dam breaking, yet still carried a reverent sense of sacrifice. He didn't know where he found the strength, but he pressed his head against Yun Huang's shoulder adorned with dark embroidery, even rubbing his tears against it. If this body's Dao embryo can truly aid Huang brother on his path, Yun Huang had already stopped moving. This sentence barely brought back a shred of clarity. This was the second time Yun Qing had volunteered to offer his Dao embryo, yet Yun Huang couldn't utter any mocking words, even wanting to flee in panic. His shoulder was completely soaked by this person's tears. The soul-capturing pearl merely amplifies the emotions that lie hidden. What chaotic thoughts has this person been harboring all this time? How could it be like this? The warmth and wetness from his shoulder, the sound of stifled sobs echoing in his ears, looking at the face before him streaked with tears and rare vulnerability. Yun Huang lost his composure. Especially when he was overly shocked, his fingertips unconsciously moved imperceptibly towards the dantian, and Yun Qing's eyes instantly glistened with moisture on the verge of tears once more. Yun Huang was furious. His words sounded nice. If he really took it today, Yun Qing might just cry himself. He jerked his hand back as if scalded along with the terrifying golden glow that extinguished with a poof faster than ever before. His scalp tingled, feeling at a loss. The reincarnated Immortal Emperor, who had traversed countless eons, looked down upon the seas of blood of gods and demons, wielded the fortunes of heaven, was now completely thrown into disarray by a few drops of tears and a few heartfelt words, caught in a dilemma. He wanted to step forward and channel the energy of the soul-capturing pearl out, but as soon as he raised his hand, Yun Qing thought he was about to extract his origin, and his neck was presented for slaughter, making his head ache. Yun Huang wanted to sternly stop this completely uncontrolled and ridiculous scene, reclaiming his authority. But as the words reached his lips, he found his voice was inexplicably dry, even lacking in strength. "Shut up. No more crying." This scolding under the gaze of the others' surging silent tears, and those red eyes filled with grievances, not only failed to establish any authority, but instead revealed an indescribable anger and embarrassment. Yun Qing seemed to feel even more wronged by his shout, his lips trembling, his heavy pupils filled with tears as he glanced at him, clearly communicating, "I've come this far, can't you forgive me?" It's as if Yun Huang is being unreasonable. Yun Huang completely surrendered, knowing that today, no matter what, he could not continue the interrogation. He suddenly waved his sleeve. Clatter! The chains binding Yun Qing immediately fell away like lifeless black serpents that slumped down. Suddenly losing his support, coupled with the turmoil in his mind and exhaustion of strength, Yun Qing fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing he was about to cry again, Yun Huang didn't pay him any mind, and the chains that had originally been retracted shot out again, wrapping around the person lying face down on the ground and unceremoniously tossing him into a quiet room on the third floor of the locking Immortal Tower. Yun Huang didn't even dare to look another time in the direction of the quiet room, turning abruptly, his dark robe sleeves trailing a cold wind, his pace much quicker than before, almost hurriedly leaving the peak. Yun Huang didn't even dare to look another time in the direction of the quiet room, turning abruptly, his dark robe sleeves trailing a cold wind, his pace much quicker than before, almost hurriedly leaving the peak of the locking Immortal Tower. At the peak of the locking Immortal Tower, the soul-quieting energy is too chilling. Being locked there can easily harm the foundation of the Dao. He thought to himself, as if to convince himself, if his Dao embryo is damaged, it will also harm the strength of my Yin. Until stepping out of the tower door, the crisp night wind rushed towards him, finally dispersing the lingering sweet scent of the soul-capturing pearl. The forced coldness on Yun Huang's face eased slightly, and a hint of warmth crept up behind his ears. His steps slowed, the frozen anger in his golden eyes gradually thawing, replaced by a complex wave of emotions. He knew all too well the power of the soul-capturing pearl. Today's interrogation, though absurd in conclusion, caused Yun Qing's emotional collapse. Even if propelled by external forces, the root lay within his own heart. The overwhelming sense of grievance, deep-rooted fear, and unreserved dependence were not mere facades. What reflected in those tearful eyes was nothing but shattered sincerity. The more composed and reserved a person is, the more impactful their vulnerability in moments of collapse becomes, striking straight to the heart. If he had no true feelings at all, even guided by the soul-capturing pearl, he wouldn't necessarily reveal such. Yun Huang furrowed his brows momentarily, at a loss for words. Such foolishness. He did indeed conceal some things, but also. Yun Huang murmured to himself, the latter words fading into the night wind, barely audible even to himself. Perhaps some lines had not been crossed, and some feelings were indeed genuine, thus there was no need to delve deeper into such matters. Enough. Yun Huang gazed towards the dawn breaking on the horizon, those bloodshot, tear-filled eyes, and the weeping call of Huang Di once again flashed uncontrollably in his mind. The pent-up rage within his heart gradually dissipated quietly. Had it dissipated? Sensing the unusual fluctuations from the locking immortal tower, Yun Huang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The child was eerily quiet. Something must be amiss. What was Yun Qing up to? Inside the locking immortal tower, the light was dim. The higher one went, the stronger the oppressive force became. Returning to the locking immortal tower, Yun Huang approached the entrance of the third floor's quiet chamber with an air of nonchalance that was anything but. Yun Huang stood silently before the door, not immediately pushing it open. His golden eyes were deep, and his divine sense had seeped through the door, like formless water capturing the interior scene. The quiet chamber was small, its walls lined with soul-stabilizing dark jade, emitting a faint cold light lacking the intensity of the top floor. In the center was a stone bed and a stone table, simply furnished. Yet the table was equipped with ink, brushes, paper, and even a few plates of spirit fruits and spirit tea. Rather than a prison, this place felt more like a tranquil chamber for cultivation. Yun Qing had clearly calmed down considerably from his initial breakdown. The influence of the soul-capturing pearl was fading, though he was evidently not yet fully awake. At this moment, he sat cross-legged at the desk, one hand propping his forehead, brows slightly furrowed, lost in deep thought. Strange. What was I calculating just now? Right, that little golden crow has quite the temper. It seems I have genuinely angered it this time. Apologizing in a regular manner might be futile. He struggled to focus his scattered mind, beginning to analyze, earnestly unaware that he had strayed far off course. I need to think of a method. He cannot refuse to draw him out for a meeting. Yun Qing vaguely remembered that he had speculated before. Yun Huang appeared dignified and coldly decisive, yet deep down, he concealed some hardly perceptible preferences for literature and a lofty disposition. Usually he dressed impeccably, and even the occasional words he let slip often carried poetic essence. The last time they were in the martial arts arena, when he engaged with poetry, although unspoken, he could feel Yun Huang's aura soften slightly. Perhaps appealing to his tastes might move him. Yun Qing found this plan quite brilliant, completely oblivious to why he was now unbound. His environment changed, and his treatment improved. He picked up the translucent and warm linksy jade pen from the desk, laid out the soft Yunqin paper, pondered for a moment, then began to write. At first the pen strokes were steady, the words neatly formed, all expressing sentiments of loyalty and pleas for forgiveness, such as, if this body could be illuminated by the bright radiance, I would wish to transform into the long wind circling the imperial threshold, and willing to be the stepping stone for the emperor's foot, regretting not staining the crimson steps with my blood. Though the words were sincere and the demeanor humble, they still fell within the realm of pleading for understanding. However, those who express their feelings through poetry are most easily moved by their surroundings. Moreover, with Yun Qing's mind not fully stabilized, many complex emotions within him that even he had not fully deciphered began to quietly ferment in the silence and solitude. As he wrote, the image of those calm, golden eyes of Yun Huang, when he had imprisoned him in the locking immortal tower, uncontrollably surfaced. A wave of sorrow surged from within, unbreakable. Reflecting upon it, though, the bond between the two brothers began with Yun Qing's meticulous design in this brutal world where power reigned supreme and death was but a moment away. Yun Huang truly provided Yun Qing with immense security. A supreme powerhouse of this realm, willing to be a reliable backing, and he was still his brother. This bond for Yun Qing, who had experienced coldness in both past and present lives, held an indescribable allure and sense of belonging. As the performance unfolded, the pretense became genuine. If there were no true feelings, how could one possibly deceive the all-seeing eyes of the Immortal Emperor? The more Yun Qing thought, the more sorrowful he became, his eyes once again brimming with warm tears. The pen strokes lost control, turning into a melancholic lament, unknowingly sliding completely towards The path of sorrowful poetry. He compared himself to a beauty fallen out of favor in the deep palace, writing lines such as "Your grace is like the sun shifting to autumn shadows, locking me in deep cold, without complaint, and I wish for a glimmer of light to cast a glance illuminating my solitary slumber in the tower." The more he wrote, the more immersed and heartbroken he became. Yun Huang was entirely absorbed in the tragic and sorrowful context he had created, tears falling in sync with the verses. Yet he remained oblivious, writing faster and faster, each sheet filled with tender and pleading poetry tossed aside, scattering all around, mixing with the sporadic drops of tears and splattered ink, creating a chaotic scene that radiated an eerie creative fervor. Outside the door, Yun Huang. He felt his face twitch for the umpteenth time today. That last bit of forced cold demeanor finally crumbled completely in the face of this absurd scene, shattered to the point of leaving no remnants. Unable to endure any longer. Enough. The voice, filled with shock, anger, and a hint of embarrassment, suddenly erupted in the quiet chamber. The heavy dark iron door was pushed open with a bang, hitting the wall with a dull echo. Yun Huang entered against the light, his dark robes billowing. He first shot a fierce glare at the culprit, who had red eyes, tear-streaked cheeks, and a dazed expression while holding the pen. Then his gaze fell upon the table and floor covered with unsightly poetry, where a few lines were especially explicit. Perhaps Yun Huang's guess was indeed correct. The first sentence Yun Huang gritted out was, "Your last line, it's out of rhyme." As soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to facepalm in exasperation. What was he even quarreling about with a brother influenced by the soul-capturing pearl who was crying and writing sorrowful poetry? Yun Huang was completely stunned by this sudden literary criticism. The lynxy jade pen in his hand fell onto the table with a thud, splattering a few drops of ink, filled with the helplessness of abruptly being interrupted from his creative state, seemingly still not fully aware of his surroundings. Seeing his expression, the unnamed anger within Yun Huang surged even higher. With no outlet for release, he could only irritably wave his sleeve and declare, "Smooth words and flattering expressions are nothing but absurd phrases. You may escape the death penalty, but you cannot evade the living punishment. You shall be confined here for 100 years. When you wake, we shall discuss it again." After saying that he truly did not want to look at Yun Huang's peculiar expression any longer and was too lazy to clean up the pile of evidence, he threw the previously confiscated Jiuan spear back to Yun Huang, then swiftly made a sharp arc with his dark robe and turned to leave. It seemed he forgot to close the door of the quiet chamber. The heavy door of the quiet chamber stood ajar, leading out of the locking immortal tower. It was as if a silent invitation. "Thank you to the end ghost for the 5 urging update talismans." The door to the quiet chamber stood wide open, silently narrating the indulgence of someone whose words belied their heart. Unfortunately, Yun Huang remained over there, disheartened, bitter, and sorrowful, utterly immersed in his own artistry, completely failing to receive this unspoken signal. Truly, it was like casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the Jian spear that had been tossed back into his arms. The beast's soul within the spear remained, yet the person was no longer the same. This companion, which had borne the glory of his Dao path, now seemed to have absorbed the chill of the immortal binding tower, exuding a fine cold aura. A century of confinement. In this sunless place, day after day. Even with top-tier talent, 100 years of wasted time in the face of the impending great contest was no different from a sentence of oblivion. That trace of pain, so faint he was ashamed to admit it, caused by the other's resolute attitude mixed with self-mockery, for perhaps truly harboring an unworthy greed, nearly threatened to drown him. "Jiuan," he murmured softly, his fingertips tracing the icy dark golden patterns on the spear's shaft. "Following me has been an injustice to you. Perhaps I should give you a new name. What should I call it? Yun. Too straightforward, too resolute. Could things between us truly come to that? How about Wu Yan's silent speech?" Yun Huang smiled bitterly, his voice as light as a sigh, as tears silently fell dripping onto the cold spear shaft. 1,000 words, 10,000 phrases, all in vain. From now on, there shall be no words. What he did not know was that Yun Huang had just stepped outside the immortal binding tower, having barely calmed the turmoil stirred by that pile of lovelorn poems, and was preparing to reluctantly contemplate how to deal with him, when he abruptly overheard this despairing declaration of a name change. Yun Huang. He was truly rendered speechless. A flicker of anger, frustration, helplessness, and pity intermingled in Yun Huang's golden pupils, finally coalescing into a low, gritted whisper. "This. Blockhead. Where is your usual cleverness and composure, your ability to read the situation? What are those double-pupiled eyes of yours for? Just to shed tears and write those unsightly poems? Does this sovereign truly have to personally drag out this sniveling fool who's busy renaming his spear?" The face-loving Immortal Emperor waged a fierce internal battle. After struggling for a moment, He could no longer hold back and directly waved his sleeve, shattering the soul, capturing pearl embedded in the tower's summit. Turning his back to the direction of the immortal binding tower, he extended the index finger of his right hand and made a few swipes in the air. Golden light condensed into a tangible form. A gigantic shimmering golden arrow materialized and slammed down onto the forehead of his elder brother, who was still grieving over his spear. After striking, he viciously pointed the arrow towards the entrance of the quiet chamber. The meaning could not be more straightforward. Stop wailing. Follow the arrow and get yourself out. Having committed this childish act that severely clashed with his usual dignified image, Yun Huang immediately withdrew his hand, his figure flickering as he vanished without a trace. Inside the quiet chamber, Yunqing, still caught up in his self-pity as a poor little cabbage was unexpectedly struck on the forehead by the golden light. Dazed, he looked up and through his tear-blurred vision saw the suspended shimmering, extremely conspicuous, and even somewhat childish golden arrow. Yunqing. He was utterly stunned, his mind slow to process. What was this? A new restriction from the immortal binding tower. Yunqing's thoughts were still sluggish, but his instinct for survival remained. He hesitated, glanced at the Wu Yin spear dampened by tears in his arms, then looked back at the undeniable golden arrow. Finally, he rose slowly, cradling the spear with traces of tears still on his face, and tentatively walked in the direction indicated by the arrow. Bewildered. Warm sunlight streamed in, and he found himself stepping out of the immortal binding tower. The moment Yunqing's feet completely cleared the immortal binding tower, the prison cell that had borne his complex emotions along with the entire tower vanished into thin air with a whoosh. The speed of it was all the eagerness of finally getting rid of this troublesome thing. Yunqing turned around in shock, but behind him was nothing but empty space. Only a perfectly natural landscape of mountains and waters with sunlight pouring down unobstructed, warm, and bright. It was as if the awe-inspiring immortal binding tower had never existed there. With the shattering of the soul-capturing pearl and the divine empowerment from Yun Huang's recent strike, Yunqing felt a buzz in his spiritual platform, and in an instant his mind became clear. Complete memories and a lucid consciousness returned. Yunqing stood still, calmly holding the Jiyuan spear. He looked down at the soft soil beneath his feet, then up at the clear sky. Then, using the spear as a support, he dug a hole right there on the spot and lay face down stiffly into the pit. His hands even scooped up some dirt at his sides, as if trying to bury himself more thoroughly. A moment of dead silence. A short, deeply suppressed moan filled with shame, despair, and utter hopelessness leaked dully from that human-shaped mound of earth. What on earth had he done? He had cried his eyes out in front of Yun Huang, wiped his tears on the other's shoulder, and written a whole bunch of mawkish, lovelorn poems. Finally, he had given his own life-bound artifact an absurdly sentimental new name. Think of the perfect image he, Yunqing, had painstakingly and step-by-step crafted before Yun Huang. In just a few short hours it had all turned to ashes, smashed into pieces so fine there wasn't even a trace left. Yunqing's ears burned a bloody red, wishing the Jiyuan spear would just give him a quick end. He had 3 brilliant strategies, superior, medium, and inferior, each guaranteed to successfully appease Yun Huang. But he never expected the soul-capturing pearl to slap him in the face and forcefully select the option for him. He didn't know how long he lay in that dirt pit, perhaps only a few dozen breaths, perhaps an eternity. Finally, Yunqing managed to soothe himself, struggled to crawl out of the hole, his expression dazed, his eyes vacant. He mechanically patted the dirt off his clothes, pulled the Jiyuan spear from beside him. He felt the spear shaft itself was burning hot. Yunqing took several deep breaths before barely suppressing the urge to dig another hole and bury himself again. Forget it. The cringeworthy history had happened and couldn't be reversed. If he was going to be embarrassed, so be it. At least the door had opened, the tower was gone, and he seemed temporarily free. Yunqing trudged forward with heavy steps, a tragic air about him. He now felt that whatever lay ahead was better than staying here and reliving his moment of utter mortification. He hadn't gone far when it felt like he passed through an invisible curtain of water. The scene before him suddenly opened up and the world transformed. There was no longer any trace of a prison. A dense, indescribable, primordial spiritual energy rushed forth, coalescing into a hazy, 7-colored spiritual mist that instantly enveloped his entire body. Every pore on his skin opened spontaneously, greedily absorbing this pure ultimate energy. The chaotic Tao embryo hummed with joy, emitting a faint buzz. The sky was a pure, flawless cerulean dotted with iridescent clouds. In the distance, immortal mountains towered and spirit waterfalls cascaded like the Milky Way descending from the 9th heaven. Nearby rare and exotic flora covered the ground, emitting fragrance, and many unusual spiritual plants he couldn't even name grew vigorously, radiating an enticing Tao resonance. Spirit birds and immortal beasts strolled leisurely, casting warm and curious glances at the suddenly appearing Yunqing. Several ancient and elegant pavilions and towers nestled against the mountains and rivers, half hidden amidst the spiritual mist and mountain haze, with upturned eaves and interlocking brackets displaying the full grandeur of the immortal's abode. Was this Longhuan Qingshu, the memory of the Immortal Emperor's private top-tier cave paradise? Longhuan Qingshu. To be confined for a century here was the dream of countless cultivators. Yun Huang stood still, his heart churning like a turbulent sea, a complex tangle of emotions. Beneath that icy, resolute demeanor of Yun Huang's, there was always a touch of awkward yet meticulous protection. Even after Yun Huang's deception and the touching of a taboo, he had still left a door open. Even a paradise. Very well. So what if his cringeworthy history had been seen by his younger brother Huang? In this moment clarity dawned upon the heart, and the invisible shackles that had bound his spirit shattered with a crisp sound. Amidst the fluctuations of emotion, the bottleneck of his cultivation subtly loosened, signaling a breakthrough. A surge of heroism filled Yun Huang's heart, and tender feelings swelled within him. Unable to contain himself, he threw his head back and let out a long roar that reverberated through the clouds, startling the celestial birds into flight. Before the sound of his roar had faded, his figure transformed into a sleek, dark stream of light, darting across the sea of ethereal mist and flowers below, landing lightly beneath a giant celestial jade tree. The petals, glistening like jade, were drawn by his aura, fluttering down in a breathtaking display. Among the falling flowers, Yun Huang flicked his wrist, and the long spear, impulsively renamed silent by him, was now firmly in his grasp. With the spear moving freely, his heart and spear became one. He gently turned his wrist, and the long spear traced a steady and harmonious arc in the air, devoid of sharpness, yet seemingly capable of lifting all things. A spear technique born from the true essence of chaos and annihilation, merged with the enlightened state he currently felt, was unleashed with abandon in this celestial realm. The spear's shadow danced like a dragon, stirring the winds and clouds, swirling the falling petals like snow, resonating with the spiritual essence of the surrounding world, showcasing breathtaking grace and elegance. What Yun Huang did not know was that atop the highest and most serene peak of Longhuan Qingshu, in a white jade pavilion, half hidden in the ethereal sea of clouds, Yun Huang stood alone, leaning against the railing. His platinum robe fluttered gently in the mountain breeze, and his pale golden eyes quietly observed the dark figure below, one that moved with ease, as if in harmony with the heavens and the earth. The earlier frustration born from a pile of romantic poems and someone's tearful antics had dissipated significantly the moment Yun Huang stepped out of the locked immortal tower and held an expression. Only a sense of helplessness remained. Watching Yun Huang break free from his heavy heart and wield his spear with such freedom and vitality, filled with the joy of understanding the Dao, Yun Huang's icy demeanor, which had persisted for days, gradually softened in the unnoticed mist atop the mountain. Deep within his gaze, the crack caused by deception and suspicion was finally filled and mended by the vibrant sincerity and somewhat clumsy scene before him. He watched, somewhat entranced. His gaze seemed to touch upon the vague shadows of memories long sealed within the depths of the Immortal Emperor's recollections. He remained silent for a long while. The mountain breeze brushed by, carrying with it the faint fragrance of flowers below and the sound of the spear slicing through the air. Yun Huang slowly turned and walked back into the pavilion. On the table, carved from a solid piece of jade flower, an ancient guqin had appeared, though he did not know when. The body of the guqin was neither wood nor jade, exuding a warm and subtle glow that seemed to carry the sediment of endless time. The 7 strings shimmered like moonlight, with faint primal Dao patterns flowing naturally. This guqin, named Shi Huang, was a treasured possession from his previous life, having been carried over with his true spirit's reincarnation, long sealed away, never to sound again. Yun Huang settled calmly before the guqin, cleansing his hands and regulating his breath, suppressing the overwhelming imperial aura, transforming it into a lofty and ethereal demeanor. His long jade-like fingers gently rested upon the cool strings of the guqin. Zheng. A clear and solitary sound suddenly pierced through the Longhuan Qingshu. Following that, the music flowed forth like a gentle stream. At first it resembled a clear mountain spring washing away worldly concerns, then it transformed like the bright moon between pines, illuminating the cosmos, and next it shifted like waves rising in a sea of clouds, vast and boundless, encompassing all things. The music was not loud or high-pitched, yet it possessed a grand Taoist rhythm, with each note resonating with the fundamental truths of the universe, awakening the source of spiritual essence within Longhuan Qingshu. It did not interfere with Yun Huang's spear momentum. Rather, it was like a silent and understanding companion, quietly sorting through the unrefined Dao rhythm in his spear technique, aiding him in comprehending the heavens and the earth. The spear shadows danced with the falling petals. The Tao rhythm soared with the spiritual mist as man and spear intention and realm strength and rhythm reached an unprecedented state of harmonious naturalness. Crack. The barrier of the early stage of the Immortal King emitted a slight shatter under this perfect resonance, and then, boom, he smoothly entered the midstage of the Immortal King. As the last note faded, the final sound drifted into the sea of clouds and mountain mist. Yun stood, having retracted his spear, his aura surging, and full, having firmly stepped into the midstage of the Immortal King. In his eyes, brilliance shone brightly, filled with insights, and within his profound pupils seemed to reflect a broader understanding of the universe's truths. He tilted his head, gazing at the mischieved pavilion atop the mountain, a tide of indescribable gratitude and closeness swelling within him. He knew who the one playing the guqin was. The protective and guiding essence within the music was felt profoundly. Stirred by his emotions, he took a deep breath and spoke, his voice clear as jade clashing, carrying an unprecedented sense of closeness and ambitious determination, reaching out to the mountain peak. Huang, brother, with the help of your music, I am endlessly grateful. May I ask if Brother Huang could instruct me further to spar and discuss a thing or two? Atop the mountain within the pavilion, still immersed in the lingering resonance of the harmony between heaven and earth, Yun Huang's fingertips froze upon hearing this. Instantly, disbelief flashed across his handsome face, quickly replaced by intense anger. Yunqing, you scenery-destroying brute. This prince played the Shihuang Guqin to aid your understanding. Such an opportunity is rare in a millennium. The lingering echoes still swirled around the world, nourishing all things. You should be focusing on calming your mind to comprehend the true essence of the Tao, or at least exploring the subtleties of the Guqin art. Yet all you think about is fighting. Instruct. The Immortal Emperor was so enraged that his fingertips trembled, nearly overturning the precious Shihuang Guqin before him. However, that term Huang, brother, flowed from his lips effortlessly, and he half-heartedly accepted it. He took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to directly throw that scenery-destroying thing off the cliff. His golden eyes narrowed dangerously as he glared at the eager figure below through the heavy clouds. Very well, during the spar, I will ensure you understand the cost of stabilizing your cultivation. Come up. His voice was icy, laced with a sense of gritted teeth. Below, Yunqing's eyes sparkled like stars coming to life. His figure transformed into a dark stream of light, darting across the mountains in an instant, landing neatly outside the pavilion, cupping his hands in greeting. His face beamed with an undeniable smile and vibrant fighting spirit. Huang, brother. Yun Huang regarded him with an expressionless face, his gaze lingering momentarily on the long spear in Yunqing's hand, before suddenly speaking, did you not rename this spear as silent? Yunqing's smile instantly froze, a clear hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he lowered his voice at him. I was momentarily confused and spoke nonsense. It was still Jie Yuan's idea. I believe the term silent is rather pretentious. Yun Huang's tone was flat as he absent-mindedly plucked the strings of the guqin, producing a series of clear notes. In this world, the heaviest and most difficult things are not breaking or destroying, but bearing and enduring. To bear the clear and the turbid, to divide heaven and earth, to endure mountains and rivers, to set the four directions, to accept the will of all beings and continue the flame of civilization. Also to endure the vast ripples of your heart. As his words fell from the depths of Longhuan King's essence, a thread of profound purity, symbolizing the foundation of the earth and the mother essence of all things, was easily extracted and slowly drifted into the long spear in Yunqing's hand. The moment the spear touched the essence of the earth, its brilliance abruptly subdued. The originally dark and heavy spear body, adorned with fierce beast patterns, was as if washed by the gentle and weighty earth, shedding all its cold and hard demonic aura, transforming into a warm and deep hue of yellow. Upon the spear, the undulating mountains and rivers and the flourishing of all things became visible, and a vast and unmatched Tao rhythm naturally pervaded. Yun Huang slowly spoke, his voice resonating with the clouds and winds. This spear has been reborn, let us call it bearing all. He drew an arc in the air, his fingertips flowing with the Tao rhythm of yellow, and two ancient rugged divine characters formed from primordial times, bearing all, were thoroughly infused into the spear. The Book of Changes states the earth is receptive, and the gentleman uses virtue to bear all. Without the earth, the rigid and fierce would lose balance, and all things would be anxious. Without the heavens, there would be dead silence and darkness, cutting off the breath of life. Yunqing solemnly received the carrier with both hands, and at the moment he grasped it, it felt as if he truly held up the vast mountains and rivers, a solid feeling arising, as if connected to the very essence of the immortal realm. He felt the resonance with the great Tao. He straightened his clothes and deeply bowed to Yun Huang, clearly and firmly articulating, Qing is willing to embody the virtues of Qing, accepting the mighty will of heaven to sustain all living things. where the heart of the sovereign points, even if mountains and seas were to collapse and the 9 heavens were to shatter. Qing shall strive to uphold it no matter the peril. The vow resonated, echoing atop the peaks of the cloud sea. Yun Huang quietly watched him. After a long while, a rare smile crept across his lips, subtle, yet radiant like sunlight illuminating the mountains. He answered lightly, acknowledging the resolution of all previous entanglements. Then Yun Huang raised his hand, pointing to the open cloud platform, half hidden by mist outside the pavilion, his tone returning to its usual calm. "Weren't you clamoring for guidance? Let this lord see just how much progress you've made in your midstage immortal king realm, and whether you are worthy of the name carrier." Hearing this, Yunqing was overjoyed, a blaze of battle intent igniting in his eyes. "Please guide me, Brother Huang." The two brothers' figures flickered and stood side by side in the center of the cloud platform. Their dark robes and white cloaks swayed amidst the mist, distinct, yet harmoniously intertwined. There were no suspicions, no schemes. This time it was only the purest exchange of martial arts and clashes of power. As shadows of spears emerged, mountains shifted of fists, and palms flew with the sun hanging high in the sky. The two figures danced amidst the sea of clouds, their encounters generating terrifying ripples of energy, which were absorbed and dissipated by the cloud platform's hidden realm, leaving behind only the unbreakable rapport amidst the intertwining shadows of spears and divine light. Half an hour later, Yunqing, with his hair disheveled and several fiery red marks on his face, was covered in the unique star dust of the cloud platform, his expression dazed as he concluded this immensely beneficial sparring session. With the Immortal Emperor personally guiding him, the effects were naturally immediate. Yunqing's control over his power and understanding of spear intent rapidly solidified through the practical combat. Of course, enduring a bit of hardship during the process was entirely to be expected. Yun Huang, who had effectively stabilized his brother's cultivation, stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the cloud platform, observing the somewhat disheveled yet bright-eyed Yunqing. The frustration accumulated over the past days due to the unsightly scenery had finally eased considerably. In this timeless realm, where cultivation knew no years, 3 months passed quietly in this secluded paradise. Yunqing devoted himself to his training, stabilizing his midstage immortal king realm. At times he sparred and discussed principles with Yun Huang, and at other times he listened to Yun Huang play the zither, gaining immense insights. Yunqing even shamelessly appropriated quite a few rare spirit plants and celestial minerals from the hidden realm under the pretext of being confined, lacking resources, and needing to gather them himself. Whenever this happened, Yun Huang would either glance at him indifferently from ancient texts or pause his fingers on the zither, humming lightly before allowing him to proceed. Deep within his gaze there was a hint of an almost indulgent, helpless smile. Besides cultivation, there was one extremely important matter at hand. Yunqing needed to destroy his black history. Those poems of unrequited love scattered in the quiet chamber made him blush and fidget whenever he thought of them, wishing he could turn back time. For this, Yunqing had to grind Yun Huang for several days, saying all the right words, swearing that he would only tidy up clutter and would not delay his cultivation before Yun Huang reluctantly consented, albeit seemingly impatient, to temporarily let him return to the locking immortal tower. He bashfully gathered the scattered poetry drafts, preparing to completely erase all traces. However, upon destruction, he discovered that the Yunqing paper he had used for writing was actually a celestial. It was of extraordinary quality, impervious to water and fire. Perhaps due to feeling a bit too pleased with Yun Huang's accommodating attitude over the past 3 months, or perhaps due to a hurry to rid himself of this source of shame, he impulsively rushed to find Yun Huang, who was studying formations by the immortal lake. "Brother Huang, may I borrow the Huangyang divine fire for a moment?" Yunqing said, holding the poetry draft with hopeful eyes. A brief silence ensued. Just as Yunqing thought he would refuse, unexpectedly Yun Huang said nothing, merely casting a faint glance at him before extending his hand to take it. Yunqing felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly presented the poetry draft respectfully. Yet he saw Yun Huang's sleeves roll up, directly confiscating that stack of poetry drafts. "Yunqing, this item has other uses for this lord," Yun Huang casually remarked, returning his gaze to the formation diagram, as if he had merely taken a trivial item. Yunqing was instantly petrified, his hands holding the poetry drafts frozen in midair, an extreme sense of foreboding washing over him. Yet intimidated by the accumulated power, he dared not retort, only anxiously circling around Yun Huang, stealing glances at the sleeve, holding the poetry drafts, his face clearly betraying, "Return it to me quickly, and what exactly do you intend to do?" Until one day, after finishing his spear practice on the cloud platform, Yunqing saw Yun Huang sitting alone beneath the immortal tree, holding a beautifully bound thin booklet, seemingly engrossed in. Even the corners of his lips held a rare curve. Yunqing's heart raced with alarm as he stealthily moved closer, focusing intently. On the cover, the elegant, and lively title read collection from the tower, and the distinctive Taoist characters were familiar to Yun Qing. Upon closer inspection of the inner pages, those characters were even more familiar to him. They were indeed those unrequited love poetry drafts. Not only did Yun Huang not burn them, but he even personally bound them into a book. Yun Qing was rendered speechless, frozen in place. He wanted to rush forward and snatch it back, yet he lacked the courage. He wanted to speak and ask for it back, but he was too shy and indignant to utter a word. Ultimately, when Yun Huang seemed to notice his presence and lifted his gaze calmly, sweeping his golden eyes over him, the newly ascended mid-stage immortal king and esteemed son of the Yun clan found himself stiffly turning around on the spot, awkwardly walking away. That silhouette looked unmistakably like one fleeing in panic. Yun Huang glanced at his brother's foolish demeanor, letting out a light snort, feeling inexplicably pleased. Even the action of flipping through the pages appeared more leisurely. After all, he wouldn't dare truly attempt to snatch it back. With his fingers brushing over the smooth cover of the poetry collection, Yun Huang's gaze landed on a particular line. "May I weave fine silk to warm your body," and a faint hint of amusement flickered in the depths of his golden eyes. Considering that he has been relatively diligent and obedient lately, and has indeed made progress in his spear technique, I want to tell him that the entire Locking Immortal Tower and even Longwan Qingshu are inscribed with the temporal reflection array. This poetry collection shall be kept in my possession for now. In the future, if he dares to act foolishly and provoke me again, I shall transcribe a copy and distribute it widely in the Yun clan as a form of reward. Almost simultaneously with the change in Yun Qing's breath, Yun Huang's figure appeared silently beside him like a gentle breeze. Yun Huang's voice was calm, but lacked the usual coldness. Yun Qing turned to face Yun Huang, his expression serious as he clasped his hands and bowed deeply, saying, "Brother Huang, with the Yun Summit martial arts competition approaching, the Qing Yun rankings will be contested. Qing wishes to return." The mountain wind brushed past, stirring their robes. Yun Huang remained silent for a moment, not mentioning the unexpired 100 years of confinement, but merely responded casually, as if it were a trivial matter. "Go ahead." Yun Qing felt a sense of relief, but then couldn't help but press further. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as his mind raced. Then, this cave heaven. He did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Would he still be able to come back here to enjoy the confinement? Oh no, to serve his time later. Upon hearing this, Yun Huang glanced at him, the sleeves of his robe fluttering in the spiritual mist, leaving only a phrase carried by the wind. "The period of confinement is not yet complete, but you may occasionally return to continue your sentence." Yun Qing looked at Yun Huang's seemingly indifferent yet indulgent back, momentarily stunned, then his lips couldn't help but curl upwards, his eyes radiating genuine warmth and joy. He bowed deeply to Yun Huang's retreating figure, and everything was understood without words. Then Yun Qing briskly adjusted his dark robe, securely slinging the carrying spear over his back, and took one last look at the warm peach garden that had witnessed his transformation over the past 3 months. In the next moment, his expression turned sharp and his aura surged skyward, transforming into a stream of dark light as he burst through the barrier of the cave heaven. His target, the Yun clan's territory, Yunchu Peak, the martial arts arena that attracted countless eyes and was filled with intense competition. The powerful return of Yun Qing, the eldest son of the Yun clan, would undoubtedly shock the entire crowd. "Please, the 12 young masters, pay respect to the 8 directions announcing to heaven and earth." The booming and solemn voice of the officiating elder interrupted Yun Qing's thoughts, pulling him back from the endless abyss of his dark past. He felt a jolt of clarity, all distractions instantly cleared from his mind, his eyes gleaming with a divine light, calm as a deep abyss. 12 figures stepped forward together, moving toward the center of the square, where the ancient cloud-patterned battle scars were inscribed on the martial arts celestial disc. The 12 individuals occupied 12 profound nodes on the celestial disc, corresponding to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Just their presence exuded a vast and daunting aura, causing some onlookers near the edge of the square to have difficulty breathing. "First bow, honor heaven." With the officiant's call, the 12 moved as one, bowing towards the brilliant sun rising from the clouds in the east, which radiated immeasurable golden light and purple mist. There was no external release of spiritual power nor dazzling brilliance, but at the moment they bent, the sky above Yun Peak seemed to tremble slightly, the flowing clouds paused, and the vast morning wind held its breath. A sense of awe, ancient and deep-rooted in their bloodlines, surged through their synchronized movements, as if truly communicating with the will of heaven and earth. Second bow, honor the earth. Turning, they faced the profound land of Yun Peak beneath their feet, bowing deeply. The entire floating giant peak emitted a deep, resonant hum, subtly resonating with the 12's aura. Third bow, honor the ancestors. Finally, facing the direction of the ancestral hall, they bowed deeply. The expressions of all the young masters were solemn and dignified, a testament to their reverence for their bloodline and a silent declaration of the responsibilities on their shoulders. Ceremony complete. With the final pronouncement, 12 distinct, yet equally pure and powerful auras surged up from the ground. Some were sharp as swords, some deep as mountains, some agile as water, and some blazing as fire, ultimately weaving together a magnificent celestial map of spiritual energy above Yun Peak. This represented the pinnacle of the Yun clan's talents in this generation. Yun clan victorious. 12 young masters uphold our clan's prestige. Instantly, the viewing platform erupted with cheers like a tsunami, a thunderous roar that ignited fervor. Countless young disciples looked at the 12 figures in the arena with admiration and longing. At this moment, the blood of every Yun clan disciple surged and boiled, the sound waves converging into a sea, almost toppling the ancient Yun Peak. The ceremonial tribute concluded amidst such an earth-shattering momentum. One could only wonder how many of the current 12 young masters would remain in their positions after the martial arts competition. The 12 young masters' auras retracted, and amidst the deafening cheers and gazes they returned to their respective seats with calmness or forced calmness. Only the slightly hurried breathing revealed that the ceremony, which connected them to the will of the heavens and the ancestral spirits, was not entirely effortless. As Yunqing took his place at the head seat, the cool touch of the jade throne helped him settle his excited emotions. It was only at this moment that he had the leisure to closely observe these Yun clan talents of his generation, the 12 pillars of the Yun clan. Elder brother. A clear and warm voice called from beside him. Yunqing turned his head. The young man in the seat to his left wore a light blue scholar's robe, a silk ribbon binding his hair with a refined and handsome face, his gaze clear and righteous. He was none other than the second-ranked grandson of the elder, Yun Tianluo. He exuded a harmonious aura like shining jade, yet Yunqing's keen eyes could discern the fierce energy hidden within him. The balance of literature and martial prowess, of stillness and movement, reached a peculiar harmony in him. Yun Tianluo was slightly older than Yunqing, but his address of elder brother was heartfelt and natural. As the saying goes, the path is boundless and the accomplished take precedence. Tianluo. Yunqing nodded in return, his tone calm. This person had a sharp mind and concealed brilliance. He was not to be underestimated. Elder brother, may you be well. Greetings came one after another from other seats, the same address, but with different tones and expressions. Greetings, elder brother. A cheerful voice greeted beside Yunqing. Yun Rui was slightly tilting her head, her eyes clear and lively, her yellow headband quivering with her movements. Her seat was to Yunqing's right, and she had to pass by him as she took her seat. Yunqing was about to return the greeting. It was his first time seeing this younger sister who bore the innate fortune body, or rather he was seeing all 12 young masters for the first time. Not to mention the intensity of combat, the innate fortune body was even rarer than the chaotic Dao fetus. Perhaps out of curiosity for this legendary physique, the moment Yunqing's gaze met Yun Rui's, his keen eyes instinctively activated. Plop. A drop of icy liquid suddenly fell from the corner of Yunqing's eye, landing on his dark robe, quickly spreading a small patch of dark stain. He saw. Yunqing jolted awake, quickly closed his eyes forcefully, severing the probing. His chest rose and fell slightly, and waves of shock surged within him. Elder brother. A soft and concerned voice rang in his ear. Yun Rui blinked, her clear big eyes looking at the corner of his eye with some confusion and worry. Are you feeling unwell? Yunqing quickly concealed the tumultuous waves in his heart. With a hint of imperceptible respect, he looked at the innocent and pure girl before him, smiled gently, and gestured invitingly. It's nothing, please, this way, little sister. Yun Rui nodded, a bit confused, and sweetly smiled. Thank you, elder brother. She then obediently said. Yunqing also turned back to his jade throne, but his heart remained shaken for a long time. No wonder she possessed the innate fortune body favored by the heavens. At that moment, a cool and slightly teasing voice echoed directly in Yunqing's consciousness. Brother, your habit of peeking into others' pasts truly won't change. Be careful not to see something significant that you cannot handle yourself. It was Yun Huang. Yunqing understood this person was teasing him about his past actions of spying on his reincarnation memories and making a fool of himself in the locked immortal tower. The feeling of his embarrassing history surging back made Yunqing's ears burn slightly, but upon second thought, well, it wasn't the first time he had lost face before this venerable ancestor. As the saying goes, when lice are abundant, one no longer itches. When one loses face often enough, one becomes numb. He steadied himself and replied via telepathy, Brother Huang Ruishi. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then an extremely faint sigh came through. She is quite extraordinary. These few words were a complex acknowledgement of the immense merit, great sacrifice, and grand vow behind it all. Yunqing's heart tightened. The innate fortune-blessed physique was indeed not a tree without roots or water without a source. It was heaven's favor earned through tremendous merit and sacrifice. His gaze swept over the 11 peers seated in the hall. Truly none of those chosen by the clan to sit here were simple opponents. Under his double-pupiled eyes, the 11 individuals, whether seated or standing, each possessed a unique bearing. All were imbued with inner spiritual radiance and formed their own Tao rhythms. Hey Yun Huang, see that? That's what you call grace. A woman's voice tinged with 3 parts intoxication and 7 parts boldness burst forth, instantly shattering the gentle atmosphere of greetings. At the 7th seat diagonally opposite the girl in red robes, Yun Zue tilted her head back and gulped down a large mouthful of strong liquor. The crimson jade wine flask swayed, casting a hazy halo in the morning light. Her uninhibited demeanor was a perfect reflection of the 7th elder who guarded the northern frontier with bold decisiveness. She raised the flask in a mock toast to Yun Qing, but her words were directed at a young man beside her. Learn from this. A real man needs to have some backbone. The young man wore a luminous, illusory color orchid in his hair and a light purple robe embroidered with 100 flowers. His features were effeminately handsome. Embarrassed by the public teasing, his fair cheeks flushed red. Pinching a silk handkerchief, he retorted in a delicate voice, Yun Zue, you're not allowed to call me Yun Huang. Besides, what does a drunkard like you know about grace? He stamped his foot in agitation, his coquettish demeanor drawing suppressed laughter and kind chuckles from the nearby young masters. This flower-adorned youth was the 8th young master representing the 2nd elder's lineage in this martial tournament. His true name, Yun Huang. The 2nd elder had lived his life alone without children. Yun Huang was the bloodline of his younger brother. During the Northern Frontier War, the younger brother and his wife perished, and their infant son was lost. After many twists and turns, the 2nd elder finally found him. Recalling the 2nd elder's entreaty that Shuanghua had a rough background and a sensitive nature, asking him to look after him, Yun Qing couldn't help but take a few extra glances. The youth's aura was pure with the essence of wood and grass, his cultivation solid, but his temperament was indeed exceptionally soft. If you've got the guts, meet me on the arena stage. Yun Zue, unperturbed, took another swig and continued to provoke with a grin. Let's see if your flowers and plants are stronger or my drunken fire burns more fiercely. Vulgar. Unreasonable. Yun Huang turned his face away, deciding to ignore this madwoman for now. Their antics lightened the atmosphere considerably. Oh, our 3 marvels are all here today. Seeing Yun Huang ignore her, Yun Zue's eyes lit up, and she began to pester others. She pointed her wine flask at 3 others. Yun Hua, Yun Gu, Yun Pingxing. It's rare to see you all together. How about an impromptu performance? Liven up the start of this tournament. Paint a picture of an immortal mountain. I want to hear the war drums lament. Dance the sword dance. Immediately others joined in the clamor. Even Yun Baojian, who had been brooding silently with his sword in hand, pretending to be aloof, subtly twitched his ear. At the center of everyone's gaze, at the 6th seat, Yun Hua in a purple gown lifted her face from behind her easel, a mysterious and eerie smile curling at her lips. Her brush flowed with spiritual light. She seemed to be painting the scene of the 12 young masters' spiritual energy merging during the ritual salutation, but it was imbued with her uniquely distorted and magnificent style. Next to her at the 5th seat, Yun Pengxing, clad in silver-white robes, spread his hands gracefully, his wide sleeves cascading like flowing clouds. Though he stood still, he gave the illusion of being ready to dance with the wind at any moment. His gaze flickered between Yun Hua and Yun Gu, full of encouragement. At the 11th seat, the blue-robed youth Yun Gu, cradling an ancient 7-string zither, shook his head helplessly, yet a series of clashing metallic notes had already escaped his fingertips, as if in response. These 3, Yun Hua, skilled in painting to create life and myriad laws, Yun Gu, master of music that could affect immortal power and spirit, and Yun Pingxing, whose dance steps harmonized with the natural order of heaven. Though their Daos diverged, they converged on the same path of embodying the Tao through art. They were close friends, and at some point the other young masters began jokingly calling them the Sing Dance. The calligraphy, painting, song, and dance trio, abbreviated as the 3 marvels. They were a rather unique sight among the younger generation of the Yun clan. A glimmer passed through Yun Qing's double-pupiled eyes. The cultivation methods of these 3 were indeed fascinating. As the outside world said, not one of this generation's 12 young masters of the Yun clan was mediocre. Each had a distinct personality. They were all freaks. The atmosphere among the 12 young masters was light and cheerful, even drawing a few smiling glances from the elder's high platform. All right, stop teasing them. Yun Tianluo spoke up to mediate, his voice warm and gentle. The martial tournament is about to begin. Business comes first. If you wish to see the 3 marvels perform together, there will be opportunities later. The crowd ceased their laughter and teasing, but they clearly held expectations for the trio's performance. Just then the herald elder's voice infused with spiritual power suppressed all noise. The 12 young masters are in position. Let the 36 elite disciples who have passed the Lesser Cloud Summit trial enter. Boom. War drums thundered. 36 figures strode steadily from the side passages. Their auras were either as heavy as mountains or as sharp as swords, their eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Like a pack of wolves, they fixed their gazes on the 12 thrones above. Yun Huang sat upright on the foremost dark jade seat, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd, then pausing abruptly on one person. Yunli. He had actually made it through. 3 months had brought earth-shattering changes. The once gloomy, stubborn youth from the clan school with his damaged dantian now stood tall and straight as a spear, his skin tanned bronze by wind, sand, and sun. His eyes were cold and sharp like a lone wolf of the desert, with a ruthless determination tempered by life and death struggles deep within. His cultivation level, the peak of the true immortal realm. Furthermore, an ancient primeval aura of ferocity, tinged with a bloody mist, coiled faintly around him. It was the aura of a primordial beast. He now seemed like a ferocious beast in human skin, standing there with an overwhelming offensive presence. It seemed he had encountered a unique opportunity in these past 3 months. Yunli entered without looking aside, his demeanor steady. But how could Yun Huang's double-pupiled eyes miss anything? In the instant he seemingly casually swept his gaze over the 12 seats, Yun Huang caught it. Yunli entered without looking aside, his demeanor steady. But how could Yun Huang's double-pupiled eyes miss anything? In the instant he seemingly casually swept his gaze over, freezing cold to the bone. Yun Huang's heart stirred as her gaze fell upon the 10th seat. The young man in blue robes had an ordinary appearance and a moderate aura, intently focusing on adjusting the perfectly smooth cuffs of his sleeves, exuding an air of low profile. According to the intelligence, this person came from a mid-tier branch family, consistently low-key and peaceful, with little presence among the 12 young masters. How could Yunli have such a deep grudge against him? Meanwhile, at a certain place in the elder's seat, dingling, Yun Yao nervously clenched her wrist, a bellflower bracelet chiming with a clear sound. Her eyes closely followed the figure in the arena, filled with pride, hope, and worry. A myriad of emotions intertwined in her gaze. Beside her, a beautiful woman in a deep purple palace dress radiating elegance with a hint of sharpness followed her gaze and said with a scrutinizing tone, "Is this the Yunli you mention every day?" In 3 months, he jumped from the Dao condensation realm to the peak of true immortal. This opportunity is quite remarkable. The path of immortality is vast, divided into 9 realms. The first 3 realms, sculpting, immortal, forging soul, and Dao condensation, form the foundation of the immortal path. Sculpting immortal transforms the mortal body into an immortal embryo. Forging soul refines the spiritual soul to transcend the mortal realm, and Dao condensation establishes the immortal root. Only with these 3 realms perfected can one truly transcend to become an immortal. There are also cultivators from the lower realms, extraordinarily gifted, who upon transcending tribulations have crossed these first 3 realms directly to reach true immortal. The middle 3 realms consist of true immortal king and immortal king. These 3 realms break the barriers of the mortal world, mastering the pure laws of the Dao, traversing the 9 heavens. The last 3 realms, immortal lord, immortal sovereign, and immortal emperor, represent the accumulation of status and are fundamentally different. The beautiful woman, also known as Yun Shi, the 3rd elder of the Yun clan, paused slightly, a smirk playing on her lips. He must have consumed the essence of one of the 4 ancient fiends. Tao Wu, right? Heh. No wonder the beasts in the ancient beast domain were restless before. If it weren't for the appearance of the 9 heavens azure cloud ranking causing such disturbances in heaven and earth, this great fiend would have hidden for countless more years. Yun Yao was slightly startled, not expecting the 3rd elder to see through her so easily. She hurriedly replied respectfully, "Elder, you see clearly. Brother Yunli indeed refined a part of the essence of Tao Wu. The other half was absorbed by the predecessor Yun Lai, who was stationed at the desolate city back then. He has quite the courage, not fearing the backlash from that fiend's violent, while becoming a mindless killer." The 2nd elder suddenly interjected. Since Yun Huang returned safely, the 2nd elder had become much more lively, actively seeking conversations with others. Tao Wu's main characteristic is its fierce battle intent, which does align with him. The 3rd elder ignored him, merely nodding slightly, acknowledging the value of this risk. Then she suddenly leaned in closer to Yun Yao's ear, her voice playful. "This Yunli has indeed tempered a bit of true fire. It's no wonder you think about him every day." Yun Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly whispered, "Brother Yunli and I, we are just siblings of the same clan." Siblings. The 3rd elder curled her lips and cast a sidelong glance. "His ancestors came from the Black Lion City branch, while your lineage has resided in the Yunmeng's main city for generations. Counting back 18 generations, they may not even be directly related, so what kind of siblings are you talking about?" Self-deception. She shook her head, watching Yun Yao nearly bury her head in the ground from embarrassment. Seeing that it was getting too far, she elegantly straightened up, her gaze drifting elsewhere, as if she had said nothing at all. Beside Yun Yao, Yun Shua squeezed over excitedly, waving his small fist. Sister Yao. Brotherly is so amazing. He really did it. The little guy was brought over by the second elder to gain some experience. Yun Yao nodded absent-mindedly, her mind already in a jumble. At this moment, the officiating elder flew into the air, his voice booming like thunder, resonating throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the Yun Summit Tournament has commenced. The 36 victors of the trials each have one opportunity to directly challenge any of the 12 young masters. At this moment, the officiating elder flew into the air, his voice booming like thunder, resonating throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the Yun Summit Tournament has commenced. If you lack confidence, you may also choose to forfeit the challenge and retain eligibility for future competitions. The arena fell into an instant silence. In the audience, a young man asked the elder beside him in a low voice, "Uncle, if you lose everything. Such a rare opportunity. Will anyone really choose to challenge?" The elder stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. This first round has always been known as the trial of the brave. All 12 young masters are extraordinary figures, and the odds of victory in a direct challenge are slim. Unless one is extremely confident in their own strength or has a deep-seated grudge that must be settled here. Otherwise, most heroes will choose to conserve their strength and participate in the subsequent chaotic battles. In past tournaments, the number of challengers in the first round has been few and far between. Then if one were to challenge, they would pick the weakest one, right? The elder was caught off guard, stammering. In theory, that should be the case. The officiating elder surveyed the crowd, his voice resounding like thunder. On the battle stage, there are no eyes for divine abilities. But considering the same bloodline deliberately causing serious harm to life is strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe punishment according to clan rules. The rules were simple, direct, and brutal. The victor rises while the mediocre fall. This is the shortcut to glory as well as the entrance to the abyss. The 12 seats, symbolizing the highest authority and glory of the younger generation of the Yun clan, attracted all burning ambitions like a magnet. The air thickened and the battle intent surged. Now the officiating elder suddenly waved his arm. Anyone wishing to challenge, step forward. Dong! The battle drums sounded once more, officially beginning the fierce competition. On top of the Yun summit, the winds and clouds surged. All eyes were fixed on those 36 individuals, holding their breath in anticipation. Who will be the first to initiate a challenge? Who will be the target? Almost at the moment the echoes of the battle drums faded. Disciple Yun Liang, I challenge you. A youthful roar filled with excitement and nearly breaking into a shout erupted from the very front of the challengers' row. Swish! All gazes instantly focused. A young man around 18 or 19 years old, dressed in fiery red attire, looked ecstatic and excited, his trembling hand clasping his fist in salute to the elder's seat. He stepped forward, took a deep breath, and abruptly turned, his arm raised with a fearless momentum that radiated youthful audacity, pointing straight at the top of the 12 seats. The most esteemed, the most dazzling, also representing the most powerful and unshakable, the Xianyu seat. Disciple dares to challenge the eldest young master, Yun Qing. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Gasps of disbelief and incredulous discussions erupted. Crazy. No one expected the first challenger to be so unaware of the gravity of the situation. He directly chose the strongest one. Countless gazes excitedly darted back and forth between Yun Liang and Yun Qing. Under the gaze of the entire arena, Yun Qing slowly rose from the Xianyu seat. His dark robe cascaded like an ink waterfall. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his deep, enigmatic eyes meeting the challenge filled with youthful vigor directed at him, remaining calm and composed, embodying a tranquility that seemed unshakable. He said nothing, merely nodding slightly in the direction of the officiating elder, indicating to accept the challenge. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena ignited completely. Cheers and shouts surged like a tidal wave. Thanks to Xiang Tianfei for the divine certification 1. Thanks to 10 and 0 for the shout-out 1. The author is screaming. JPG. In the next moment, Yun Qing's figure wavered slightly. There were no afterimages, no sonic booms, yet it was as if he had traversed space, standing directly at the center of the vast arena. With his hands clasped behind his back and his dark robe slightly billowing, this single gesture caused the entire arena to suddenly fall silent. He stood there exuding an air of disdain. Yun Liang's blood boiled at the sight. Young master. He growled softly, his entire being exploding with crimson spiritual power. Fierce flames erupted from every pore, instantly transforming him into a 3-meter-tall fire giant. The red sun battle body. With a single step, he charged forward like a falling star, breaking through the sky, enveloped in a scorching wave of heat, and threw a mighty punch. At the pinnacle of true immortality, this was a full-force strike. In the audience, countless people instinctively stood up holding their breath. Facing this world-destroying blow, Yun Huang merely observed quietly. Even as the fiery giant's colossal fist was just 3 feet from his face, the scorching waves of heat blowing his bangs upward, he surprisingly let out a gentle sigh. Then, without a massive explosion of immortal power or an earth-shattering momentum, he simply lifted his right hand against the destructive punch. At his fingertips, a faint and gray chaotic airflow quietly swirled, ancient and serene, reminiscent of the primordial dust from when the universe first opened. Amid the terrified, astonished, and incredulous gazes of all, that seemingly fragile index finger lightly touched the very center of the fiery punch. Puff! A soft sound like a bubble bursting. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next second, Yun Huang's ferocious momentum abruptly halted. The crimson sun flames enveloping him snuffed out, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, instantly dissipating. He flew backward like a disconnected kite, the red sun battle body dissipating and returning to his original form, staggering as he carved a 10-meter-long trench into the ground before barely managing to kneel on one knee. His face was as pale as paper, his spiritual power in disarray, and his right arm hung limply. There were no fractures, but all his meridians were temporarily sealed by that strange power, leaving him unable to muster the strength to even raise it. "Thank you for your teachings." Yun Huang had already withdrawn, his voice as gentle as ever. It was straightforward and decisive from start to finish, taking no more than 3 breaths. Hiss! The entire audience was filled with gasps of astonishment. A single finger, casually shattering the full-force strike of a true immortal peak red sun battle body. What level has the young master reached? The elder referee's voice rang out in due time. Yun Huang's challenge has failed, eliminated. However, Yun Huang suddenly raised his head, his face showing no signs of disappointment, but rather his eyes sparkled with excitement. He struggled to stand, disregarding his powerless right arm, using his left hand to carefully pull out a handwritten notebook and a spiritual ink pen from his bosom, staggering toward Yun Huang, speaking excitedly and incoherently. "Why, young master? Please sign. Just sign on. Advanced techniques for spiritual power manipulation, Liang's insights. What you taught last time I've deduced for 3 months and added 17 variations." As he spoke, he really opened the notebook. Inside, it was densely filled with diagrams of spiritual power operation and battle simulations, even including golden phrases from Yun Huang's lecture that day. The entire place was initially stunned, then erupted into uproarious laughter. "Whoa, this guy's method is a bit wild, huh? Let me borrow that notebook to copy, brother." "No kidding, how did I not think of that?" On the high platform, the second elder Yun Huang directly burst into laughter. "Is this little brat here to compete or to apprentice?" Yun Huang looked at the fervent admiration in the young man's eyes, paused for a moment in silence, and ultimately shook his head with a smile. He took the notebook, flipped through it briefly, and a glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the deductions were quite methodical, and the direction was correct. The 7th variation, flame reflection, can have 3 less spiritual power circuits simplified. He gently commented, taking the pen to leave a note on the title page. "With diligent thought and practice, the path is promising. Yun Huang." The writing was clear and steady, carrying a hint of chaotic Tao rhythm. Yun Huang treasured it like a priceless gem, tightly clutching it to his chest, deeply bowing to Yun Huang, his eyes reddening as he retreated. Yun Huang chuckled and shook his head, just about to turn back to his seat. Disciple Yun Huang requesting a challenge against the young master. Another deep voice rang out. A burly young man, his skin glistening with a slate-like sheen, strode out, clearly specializing in defensive techniques. His cultivation was likewise at the peak of true immortality. Yun Huang paused, raising an eyebrow. 10 breaths later, the young man's shield, capable of withstanding a strike from an early-stage immortal king, was lightly touched by Yun Huang's finger, and the shield's surface rippled like waves before cracking with a snap, dissipating into mundane iron. The young man stared blankly at the ruined shield in his hands, blushing after a while, clasping his fists and saying, "Young master, may I have a piece of your garment? I want to inlay it on my next shield." Yun Huang, looking at the fervent glow in the other's eyes, expressing, "I am your faithful disciple of defensive philosophy," Yun Huang remained silent for 3 seconds, then pointed like a knife, cutting off an inch of dark fabric from his sleeve, sending it to him with spiritual power. The young man received it, solemnly satisfied, and retreated. Yun Huang turned around again. Disciple Yun Hu requesting a challenge against the young master. Disciple also requests a challenge. One after another, 2 or 3 more people stepped forward, all clearly aiming to challenge Yun Huang. These challengers varied in strength, but it was evident they were not aiming for the 12 young masters' position itself, but rather seizing this rare opportunity to personally spar with the young master, even requesting some souvenirs. Yun Huang was patient and welcomed them all. He adjusted his strength perfectly, easily defeating them without causing serious injury, sometimes even offering guidance. For a time, the area in front of the Grand Master was somewhat bustling. The requests made by these challengers after their defeats were also quite varied. Young Master, I recorded that finger move with a recording stone. Could you sign it on the stone? Young Master, my sister is your loyal fan. This is a hand-stitched sky-holding moon-dropping fan, I ask you. The situation gradually spiraled out of control, until the seventh challenger, a muscular man adorned with tribal tattoos after Yun Qing, easily neutralized his mountain axe, directly tore open his shirt, revealing his bulging bronze upper body, and gruffly declared, Young Master, sign on my back. I want to ink your masterpiece on my body with ink that never fades for 1,000 years. This will be my family's new totem. As he spoke, he flexed his back muscles tightly, creating a striking visual. Yun Qing. For the first time, a clear crack appeared on his composed face. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Puff, huh? Then an even greater burst of laughter and whistling erupted. Puff. The second elder, Yun Huang, nearly spat out his tea. The expressions of the elder council were equally varied. Yun Zui laughed so hard he pounded his thigh. Huh? Yun Huang, look. This move is impressive. Yun Huang, embarrassed, covered her face with a silk handkerchief peeking through her fingers. Yun Huang swiftly painted the canvas, flashing with spiritual light. Yun Ji's music slipped into a comical pitch. The cool-faced Yun Baojian leaned his forehead on his hand, shaking uncontrollably. Even from the highest platform where the main seat was hidden among the clouds, a faint, ambiguous cold snort. Yun Qing pressed his throbbing temples, gazing at the muscular back, catching the morning light, his tone rarely tinged with a hint of helplessness. This proposal is not appropriate. Intra-clan sparring should be measured. The intent is understood, but signatures. Let's skip that. The muscular man looked disappointed, but dared not insist, sheepishly putting his shirt back on and retreating. After this encounter, the remaining challengers who were eager to try exchanged glances and finally dared not propose any more outrageous requests. Seeing several challengers eagerly gazing at him, Yun Qing suddenly chuckled, deciding not to return to his seat. He stood in the center, his robe billowing without wind. What? Together, there are 5 or 6 others challenging Yun Qing. Although individually they are not as strong as him, when combined their power is certainly not a mere addition. Let them all come to the arena together. What? Together, there are 5 or 6 others challenging Yun Qing. Although individually they are not as strong as him, when combined their power is certainly not a mere addition. What is Yun Qing doing? Is he going to take on multiple opponents? Especially in this non-lethal martial arts arena. Arrogant, an elder frowned. Impressive. More young disciples ignited with fervor. The challengers exchanged glances, and then an intense battle spirit erupted in their eyes. Being valued so highly by the young master, even if they were taken down together, it would be worthwhile. Please, young master, guide us. 5 or 6 figures instantly spread out, showcasing their unique skills from different directions, charging forward. Blades and swords flashed, and magical techniques enveloped Yun Qing in an instant. The chaotic flow of spiritual energy tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Yet Yun Qing remained standing in place, not moving an inch. He simply raised his right hand slowly. His fingers spread, open palm, facing upwards. Wang, a grayish mist seemingly containing the essence of the world's creation and the concept of all things returning to the void, quietly emerged from his palm, slowly swirling. At first it was only as thick as a strand of hair. In the next second it expanded dramatically in the wind, transforming into a vortex of chaos with a diameter of about 10 feet, hovering above his palm. The vortex slowly spun silent, yet exuding a chilling aura of devouring and annihilation. This was the chaotic Dao birth divine ability. 10,000 transformations returning to the void. Just as the 6 individuals were about to collide with him, Zheng. A clear phoenix-like sound of a zither pierced through the air. It carried a grand demeanor like the sound of war drums with the clash of weapons. The 11th young master Yun Go. He had already seated himself cross-legged, an ancient 7-string zither resting on his lap, his fingers dancing like phantoms. A spirited piece titled Breaking the Formation surged with intensity, the sound waves tangible, subtly bestowing an empowering force that elevated everyone's morale by threefold. The zither music transformed the atmosphere of the martial arts arena into that of an ancient battlefield. Almost simultaneously a silver figure swept through the air like flowing clouds. Yun Pengxing leapt into the sky, with silver sleeves billowing. Each rotation of his sleeves ignited points of spiritual light resonating with the movement of the stars in the heavens. He actually performed a battle array dance above the martial arts arena, drawing upon the power of the celestial bodies to inject a thread of vast heavenly principles into the battlefield below in the zither melody. Yun Hua's canvas was already aimed at the arena, and wherever her brush went, spiritual light coalesced into reality. The wild dance of electric snakes was sketched into shimmering dragon patterns while towering waves were depicted as surging azure cloud designs. The trajectory of the six-person combined attack was abstracted into 6 intertwining strands of laws, while at the center of the storm Qing and the chaotic vortex were vividly illustrated by her in rich colors, creating an epic scroll of the chaotic dawn establishing the cosmos. The scroll projected above Yunshu Peak were painting, music, and dance intertwined in a fusion of the 3 absolute arts. They truly created a chaotic breaking formation amidst this fierce martial arts battle. The crowd erupted. The cheers and applause nearly threatened to topple the clouds above. The elders seated in their area displayed astonishment. The second elder Yun Huang stroked his beard and chuckled. These 3 little fellows certainly know how to entertain. The third elder Yun Shi also shook his head with a light laugh. Entering the Dao through art, where Dao and art mutually generate. This generation is indeed lively. At this moment in the center of the battlefield. Interesting. Yun Qing pondered to himself. These 12 young masters of the Yun family indeed hid dragons and crouching tigers, each extraordinary. The combined might of this singing and dancing trio was likely no less than that of a celestial king. In response to the 6-person combined attack, Yun Qing finally got serious. The chaotic vortex in his palm slowly turned. Devour. He uttered this single word softly. In the next moment, all attacks directed at him vanished without a sound the instant they touched the vortex, as if they had sunk into the sea. The attacks were devoured and decomposed, all returned to the vortex itself. The challengers turned pale with shock, attempting to withdraw, but found their unleashed spiritual energy was like a runaway wild horse uncontrollably drawn in by the vortex. Scatter. Yun Qing uttered another word. The vortex in his palm gently trembled. Boom. An invisible, yet overwhelming wave of chaotic energy erupted from him, violently expanding. The 6 were sent flying like they had been struck hard, stumbling a few steps upon landing. Although they were uninjured, their internal spiritual energy was in disarray, leaving them with no fighting spirit for a short while. The outcome was decided. Yun Qing withdrew his stance, and the chaotic vortex dissipated. His breathing was steady as if he had merely brushed away some dust moments ago. Thank you for your guidance. The arena fell silent. Then a chorus of cheers erupted like a tsunami, igniting the clouds above once more. Yun Qing's gaze, however, seemed to casually sweep towards the high platform's main seat. Yun Huang remained seated upright in the northern honored position, his posture dignified, his ceremonial robe imposing, exuding an undeniable imperial authority. To anyone looking, he appeared as a supreme ruler, gazing down upon all beings, judging the cosmos. However, just moments ago, in the heat of battle, Yun Qing caught a glimpse of Yun Huang's fingertip resting on the armrest of the throne, lightly tapping it in rhythm with the final resonant note of Yun Guest's zither. As the painting of chaos establishing the cosmos took shape under Yun Hua's brush, Yun Huang's gaze remained fixed for a full 3 breaths. When Yun Pengxing executed his final aerial spin, his sleeves billowing like cranes soaring through the 9 heavens, it seemed as if Yun Huang's shoulder unconsciously relaxed slightly, a subconscious reaction to being immersed in appreciation. Yun Qing immediately understood, within a sly smile nearly escaping his lips. Indeed, this seemingly cold and domineering celestial emperor's younger brother held an irresistible preference for such a perfect blend of elegance and power. Yun Qing could almost imagine that in Yun Huang's pale golden eyes the shadows of the zither painting and dance were reflected, filled with barely perceptible admiration and delight. This guy is clearly a deeply hidden, yet discerning art enthusiast. The challengers in the arena, though defeated, wore expressions of excitement, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, young master, for the guidance. Even being beaten would be enough to brag about for years after having sparred against the young master with the help of the 3 absolute arts. From this moment on, no one dared to challenge Yun Qing again. The officiating elder, somewhat amused and bemused by the successive fancy challenges, steadied himself and declared loudly once more, "Are there any more challengers who wish to ascend the immortal platform?" After a brief silence, a cold, imposing figure seemingly wrapped in a bloody aura stepped out from the ranks of challengers. With a steady pace and firm footsteps, he cupped his fists in salute. His movements were precise, yet carried a suppressed tension like the silence before a volcanic eruption. It was Yunli. He walked into the arena, facing the high platform. His gaze, sharp as a tempered blade, traversed half the square, locking onto the 12th seat, where the low-key and silent Yun Qingxiu sat seemingly out of sync with the surrounding commotion. Yun Qingxiu kept his head down, focused on tidying his wrinkle-free cuffs, as if oblivious to that piercing gaze. Yun Li's breathing suddenly became heavier. He spoke, his voice hoarse like gravel, grinding every word, dripping with chilling intent. "Disciple Yun Li." He paused, his throat constricting, as if forcing down a surge of blood and hatred. Then each word struck the silent arena. "I challenge the 10th young master, Yun Qingxiu." The moment his voice fell, roar. A roar from an ancient, ferocious beast erupted from within Yun Li, reverberating explosively. The overwhelming ferocity transformed into a tangible blood-red smoke that surged into the sky. His bones cracked as ferocious totems emerged beneath his skin. His aura soared. Peak true immortal. Early stage of King Sealing. Mid stage of King Sealing. Peak of the King Sealing realm. The entire arena gasped in shock. Tears were shed. The last chapter was unexpectedly sent for review and remained unreleased. Today's update is advanced. And today's weekend bonus event is detailed at the end of chapter 54. I was happily cooking and writing when suddenly came the review notice. I'm shattered awe. The violent pressure like a tangible tsunami slammed fiercely onto every face. Gazing at the figure in the arena as if a primordial beast had descended. This is no spar. Stammered a disciple face, pale teeth chattering. This is murder. A shriek pierced the dead silence. The entire training ground was utterly engulfed by this pure extreme storm of killing intent. Yunqing suppressed his doubts, opting to observe for now. After all, with him present, he wouldn't let Yun Li truly come to harm. On the 10th seat of the high platform, Yun Qing's perpetually lowered eyelids snapped open. His hands beneath his sleeves clenched, instantly nails digging deep into his palms, leaving 4 bloody marks. On that face, always modest, unassuming, even somewhat dull, a crack appeared for the first time. Peak of the infeft King realm. This mad dog with no past grievances or recent enmity, what's he barking about? He didn't challenge the first seat nor the 12th, but targeted him specifically. He had never taken Yun Li, a cripple with damaged Dantian from 3 months ago, seriously. Yet he never expected the other to possess such a trump card. Yun Qingxiu himself had only just broken through to the late stage of the infeft King realm. But then, seeing the extremely unstable, baleful aura around Yun Li, a flicker of cunning gleamed in his eyes. The power is borrowed, unstable. If I can stall him until the backlash. Cousin Yun Li. Yun Qingxiu slowly rose, his voice still maintaining its usual modest and humble tone. We have never crossed paths. Why target me so? If you have thoughts about the seat, you could come down and fight. Yun Li cut him off directly, his voice hoarse and resolute. On the elder's seat, Yun Yao's heart clenched painfully. So Legay was indeed going to challenge Yun Qingxiu. On the day the divine list appeared, when the Zhou Tian Star Do Fate array illuminated the heavens, what terrifying fragments of the future had Legay seen in the shattered light? After seeing it, Yun Li seemed utterly distraught. Later he asked her to borrow all the ancient texts on celestial fate plate and fate peering from the Third Elder's library. While perusing those obscure tomes, Yun Li's fingers trembled, his gaze hollow. He sat alone in a secluded corner for an entire night. Yun Yao had never seen Yun Li like that. Even when punished by the young lord, or when his Dantian was damaged, he always possessed an unyielding tenacity. Those 2 days he always followed her silently and closely, as if she would vanish the moment he blinked. Yun Yao had a foreboding feeling. Over there, Yun Qingxiu, with a perplexed and helpless expression, slowly rose from his seat and nodded in acceptance of the challenge. Standing in the arena, he lowered his head to smooth his already immaculate sleeves, as if Yun Li posed no pressure at all. In the arena, the presiding elder's word, begin, had barely faded. Boom! Beneath Yun Li's feet, the ground, sturdy enough to withstand a shock from an immortal king, exploded into a crater a zhang in diameter. Before the rubble could even fly, he had vanished, leaving behind only a ring of terrifying blood-tinged airwaves. The next instant he appeared before Yun Qingxiu, almost face to face. Between them, less than a foot. Fast. Incomprehensibly fast. It was a speed born of burning flesh and ferocious soul to their limits, existing solely for slaughter. The motion of adjusting sleeves before his eyes overlapped with a twisted figure in his memory. Bloodlust boiled in Yun Li's eyes, and shattered images churned in the depths of his pupils. On the day the 9 heavens azure cloud list appeared, the warm sun shone on the long street. Yun Li was accompanying Yun Yao and Yun Shuo on the market. A girl picked up a string of celadone jade lilio thievery beads. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Legay, is it pretty?" He nodded and paid. Watching her put it on with care, the delicate pure white adorning her wrist, a certain softness stirred in the depths of his heart. Just then heaven and earth transformed. The divine list appeared across the sky. The light of the Zhou Tian Star Do Fate array descended, and countless fragments of fate swirled. He saw himself, his Dantian injury worsening, growing increasingly despondent. He saw Yun Yao, always gentle, kind, and unaccustomed to conflict, summoning all her courage for that unattainable Ning Yuan Gu Mai Dan. Approaching the third elder, known for his strictness and pickiness. She clumsily tried to please, trained, desperately faced setback after setback, and persisted again and again. Finally, on the eve of the Azure Cloud List Grand Assembly, she held the pill, her smile brighter than the sun. Before leaving, the girl instructed Yun Li, "Legay, heal well. I believe that in the future you can become a great cultivator who protects one and all. When I return from the Azure Cloud list, I have something to tell you. The girl's cheeks were crimson. The celadone jade petals on her wrist were as thin as cicada wings, reflecting a warm, moving luster in the sunlight. He stayed in the clan grounds to recover, clinging to that faint light. Self-doubt and anxiety gnawed at his heart, yet he still harbored a sliver of hope. But what he awaited was not the return of a loved one. What Yunli received was only a string of lilio-thievely beads stained with dark blood, its petals shattered, and the cold announcement. Yun Yao was torn apart by a demon beast. No remains were found. The 10th young master Yun Qingxiu, who came to return the keepsake and offer condolences, stroked his flawless sleeve and spoke in a gentle, regretful tone. Accept my condolences. Cousin Yun Yao met her unfortunate end while covering for her fellow disciples. A pity, heaven-rending claw. Yun Li's eyes reddened, a beastly growl escaped his throat. His right hand was covered in a layer of solid metallic, cold-gleaming, blood-colored bone armor. His nails elongated, transforming into 5 curved, bloodthirsty blades aimed directly at Yun Qing's crown. This claw was fast, ruthless, vicious. It sealed off all of Yun Qing's escape routes. Yun Qing's hair stood on end. The icy touch of death climbed his spine. He cried out, abandoning all pretense of composure. Azure would mystic armor, 10,000 vines body protection. His vital blood burned wildly. The ground burst open as countless thick arm-length thorn-covered black vines erupted from the earth, weaving frantically to encase him in a massive writhing cocoon of vines. Green light and blood light intertwined on the cocoon's shell, exuding an ominous solidity. Bang! The blood-colored bone claw collided fiercely with the azure-wood giant cocoon. Later, the lilio-thievily wept blood, and Yun Li drifted in a daze. Until the day he was inexplicably exiled to the desolate city. Yun Qingxiu came to see him off, still wearing that gentle, modest demeanor, leisurely smoothing his sleeves. He handed over a wooden box, calling it a keepsake. Inside was Yun Yao's bloodstained garment. Behind Yun Li came the other's light, twisted whisper laced with a distorted smile. Each word was a knife carving into Yun Li's heart. I forgot to tell you. The way Yun Yao struggled when she died was truly captivating. Those fragmented illusions were chaotic, yet vivid, carrying a heart-wrenching pain and hatred. Even upon waking, they were branded deep into Yun Li's soul. So he would kill him, before the 9 heavens Azure Cloud list opened, before the tragedy could possibly occur. Right now, shriek. A grating sound of tearing, where the claw shadow past the vines snapped and withered inch by inch. Hidden inside the cocoon, Yun Qingxiu was still shaken by the unruly beast's force, spitting blood. True fear finally surfaced in his eyes. This mad dog. His strength had completely exceeded expectations. In Yun Li's eyes, bloodlust completely drowned reason. His figure turned into a streak of blood, instantly breaking through Yun Qing's defense. His right hand formed a claw again. This time the blood-colored claw light was condensed to its extreme, carrying a determination to tear everything apart. A full-force strike from the peak of the infest Qing realm aimed directly at Yun Qing's heart. You force my hand. The terror on Yun Qing's face instantly vanished, replaced by a deeply hidden, just as Yun Li's bone claw was about to touch his protective aura. I surrender. He shouted loudly, yet made no attempt to dodge. Instead, with an imperceptible turn, he precisely offered the position of his vital heart to the sharpest point of Yun Li's claw. He intended to use Yun Li's uncontrolled, killing move to gravely wound himself. Then the charge of Yun Li, harming a fellow clan member, would be confirmed, and he would be severely punished. And he, as both victim and the sole victor on the field, would not only successfully retain his seat, but also utterly destroy Yun Li. On the high platform, the elder officiant's expression changed, and the celestial power around him began to rise. In Yun Qing's eyes, a cold smile of success slithered up like a venomous snake. However, just as Yun Li's blood-red bone claw was about to pierce through Yun Qing's chest, clang! An ancient long spear of black and yellow colors shot through the air from the direction of the 12th young master. The spear arrived before the claw, accurately blocking the space between the bone claw and the heart, instantly pushing the two apart. At the same time, a dark figure like a ghost stealthily appeared beside Yun Li. A long, steady hand, seemingly capable of lifting mountains, gently rested on his violently trembling shoulder. Turning sideways, Yun Qing's handsome and tranquil face, carrying an undeniable air of authority, slowly emerged from behind Yun Li. Enough. The 2 words, spoken in a calm tone, suddenly quelled all the chaos in the arena like a stabilizing anchor. Yun Qing had made his move. This imminent bloodshed was forcefully choked off by him. The entire place fell silent. Yun Li's blood claws were halted, and his crimson eyes abruptly turned towards Yun Qing, but the moment they met those deep, mysterious eyes, he suddenly regained clarity. The delight on Yun Kink's face instantly froze, turning into shock. Yunli. A furious shout erupted as the elders of Yun Kink's faction finally reacted. Their unparalleled celestial seed was almost destroyed by this little beast. Filled with surprise and anger, he shouted, "You dare to harm your own kin in front of everyone. Someone, quickly take this brute." Before he could finish his sentence, Yunqing gently removed his hand from Yun Li's shoulder and stepped forward. The elder felt as if he were facing a primordial beast, all his words stuck in his throat, and he retreated 3 steps in quick succession, sitting back down in his seat. Yet Yunqing didn't even glance at the elder. He stepped forward to retrieve the item embedded in the ground, the spear spinning before being drawn back behind him. Many people inside and outside the arena secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the young master was about to let this elder bleed on the spot. Standing before Yun Li, facing the high platform's elder seats and the higher main seat, Yunqing's voice was clear and calm, resonating throughout the arena. Yun Li has only integrated with the essence of the ancient fierce beast Tao Wu for 3 months, and it is still difficult to master perfectly. The aura of ferocity has tainted his soul, and a momentary lapse in control is inevitable. Yunqing's gaze first swept over the suddenly pale Yun Qingxiu, then fell on the still bloodshot Yun Li, and he smiled as he continued, "Fortunately, cousin Qingxiu is unharmed. As he has been defeated, he may withdraw according to the rules. As for other injuries, the family will provide medicine for treatment." He turned towards the judging panel, asking, "What do you gentlemen think?" After a moment of silence, several elder officiants responded in unison, bowing their hands. What the young master said is absolutely correct. Despite the sweat on their foreheads, no one dared to refute. After all, in the Tianyuan continent, strength is revered. The leading elder officiant immediately stepped forward and announced loudly, "In the 10th seat challenge, Yun Li wins. According to clan rules, starting now, he will replace Yun Qingxiu and be ranked as the 10th young master of the Yun clan." The dust settled. Yun Li stared blankly at Yunqing, his figure appearing like a silhouette that seemed to support the entire sky. He thought he saw the figure in the clan academy, casually tossing him the elixir that would change the course of his life. In the future's illusion, he saw himself going mad, merging souls, seeking revenge, ultimately betraying the clan and escaping into the demonic realm, yet being silently allowed to pass by this dark figure amidst the wind and sand. When he encountered the young master who was ordered to hunt him in the boundary of the demonic realm, Yun Li thought he was surely doomed. But that pair of dual pupils merely gazed at him calmly for a moment before tossing him a storage ring, then turning to leave. The violent aura was difficult to retract, and the hidden sharpness belonging to Yun Li slowly began to coalesce again. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, yet he no longer trembled uncontrollably. Then he suddenly turned around, facing Yunqing before him. He deeply bowed, prostrating himself to the ground. "Thank you, young master." His voice was hoarse and dry, yet carried the weight of a heavy awakening after surviving a calamity. Yunqing slightly nodded, a hint of warmth appearing on his face. He raised his hand to support him lightly, saying, "No need for thanks. It's just," he shifted the conversation with a hint of teasing, "as per tradition, all 12th young masters call me Big Brother. Now that you have claimed the 10th seat, how can you still call me young master?" Upon hearing this, Yun Li's face suddenly flushed red. His lips moved a few times, looking into Yunqing's smiling eyes. Ultimately, he clumsily yet earnestly uttered those 2 words, "Big Brother." The voice was not loud, yet exceptionally clear and firm. Yunqing's smile deepened as he patted his shoulder, saying, "Go on and await further arrangements." Yun Li bowed again. He glanced at Yun Qingxiu, who had been protected by the elders, and was still in shock. The deep-seated hatred within him had not diminished in the slightest, yet it was no longer a blind, killing intent driven by beastly instincts. He had calmed down, knowing that now was not the right time to kill Yun Qingxiu. Moreover, Yun Yao was still waiting for him on the high platform. Yun Li turned around, his back straight and tall, like a solitary pine, silently walking towards the vacant 10th seat. The ferocious aura surrounding him had receded significantly, yet appeared even more profound and inscrutable. As he passed by, the crowd automatically parted. The gazes that fell upon him had shifted from fear and shock to deep respect and apprehension. Behind the elder seats, Yun Yao tightly clutched her clothing at her chest. Until this moment, her heart, nearly leaping out of her throat, finally settled back into place. Watching the figure that had regained clarity in the arena, her eyes turned slightly red. She gently brushed her fingers over the lily of the valley flower bracelet on her wrist, and a smile finally blossomed on her pale cheeks, her brows curving into a crescent moon, resembling the lily of the valley after the rain, pure and vibrant. Yun Li ultimately did not walk down the irreversible path of madness shown in the future illusion. At least not now. At a higher position on the main seat, surrounded by clouds. Yun Huang's golden eyes had already settled on him the moment Yunqing spoke. Watching him suppress forcefully and listening to his domineering excuses, the playful curve at the corner of his lips had never faded. "Brother, your protective nature is becoming increasingly severe," he transmitted to Yun Qing, but did not openly refute him at the scene. Yun Qing's meager cultivation might deceive others, but it could never escape the divine sense of an immortal emperor. Mediocre and talentless, hardly useful. Yun Huang's evaluation of Yun Qing's had already been made. In contrast, Yun Li's fierce determination and chance of survival slightly caught his eye. Compared to a bastard, Yun Huang evidently despised mediocrity even more. Although he couldn't compare to the already established talents in his courtyard, a common potted plant might still be worth nurturing. Upon receiving a sound transmission from Yun Huang accusing him of being overly protective, Yun Qing rubbed his nose, feeling a rare twinge of guilt. He moved his form in a blur, his dark robes billowing in the wind, and gracefully descended back to the seat of the black jade chief seat, settling there like a mountain amidst the varied gazes of his 11 colleagues. "I wonder if Brother Huang's aversion to bastards has healed by now. It's been so long, he should have desensitized by now." Yun Qing sat upright on his seat, pondering inwardly. Nevertheless, having ruffled this little ancestor's feathers twice was exhilarating, and he would do it again without hesitation. As the interlude concluded, the martial competition continued. The presiding elder steadied himself, infusing his throat with spiritual energy, and was about to call out to ask if there were any more challengers, but his voice caught in his throat. His gaze swept over the queue of challengers, and his eyelids twitched violently. The queue was sparse, with only 23 people remaining, adding the current 12 young masters that made a total of merely 35. In previous years at this time, there would be at least nearly 50 entering subsequent exciting rounds like Heroes Seize the Flag and Illusory Realm Showdown. With this year's numbers, where were the heroes? The presiding elder felt his scalp tingle, not daring to act on his own, and swiftly flew before the council of elders, his voice laced with obvious difficulty. "Esteemed elders, the first round has concluded, and the number of participants is less than half of the old system. How should the subsequent competition be determined? Please enlighten us." Several chief elders knitted their brows upon hearing this. This situation was indeed unprecedented. Ahem. Second elder Yun Yuan stroked his goatee, unable to hide the laughter in his eyes, muttering loudly, "This truly is a first. Is young Yun Qing's charm, or rather his deterrent power, a bit too great?" His tone was ambiguous, neither reproach nor pride. Grand Elder Yun Che, seated to the left of the main seat, said with half-closed eyes, "With the numbers so sharply reduced now, if we follow the old patterns of layer-by-layer combat, it will be time-consuming and lengthy, likely losing the original intent of the Cloud Summit martial competition to weed out the weak and retain the strong, selecting the best to respond to the great contention of the Azure Cloud ranking." He lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes seeming to brush past the highest seat in the north, shrouded in swirling clouds. "The competition system must change according to the circumstances." Change was the consensus. But how to change, involving the interests and fairness of all parties? Several elders were about to deliberate. No need for discussion. A voice as clear as jade chimes, yet carrying absolute authority, came from the highest point. In an instant, the elder seats, the thousands of spectators, and even the howling mountain wind seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, plunging into utter silence. All eyes involuntarily filled with awe and submission turned toward the figure veiled in rosy clouds, clad in snow-white ceremonial robes with golden pupils as eternal as stars. Yun Huang did not even change his sitting posture, his pale golden eyes merely dropped like a deity surveying a chessboard. "Since the numbers are few, then discard the dross and keep the essence. The remaining 23, along with the current 12 young masters, will draw lots for unknown decisive battles. The loser is eliminated." Finally, he paused, and in those eyes that had witnessed the birth and death of galaxies, a cold, cruel gleam flashed. "All who advance, regardless of origin or seat, shall enter the martial heaven disc to commence the final melee. In the melee, no means are restricted, no process is counted, only victory or defeat matters. The 12 who ultimately stand on the cloud platform shall be the new 12 young masters, decided by this Cloud Summit martial competition. Execute immediately. No discussion, a direct decision." This was Yun Huang's will. Direct and brutal, believing only in the most primitive law of strength, eliminating all mediocrity. "We humbly obey the young lord's decree." The elder seats, the stewards, and even the thousands of Yun clan disciples, regardless of the turmoil in their hearts, all bowed, in unison, their thunderous response soaring into the clouds. The competition system was efficient and cruel, more fitting for the dog-eat-dog nature of this era of great contention. The challengers who had earlier secretly rejoiced at the reduced numbers now turned pale instantly. Unknown. To face any young master without any tricks was almost a certain defeat. The final unrestricted melee was even more fraught with variables and extremely cruel. On the elder seat, second elder Yun Yuan's eyes lit up, chuckling lowly. Excellent. This is how it should be. Dawdling is not befitting of our Yun clan warriors. He had absolute confidence in his two sons anyway. Third elder Yun sure shot him a sidelong glance, her red lips parting. Second brother, quiet down. You've been annoyingly talkative today. Yet her gaze too was fixed on the arena, filled with scrutiny and anticipation. At the highest seat, after issuing his decree, Yun Huang lowered his eyes again, only the fingertips resting on the armrest, lightly tapping once in response to the fluctuation of a certain black-robed figure's aura below. Among the 12 chief seats, a faint, knowing smile curled at the corner of Yun Qing's mouth. This was indeed Yun Huang's style, to temper true sharpness in the most intense way. Removing luck and chance under absolute pressure and chaos, only absolute strength could survive to the end. Very good. His gaze swept over these colleagues who were about to become his opponents, and within his double pupils nebulae were born and died his battle intent boiling. Soon, under the efficient organization of several steward elders, a formless lottery urn engraved with complex spatial array patterns was brought into the arena. 35 jade lots rose and fell within it, their auras seamlessly integrated, blocking all detection. It was said that this urn was crafted by the first head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, claiming absolute fairness and justice, with no loopholes to exploit. Please, all 35 participants step forward in turn and draw your jade lots, the presiding elder announced loudly. As the current chief, Yun Qing rose first. His dark robes brushed the ground, his steps steady and firm as he reached into the starlight-shrouded lottery urn. His fingertips casually picked out a lot, and upon it the ancient character 2 appeared on the front. The number 2 lot. His expression was impassive as he returned to his seat. Who his opponent was made no difference. Next, Yun Tianluo Yun Baojian. The current young masters stepped forward in turn, each drawing a lot, their expressions either calm, amused, or cold. When it was Yun Rui's turn, her goose-yellow skirt brushed the ground like spring flowers. The young girl extended her fair, slender fingers, curiously poked the lottery urn, and cautiously took out a lot. The spirit lot in her hand did not display any opponent number. Instead, it blossomed into a soft, bright goose-yellow light, forming a cute, auspicious cloud pattern in her palm. A buy lot. Yun Rui, you have a buy this round and advance directly, the presiding elder announced with a smile. Aunt. Yun Rui let out a soft exclamation, blinked her clear big eyes, and then a delighted smile bloomed on her face, her brows curving into crescent moons. She curtsied in all directions, then fluttered back to the viewing platform beside fifth elder like a light, colorful butterfly. Grandfather, I got a buy. She showed the cloud pattern to fifth elder as if offering a treasure, her eyes sparkling. Oh my little lucky star. Ha ha. Fifth elder Yunjun was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear, happier than if he had won himself. He quickly pulled his granddaughter to sit beside him, plying her with spirit fruits and flower tea, as if wanting to stuff everything into her. A buy is good. A buy is wonderful. Saves effort and worry. My Rui is truly beloved by heaven and earth. His smug demeanor made the corners of several nearby elders' mouths twitch. Sixth elder let out a cold snort and turned his face away, not wanting to see it. Watching this scene, Yun Qing was inwardly amused and silently retracted his earlier assertion about the new system eliminating luck. In the face of true heavenly fortune, all rules seemed willing to make an exception. The innate fortune physique was indeed worthy of its reputation. With the buy lot drawn, the remaining lots were quickly distributed. The match list was soon presented before everyone. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Radiant light flowed as names and sign numbers were paired, and the match list hung high in the air. Those who drew the challenge against the current young master mostly wore bitter expressions, secretly sighing about their misfortune. In contrast, those who drew opponents that were also challengers had their eyes burst forth with burning fighting spirit, for this was their prime opportunity to successfully advance and even vie for one of the 12 young master seats. The first match, second young master Yun Tianluo versus Yun Tao. Both sides enter the arena. Hearing the call, Yun Tianluo gracefully rose. Dressed in a moon-white scholar's robe free from dust, he carried a refined aura with every movement. He gave a slight nod to the spectators in all directions, his smile warm and gentle, as if attending a spring poetry gathering rather than a martial arts contest. His opponent Yun Tao was an exceptionally tall and robust man, with a square face and fierce brows, carrying a heavy blunt sword that resembled a door plank. As he walked, the ground trembled slightly, and his aura was dense and heavy like a mountain, clearly at the midstage of the Qing realm. This man did not directly challenge the 12 young masters in the first round, doing so to ensure a more stable chance at claiming a seat in the end. Unexpectedly this year, the rules changed suddenly, and he was pitted against the second young master Yun Tianluo. However, he was not discouraged. After years of diligently practicing the mountain suppression technique and earth-splitting sword art, he was confident that within the same realm his strength was rarely matched. Second young master, please advise. Yun Tao clasped his fists, his voice booming like thunder, exuding a strong presence. Cousin Yun Tao, please. Yun Tianluo replied with a warm and gentle smile, returning the gesture with impeccable grace. As the elder referee called out start, a sharp glint flashed in Yun Tao's eyes. With a low growl, he stepped forward like a waking mountain. Boom! The ground shook violently as he gripped the doorplank-like heavy sword, delivering a straightforward vertical slash. A rich yellow light surged from the sword, faintly revealing the illusion of towering mountains, the force immense, as if a mountain were truly crashing down. In the face of this earth-shattering strike, Yun Tianluo maintained his refined smile. He did not even take a step back. Instead, he executed a subtle footwork, his figure drifting like a cloud in the wind, gracefully sliding half a step to the side. At the same time, his right sleeve flowed out like white clouds emerging from a valley. As the sleeve billowed, pure celestial energy flowed like moonlight, delicately draping over the side of the violently descending yellow sword wave. "Guide," he uttered lightly. That overwhelming sword wave capable of splitting mountains was drawn off course by an invisible hand, crashing down to the ground beside Yun Tianluo. The ground exploded into a huge pit, dust soaring into the sky. Yet Yun Tianluo's moon-white sleeve fluttered, remaining pristine. Yun Tao felt as if he had gathered all his strength into a single strike, powerful enough to cleave mountains, only to find it seemingly cut through layers upon layers of endless clouds. The overwhelming force quietly diverted, leaving him feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. From start to finish, Yun Tianluo did not even draw his weapon. His movements were elusive as a ghost, weaving effortlessly through Yun Tao's torrential heavy sword assault. Whether deflecting, guiding, tapping, or pushing, each movement was elegant and expansive, as if strolling leisurely through a garden, exuding effortless charm. Each strike perfectly interrupted Yun Tao's rhythm, neutralizing his strongest attacks, forcing the powerfully built man to feel as futile as a hammer striking cotton, utterly frustrated. The second young master's flowing cloud sleeve and starpoint finger have reached an extraordinary realm, truly embodying the principle of soft, overcoming hard skill, overcoming strength, deeply grasping the essence of Taoism, praised an elder with keen insight. Cousin Tianluo is truly refined and graceful, even fighting looks so captivating, exclaimed a young female disciple holding a fan that read, Qing Tianluo, you just signed by Yun Qing. At the high elder's seat, second elder Yun Huang watched with great interest, elbowing the dignified and meditative grand elder Yun Che, beside him, lowering his voice and raising his eyebrows, saying, Old man, why isn't your grandson using his weapon today? This stance he takes, tisk, doesn't it seem a bit out of place? He deliberately emphasized the words weapon, his eyes filled with mischievous delight. Grand Elder Yun Che, who had been sitting silently with closed eyes, slightly lifted his eyelids at the words, glancing at the arena, then at the second elder's expression that finally caught a chance his otherwise calm face, revealing a barely noticeable twitch at the corner of his mouth. He did not respond to the second elder, but the third elder Yun Shi beside him praised. The Tao follows nature. Tianluo's 7 apertures, exquisite heart, aims directly at the true heart, revealing its true essence. The Grand Elder fell silent for a moment, finally speaking with a hint of reluctant resignation. Tianluo's nature is straightforward, and the Tao aligns with his true heart. What is wrong with that? Though he said this, there was an unmistakable hint of forced justification in his tone. No sooner had the Grand Elder's words fallen, a sudden change occurred in the arena. Second young master, can you take one of my strikes? Perhaps feeling frustrated by Yun Tianluo's continuous graceful evasion and skillful counters, Yun Tao could not help but shout in excitement. Yun Tianluo casually deflected Yun Tao's attack once more, and upon hearing those words it seemed to strike a nerve that had been tightly wounded. Take one of your strikes. His previously perfect mask-like, refined smile momentarily froze. Deep within his eyes, the violent core long suppressed by rationality and composure surged suddenly like a current beneath the ice. Yun Qing took a sip of spiritual tea, closely observing the battle. The power of Yun Tianluo and his demeanor had always carried a strange sense of dissonance. What he cultivated within him must be the secret technique of the Grand Elder's lineage. Before Yun Qing could ponder further, in the next instant, ha, kid, come and take a strike from your grandpa. All traces of Yun Tianluo's refined demeanor vanished without a trace. His brows furrowed, his eyes shining with a terrifying brightness, and his lips even curled into a wild and excited grin as he stood in the arena, laughing maniacally. Puffed. Yun Qing spat out a mouthful of spiritual tea, coughing incessantly. No is the secret technique of the Grand Elder's lineage: split personality. Do the 12 young masters not have a normal person among them? Suddenly Yun Qing felt that the title of the Yun family's eldest young master wasn't as appealing anymore. He felt ashamed to be associated with them. In the arena, Yun Tianluo, transformed into a violent war god, did not give the shocked and terrified Yun Tao any time to contemplate life. Take one of your strikes. Good. He laughed wildly, his arm muscles bulging, revealing exaggerated lines hidden beneath his moon-white. Gripping the axe with one hand, the giant axe seemed weightless in his grasp. With a twist of his waist, all his strength flowed seamlessly from his legs to his waist, and then to his arms. The Bagua axe tore through the air with a horrific shriek that could rupture eardrums, accompanied by the green light of an energy that could topple mountains, crashing down toward Yun Tao and the broad-bladed heavy sword in his hands. Open for Grandpa. Yun Tianluo's grandfather Yun She tightly closed his eyes, unwilling to open. Yun Tianluo shouted furiously, and the immense 8 trigrams axe came crashing down. Pure violence, accompanied by a blue axe light that could shatter mountains and split seas, was akin to divine punishment. Wherever it passed, the space twisted, producing a sound like shattering glass. Yun Tianluo, at the early stage of the immortal Qing realm. Yun Tao's pupils constricted sharply, his scalp tingling as if electrified. The person who had just politely clasped hands and called out "Senior Brother Yun Tao, please advise," in the previous moment suddenly transformed, declaring, "Kid, take a blow from Grandpa." Wasn't this drastic change a bit too outrageous, second young master? The destructive immortal power contained within that axe left even him, a body cultivator known for his strength, feeling breathless, and he could only hurriedly block with his sword. A deafening crash erupted, shaking the entire arena. On the observation platform, those with slightly weaker cultivation felt their eardrums throb painfully from the noise, their blood surging in shock. This axe strike contained no fancy techniques, only pure brutality. The soaring dust completely engulfed the figures of the two. Moments later, as the dust settled, all eyes were fixed on the center of the arena. There where Yun Tao had been standing, a massive pit with a diameter of 10 zhang and a depth of several feet had been created. At the bottom of the pit, Yun Tao knelt on one knee, his wide-bladed heavy sword propped against the ground. His face was as pale as paper, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his arm sleeves shredded, and his bulging muscles trembling uncontrollably. That prized heavy sword, which had accompanied him for many years and had cleaved through high-evil demon beast scales, was now bent at a strange angle. Its spiritual light had completely dimmed, and spiderweb-like cracks covered the sword's spine, clearly half destroyed. He barely lifted his head, his gaze unfocused, filled with disbelief and confusion. In contrast, Yun Tianluo leaned on the terrifying 8 trigrams axe, with one hand the axe blade tilted against the ground, the blue axe light slowly retracting into the axe body. He breathed slightly heavily, his chest heaving, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly indicating that the previous strike had taken its toll. But immediately after, the wild excitement on his face rapidly receded like a tide. His gaze became gentle and peaceful once more, even somewhat shy. With a slight flick of his wrist, the fierce and overwhelming axe transformed into a beam of blue light and entered his dantian. He hurriedly adjusted his nearly torn moon-white scholar's robe and fixed his slightly disheveled hair, then politely clasped his hands towards Yun Tao at the bottom of the pit, his voice clear and calm, as if they had merely been playing a game of chess. "Senior Brother Yun Tao, thank you for your guidance." At the bottom of the pit, Yun Tao could only respond with. He opened his mouth, glancing at the smiling second young master before him, then at his ruined sword and trembling arms, and recalled that axe strike that could split mountains and seas. A surge of absurdity rushed to his head, leaving him speechless for quite a while. After a long moment, he finally managed to swallow a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and hoarsely said, "Second young master, unmatched divine power Yun Tao concedes." After saying this, darkness enveloped him, his chi and blood spiraling out of control as he let out a muffled groan and collapsed backward, being hurriedly supported by the assisting disciples and taken down for healing. Yun Tianluo wins. The elder referee announced loudly, his voice tinged with an imperceptible oddness. The entire venue fell once more into a peculiar silence. This silence was longer and deeper than any before. Whether disciples or elders, many stared blankly at the massive pit in the arena, then glanced at the elegantly smiling second young master by the pit's edge. My eyes aren't malfunctioning right. That axe, that pit, that was the second young master. All my dream lover has shattered." This was the reaction of the female disciples who admired Yun Tianluo. On the high platform, Yun Qing held his spirit tea steadily in midair, appearing calm on the surface, while frantically transmitting thoughts to Yun Huang. "Huang, this Yun Tianluo truly is not what he seems. You mentioned earlier that he had strayed in cultivating the 7-aperture Linglong heart. Seeing him today, it truly is innovative, unique, and full of wonders. Isn't the 7-aperture Linglong heart supposed to emphasize insight and flawless strategy? How could anyone cultivate a technique that one axe brings down 10 meetings and one smash breaks myriad laws? Yun Huang quickly replied, his tone still calm, as if this scene that shattered the entire venue was merely ordinary. He cultivated the 7-aperture Linglong heart in his early years, overly pursuing a perfect exterior, suppressing his true self, and had long shown signs of going astray. Perhaps later, he realized it himself, no longer adhering to superficial rituals, and released all the repressed fierceness within. It seemed like he had strayed, yet in truth, he hit the nail on the head. Breaking, and then establishing, is far superior to that previous hollow facade. Yun Qing nodded in understanding, watching Yun Tianluo, who was smiling and bowing to all corners of the arena, while sipping his spirit tea and transmitting thoughts. He has indeed walked out his own path of exterior warmth and interior thunder, finding his own way. However, this transition does seem abrupt. Yun Huang suddenly recalled something, and teasingly said, "Brother, you aren't far behind, either. No need to be modest." Cough. Cough. Yun Qing nearly choked on his spirit tea. He decided not to drink anymore. He would never choke 3 times on a single cup. On the other side, having won effortlessly, Yun Tianluo returned gracefully to the seat of the 12 young masters, wearing that gentle and elegant smile. He nodded in greeting as he passed by the other young masters. Yun Zui winked at him, giving a thumbs up with a face full of "sis understands you" approval. Yun Baojian subtly edged away half an inch, as if Yun Tianluo was something filthy. Yun Shuanghua hid behind Yun Qing, covering her mouth with a silk handkerchief, her eyes wide like copper bells. As for Yun Qing, he withdrew his gaze, wearily rubbing his forehead. After the interlude, the competition continued, the elder officiant's voice ringing out the second match, the eldest young master Yun Qing against Yun Ling. Yun Qing was just about to rise, when suddenly Yun Ling roared, "I forfeit." Perhaps it was due to the shock brought by Yun Tianluo's match, truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, the entire audience first fell into astonished silence, then a buzz of understanding arose. Yun Ling forfeits. The eldest young master Yun Qing advances automatically. Yun Qing. All right then. He sat idly in his seat, suddenly feeling a stir of thought. With time to spare, and several more unknown matches ahead, this method was not merely a simple visual or spiritual sense shield, it also contained the profound essence of distorting existence and confusing perception. Unless one was several major realms above him, this method was not merely a simple visual or spiritual sense shield, it also contained the profound essence of distorting existence and confusing perception. Unless one was several major realms above him, and probing deliberately, it was extremely difficult to detect. This method was not merely a simple visual or spiritual sense shield, it also contained the profound essence of distorting existence and confusing perception. Unless one was several major realms above him, and taking advantage of the fluctuations from the clash of spiritual powers in the arena, as cover Yun Qing moved, as if strolling leisurely, swiftly bypassing the high platform to arrive behind the cloud of mist and the imposing seat on the north side. He approached the grand and dignified throne like a shadow, sensing the overbearing and scorching aura of Huang Yang emanating from ahead, carrying an indifferent majesty that overshadowed all beings. Here indeed was the best vantage point. As Yun Qing stood on the high platform pondering this, just as he came to a stop, a barely audible light snort came from the throne. Then a cold transmission directly pierced into his sea of consciousness, sneaking around. What kind of behavior is this? The tone revealed no anger or joy, yet there was no intention of driving him away. Yun Qing's lips curled slightly as he simply withdrew the concealment technique, his form solidifying behind Yun Huang's throne. From this angle, he could clearly see Yun Huang's perfectly outlined profile. Everything in the square came into view, laid bare before him. With nothing to do, I thought I'd come up to accompany Huang and observe the battle, evaluating the pillars of our Yun clan's younger generation. How elegant is that? Yun Qing transmitted this back, his tone relaxed and casual, even carrying a hint of a smile. Yun Huang did not turn his head, his golden eyes still focused on the battle below, although the long fingers resting on the armrest seemed to be more casual. The two stood at this revered position under the gaze of thousands, yet unseen by anyone, like two transcendent spectators overlooking the fierce and vibrant battlefield belonging to the younger generation of the Yun clan. Still 3,000 love donations for an extra update. See author's note below. Thank you for the gifts, my lovely readers. Yun Huang's eyelids drooped slightly as he sat in silent meditation, his oppressive and domineering aura strangely softening a touch, like a sword sheathed, leaving only a tranquil sharpness. Yun Qing glanced sideways, his gaze sweeping over his brother's cold, chiseled profile, the corners of his mouth curving into an imperceptible smile. Thus, in this supreme vantage point where none dared to pry, they overlooked the fierce battle below, casually commenting on the martial arts techniques of those who took the stage. Below, the unknown duels were already halfway through. The fighting grew increasingly intense, with bursts of light and sound from clashing spiritual energy rising one after another, eliciting continuous gasps and cheers from the viewing stands. 7th match, 8th Young Master Yun Huang versus Yun Yin. In the arena, Yun Huang was clutching an exquisitely embroidered mermaid silk handkerchief, his fair and delicate face, marked with obvious nervousness, even appearing more flustered than his opponent Yun Yin. Seeing this, a flicker of disdain and impatience flashed in Yun Yan's eyes. With a low roar, his immortal energy surged, and he charged forward like a frenzied rhinoceros, a dull whoosh accompanying his brutal rush. On the northern high platform, Yunqing shook his head slightly. Shuanghua has a pure heart, but is overly sensitive, losing his nerve before facing an enemy. Thus, he can likely only unleash 70% of his full strength. But before he finished speaking, Yun Shuanghua, facing the ferocious charge, shut his eyes in fear, his long lashes trembling. Yet the mermaid silk handkerchief in his hand moved without wind, and a supple, living-like azure vine shot out from his sleeve. The vine moved with incredible agility, tracing a cunning arc through the air, precisely wrapping around Yun Yan's swiftly charging ankle, tripping and redirecting him with masterful skill. Ugh! Yun Yan's wild forward momentum instantly lost balance. The immense inertia sent him stumbling forward like a tripped boulder, his defenses completely exposed. Seizing the opening, Yun Shuanghua flicked his fingers, and several points of azure light shot silently into the ground. The next moment, several thick brambles covered in vicious barbs like lurking venomous pythons burst abruptly from the earth. They moved with astonishing speed, instantly binding Yun Yin tightly. The barbs pierced shallowly but precisely sealed several key acupoints, stagnating his spiritual energy flow. Combined with the tremendous binding force, Yun Yin felt only numbness and stinging pain, unable to exert his strength, struggling futilely like a fly caught in a web. "Forgive me." Yun Shuanghua's face flushed slightly as he spoke softly, even subusingly, wiping his smooth forehead with the handkerchief. Though there was no sweat there, Yun Yan's face turned crimson. The more he struggled, the tighter the brambles bound him, the numbing sting from the barbs boring into his marrow, causing his blood and qi to churn in unbearable discomfort. After a few breaths of stalemate, he finally squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. "I concede. Yun Shuanghua wins," the referee elder immediately announced. Only then did Yunqing unhurriedly finish his earlier words. However, according to the second elder, when Shuanghua was young, he happened to save a dying exotic immortal vine seedling with his pure wood-essence blood. That immortal vine had just awakened its intelligence. Grateful for his kindness, it acknowledged him as its master and is quite protective. Yun Huang's golden pupils stirred slightly as he responded in a calm voice. "Dragonblood brambles are fierce and violent by nature, bloodthirsty and combative, yet fragile and sensitive as seedlings, easily perishing. That he could subdue it at that time is indeed a rare karmic encounter." In the following matches, the current young masters took the stage one after another, each displaying their unique abilities and winning with ease, once again affirming the weight of the title 12 Young Masters. Yun Zui knocked out his opponent with a yawn using his gourd. Yun Gu moved his fingers slightly, and his opponent stared blankly before walking off the stage on his own. Yun Hua was even more extraordinary, casually drawing a circle that trapped her opponent in a confined space. No matter how he charged, he couldn't step beyond the circle and had to concede. Yunqing watched with keen interest, gaining a more vivid and direct understanding of his colleagues' styles. Indeed, as the outside world said, none of the 12 prodigies of the Yun generation were mediocre, each with their own unique and extraordinary paths. Soon the Herald Elder's voice rang out again. 12th match, 9th Young Master Yun Jinglei versus Yun Sha. However, as the voice fell, a puzzled commotion arose in the arena. 9th Young Master, Yun Jinglei. Who's that? Is there such a figure among the 12 Young Masters? I think I remember seeing him during the draw. His appearance. Huh, what did he look like? Just as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, trying to recall. Right here. My turn, right? I've been waiting so long. A youthful voice full of vitality and even a bit noisy burst with undisguised excitement, exploding without warning in the center of the training ground. At the same time, it was as if a layer of mist shrouding everyone's perception was violently. A figure with striking orange hair appeared without warning in the center of the training ground, his brows filled with a sun-like smile, clad in fiery red robes, dazzlingly conspicuous. Yet before he spoke, this bright individual had been unconsciously ignored by everyone. Only now did that powerful sense of presence crash into everyone's senses like a bursting dam. The entire audience erupted. A glint of light flickered in Yunqing's double pupils as he lightly tapped the armrest of Yun Huang's throne beside him, his voice tinged with amusement and inquiry. "Huang Di, the Wuji secret art passed down by the 4th Elder's lineage is truly profound. This is no mere qi concealment. It touches the rule-level cognitive interference. He recalled that during the initial gathering of the 12 young masters when Yun Zhu teased the three uniques, the one who cheered the loudest and had the biggest mouth seemed to be this fellow, and it was also him who clamored for Yun Pingxing to perform a sword dance. Yet at that time, everyone's attention was either on Yun Zue or drawn by the three uniques, and no one noticed this bouncing background prop. Yun Huang's eyelids remained lowered, his pale golden pupils shifting slowly beneath as he transmitted a response with pinpoint accuracy. The true essence of Wuji lies in harmony. Harmony with light, harmony with shadow, harmony with the clamor of the masses, harmony with the silence of all phenomena. Its core lies in the complete fusion of the mind with the external laws, selfless and traceless. He paused. It bears some resemblance to your Gui, Su Wuji. Huang's words are most apt. Yunqing stood beside him, chuckling in agreement, his gaze fixed on the arena. There Yun Jinglei leaped and dodged like a nimble monkey, his movements elusive combined with his passively triggered cognitive interference ability, toying with his opponent. Finally, with a grin, he tapped a finger on the opponent's shoulder acupoint, deciding the match. Speaking of which, the fourth elder is truly an interesting character. Though his entire lineage specializes in concealment arts, their names are all earth-shattering. Yunqing shook his head with a wry smile. The subsequent matches continued without incident. Finally, all duels concluded. Unsurprisingly, the current 11 young masters along with Yun Rui, who had a bye, all advanced. Among the challengers, 5 outstanding individuals also broke through, earning a spot in the final melee. The Herald Elder announced a rest period of 1 incense sticks, time to prepare for the ultimate Norals melee. Yunqing withdrew his overlooking gaze, scanning the square below. Over a dozen figures were either sitting cross-legged in meditation, focusing their minds, or gathered in small groups, whispering in discussion. Battle intent, like invisible smoke, grew thicker in the interlude of rest. He was about to slip back as he had come, when he suddenly felt a burning, reproachful glare from below and to the side. Looking down, he met the furious eyes of the second elder. The old man had somehow discovered he had sneaked off to hide in leisure, beside the young lord, glaring at him fiercely, his goatee bristling with anger. These minor movements naturally didn't escape Yun Huang, who was right beside him. The latter turned his head slightly, a faint trace of confusion flickering in his pale golden pupils. These minor movements naturally didn't escape Yun Huang, who was right beside him. The latter turned his head slightly, a faint trace of confusion flickering in his pale golden pupils. Yunqing. Ahem, explaining now seemed a bit awkward. The second elder had probably finally calmed down from the immense joy of the kid returning safely, and was now coming to his senses, thinking about settling scores with him. For instance, pressing him on what exactly happened between him and Huang Di over those 3 months, and why he hadn't yet given a complete and convincing explanation. Looks like after the martial exhibition, he'll need to find a place to lie low. Yunqing mused inwardly. Time to make a swift getaway, a swift getaway. Meanwhile, the second elder stomped his foot in fury. That little rascal Yunqing. He almost slipped past me. I worried myself sick for 3 months over him, and he's been living the high life, eating well, and breaking through his spiritual energy, all plump. An incense stick's worth of respite slipped away in the fevered anticipation of the crowd. Above Yunsu, peak winds and clouds converged. The ceremonial elder descended to the center of the square, hands weaving seals, as he intoned an ancient, obscure incantation. As his chant rose, light fanned out from the plaza's heart, racing outward in every direction. Countless veins of radiance intertwined and nested until the ground itself traced a colossal array over 1,000 zhang wide. So intricate and precise it made the head reel. Qi, Yinwu Tianpan. The ceremonial elder's beard and hair bristled as he thrust the final sigil infused with surging immortal force ruthlessly into the array's core. A low hum filled the air. Under the stunned gaze of all, space rippled like a waterfall, revealing a vast platform suspended within boundless void. On that platform, ghostly silhouettes of mountains and rivers, and even the faint trace of star paths shimmered, all shrouded in a hazy, chaotic mist, mutable and unreal. The final qualifiers 18. The ceremonial elder's voice rolled like thunder. Rules reiterated by any means. Only victory or defeat shall be reckoned, leaving the Tianpan boundary admitting defeat or losing combat capability. Any of these equals elimination. Now enter. The crowd answered with a bestial roar. The mountain was swallowed by a tsunami of cheers. Every disciple of the Yun clan, young and old from every branch, throbbed with blood and fixated their gaze upon the 18 figures. The 12 young masters and the 6 challengers burst upward as streaks of colored light, cleaving the void with unstoppable momentum, and hurled themselves into the perilous arena. Yunqing inclined his head to Yun Huang and took his leave. The figure in dark robes coalesced into an ink-like wisp and arrived after the others, landing steadily upon a rock-like projection at the edge of the Tianpan. Yunqing inclined his head to Yun Huang and took his leave. The figure in dark robes coalesced into an ink-like wisp and arrived after the others, landing steadily upon a rock-like projection. One after another, the contestants dropped onto the uncanny platform like dumplings into boiling water. Dressed in moon-white scholar robes, Yun Tianluo alighted gracefully, smiling gently, though his eyes were keenly sharp. Yun Baojian, cradling his long sword, landed atop a jutting rock cone. Sword chi curled of its own accord, silently cleaving the encroaching chaotic fog. Yun Zhe stumbled slightly as he touched down, a wine flask in hand, though he still seemed intoxicated. A clear lucidity burned at the core of his gaze. Everyone settled into positions at wide intervals, watching each other warily. Breath held no one, unleashed power, yet the air tasted of gunpowder, an almost tangible tension. The 6 challengers entered in turn, each grave-faced. To reach this stage, they had to be resolute and formidable. Even faced with famed young masters, they were determined to fight to the death. Yun Qing noticed Yun Li's gaze linger for a moment upon one particular challenger. He was a tall youth with a wild, strikingly handsome mien, his black hair tied back casually, eyes bright, with startling clarity, exuding vigorous life, and an almost reckless confidence. Cultivation placed him at the midstage of the Fenghuang realm, exceptional for his age. The instant he landed, he seemed to remember something, snapped his head toward the stands outside the Tianpon, filled his spirit, and bellowed with all his might. "Father, watch well. Today, if I carve my way into the top 12 and seize a young master's seat, you must grant me what you promised. Open a page for me in the clan register. Black ink on white paper, heaven and earth as witness. You cannot back out." The shout warped oddly in the Tianpan's strange air, but remained astonishingly loud, rough, and direct in the manner of a wild city sun. It punched through the barrier and reached the outside into every spectator's ears. Silence fell over the stands. Then a corner exploded with an even louder, nearly cracking roar. It was the youth's father. A burly man with a beard like steel needles and rippling muscles sprang up with a grunt, face flushed, as he hollered back at the top of his lungs, "You little bastard. What are you yelling for? I'm not deaf. Focus and fight properly. Lose your focus and he'll smack you." The man's shout left his throat raw, but pride and nerves shone in his eyes. He hesitated, as if his tone had been too harsh or perhaps stirred by his son's bravado. Then he slapped his thigh and roared even louder. "If you really win, don't just open a page. Open it on my head. He'll even be your grandson if I have to. Now go and fight." This father-son exchange, lacking any noble bearing, but brimming with blunt heroism, sent the stands into a gale of laughter. "Huh? Open it on his head. Be his grandson. The father has lost his mind. Pashao, did you hear? Your dad's serious. He's risking the clan register for this." Even Yun Huang, who had been watching from the high platform with habitual detachment, felt the slightest twitch in the fingers resting on the railing. Yun Qing could not help but smile. That pair are a marvel. He wondered half-amazed how the father would fulfill the promise of becoming his son's grandson if Yun Pashao truly succeeded. The mere thought of that image made even Yun Qing struggle to contain his amusement. Inside the arena, Yun Pashao heard his father's broad promises and felt no shame. Rather, he seemed galvanized. Light burst from his eyes as a raw, unrefined, warlike fervor surged through him. "Father, watch closely." Amid the uproar and jeers, his battle intent boiled over. At the very peak of that charged atmosphere, a bell struck. The ceremonial elder's solemn voice rang out across the plaza. "The 12 young masters' decisive contest formally begins." At the final words fall, 18 figures launched like beasts startled by a thrown stone and surged forward. There was no probing, no hesitation. While the bell's lingering resonance still hummed in their minds, each made the tactical choice that suited them best. 3 figures moved with uncanny coordination to occupy the southeastern quadrant of the Tianpan. The Yun clan's famed 3 prodigies, Yun Huang, Yun Gu, and Yun Pingxing. Their immortal energies braided together, drawing a warding circle upon the ground. They immediately chose to cluster and hold fast, seeking to secure an invincible position. Several others dispersed like phantoms, their breaths melting into the chaotic mist as they lay in wait, intent on opportunistic strikes. A few showed murderous intent. The instant the bell fell, they locked onto pre-selected targets and lunged. Spirit power and killing intent tore through the fog with shrieking cries. And Yun Qing, amid the chaotic opening of charges, vanishings, fortifications, and skirmishes, did only this. He let the butt of his polearm dip, paused once. A single soft thud, muted yet curiously penetrating the clamor, struck at the heart of every watcher. He emitted no terrifying aura, made no defensive or offensive move. Simply standing with his hands behind his back, the polearm propped at his side, he took his place at the very center of the chaotic 1000-diameter Tianpan. The dark robe stirred in the chaotic currents. His double pupils swept calmly over the battlefield in all directions. No joy, no sorrow, neither fear nor arrogance. As if he stood not upon a death trap, but idle in his own backyard. that serene mountain-deep composure and the unruffled indifference to surrounding violence formed a silent, yet overwhelming proclamation: here, I am the center. In this battle, I shall stand unmoved. Yun leaned on his spear with one hand, the spear tip lightly touching the ground. That calm demeanor looking down upon the world created a powerful force field. At that moment, all participants felt a chill in their hearts, their gazes involuntarily drawn to the enigmatic dark figure standing at the very center of the battlefield, seemingly detached from it all. His very existence served as the most domineering and direct declaration of war against all opponents. Naturally, while the situation remained unclear, no one was willing. His very existence served as the most domineering and direct declaration of war against all opponents. Naturally, while the situation remained unclear, no one was willing to challenge this unfathomable young lord first. The same treatment was also bestowed upon the second young master, Yun Huang, as no one wished to provoke someone who could shift from being polite one moment to a violent maniac the next. On the high platform, Yun Huang watched everything unfold. Seeing Yunqing's bored posture as he leaned on his spear, a barely noticeable smirk appeared at the corner of his lips, and a sound transmission devoid of discernible emotion reached Yunqing's consciousness. You're quite adept at slacking off, just standing there, as if you're a decoration. Yunqing's reply, laced with amusement, resonated. If I were to clear the field early, wouldn't that diminish the fun? I must give others a chance to showcase themselves. Looking at his self-assured demeanor, Yun Huang chose not to comment, his pale golden eyes shifting towards other areas of the battlefield. At this moment, the 6 challengers were acutely aware that they were likely the primary targets for elimination by the young lords, each adopting their own strategies. Some moved like phantoms, attempting to completely blend into the shadows, the others, with fierce glints in their eyes, charged directly at the easier targets. The 3 Wonders formation stationed in the southeast corner was the first to face an attack. 2 challengers, believing themselves to be powerful, decided to join forces against the trio, thinking their real combat threat was minimal. One wielded a long knife, striking first at the spiritual pattern barrier set by Yun Huang. The other, performing a series of hand seals, summoned a tempest of ice spikes that rained down like a torrential burst of pear blossoms, carrying a bone-chilling cold. On the other side, Yun Baojian stood alone on a higher stone apparition, his gaze coldly surveying the chaotic battlefield, exuding a unique aloofness characteristic of an unparalleled swordsman. A challenger unable to stand the sight of someone holding a sword with such nonchalance howled as he swung a meteor hammer, conjuring a fierce wind to smash toward him. He was then met with Yun Baojian's fingers pointed like a sword, aimed at the connection between the steel chain and the hammerhead, striking midair. The challenger let out a muffled grunt, tumbling out of the edge of the cloud platform like a rolling gourd, eliminated with a decisive and rather comedic flair. The voice of the officiating elder immediately followed. Yun Sandao, eliminated. The young man who had just called for a family record opening, named Yun Pashao, now stared with his tiger-like eyes filled with admiration as he secretly gazed at Yunqing in the center of the battlefield. Those who use spears must be like the eldest young master. Truly, so handsome. His heart raced as he thought about whether he could get an autograph after the fight. Right? He also needed 2, one for himself and 1 for his little brother. No, wait. Remembering that they were currently in a chaotic battle, he quickly shook his head to regain focus, relying on his natural beast-like instincts to swiftly analyze the situation. First to be ruled out was the young master Yunqing, who stood with his spear, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard, and the still well-mannered Yun Tianluo. These 2 gave him an exceedingly intimidating impression. He absolutely could not confront them. Next was Yun Rui. This little fairy endowed with innate fortune seemed a bit dazed as she stood still, not entirely in the battle state. She glanced around at the suddenly erupting chaotic lights, tilting her head, the gemstones on her light yellow headband jingling softly, resembling a little deer that had mistakenly wandered into a battlefield of ferocious beasts. Strangely, all the residual waves of battle seemed to cleverly avoid her whenever they approached within 3 feet of her. Whether it was perfectly negated by another incoming attack or diverted by a suddenly shifting chaotic airflow, or if she herself just happened to step back slightly in nervousness, in any case, not a single attack could truly reach her. She was like a point of tranquility within the eye of the storm, untouched as myriad laws brushed past her. This absolutely cannot be touched. Yun Pashao shivered instinctively, knowing that anyone daring to bully Yun Rui would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yun Baojian. The first kill from just now was still fresh in his mind. The offensive power of a sword cultivator was indeed terrifying and could not be faced heeded. The 3 Wonders formation. The trio united in offense and defense with their combined assault, capable of shaking even a celestial king, had already made the 2 mid-stage king-level challengers who charged in just now suffer setbacks. And if he charged in as well, it would simply be feeding the enemy. As for Yun Jinglei, This guy had flickered in and out since entering, and had now completely disappeared. Now for the remaining choices. Yun Pashao's gaze flickered between Yun Zue and Yun Huang. He saw Yun Zue laughing heartily, having pulled out a crimson jade wine flask from somewhere, taking a big swig, her beautiful face flushing with color, yet her eyes growing ever brighter and sharper. Not only did she not seek cover, but she also staggered towards the central area of the battlefield, her steps appearing unsteady, yet following an unpredictable trajectory, an intense aroma of alcohol, mingling with a fervent battle intent emanating from her, as if silently challenging everyone. Come on. Come and hit me. Yun Huang, on the other hand, was entirely opposite. His small face was tense as he activated his immortal power, causing the ground around him to rumble, as dozens of thick, sturdy immortal vines with sharp wooden thorns burst forth from the earth, rapidly intertwining to form a huge vine ball, with a diameter of several zhang, completely encasing him, within, leaving only a few tiny holes for him to observe the outside. Clearly he had made up his mind to be a turtle hiding its head, observing the situation first, and surviving for as long as possible. Yun Pashao's brow furrowed. Yun Zue's offensive style, replacing defense with attack, while hiding schemes and drunkenness, made him feel troubled. Yun Huang's iron tortoise shell was clearly not easy to break, and those thorny vines emanated a ghostly light, likely even poisonous. After a process of elimination, his gaze finally settled slowly on Yun Huang, the current 12th young master, who seemed somewhat isolated at this moment. This individual was at the late stage of the Qing level, considered relatively weaker in terms of surface strength among the young masters, and it seemed he had just been brushed by a chaotic surge of immortal power, causing his aura to fluctuate slightly. He was currently vigilantly focused on his surroundings, evidently also seeking a secure foothold. When picking persimmons, one should indeed choose the relatively softer ones. At this moment, the hardest persimmon, Yun Qing decided it was time to stretch his muscles. His gaze slowly turned to the elusive Yun Jinglei. Yun Jinglei suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end, sensing that he was being targeted by some large carnivorous beast. Double pupils capable of negating all hidden secret arts in the world. Today there will be no updates. Will there be a kind-hearted deity sending that thing to the author? That thing. The square wants something to be viewed with love. At the very center of the battlefield, the dark figure that had remained still all along finally moved. Yun Qing slowly lifted the artifact spear that had been casually resting by his side. He gently turned his neck, producing a faint crack sound, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, which sent a chill through someone lurking in the shadows. After watching the show for so long, he spoke, the spear held horizontally in front of him, his deep and dark eyes fixing on a seemingly empty corner of the battlefield. Thunderclap. The two words echoed like a thunderbolt in someone's mind. Come out yourself. Yun Qing paused for a moment, the tip of his spear slightly raised, pointing toward the void, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Or should I invite you out? Hey. In the corner that had been called out, chaotic mist surged violently. An orange-eared figure, startled like a frightened rabbit, almost instinctively leaped up, but forcibly restrained itself, its aura momentarily disrupted. Yun Qing said no more, merely gazing at him silently, like a ferocious beast toying with its prey, exuding an extreme sense of danger. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, perhaps sensing that the stalemate was futile or feeling the invisible pressure of Yun Qing's impending action, the fourth young master, Yun Baojian, who had been watching coldly with his sword in hand, suddenly moved. Clang! He drew his sword half an inch, and a condensed azure sword aura like a stunning swan slicing through chaos fiercely slashed out. The target was the relatively calm, empty area between the three absolutes combination and Yun Huang. Boom! The sword aura struck in, bringing with it the terrifying sharpness of the cutting laws. In an instant, that area was thrown into chaos, the turbulent laws clashing and exploding violently. The three absolutes were the first to bear the brunt. The spiritual barrier set up by Yun Huang flickered violently, uncertain. Yun Pingxing's graceful dance was interrupted by the wild winds, causing a slight stutter. Even Yun Gu, stationed in the back, felt his fingers tremble slightly as a harsh noise escaped from his instrument. The perfect formation formed by the three of them instantly showed cracks. And Yun Huang, who was even closer to the explosion's core, faced even worse luck. He was fully focused on guarding against the three absolutes and any potential sneak attacks, never expecting such a carpet-bombing indiscriminate attack to come from the side. His form was staggered by the sudden onslaught of chaotic winds, his footwork interrupted, revealing an extremely brief, yet fatal opening. Now's the time. Yun Pashao, who had been lurking nearby, had a fierce light flash in his eyes, the power he had accumulated to its peak suddenly erupting. He no longer concealed his form, his entire being akin to a taut bow, shooting forth an arrow, charging at Yun Huang with an overwhelming, desperate momentum. The heavy iron spear in his hand tore through the mist, emitting a mournful wail like a ghost's cry, directly stabbing at Yun Huang's slightly vulnerable waist and abdomen due to his evasive movements. Yun Huang was greatly alarmed and in his panic could only barely turn his long knife back, blocking it in front of him, while desperately leaning back to create distance. Clang! The spearhead collided violently with the blade, the piercing sound of metal ringing out in all directions. Yun Pashao's strike had been building up for too long and took advantage of the unexpected moment. How fierce was its force? Yun Huang's hurried block only worsened his already unstable stance. Puff! A trickle of blood had already seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yun Pashao tightly pursued the retreating Yun Huang, his spear shadow, relentless, fighting fiercely with his life, forcing Yun Huang into a desperate defense, retreating step by step, soon cornered to the edge of the Yun platform. Damn it, this is too much. Yun Huang, shocked and furious, twisted his face. He ignored the deadly spear tip aimed at his side and recklessly twisted his body and wrist, executing a ferocious and unparalleled dragging knife slash, sweeping horizontally at Yun Pashao's neck. In a narrow encounter, the brave wins. In the blink of an eye, Yun Pashao's pupils contracted. He did not dodge or evade, merely slightly tilting his head to allow his neck to escape as much as possible, while his long spear's momentum increased. Puff! Sizzle! Two sounds of blades piercing flesh, nearly simultaneous. Yun Pashao's iron spear pierced through Yun Huang's protective spiritual barrier, deeply embedding into his waist and abdomen, blood instantly staining a large portion of his clothes. Meanwhile, Yun Huang's blade grazed Yun Pashao's neck, drawing a line of blood and leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. Blood gushed forth. Had he not slightly tilted at the last moment, his head would have already been gone. A sharp pain struck, and both men grunted in unison. Yet Yun Pashao seemed oblivious to the severe pain in his neck. Taking advantage of Yun Huang's sluggish movements due to the severe injury to his waist, he roared, abandoning his spear, and lunged forward, delivering a fierce headbutt directly to Yun Huang's face. Bang! Yun Huang's nose shattered with a resounding crack, his vision darkening. His already injured body could no longer support itself, and he fell backward. Behind him was the boundary of the martial sky platform, a distorted and blurred spatial membrane. Down you go. Yun Pashao staggered after him, delivering a vicious kick to Yun Huang's chest. Puff! Yun Huang spat blood like a kite with a broken string. He was kicked out of the boundary, his figure quickly swallowed by the external scenery. The 12th young master Yun Huang is eliminated. Huh. Yun Pashao, after that last fierce lunge, kneeled down at the edge of the sky platform, one hand clutching his bloody neck, while the other supported him on the ground, gasping heavily as darkness filled his vision. He did it. He succeeded. He eliminated a current 12th young master. Father. Family tree. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this moment, a long-hidden challenger suddenly lunged out, aiming directly at Yun Pashao's unguarded back. Under heavy injuries, Yun Pashao's body did not obey his commands, and he could only watch helplessly as death approached. Get lost. In this critical moment, a cold, hoarse voice like the chilling wind from the abyss suddenly exploded in the abyss. A blood-colored figure appeared behind Yun Pashao, as if it had teleported. It was Yun Li. He launched a punch with a reverse hand. The aura of murderous intent condensed like substance with a vague, fierce phantom roaring. Bang! With the peak cultivation of the Qing realm and a reckless fighting style, within just 10 breaths, he inflicted severe damage on the mid-stage Qing realm challenger, sending him flying out of the Yun platform's boundary, causing him to faint on the spot. Li good. Yun Pashao's eyes lit up, wanting to express his gratitude. Yet Yun Li did not even glance at him. He suddenly turned, without warning, launching a flying kick to Yun Pashao's uninjured left shoulder. Yun Pashao was completely caught off guard, looking bewildered. The next second, he was sent flying by Yun Li's soft kick, falling out of the sky platform. Li good, what are you doing? My family tree. Father. Did you offend him in our wasteland city? Yun Pashao hung in midair, letting out a miserable feeble shriek, his hands clawing futilely toward the arena, his eyes brimming with grief and indignation. Yun Li, annoyed by the noise, frowned and snapped impatiently, "Shut up, 12th young master. Get down and tend to your wounds now, or your neck will truly snap." Yun Paxio's screams abruptly ceased, stunned by the words 12th young master. 12th young master. Me. You kicked me out, brotherly. His consciousness began to blur. The last sounds in his ears were his father's familiar wild roar and the thunderous cheers from the viewing stands. By your grandpas, you brat, well done. Simultaneously, the elder in charge of ceremonies announced, Yun Pashao selected as a substitute the new 12th young master. The former 12th young master Yun Huang eliminated. Within the span of a single incense stick, the 5 challengers besides Yun Pashao had all been defeated, plus Yun Huang, whom he had kicked out. By the time Yun Pashao left the arena, only 12 remained, including him. Before darkness fully claimed him, Yun Pashao fainted with a twisted grin of boundless ecstasy. A separate page in the clan genealogy. Secured. Next came the final ranking battle among the 12 young masters. The 11 remaining figures on the field instantly had their auras surge once more, the air thickening until it almost dripped with tension. Yun Li, who had just kicked Yun Paxiao, seemed to shed all restraint, transforming into a blood-red lightning bolt that tore through the sky, charging without warning at the defenses of the three supremes. Roar! The Taotai phantom bellowed, its blood-red claws steeped in a murderous aura that could rend anything, madly tore at the spiritual barrier woven by Yun Huang. In the end, bearing the combined assault of the three, he knocked Yun Gu off the platform. The three supremes' defense was breached. Yun Gu, ranked 11th, eliminated. The referee's voice rang out. Immediately after, Yun Li paid the price for his violent strike, being jointly hurled out of the arena by the frenzied counterattack of Yun Huang and Yun Pengxing. Yun Li, ranked 10th, eliminated. Within less than an incense stick's time, Yun Paxiao, Yun Gu, and Yun Li were eliminated in succession. The battle was as brutal as this. At the very center of the battlefield, Yun Qing, who had stood like a stabilizing pillar from start to finish, finally withdrew his gaze from that direction. Jinglei, always hiding how dull. He sighed softly, his double-pupiled eyes turning to a certain spot on the battlefield, his voice calm as he spoke. Haha, I can't fool Big Brother after all. A hearty laugh rang out as Yun Jinglai's figure squeezed out from the void, instantly becoming crystal clear. His orange-haired hair remained as flamboyant as ever, his face wore his usual radiant smile, but a hint of gravity had crept into his laughing eyes. Before the double-pupiled eyes that could see through the essence of things, his Wujian concealment had lost its meaning. Yun Jinglai twirled the transparent dagger in his hand with a flourish, his gaze burning as he looked at Yun Qing. Since Big Brother invites me, how could I dare refuse? I beg your guidance, Big Brother. The moment the words left his mouth, his form suddenly blurred. Instead of concealing himself again, he pushed his movement technique to its limit, turning into a hazy streak of light, his trajectory erratic and bizarre, darting left and right, dazzling the eye. The short dagger in his hand quivered, its tip a dangerous, icy gleam, like a viper's tongue thrusting straight for Yun Qing's throat. This strike was the epitome of speed, cunning, and danger. An ordinary King Sealing Realm cultivator would likely have lost their head before they could even react. Yet Yun Qing merely sidestepped slightly. The movement was minimal, but the timing was exquisitely perfect. He seemed to have already predicted every attack trajectory and movement change from Yun Jinglai, not even lifting his Zaiwu spear. SSS. The sharp sword tip grazed the edge of his black robe, missing its mark. The blade left a faint white mark on the fabric. The moment his strike missed, Yun Jinglai's heart screamed with alarm, and without a second thought he immediately tried to retreat, using his movement technique. But Yun Qing was faster. Just as Yun Jinglai's sword momentum failed, and his body was poised to pull back, Yun Qing's right hand, which had been resting on the Zaiwu spear, moved. It was neither a thrust nor a sweep. He simply held the ancient spear shaft, lifted his wrist, raising the butt of the spear a mere 3 inches off the ground. Then he gently pushed it forward. The movement was plain and unadorned, as if offering a cup of tea to a friend. But the spear's contact point happened to be the delicate juncture where Yun Jinglai's chi flow was unstable, disrupted by his rapid change of direction. PFF. A soft, muffled sound. Yun Jinglai felt a heavy, profound force like a punch through a mountain pierce his protective spiritual light and strike precisely at his chi between his chest and abdomen. There was no sharp pain, no broken bones. But the immortal power surging through his body was abruptly choked off, as if its vital point had been seized, and it dissipated instantly. His high-speed form stiffened suddenly, as though frozen by a binding spell. Then that force transformed into a gentle push. Yun Jinglai, unable to resist, staggered backward like a broken marionette, crashing down outside the boundary with a plop, even sliding a short distance on his rear. From his sudden attack to his fall from the arena, it took only 2 or 3 breaths. The entire venue erupted in a huge uproar. He's out just like that. The eldest young master barely moved. What spear technique was that? No, that wasn't even a spear technique, was it? Yun Jinglai was completely seen through. On the high platform, Yun Huang's eyes flickered with a trace of approval as his voice transmission echoed in Yun Qing's mind. The secret of Wujian lies in merging with all phenomena, moving without form. To perceive the joint in the midst of union and use a subtle force to control the grand momentum. That is acceptable. Coming from Yun Huang, this was already high praise. Yun Qing smiled slightly and transmitted back. Huang, you flatter me. Jinglai has exceptional talent. Given time, he will surely achieve great things. Yun Qing withdrew his spear as if brushing away a fallen leaf. He looked at Yun Jinglai, still dazed outside the arena, and gave a slight nod. Yun Jinglai, lost in thought, faced Yun Qing in the arena and solemnly cupped his hands in a bow. Thank you for your guidance, Big Brother. Today's battle has taught me much. Yun Jinglai, ranked 9th, eliminated, the referee announced. Amidst the fierce, successive eliminations, no one noticed that in a secluded corner of the battlefield the massive vine ball, entwined with dragon blood, thorns suddenly stirred. Then a small opening appeared on the surface of the vine ball, revealing Yun Huang's fair, delicate face, tinged with nervousness. He peered left and right, confirming there was no danger, before fully sticking his head out of his turtle shell. And then he saw Yun Rui, who had somehow wandered over to the vine ball, and was now squatting on the ground, hands cupping her cheeks, staring at him with wide, curious, clear eyes. Rui. Yun Huang sighed in relief, whispering. Hua. Yun Rui replied in an equally tiny voice, tilting her head, reaching out a slender finger to curiously poke the softest-looking leaf on the vine ball. What are you doing? The fighting outside is so noisy. The infamous dragon blood thorns, though not entirely cooperative with Yun Rui's touch, did not attack her. Yun Huang glanced at the chaotic battlefield, shrank his neck, and said in a breathy voice, I need to go now, Rui. It's too dangerous out here. The two little ones crouched in a corner of the battlefield amid the surging immortal power, whispering to each other. After saying goodbye to Yun Rui, Yun Huang retracted his head back into the vine ball. He seemed to think the numbers were about right, that his tactic had secured his advancement. So he maneuvered the massive vine ball, which began to slowly, clumsily roll toward the boundary. Yes, rolling. The dragon blood thorns controlled the vine ball like a giant spiky dandelion, rolling slowly, bouncing along over the rugged ground, crushing a few low rock projections, unwaveringly rolling toward the outside of the arena. Even during its roll, due to a braking failure, it thumped into the calf of Yun Zue, who was holding a gourd of wine and squinting as he watched the battle. Yun Zue. Yun Zue lowered her head, gazing at the thorn ball that had pricked her calf, yet continued to roll. A mischievous smile slowly curled at the corners of her lips as she stretched out her leg to block its path. Oh, is that you, Hua? Not even greeting your elder sister. Where do you think you're rolling off to? Why, you can't call me Hua. Yun Huang protested quietly from within the ball, her face flushed with anger. This reminder brought back memories for the dragon blood thorn. The last time this drunken girl had made Yun Hua cry, the score had yet to be settled. In an instant, old grudges and new grievances surged forth. A surge toward the sharp thorns. Thus, without Yun Huang being aware and Yun Zue being on guard, the dark red dragon blood thorns main vine suddenly sprang into action. With a fierce dragon-like aura, it viciously coiled toward Yun Zue. What is this thing? Yun Zue's pupils contracted as she prepared to dodge, but the distance was too close, and she was unprepared for Yun Hua. Caught off guard, she could only twist her body to avoid part of it, yet the cunning dragon vine seized the opportunity, wrapping tightly around her left ankle and coiling around her right wrist like a venomous snake. Damn, Hua. Let go. Yun Zue shouted angrily, her left hand forming a knife-like gesture as the blazing drunken fire ignited, fiercely slashing toward the thorns, entangling her right arm. I am sorry, but Xiao Jing has her own ideas. Yun Huang's voice tinged with tears emerged from the vine ball, yet she did not command the dragon blood thorn to stop as its master. Sizzle. As the drunken fire burned, thick smoke rose. Ordinary celestial plants would have long turned to ashes, yet this mutated dragon blood thorn merely flickered with its scaled patterns, clearly possessing a high resistance to flames. It tightened its grip even more, and then the vine ball containing Yun Huang slightly tilted, not only not stopping, but rather dragging the ensnared Yun Zue at an even faster pace toward the boundary. From the looks of it, it seemed intent on dragging Yun Zue out of the arena as well. Burning heavens, drunken flame. Seeing her strike ineffective, a fierce glint flashed in Yun Zue's eyes. Ignoring the energy consumption, the surrounding crimson drunken fire erupted violently, transforming her into a blazing inferno. The scaled patterns of the dragon blood thorn gleamed with dark red light, and just as the furious drunken fire was about to engulf Yun Huang, the strength binding Yun Zue finally began to loosen. Seizing this opportunity, Yun Zue infused immense celestial power into her left leg and suddenly shook it. Her right arm, in tandem with the erupting drunken fire, pulled with all her might. Break! Break! Two dull thuds resonated as the two thorns that had wrapped the tightest finally snapped. However, this intense struggle of breaking free generated a reciprocal force. In the moment of escaping, Yun Zue's body involuntarily staggered backward. On the vine ball side, due to the breaking of the thorns and Yun Zue's vigorous struggles, the rolling momentum became chaotic and wild, completely deviating from Yun Huang's anticipated route of a graceful exit. She was seen rolling with the ball like a frenzied top, bouncing and speeding toward the boundary. Just as Yun Zue steadied herself, still catching her breath, she was horrified to find the giant turtle shell, now out of control, rolling towards her with a whistling sound. She wanted to dodge, but her feet had just landed and were not steady as she wanted to block, but the drunken fire had just erupted and she had not accumulated new strength. Damn! Yun Zue could only mutter out half a curse before being violently knocked by the rolling turtle shell. Bang! Yun Zue felt as if she had been struck by a heavy hammer, her entire being lifted off the ground and sent flying sideways, landing precisely outside the boundary of the Yun platform. Oh no! Yun Zue could only fleetingly think this thought. She watched helplessly as she, along with the similarly out-of-control giant turtle shell, spun and flew over the decisive line of victory and defeat almost indistinguishably. Golyalu thud. Splashed. Yun Zue landed rather awkwardly on the ground outside the celestial platform in a sitting position, rolling twice her appearance, disheveled hair messy. The turtle shell, meanwhile, continued to roll wildly, colliding against a protruding stone of the observation platform before coming to a halt with a thud, revealing Yun Huang inside, dazed, her hairpins askew, and clothes in disarray. One of them sat on the ground, rubbing her sore waist and legs, while the other, dazed, crawled out from the pile of vines, her face flushed and confused from the rolling, exchanging glances across the space. One was rolled out in 8th place, and the other was dragged out in 7th. The arena grew considerably quieter. Yun Huang, ranked 8th, eliminated. The elder referee, suppressing a smile, announced loudly in disbelief. Yun Qing watched this dramatic scene, unable to hold back his laughter, clapping heartily. It seems that the flower cultivated by our Hua not only has a bad temper, but also holds grudges. What do you think, Brother Huang? Do you still find this boring? It's all right, Yun Huang replied after a moment of silence, sensing the excitement was indeed more than expected. At that moment, Yun Qing discreetly turned off the recording function of a certain stone in his sleeve and stored it away properly. When he later interacts with the second elder, he hoped this amusing little episode could work wonders, perhaps diverting the elder's attention from some black history. Perfect. In the arena after this farce, only 6 remained. Yun Hua and Yun Pengxing exchanged glances, both seeing the weariness and helplessness in each other's eyes. With Yun Gu eliminated, the combination of the 3 absolutes had been broken. Their energy consumption was immense, and continuing to battle against these monsters in the arena held little significance. Yun Hua took a deep breath, retracting her brush, and addressed the remaining few in the arena, saying loudly, "Elder brother, everyone. My brother Pengxing and I have exhausted our energies, and I am also concerned about brother Guest's injuries. It has been a fortunate event to compete with you all and experience the myriad of Dao arts. We shall not participate in this final ranking competition." Yun Pengxing also nodded slightly, his silver-white sleeves gently brushing, exuding elegance even after leaving the battlefield. He offered a slight bow to all directions, his voice clear. "Our skills end here, and we are sincerely convinced. Please, everyone." After saying this, the 2 of them walked towards the boundary of the celestial platform, as if returning from a spring outing, gracefully leaping down. Yun Hua ranked 6th, eliminated. Yun Pengxing ranked 5th, eliminated. Thus in the arena, only 4 remained. Yun Qing Yun, Tianlua Yun Rui, and Yun Baojian. A true top-tier showdown was about to begin. The ultimate glory of the chief would be born among these. The 4th young master, Yun Baojian, held his long sword, standing alone to one side. His gaze slowly swept over the remaining 3. Yun Rui, with clear and innocent eyes, exuded an aura of purity and harmlessness, seemingly out of place in this brutal battlefield. His pride as a swordsman did not allow him to strike against such evidently non-combat-ready opponents. As for Yun Tianluo, never mind, he didn't want to fight someone sick, his sword might get infected. Yun Qing, only this person is worthy of the long sword in his hand, which seeks the ultimate in the sword path. Clang. A clear and long sound, as if a dragon were chanting in the 9 heavens, reverberated across the martial heavens. Yun Baojian finally drew the sword from his embrace completely. The sword's body glimmered like a pool of autumn water, bright and clear, reflecting the chaotic celestial light. At the moment of drawing the sword, a pure, sharp, and utterly exalted, terrifying sword intent surged upward. The chaotic air currents around him were subtly pushed aside, forming an invisible and sharp sword intent domain centered around him. His gaze became intensely focused, fixated solely on the sword and his opponent ahead. "Elder brother," Yun Baojian spoke, his voice like the sound of a sword, "please guide me." Yun Qing looked at him, finally revealing a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Yun Baojian's sword represented the purest essence of the sword path, not to be underestimated. "Please." Yun Qing nodded. As the words fell, the figures moved. The person and sword united, and his form transformed into a stunning phoenix. A profoundly refined and pure azure sword aura rushed towards Yun Qing. This sword abandoned the heavens and earth, forgot life and death, condensing all his understanding and dedication to the sword path. The speed tore through vision, the power shook space, and the sword intent pointed directly at the source. Wherever the sword edge passed, a clear spatial fissure spread, emitting a chilling crack sound that made one's soul shudder. This is the power of the pure sword, the highest realm sought after by countless sword cultivators. Faced with this pure sword capable of making ordinary immortal kings avoid its edge, Yun Qing, for the first time, gripped the shaft of the carrying spear with both hands. He merely positioned the carrying spear horizontally in front of him. The movement was slow, yet it carried a weight that could move mountains and stabilize the universe. The spear's body shone with a subdued blend of dark yellow light, ancient and unadorned. But in Yun Qing's hands it became a symbol of bearing the earth's great virtue, encompassing the flow of all things. The azure sword aura arrived in an instant. Just as the incredibly sharp sword tip was about to pierce the body of the carrying spear, Yun Qing's wrist subtly twitched. The spear's body traced a tiny arc, yet it contained the profound principles of the universe. Buzz! A hum resonated, as if it came from deep within the earth. The azure sword light struck the body of the carrying spear. However, the anticipated clash of metal and the explosion of spiritual energy did not occur. That unmatched sharpness, seemingly capable of piercing through all things upon touching the carrying spear, felt like a mud cow sinking into the sea or rivers flowing back. All sharpness was borne by the immense weight. All power was transformed harmoniously. All sword intent was absorbed and embraced. The carrying spear seemed to transform into a boundless heavy earth akin to a bottomless ancient pond mirror. No matter how your sword energy surged, I remain unyielding. No matter how fierce your sword light, I embrace all rivers. Yun Baojian felt that the sword he condensed with his live sword path did not strike a spear, but the entire vast earth of great virtue, the eternal flow of the cosmos. All sword intent was embraced and borne by a broader and more profound Tao. The force was received and rebounded to him in a way he couldn't comprehend. Thud, thud, thud. Yun Baojian let out a muffled grunt, his body shaking violently, uncontrollably retreating 7 steps. Each step left a deep indentation on the hard surface of the martial heavens, dust swirling. His face turned pale instantly, the hand gripping the sword split at the tiger's mouth, blood dripping down the sword hilt. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, but he forcibly swallowed it. Only a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Yet Yun Qing only took a half step back, like a millennium-old iron pine, firmly rooted in the mountain rock, standing steadily. The carrying spear remained horizontally in front of him, not even trembling slightly. His breath was calm and prolonged, as if what he had just received was not a earth-shattering sword from a half-step immortal king, but a gentle breeze. The victor was clear, the outcome settled. Yun Baojian steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the long sword in his hand, and then raised his head to gaze at the figure standing with the spear across from him, as steady as a mountain. As the initial shock faded, it was replaced by a deeper understanding and respect. The ultimate sword he pursued had today encountered the Tao that could bear the ultimate sword. Not a fault of battle, but a manifestation of the heights of the Tao. He slowly sheathed his sword, each movement still precise and meticulous. Then, facing Yun Qing, he clasped his hands together, bowing deeply, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet extremely clear and firm. Elder brother's cultivation is profound. The Tao flows naturally. The realm of carrying the sword has greatly benefited me, and I am in full agreement. Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. He turned and strode towards the edge of the martial heavens. His silhouette remained as upright as a sword, solitary as before, yet that sharpness seemed to be somewhat contained, adding a layer of depth and openness. Presumably this half-step immortal king would soon shed the half. Yun Baojian ranked 4th, eliminated. The voice of the elder referee sounded, marking the end of this pure clash between Tao and Tao. Thus only 3 remained on the martial heavens. Yun Qing, Yun, Tianlua, Yun Rui. The 3 stood in a tripod formation, and the atmosphere became somewhat peculiar. Yun Qing, in dark robes like ink, stood firmly with the carrying spear at his side, his heavy pupils deep and profound, scanning the 2 remaining opponents. To his left, in a moon-white scholar's robe, Yun Tianluo smiled gentlemanly, like a spring breeze, glowing like ancient jade. He truly exuded the demeanor of a refined gentleman, if one had not seen his previous battles. To his right, in a pale yellow skirt swaying like early spring flowers, Yun Rui stood quietly, her clear eyes revealing evident innocence and curiosity. She looked to the left and right, seemingly still unsure how it had suddenly come down to just the 3 of them. She instinctively rose onto her toes, glancing towards the high platform where her grandfather was, her small hand unconsciously tugging at the delicate embroidery on her skirt. The air was subtly stagnating. The cheers of the audience had unknowingly quieted down, countless gazes fixed on the last 3, holding their breath in anticipation of the earth-shattering final collision. However, when Yun Qing's gaze touched Yun Rui's pure and innocent face, a complex ripple passed through his profound pupils. It was as if shattered images piercing through the river of time and space flashed by. The world collapsed, the heavens cracked, the majestic immortal court turned to dust, and fragments scattered through the void like shooting stars. Endless chaotic calamities transformed into a doomsday torrent pouring down, drowning the stars, tearing apart the continent, and all beings wailed and struggled in the crumbling world order, their vitality frozen. Sister, no! Someone roared with a heart-wrenching cry, filled with endless terror and sorrow. Yet the girl merely turned back to smile amidst the light of destruction, then resolutely turned charging towards the shattered heavens. That gentle yet determined silhouette vanished at the end of the torrent of beings sinking. The scene receded like a tide. Yun Qing's mind returned, his gaze refocusing on what lay before him. Finally, his gaze locked onto the not-so-distant figure of the second young master Yun Tianluo, who still wore a refined smile. The corners of Yun Qing's mouth slowly curved into a distinct and sharp arc. He raised the carrying spear, pointing its tip at Yun Tianluo. Tianluo, I have long heard of the name Seven Apertures, exquisite, harmonizing, rigid and soft. Today is a rare opportunity. May I dare to invite you, brother, to spar unknown? All eyes in the arena suddenly focused. The eldest son Yun Qing unexpectedly challenged Yun Tianluo to a unknown duel at this moment. Is he aiming to determine the true position of chief ahead of time? On the martial arts heavenly platform, the warlike spirit that had just subsided ignited to an unprecedented peak, as if a spark had been thrown into an oil depot. Yun Tianluo, who was called out, wore an increasingly elegant and charming smile. He first bowed gracefully to Yun Qing, then naturally turned to Yun Rui, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze. Rui, my sister. Brother Tianluo. Yun Rui responded with a soft voice. This is a spiritual jade flower hairpin I recently obtained, which I believe suits you perfectly, my sister. Yun Tianluo flipped his palm, revealing a radiant jade hairpin that lay quietly there. The pin was translucent with a hint of celestial charm, making it evident that it was no ordinary item. Yun Rui blinked, approached with curiosity, accepted it, and expressed her gratitude. Seeing her accept it, Yun Tianluo continued, Sister Rui, your fortune is profound, and your talent exceptional. Standing here today is proof of your strength. His tone was sincere and convincing. However, the final ranking must be determined through actual combat. You possess a pure and kind nature, and I imagine such battles are quite uncomfortable for you, aren't they? Upon hearing this, Yun Rui subconsciously looked around. Cracked ground, lingering chaotic spiritual currents, the faint scent of gunpowder still in the air. Her long eyelashes trembled, and in the depths of her clear eyes subtle ripples seemed to be stirred. She gently nodded, her voice even softer. I don't like fighting. In that case, Yun Tianluo's smile deepened, his tone soothing like a gentle coaxing. Why don't you take a break for now? I see Elder Wu seems quite concerned from the spectator stand. I'll let him help you put on this newly acquired hairpin, and it will surely look even better on you. As he spoke, he naturally and subtly moved half a step closer to where Yun Rui stood. He extended his hand palm up, making an elegant gesture of invitation, his fingertips pointing toward Elder Yun Jun's direction. That caring expression and sincere words, if not for the fact that they were currently on the martial arts stage, would surely make anyone believe he was a considerate elder brother. Yun Rui followed his finger and indeed saw her grandfather leaning at the very front of the spectator stand, staring at her with an expression full of uncontainable anxiety. Yun Tianluo was earnestly persuading. Suddenly he felt a gentle and tranquil gaze, seemingly smiling glance at him. Yun Tianluo's heart tightened, and he instinctively looked up. However, he found Yun Rui still gazing towards Elder Wu, her profile serene, without turning back. Was that an illusion? No. Yun Tianluo immediately denied it. Under the knowing gaze, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. Meanwhile, Yun Rui looked at the bright hairpin in her hand, then reached up to touch the hairband on her head, which her grandfather had tied for her. Oh, she missed her grandfather a little. Brother Tianluo's words seemed very reasonable. She should go find grandfather. She vigorously waved her little hand at Elder Wu below the platform, her face bright with a smile, then nodded vigorously at Yun Tianluo. Brother Tianluo is right, I'll go find grandfather now. Having said that, she truly showed no reluctance, lifting her skirt and skipping down the martial arts heavenly platform. The audience. On the high platform, Yun Huang. Elder Wu Jun watched as his precious granddaughter was gently persuaded off the platform by Yun Tianluo's words, and he was instantly furious, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. Yun Tianluo, you scoundrel, a beast in human clothing. You even tricked your own sister Rui. I will not let this go. Elder Wu felt a rush of blood to his head. He seized the cloud-patterned fairy shoe from his foot, and without even looking hurled it fiercely towards the direction of the eldest Elder Yun Che. The sole of the shoe carried the wind, exhibiting a forceful trajectory. Elder Wu roared, hair and beard flying. Yun Che, you old rascal. Look at the good grandson you raised. Smiling with a hidden blade, deceiving and bullying my innocent Rui. Today I will not rest until we settle this. Facing the furious wrath and the hidden weapon attack from Elder Wu, the eldest elder Yun Che remained still, his eyes slightly closed, unmovingly calm, truly exhibiting the demeanor of a master. The second elder, Yun Huang, watching from the sidelines, stroked his goatee and remarked in surprise to the third elder, "Oh, this old fellow's cultivation of composure has improved, hasn't it?" With his face saving, how could he still sit still? But the next second, an unexpected change occurred. As the boot flew by, the dignified figure of the eldest elder seemed to dissipate, like smoke blown by the wind, mysteriously vanishing from his seat. Yun Huang. He turned his golden eyes to his side. There behind his originally empty throne, a familiar figure was crouching in the shadows. Who else could it be but the vanished eldest elder Yun Che? This elder, usually imposing and representing the Yun clan's facade, was now crouching sneakily in the shadow of the throne, trying to lower his presence, even daring to signal desperately at Yun Huang. "Your Majesty, Ancestor, please help. The younger generation is just avoiding the storm. Just for a while. That old fifth is truly out of his mind and unreasonable. Isn't it just a little bribery? Isn't that reasonable?" After transmitting his thoughts, he seemed to feel insufficiently concealed and shrank back even further, almost embedding himself into the shadows' patterns, striving to blend completely with the background. "Yun Huang, what on earth is going on today? One after another slipping behind my throne. Where's my... Aren't they afraid of me anymore?" Looking at Elder Wu below, who was increasingly furious and scolding at the air for lacking a target, and then at the circle of the 12 elders, some stifling laughter, some shaking their heads, and some enjoying the spectacle. "Is the peculiarity of your Yun clan inherited?" Yun Huang and Yun Qing's eyes twitched imperceptibly at the same time. Yun Qing watched Yun Tianluo, smilingly sending off Rui, even kindly advising her with concern, "Sister, take care on the steps." Once Yun Rui's pale yellow figure completely disappeared from the stage, Elder Wu, who had been scolding with vigor, caught her with concern. It was then that Yun Tianluo calmly turned around, facing Yun Qing once more. His smile remained impeccable, but his gaze had become calm and sharp, his moon-white scholar's robe fluttering, without wind, subtly resonating with the sound of wind and thunder. "Elder brother," Yun Tianluo clasped his hands, polite and refined. "Sister Rui has left. Now." Yun Tianluo slowly raised his gaze, his eyes like forged stars locking onto Yun Qing's, his words clear and resounding. "I ask you, elder brother, to enlighten me." Yun Qing looked at him, silent for a moment, and finally slowly and clearly uttered 2 words. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianluo's smile remained unchanged, and he even nodded in agreement. "Elder brother flatters me. As the art of war says, the supreme strategy is to thwart the enemy's plans, the next best is to disrupt their alliances, the worst is to attack their fortifications. Without securing the top 2 positions, how could Tianluo dare to go all out?" Then his tone shifted naturally, and he said with a hint of helplessness, "Grandfather's heart must have shattered many times today. If I, as his grandson, were to drop another rank, his exquisite Dao heart would be beyond repair. As a filial grandson, mustn't I also consider the physical and mental well-being of the elder? Moreover, every word I said to Rui came from the bottom of my heart. Elder brother, please understand." Yun Tianluo clasped his hands with a smile, his posture exceedingly humble, truly moving heaven and earth with filial piety. Yun Qing listened to this touching yet specious argument, then cast a glance at the figure who should have been seated high on the platform, but was now ungracefully cowering behind Yun Huang, striving to blend into the background. That certain grand elder. It was truly beyond words. "Very well." Yun Qing chose to say no more. With a flick of his wrist, he raised his Zaiwu spear horizontally, the tip pointing at Yun Tianluo. Within his double pupils, the chaotic nebula spun faster, and the terrifying aura around him finally ceased its concealment, surging forth like a primordial beast breaking free from its chains. With him at the center, a suffocating pressure radiated outward, causing even the chaotic immortal energy on the celestial combat stage to freeze. Opposite him, the flawless warm smile on Yun Tianluo's face finally began to fade. Only 2 remained in the arena. The eldest young master Yun Qing against the second young master, Yun Tianluo. The ultimate battle for the chief position would erupt between these 2 who, though vastly different in style, both stood at the pinnacle of the Yun clan's generation. On the high platform, Yun Huang gazed down at the finally quieted battlefield, then glanced at the cowering Yun Che by his side. He couldn't help but transmit a message to Yun Qing, hold nothing back. Yun Qing's lips curved slightly as he replied via transmission, rest assured. The moment their transmissions ceased clang, a clear sharp sound of a sword rang out from Yun Tianluo's palm. It was not his legendary great axe, but a 3-foot soft sword with the spirit of autumn water and the bone of cold jade. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, rippling like water, complementing his moon-white scholar's robe. Truly a gentleman, like jade, a sword with elegance. "Elder brother, please." He spoke with a smile, his aura perfectly harmonious. The opening move of the infallible calculations of the seven orifices exquisite heart. Yun Qing raised his hand, the sleeve of his black robe swayed slightly. He lifted his right hand, 4 fingers slightly curled, the meaning clear. Come. Yun Tianluo moved. His figure suddenly scattered, and 7 or 8 phantom forms arose gracefully from different directions, each both real and illusory, converging on Yun Qing. Sword lights scattered like spring rain, enveloping all the vital points of Yun Qing's body. The flowing cloud phantom body sword. It's the Grand Elder's lineage's ultimate technique, someone in the audience whispered. This swordsmanship was not only fast, but also emphasized deception, blending the real with the false. Coupled with the deduction of the 7 orifices exquisite heart, opponents often found themselves struck before they could distinguish truth from illusion. Yet Yun Qing simply held the Zaiwu spear horizontally before him. The spear trembled lightly, a faint light of black and yellow rising without any earth-shattering momentum. But those drifting sword light phantoms, the moment they touched this faint light, melted away like snow under a warm sun, silently dissipating. Only one exceptionally solid sword light aimed directly at Yun Qing's throat was precisely awaited by the spear. With a crisp clang, it was firmly blocked. Sword and spear clashed, sparks flared and died instantly. A flicker of surprise passed through Yun Tianluo's eyes. He used the force to leap gracefully backwards several zhang, his smile still warm and composed, as if that fierce strike had been but a friendly greeting, piercing through illusions with a single glance. Elder brother, his keen eyes. Before his words faded, his retreat abruptly stopped. He gave a sharp flick of his wrist, the soft sword snapping taut. Thunder attraction. The sword tip thrust forward, thunder rumbling faintly. The originally clear azure light abruptly transformed into a blinding cyan-white radiance. A violent thunderous force surged from within him, coiling around the blade, crackling with a hair-raising pop. This strike was utterly devoid of embellishment, carrying a terrifying aura of annihilation. The lightning arrived in an instant. Yun Qing finally moved. He took a half-step back with his left foot, thrusting the spear forward with his right hand. It was the same move he had used against Yun Baojian. The Zaiwu spear traced a heavy arc, the tip unerringly meeting the violent lightning. Zzz. The moment the spear tip touched the lightning, it seemed to transform into a miniature chaotic vortex. With a gentle spin, the violent thunder force vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, swallowed and dissolved into chaos. The black and yellow light on the spear flickered for a moment before returning to normal. Yun Qing stood as steady as a rock, not even a corner of his robe fluttering. Chaos Dao embryo, 10,000 laws returned to void. A knowledgeable elder exclaimed in shock. Legends say the Chaos Dao embryo can evolve myriad laws and also return them to void. Seeing it today, it is truly terrifying. Yun Tianluo's pupils contracted slightly. This thunder attraction technique of his had once instantly killed a peak and theft Qing realm beast, and it was dissolved so effortlessly by the opponent. But his smile only widened, a more excited battle flame igniting deep in his eyes, as if something was about to break through the soil. Excellent. Truly worthy of the Chaos Dao embryo. Invulnerable to myriad laws, living up to its name. He laughed heartily, his voice shaking the platform. Suddenly he tossed the soft sword into the air. The sword did not fall, but hovered above his head, its blade trembling, emitting a continuous clear hum. In the blink of an eye, it split into thousands of azure sword shadows, instantly forming a menacing sword array covering nearly half of the celestial combat stage. The sword did not fall, but hovered above his head, its blade trembling, emitting a continuous clear hum. In the blink of an eye, it split into thousands of azure sword shadows, instantly forming a menacing sword array. On the high platform, the second elder, stroking his goatee, snickered at the fifth elder, seemingly fanning the flames. Old fifth, that Yun Tianluo has no shortage of tricks. Knowing he's at a disadvantage in a direct clash, he's wearing him down with the sword array first. I bet his great axe is hiding something nasty. The fifth elder, Yun Jun, had already taken the seat vacated by the grand elder with Yun Rui, who had repinned her hairpin by his side. Hearing this, he pointed at the arena and cursed angrily, full of deceit. A wolf in sheep's clothing, specializing in tricking children. He looked every bit the indignant family member of the victim. He was going to sit right here and see how long that old scoundrel could hide. He didn't believe the old man wouldn't come back after the martial arts performance ended. As for the other protagonist of the incident, Grand Elder Yun She, he remained perfectly embedded in the shadow patterns behind Yun Huang's throne, as if he had become part of the decoration. Yun Huang watched him hiding like that, and couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Indeed, children are both karmic bonds and tribulations. Fortunately, the one he raised was more worry-free. With that thought, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Yun Huang leaned back into the wide back of his throne and turned his gaze back to the arena. The sword formation has already been activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword energies like a torrential downpour surged from all directions to slaughter. Each trajectory is intricate, mirroring the evolution of the formation, sealing off all avenues of evasion. Moreover, an invisible gravitational field unfolds, attempting to hinder the movements of those within the formation. Faced with this unavoidable tide of sword energy, Yun Huang finally began to wield the item in his hand. The spear's momentum was slow, yet each swing carried the weight of establishing dominance over the four corners. The shadow of the Yun Huang spear traced round after round of circular trajectories around him, exuding an unparalleled Dao rhythm that seemed capable of containing all things and resolving the forces of wind, thunder, water, and fire. Clang, 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 clang. The dense, crisp sounds of impact enough to make one's scalp tingle rang out like thousands of jade beads simultaneously striking a dark iron boulder, continuous and resonant. However, no matter how fierce and dense the sword energy was, not a single strike could break through the seemingly slow spear momentum. All sword energies upon touching the spear's shadow were either skillfully deflected or absorbed by the Yun Huang radiance. Yun Huang stood at the center of the sword formation, his dark robes fluttering slightly, his steps steady and composed, as if strolling leisurely. Only the light within his heavy eyes flickered, revealing his keen perception of every subtle change in this intricate sword formation and the nodes of celestial power. Elder brother is deciphering the formation, calculating the path of escape. With the power of his heavy pupils, any formation based on technique and change will inevitably reveal flaws. Yun Tianluo cannot be unaware of this. Is he gathering strength? Yun Huang asked lightly to the Grand Elder, who had quietly solidified his form beside him. Yun Che squatted next to Yun Huang and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty sees clearly. This formation, while appearing to trap the enemy, is in fact the Qian Kuan furnace. Tianluo uses himself as bait with the sword formation as the furnace, gathering battle intent and spiritual power, refining his battle spirit heart. Once it reaches perfection, he will break free from the furnace at the moment of his greatest brilliance." After speaking, the Grand Elder could not hide his pride and helplessness, revealing, "The seven apertures Linglong technique passed down through my lineage has allowed Tianluo to carve out his own path. Now my guidance for him has become limited." Upon hearing this, Yun Huang's gaze lingered on the Grand Elder for a moment, as if piercing through the vastness of time. "Your lineage. To speak of it, Yun Heir invested considerable effort for you back then. That innate pure spirit qi that nurtured your essence and wisdom at your birth was personally sought by her from 33 heavens, requesting this fragment from me in the chaotic source sea." The Grand Elder Yun Chi's form trembled imperceptibly, and after a moment of silence he replied with profound emotion and a hint of shame, "Your Majesty's reminder humbles me. Old matters. This is the first time I have heard of it. After all, it wasn't long after that when the immortal court collapsed and the heavens wept blood, many things were obliterated in the passage of time and war." The two tacitly chose not to continue this topic and redirected their gaze to the battlefield below. Indeed, just as Yun Huang's spear shadow swirled, accurately pointing towards the formation's eye, about to break the formation. Roar! A roar violently contrasting with Yun Tianluo's gentle image erupted explosively from the center of the sword formation. The soft sword suspended above the sword formation shattered with a bang, and all the pure celestial power condensed by the formation surged back, flooding towards Yun Tianluo at the formation's heart. His aura suddenly changed dramatically, and the elegance on his face was gone. A heroic spirit surged between his brows, his gaze sharp as lightning, exuding a sense of harmonious returning to one's origins. Yun Tianluo's right hand grasped the empty space beside him fiercely. That excessively exaggerated, filled with the primal beauty of violent power Bagua, Xianhua giant axe, was seized by him out of thin air. The axe body bore a ghastly face entirely entwined with destructive blue lightning. Yun Huang, dressed in dark robes, angled his spear towards the ground, the Xianhuang essence swirling around the spear body, heavy as the foundation of the earth. His heavy pupils remained calm, reflecting the moon-white figure across from him, who was on the verge of going mad. "Elder brother," Yun Tianluo spoke, his voice clear yet tinged with unmasked excitement. "The third level of Qian Yuan Linglong Heart, battle spirit, has been unlocked. Be careful." The next moment his voice suddenly rose. The wild battle intent that had been suppressed for so long erupted like an unleashed ferocious beast baring its fangs. "The formalities are over." He spoke again, his voice no longer gentle, but with a hoarse metallic texture and a fully unleashed wildness like the battle horn of a charge. "Kid, receive a strike from your grandfather." At the moment the last word axe exploded, Yun Tianluo stepped forward, twisting his waist, swinging his arm, and struck down. The Bagua Xianhua giant axe, with the might to open up the heavens, fell violently. Boom! Before the axe arrived, the terrifying pressure had already come crashing down like the heavens. The ground of the martial sky platform cracked inch by inch under this pressure. A massive blue lightning pillar accompanied by a deafening roar tore through space and instantly struck above Yun Qing's head. This strike, what soft can overcome hard. What latecomer can defeat the earlier? In his current Tao, there is only the most primal and domineering. One force can overcome 10. One axe breaks 10,000 laws. Come well. Yun Qing held the item spear upright in front of him, the tail of the spear resting on the ground, his left hand forming an ancient seal pressed against the midsection of the spear. Item bearer stabilized the mountain. He softly recited 4 words. Centered on the item bearer, a far deeper and more solid Yun Huang force field erupted. Like the heavy and boundless earth, layer upon layer, endless. Faced with the thunderous axe of divine punishment, Yun Qing's blood was also stirred. With the spear tip pointing upward, he no longer relied on skill to counterforce, but directly met it head-on. Dong! An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted at the moment the spear tip made contact with the lightning axe. It was not the clash of metal and iron, but the direct collision of 2 entirely different, yet both reaching their extremes, Tao and force. The heavy Yun Huang halo intertwined with the destructive blue lightning, instantly exploding and annihilating, forming an energy vortex with a diameter exceeding 100 feet. The terrifying energy turbulence wildly spread in all directions, crashing against the barrier above the viewing platform, stirring up violent ripples. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the center of the explosion. Yun Qing remained in a stance, holding the spear with one hand firmly standing in place. The ground beneath him cracked spiderweb-like around him, but his form stood straight as a pine, his dark robes billowing seemingly unharmed. At the tip of the item-bearer spear, the Yun Huang energies swirled, quietly devouring and resolving the residual lightning force that could shred an immortal king. Meanwhile, across from him, Yun Tianluo held the giant axe, maintaining a downward striking posture, suspended in midair, surrounded by lightning, his battle intent burning fiercely, more intense than before. During their first direct clash, it seemed evenly matched. Yet Yun Tianluo felt an extremely strange tremor coming from the axe body, as if he had hit an elastic wall. Not only could he not fully unleash his force, but part of it was cleverly rebounded back, causing his blood flow to momentarily stagnate, making him involuntarily slow his forward momentum. Seizing that moment of force, Yun Qing, like a willow in the wind, floated back a few feet lightly, shedding the recoil, the item spear spinning in an arc, once again pointing towards Yun Tianluo, calm and composed. Refreshing. Yun Tianluo suddenly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing wildly, his voice echoing across the wilderness. Let's see how my grandfather's. Qian Yuan 8 Extremes Li Hua Burning Heaven. On the gigantic axe, the blue light suddenly transformed into a blazing flame with a temperature that was terrifying. The surrounding space twisted, and Yun Tianluo's entire being seemed to morph into a flaming war god, launching an unrelenting assault on Yun Qing, with the axe accompanied by waves of scorching heat. Yun Qing responded earnestly as their figures rapidly intertwined on the martial arts platform, the shadows of the spear and axe clashing fiercely. The yellow and blue lights continuously collided and extinguished, erupting with thunderous roars and dazzling brilliance. At the peak of their speed, only 2 blurred shadows, one black and one white, could be seen, along with the rippling energy spreading across the sky. Yun Tianluo unleashed the terrifying power of the Qian Yuan Ling Long Heart Battle Soul to its fullest as the gigantic axe swung. The essence of the 8 trigrams flowed and transformed, blending hardness and softness with its power, stacking layer upon layer. Meanwhile, Yun Qing maintained a steady rhythm like a mountain, wielding the carrying spear as if it could truly bear all things and dissolve all laws. No matter how violent and unpredictable the opponent's assault was, he stood like a rock at the eye of the storm, unyielding against the crashing waves, and in every fleeting moment of the opponent's assault, he delivered precise counterattacks, forcing Yun Tianluo to constantly adjust and preventing him from maintaining a continuous offensive. After an extended period of failed attacks, the fighting spirit in Yun Tianluo ignited to its peak. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly leaped back, Zhang in midair, tightly gripping the axe handle, with azure golden, celestial energy surging wildly. Kid taste Grandpa's final axe. Qian Yuan returns to truth, 8 trigrams annihilation. As he roared, the 8 trigrams patterns of Qian Kuan Jin Sun, Kinli Jin, and Dui on the axe glowed brilliantly at once. The 8 distinctly different primordial powers of heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and marsh intertwined and resonated within this single axe, exuding a terrifying aura, as if to recreate the earth, fire, water, and wind, annihilating the universe and reconstructing chaos, erupting explosively. The might of this strike approached the peak of a celestial king. Yun Qing's heavy pupils flashed, and he too stopped holding back, unleashing the mid-stage celestial Qing cultivation that had been kept restrained. A vast stream of chaotic spiritual power surged into the carrying spear as if a river had burst its banks. The spear hummed with yellow and blue light swelling subtly, revealing the phantom of mountains and rivers. At the tip of the spear, a gray hazy point of chaos quietly emerged, radiating a terrifying Dao rhythm that returned all things to the void. Chaos returned to the void. He uttered a low cry, his voice resonating like a Dao bell, shaking the soul. In the next moment, both moved simultaneously. Yun Tianluo melded with his axe, striking down like the first light of creation. Yun Qing thrust his spear directly, carrying the annihilation of all things and the weight of suppressing mountains and rivers meeting the strike. The two forces representing the pinnacle of the Yun family's younger generation's Dao intent collided thunderously in the center of the martial arts platform. Buzz! At the center of the collision, the space instantly collapsed and twisted, forming a dark point that swallowed all light and sound. Immediately after, the point could not withstand the immensely terrifying energy and exploded outward. A chaotic void storm with a diameter exceeding 300 zhang engulfed the figures of both men in an instant. Everyone could only vaguely see the re-emergence of earth, fire, water, and wind within, with fragments of time and space dancing and the lines of laws breaking and reassembling. All hearts raced, fixated on the chaotic center of energy. On the high platform, Yun Huang and the Grand Elder remained composed, as if they had already foreseen the outcome. A full 10 breaths passed. Only then did the terrifying chaotic storm begin to gradually calm down. In the center of the collision, a massive hemispherical pit was formed, with its walls smooth as a mirror shaped by the extreme force. On either side of the pit, Yun Tianluo knelt on one knee, 10 zhang away. The formidable 8 trigrams axe had vanished, dissipating into specks of spiritual light. His chest heaved violently, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, clearly suffering significant internal injuries from that ultimate collision. Yet he stubbornly raised his head, staring intensely at the opponent. Across from him, Yun Qing still stood in place, his face slightly pale. He held the spear in one hand, its tip touching the ground to support his body, his dark robe damaged in multiple places, yet his grip on the spear remained steady, with only a few strands of messy hair blown by the fierce wind. He quietly gazed at Yun Tianluo, his heavy pupils devoid of the arrogance of a victor. Only deep tranquility remained. The superiority and inferiority were self-evident. Buffed. Ultimately, Yun Tianluo could not hold back any longer, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his breath quickly weakening. Yet a relieved, even somewhat elated smile appeared on his face. Summoning all his strength, he straightened his spine and slowly stood up. Facing Yun Qing not far away, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Elder brother, your cultivation is profound, your Dao is deep as the abyss. Tianluo. His voice was hoarse and broken, yet every word was clear, echoing through the silent Yun peak. I am sincerely convinced. The chief of the Yun family. Elder brother, truly deserving of the title. After speaking, he could no longer support himself, swaying and collapsing backward. Almost at the same moment, he fell. A gentle stream of chaotic energy flew out from Yun Qing's sleeve, softly supporting him. The prepared elder hastily entered the arena, carefully carrying him off for treatment. Yun Tianluo ranked second, eliminated. The officiating elder's loud voice resounded throughout the venue, marking the final conclusion of this legendary battle for the top position. Thus, after a series of fierce battles, only one person remained standing alone on the martial arts platform. Clad in dark robes with flowing black hair, despite being stained and wounded, he still stood tall like a mighty mountain. The carrying spear rested on the ground. Though its luster was subdued, it still seemed like a stabilizing force of the sea. Yun Qing slowly raised his head, the dark robe fluttering slightly in the gradually calming energy waves. His heavy pupils swept across the empty battlefield, eventually landing on the noble figure atop the high platform. Their gazes met. Yun Huang nodded slightly, and a trace of imperceptible satisfaction flickered in his golden pupils. He finally uttered, "Not bad." A hint of exuberant and unrestrained laughter appeared on Yun Qing's face for the first time. The Grand Elder Yun Che stepped fully out of the shadows, looking at Yun Tianluo, who was being supported and treated by the attending disciples below, and he relaxed imperceptibly, murmuring to himself, "Fool. As long as you enjoyed yourself." The second elder Yun Yuan was already overjoyed, dancing with excitement, slapping the shoulder of the fifth elder beside him. "Old five, look. My Qing boy. How about that? What does it mean to be the chief? Ha ha ha. What does it matter if that old man puts him above? In the end, it was still my Qing boy who brought him back down, ha ha ha." The fifth elder Yun Jun dismissively brushed his hand away with an annoyed huff, but his gaze toward Yun Qing was filled with complexity, ultimately turning into a sigh. The younger generation is formidable. The officiating elder suppressed his excitement, announcing loudly, "The final victor. the eldest son of the Yun family Yun Qing. Roar! Atop Yun Xiufu Peak, the Yun clan rejoiced, their voices shaking the heavens, celebrating this tumultuous, splendid battle at the peak, as well as the figure that stood tall at the summit. Eldest son, Chief. Yun family victory. The position of chief forged through blood and fire drew everyone's attention undeniably. Was still the eldest son Yun Qing. The waves of the 9 heavens blue clouds ranking are about to sweep across the heavens. His era is slowly unveiling its curtain. The weekend event for more updates is back. Please check the announcement below. The selection of the new 12 nobles was finally settled. Yun Qing slowly exhaled, the surging nebula within his double pupils gradually calming to stillness. His gaze swept across the arena where his soon-to-be comrades in arms stood along with thousands of ecstatic clansmen. Higher up, veiled by rosy clouds, that pair of golden eyes that perceived all things also cast their gaze downward. Outside the arena, Yun Pixiao, who had just groggily awakened, had not yet regained his senses before being fiercely embraced in a bear hug as tight as iron bands. His father, the bearded, burly man, now held his son, weeping profusely, babbling incoherently about "Grandpa has worked hard and bringing glory to our ancestors," drawing a mix of laughter and emotion from the onlookers. Not far away, Yun Li whispered something to Yun Yao, causing the young girl to first look stunned, then blush furiously. She stomped her foot in annoyance and turned away, though the corner of her mouth curled into a secret smile. Yun Li glanced at the intact string of white jade lilies on her wrist, and the chill frozen in the depths of his eyes finally melted, slightly touched by this vibrant scene. Yun Jinglei, no longer hiding, leaped out on his own. He acted like a restless monkey, circling around Yun Gu, who was sitting in meditation, chattering, Brother Gu, don't play dead. How about a tune of Victory March to celebrate? Or General breaks the formation." Yun Gu's brow twitched in irritation, and just as he was about to speak, Yun Huang and Yun Pengxing, who had come to visit, moved in tacit understanding. One lightly pointed a brush to block his retreat, the other swept her wide sleeve to block his advance, together politely escorting this source of noise aside. Yun Zui was surrounded by several medical officers, forcibly fed a specially brewed hangover cure. Its bitterness made her entire face contort, and her attempts to struggle were firmly restrained by the arriving 7th elder. Not far from her, Yun Shuanghua crouched beside the dragon blood thorn, pointing in Yun Zui's direction and tattling in a tiny voice. Upon hearing this, the dragon blood thorn aimed its thorns at Yun Zui. Although it didn't attack again, it assumed a menacing, murderous posture, as if to say, "If you bully Huahua again, I'll ram you again." Yun Zui caught this from the corner of her eye and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Yun Baojian still stood aloof in the corner, hugging his sword and pretending to be a cool, silent type. However, when his gaze swept over Yun Tianlua, who was nearby with an unstable aura being thoroughly examined by medical officers, he couldn't help but let out a smug snort. "Trying to show off. Ended up overstretching, didn't you?" Yun Tianluo maintained his genteel demeanor, unperturbed by the provocation. But whether in his heart he had already mentally cleaved Yun Baojian into 8 pieces was anyone's guess. Meanwhile, Yun Rui was being dragged by the 5th elder Yun Jun to confront the Grand Elder. At the same time, she was vigorously debating with the surrounding elders on topics like deep fortune is also strength and ranking 3rd is well-deserved. This batch of 12 nobles, truly as unique as ever. Yun Qing watched this vivid tapestry of mortal life, a helpless smile touching his heart. Yet deep within his eyes, a warm current, unnoticed even by himself, quietly flowed. Regardless, they were the future of the Yun clan, and would be his comrades, his kin, to fight alongside and support each other on this cruel path of cultivation, where the weak are prey to the strong. Amidst the rolling waves of sound, the master of ceremonies elder flew in, landing steadily beside Yun Qing. He first bowed deeply to Yun Qing, the re-elected chief, then channeling his spiritual power, overpowered all the clamor. "The martial examination has concluded. Its outcome is final. Through this battle, the new generation of the Yun clan's 12 nobles has been decided. The final rankings are as follows." With each name, he announced, a clear, resonant bell tolled from the depths of Yunsu Peak. The sound waves resonated with the peaks, as if heaven itself were crowning them. Chief, 1st noble, Yun Qing. 2nd seat, 2nd noble, Yun Tianluo. 3rd seat, 3rd lady, Yun Rui. 4th seat, 4th noble, Yun Baojian. 5th seat, 5th noble, Yun Pengxing. 6th seat, 6th lady, Yun Hua. 7th seat, 7th lady, Yun Zui. 8th seat, 8th noble, Yun Shuanghua. 9th seat, 9th noble, Yun Jinglei. 10th seat, 10th noble, Yun Li. 11th seat, 11th noble, Yun Gu. 12th seat, 12th noble, Yun Pixiao. With each proclamation, a beam of spiritual light containing the Yun clan's vast fortune descended precisely upon each new noble. The light converged, transforming into ancient archaic tokens. The tokens varied in shape, made of neither metal nor jade, warm to the touch. On the front, ancient cloud patterns engraved their rank and title. On the back, a miniature totem corresponding to the bearer's cultivation art emerged, shimmering with iridescent light and radiating innate Dao rhythm. This was the Yun clan's noble token, not merely a symbol of identity, but a supreme treasure intrinsically linked to the clan's destiny. Yun Pixiao, forcing his injured body, reached out to grasp the token, on the back of which faintly appeared a vision of vast yellow sand and a dragon tiger totem. His eyes grew hot again. He kissed the token vigorously, then grinned at his father, the motion pulling at his wounds. "Wu, my place on the family tree is secure." Yun Li looked at his pathetic display and let out a disdainful snort, tightening his grip on his own token engraved with a lone wolf howling at the moon. Unlike Yun Pixiao, he had no family to cherish. His only wish in this life was brotherly. Yun Yao playfully waved her hand, before his face her smile radiant. His only wish in this life was for Yun Yao's well-being. Yun Li silently completed the final thought in his heart, planning to visit the eldest brother after the martial exhibition. As the final bell toll faded leisurely among the mountains, the master of ceremonies elder stepped back. Together with all the clansmen present, he turned in unison to face the venerable throne at the northern summit, shrouded in rosy clouds, and bowed deeply. The boiling peak of Yunxiu instantly fell into solemn silence. All gazes, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, converged silently and reverently upon that figure veiled in the rosy clouds. Yun Huang slowly rose from his throne on the high platform. He did not deliberately release his pressure, but the moment he stood, the entire heaven and earth seemed pressed down by an invisible hand. Sunlight dimmed, and drifting clouds halted. His pale golden eyes swept calmly over the crowd below, finally fixing upon the 9 heavens azure cloud ranking, which had already begun to manifest in the unseen. A voice majestic and solemn as the heavenly Tao itself resounded clearly within the depths of every Yun clan disciple's soul. "The Cloud Summit Martial Exhibition is hereby concluded. These 12 individuals, bearing our clan's fortune, upholding the legacy of our ancestors, and tempered by blood and fire, are hereby granted the honored title of 12 nobles. They shall enjoy core authority and bear the rise and fall of our clan's destiny." He paused slightly, his voice carrying the supreme will that declared to all heavens, and pointed a sword at the firmament. "They shall represent the Yun clan, spread our might, compete on the azure cloud, seize the world's fortune, and attain the supreme path of immortality. May you never disgrace the Yun clan's prestige. We humbly obey your decree, young lord." The echoing response, like a mountain roar and a tidal wave, was more uniform and fervent than any before. Countless Yun clan disciples trembled with excitement, their faces flushed as if they could already see through time and space, their clan's prodigies shining brilliantly on the azure cloud ranking, gathering heroes and winning supreme glory for the Yun clan. The newly appointed 12 nobles, regardless of their injuries or personalities, all bowed solemnly, in unison, towards the high platform, responding, "We shall not fail the young lord's trust, nor fail the clan's hopes." The grand martial exhibition ceremony truly came to an end at this moment. The flames of war for the 9 heavens azure cloud ranking were already in sight. No one could foresee at this moment that the legend of the Yun clan's 12 nobles riding the impending azure cloud storm would resound throughout the universe, inscribed upon the vast golden scroll that spanned all heavens. A poem on the azure cloud ranking says, "Qing skies, falling moon, rui bone, baojin punxing and painting shone. Drunk feathers, flying blossoms, jinglies crossing, uli song, a long cry breaking the dome." In this moment of universal jubilation and glory, a figure dashed before Yun Qing with a speed utterly incongruous with the atmosphere. It was none other than second elder Yun Yuan. The old man's goatee bristled high, whether from lingering excitement over the previous battle or the surge of new and old grievances. He seized Yun Qing's arm with such force that even Yun Qing, now at the midstage of a mortal king, sensed a hint of threat, a silent alarm ringing in his heart. "You brat. I finally got you. Trying to slip away. Not a chance. What exactly happened in the immortal locking tower? You and Yu calling each other brother and elder, how did you two get together in 3 months? And you return at midstage immortal king. Even eating an immortal pill wouldn't be this fast." The second elder's voice transmission rained down like a torrent of questions, his gaze stubborn and sharp, clearly refusing to let go until he got answers. "I've been worried sick for you. My hair has turned gray in patches. If you don't spill every detail, every cause and effect, every bit of it to me today, I'll move my bedding into the main hall of your Cheongyu palace. He'll sit at your door and meditate every day. Let's see how long you can hide." Yun Qing's ears were numbed by this storm of reckoning. Indeed, what was destined to come could not be avoided. He knew that with the second elder's temperament, if this matter wasn't thoroughly resolved, the old man would nag about it for 100 years. In a flash, thoughts raced through Yun Qing's mind. Confession leads to leniency. Should he confess all the dark history from the immortal locking tower? crying his eyes out, wiping tears on Yun Huang's sleeve, writing 300 boudoir poems, getting hit on the head by a golden arrow, and finally, slinking into Longhuan Qingshu. Absolutely not. Those dark histories must rot in the immortal locking tower. Heaven knows, earth knows, he knows. At most, one other party knows. Never let a third person, especially this elder who was like a teacher and father to him, who would definitely laugh until he rolled on the ground, and then nag him until the end of time, find out. Otherwise, his reputation as the eldest son of the Yun clan would be ruined. He had to redirect the fire. His gaze was like lightning, seemingly casually sweeping over a certain spot on the viewing stand. There, the 12th elder, whose face was ashen from Yun Qing's powerful return, was trying to slip away silently. Yun Qing's gaze hardened. He was the one. A perfect shield, an ideal scapegoat, the best choice to divert the second elder's attention. It would both resolve his immediate predicament and settle old scores, killing two birds with one stone. Second elder, Yun Qing's face immediately took on a perfectly timed expression of deep sorrow and murderous intent. He gripped the elder's wrist, interrupting his relentless questions, and quickly signaled toward the 12th elder, lowering his voice, "Please calm down first. The trivial matters can wait. Right now there is an old blood debt that demands settlement." Indeed, the second elder followed Yun Qing's gaze, and immediately bristled, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. His grip on Yun Qing's arm unconsciously loosened. What a treacherous scoundrel! The second elder gritted his teeth, old and new hatreds flooding back, instantly casting aside his interrogation of Yun Qing. "I almost forgot about this wretch. He dared to ambush our clan's prodigy and covet the Chaos Dao embryo, a crime deserving of death. Come, brat, follow me. Today we'll nail this old fiend before the entire clan. We'll discuss your matters later." With that, he dragged Yun Qing toward the retreating 12th elder with a ferocity that seemed intent on annihilation. Yun Qing breathed a silent sigh of relief, obediently letting himself be pulled along, while quickly glancing back at the figure on the high platform, who raised an eyebrow with a knowing smile and sent a desperate, pleading look. "Huang, save me. I really need you this time." As the distance closed, Yun Qing's gaze turned icy, locking precisely onto the 12th elder, who was about to disappear into the crowd, and raised his voice clearly, "12th elder, please stay." Those simple words quickly silenced the noisy viewing stand, and countless eyes focused on them with surprise and uncertainty. Yun Qing stepped forward, his black robes billowing without wind, and continued, "In the ancient beast domain under the blood moon, you ambushed a fellow clan member and plotted to seize the Dao embryo. You don't think this blood debt can just blow away with Yun Kai's death, as if it never happened to you, eh?" At these words, the entire audience erupted. Though the higher-ups had tried to suppress news of the ancient beast domain incident months ago, clues like Yun Xiaowei returning alone and the 12th elder being severely punished and confined had already circulated privately. Now the involved party publicly calling it out was like throwing a thunderbolt. The 12th elder's body stiffened as he slowly turned around, the last trace of color draining from his old sinister face, leaving only ash and despair. He knew that with Yun Qing's safe return and even greater strength and status, his own faction was like a grasshopper in autumn. He had thought that since the young lord hadn't immediately punished him, there might be room for negotiation, at least to save his life and some dignity. But he never expected Yun Qing to strike now in front of everyone. He wanted to argue, to struggle, but under the suddenly cold and scrutinizing gazes around him, all excuses seemed feeble, especially when he felt the undisguised aura locks from several elders. The third elder, the fifth elder, and even the grand elder, who might have had some lingering sympathy. He knew he was I. The 12th elder's lips trembled, his figure swaying, as he involuntarily stepped back, eyes flickering instinctively, trying to muster his remaining immortal power to flee. But the moment he moved, a roar, old but vigorous, rang out, struggling in vain seize him. It wasn't Yun Qing, but the second elder, Yun Yuan, whose attention had been diverted. The old man reacted swiftly, or rather he had been simmering with anger, waiting to deal with this wretch. How dare he ambush his Qing boy? It wasn't easy raising this cub. With a furious sweep of his sleeve, he roared, "The evidence is ironclad. The ambusher Yun Qi is dead, and all the black-robed participants were slain by the young lord. Do you still dare to deny it? Plotting against our clan's peerless prodigy, coveting the Chaos Dao embryo, committing such heinous betrayal. What punishment does our Yun clan's ancestral law decree?" He gave the 12th elder no chance, his immortal venerable level pressure, mixed with towering rage, crashing down. "Where are the Yun Xiaowei? Seize this beast. If he resists, kill without mercy." The elite cloud-soaring guard loyal to the second elder moved at his command, materializing in an instant to seal off all avenues of escape. The 12th elder, already gravely wounded, and with his cultivation severely diminished, was utterly powerless under such siege and oppressive pressure. In a flash, two fierce cloud-soaring guards pinned his arms behind his back. With two sharp clicks, the spirit-sealing mystic gold specially designed to restrain immortal cultivation bound him tightly. He was then forcibly shoved to his knees, utterly humiliated. Yun, you. This is personal vendetta. The young lord back then. The 12th elder's eyes bulged with fury as he made his final desperate roar. Personal vendetta. Yun stepped forward, his double-pupiled eyes calm and unruffled, yet carrying a power that pierced the soul. You violated clan law. Where does personal grievance enter into this? As for why the young lord did not punish you immediately back, then it was out of kinship, granting you a chance to confess and repent. Unfortunately, you showed no remorse. He turned to the few core elders who had gathered upon hearing the commotion and saluted them solemnly. The 12th elder Yun Xiao and his lineage ambushed a clansman and conspired to seize a Dao embryo. The evidence is irrefutable. I implore the elders to impose strict punishment according to clan law. The second elder immediately interjected, his voice resolute. Rest assured. For such a degenerate, I shall personally oversee the matter. I will thoroughly investigate his entire lineage. All involved will be punished without leniency, and every allocated clan asset will be recovered to rectify the noble ethos of our Yun clan. The elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. None spoke up to plead for the 12th elder. For such a heinous crime that struck at the clan's very foundation, there was no room for appeal. Watching the 12th elder being dragged away like a dead dog, Yun felt little satisfaction in his heart. Only a cold, placid calm. In this world, victors are kings, and the vanquished are outlaws. Everyone must pay the price for their choices and failures. With each clan rule invoked, the 12th elder's crimes were enough to sentence him to death 8 times over. His direct bloodline would be rigorously investigated and purged, his allies scattered, and this entire branch would be permanently erased from the core lineage of the Yun clan. This was the price for attempting to strangle the clan's future. Having dealt with this major threat, Yun breathed a silent sigh of relief. This matter would keep the second elder busy for a good while. Investigations, trials, punishments. It would take at least a month. He could finally catch his breath. Just as Yun was silently plotting how to lay low, next he suddenly noticed the Grand Elder Yun on the northern honor seat, slightly bowing as he whispered something to Yun Huang. Yun Huang had already risen. His white dragon coronation robe shimmered with supreme radiance under the celestial light, and he lightly brushed his cloud-like sleeve as if preparing to depart. The Grand Elder attended him with a submissive demeanor, clearly intending to follow closely. The surrounding clouds and mists began to surge and converge, gradually enveloping the two figures. Farewell to the young lord. A thunderous chorus of farewells erupted. A flash of inspiration struck Yun. Of course, the Grand Elder was clearly going back to the Chiwu Hall with Yun Huang to avoid the 5th elder, to discuss important matters. He happened to have urgent matters to report to the young lord as well. Following them to Chiwu Hall would let him evade the second elder's interrogation once he came to his senses, continue enjoying the confinement benefits of Longhuan Qingshu to solidify his cultivation and even strengthen brotherly bonds. 3 birds with 1 stone. Brilliant. Watching the second elder flushed with triumph as he directed the cloud-soaring guards to escort the prisoners, Yun made up his mind immediately. He stepped forward ahead of the others, his face instantly shifting to an appropriately solemn and urgent expression. Speaking slightly faster, he said, "Second elder, the crimes of the 12th elder's lineage are grave. The subsequent investigation and disposal concern the clan's stability. I leave it to your diligent oversight. My battle with Tian Luo has granted me some enlightenment, and there are critical matters regarding the 9 heavens azure clouds ranking that require the young lord's guidance and decision. I shall take my leave first." Before his words even faded, giving the second elder no time to react, his form flickered and transformed into a streak of dark light, chasing directly after the noble figure about to be completely shrouded in clouds. His speed was so great that only a faint afterimage remained, as if he were rushing to address matters of utmost urgency for the nation. Yun Huang, who was about to turn and leave, seemed to sense something. His steps paused almost imperceptibly. Glancing sideways at the swiftly approaching dark figure, he said nothing, but the clouds swirling around him subtly slowed their convergence. Once Yun had steadied his breath and landed beside him, Yun Huang cast him an inscrutable glance up and down before leading the two away amidst the thunderous farewells, his tone tinged with exasperation. The 3 figures, along with the supreme throne, slowly merged into the vast sea of clouds and vanished. Only an awe-inspiring imperial majesty lingered, refusing to dissipate. On the other side of the viewing platform, the 5th elder Yun had intended to argue with Yun, but the Grand Elder had followed Yun Huang away too swiftly. Unable to trouble the younger generation like Yun Tian Luo, he could only glare angrily in the direction the 3 had disappeared, tugging along Yun Ru, who still wanted to watch the excitement and turn back home. The newly appointed 12 young masters also gradually dispersed, surrounded by congratulations from their clansmen, mentors, or friends. The clouds surged, the road ahead stretched long, and a new chapter had already begun beneath their feet. The second elder, Yun Huang, had just finished directing the escort of the 12th elder and turned back in high spirits, only to find the space before him utterly empty. Not even a shred of dark fabric remained. He stood frozen, blinking, staring at the sea of clouds where Yun Qing had vanished, then at the direction where Yun Xiao was being taken. He immediately realized that the little brat's talk of sudden enlightenment and urgent matters of the azure cloud's ranking were all excuses. If he had gained enlightenment, why didn't he hurry back to his own cave dwelling for seclusion? Running to Chiwu Hall instead, did he think he could bloom flowers from closed-door meditation there? That cunning little wretch. The second elder stroked his upturned goatee, his mind soon consumed by the busy affairs of the purge. Finally, he stomped his foot in frustration. Oomph. The monk may run, but the temple remains. Once I've cleaned up this mess, I'll personally go to Chiwu Hall and corner him. He turned, and with an imposing air commanded the cloud-soaring guards, deciding to first uncover every last secret of the 12th elder's lineage. At that moment, Yun Qing was already safely ensconced within the moving mass of noble clouds, respectfully trailing half a step behind Yun Huang and the Grand Elder Yun Che as they drifted leisurely toward Chiwu Hall. The piercing gaze of interrogation that had felt like needles on his back finally vanished. Yun Qing let out a silent sigh. Temporarily. Safe ashore. As for how many days of safety he had, that would depend on how long it took the second elder to deal with the 12th elder, and how long he could legitimately loaf around at Chiwu Hall this time. A minor issue. After all, he still had 100 years of confinement left to serve. He could just go into seclusion at Longhuan Qingshu. His claim of occasional enlightenment wasn't entirely an excuse. Yun Qing looked up, stealing a glance at Yun Huang's aloof and indifferent back ahead, then at the Grand Elder beside him, who seemed to see nothing with his eyes closed. He actually felt a strange sense of ease and anticipation for the cultivation life ahead. Times truly had changed, and everything was different. Perhaps he could even enjoy another melody of the Shi Huang zither. Within the Kawudian Hall, the bright pearl hung still, radiating a clear brilliance like silk. The hall doors closed silently behind, completely isolating the remaining clamor of Yunxiu Peak, leaving only the unique tranquility and majesty of the deep hall. Yun Huang strode directly to the highest position at the Xian Yu throne, the wide sleeves of his ceremonial robe sweeping over the cold jade steps, exuding an innate majesty. The Grand Elder Yun Che followed closely like a shadow, stopping half a step behind, lowering his head with a respectful demeanor. Yun Qing stood consciously on the inner side of the table, his posture upright, like a solitary peak capped with snow. He deliberately chose a position that was neither too close nor too far, one where he could hear the orders clearly without being obtrusive, standing with his hands lowered, striving to diminish his presence. Yet in his heart, he was rapidly calculating how to naturally and casually slip into the Longhuan Qingshu, his perfect refuge and cultivation sanctuary. The voice of Grand Elder Yun Che broke the silence in the hall as he clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the 9 heavens Qing Yuan ranking has commenced, and the fortunes of this world are surging. A great contest is upon us. According to past customs, the formal ranking contest will begin in about half a year. At that time, the heavenly Tao will descend the Qing Yuan road connecting the various realms. The elites whose names appear on the ranking must personally journey to the Qing Yuan road, undergoing numerous trials to compete for supreme fortune." He paused slightly and continued, "Although our 9 heavens divine palace has an agreement with the heavenly Tao, we will only select 12 representatives from the Yun clan. Among those listed on the immortal ranking, there is only the eldest young master. However, on the 4 rankings of heaven and earth, our clan also has dozens of disciples selected. Such a grand event, even if not for the family's representation, is an excellent opportunity for tempering and must not be missed. As for the specific affairs of resource allocation, personnel, escort, and station support, the younger generation has preliminarily drafted the regulations with the 3 elders and does not wish to trouble your Majesty with these concerns. However, there is one matter." Yun Qing, standing nearby, slightly raised an eyebrow. The Grand Elder had gone in circles, and now he was finally getting to the point. "Moreover, your Majesty, the way you address me as Juanshang and younger generation is quite interesting. Could it be?" The Grand Elder bowed deeply, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "The 9 heavens divine palace and other top forces each have their plans, especially with the presence of the Tianji Pavilion and the North Pole Ice Divine Palace, who have touched upon the order of the heavenly Tao. To ensure the safety of our clan's elites, I ask that the young master take some action to deter any unforeseen circumstances." The Grand Elder spoke clearly, outlining all matters, evidently having planned ahead. Yun Huang sat high upon the throne, his golden eyes half closed, his fingertips gently tapping on the armrest, as if he was listening casually. Yet the increasingly oppressive aura in the hall indicated that he had absorbed every word, and that gentle tapping of his fingertips might well be the future strategic maneuvering. Yun nodded quietly to himself. The Grand Elder had considered everything. The Qingyun Road was by no means a smooth path, especially with various old monsters lurking within. Without Yun Huang, who was also an old monster presiding over matters, even the most outstanding young elites could face untimely demise. He had not forgotten that his chaotic Dao fetus was considered an immense supplement in the eyes of those ancient, terrifying existences. Moreover, Yun Tianluo's 7 orifices Linglong heart and Yun Rui's innate fortune were likely the same type of delicacy for them. However, as he listened, Yun Qing's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Yun Huang's luxurious and imposing ceremonial robe, his thoughts already flying to that realm abundant with celestial power. In Longhuan Qingshu, there were several star mist red fruits he had been eyeing for a long time, which were about to mature, and consuming them would greatly aid in stabilizing his cultivation. There was also the Bilulinquin, whose spring water contained innate pure spiritual energy perfect for alleviating the fatigue from the recent fierce battles. More importantly, if he could hide within the Second Elder, would never find him again. Seizing the moment when the Grand Elder had just finished his report and paused slightly, Yun Qing held his breath and focused quietly, stepping forward a tiny bit. Then he extended a finger with utmost caution and lightly tugged at the edge of the white ceremonial robe that hung beside Yun Huang. The sleeve was cold and smooth, carrying the unique icy fragrance of Yun Huang. Yun Qing dared not pull hard. He merely hooked it with his fingertip, gently tugging the movement, so small it was almost imperceptible. It had the peculiar air of "I understand and won't interrupt your serious matters." Obedient. At the same time, he quickly transmitted a message, his voice tinged with a barely noticeable eagerness and flattery. "Huangdi, I just had some insights from my recent strategic engagement and urgently need a quiet place to recuperate and consolidate my strength. You see, Longhuan Qingshu." He did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was as blatant as could be. "Let me in. I want to seclude myself. Vacation." Yun Huang's fingertips resting on the armrest slightly paused, almost unnoticeably. He did not turn his head, nor did his eyelashes flutter, fully concentrated on the Grand Elder's report, as if completely unaware of the imperceptible tug on his sleeve and the buzzing disturbance in his consciousness, exhibiting remarkable composure. It seemed that Yun Che had also not noticed the audacious little action of a certain young master. He suddenly lowered his head and continued to report steadily regarding the selection of elders for escorting. "I have preliminarily proposed that the 3rd Elder and the 7th Elder each lead a team, supplemented by..." At that moment, Yun Huang suddenly raised his other hand and casually waved his robe sleeve toward the empty space beside him. The motion was fluid and natural, as if he had merely grown a bit tired of listening and adjusted his sitting posture. In the instant his broad sleeve swept past, the space beside Yun Qing silently split open, and a gentle yet irresistible suction force surged forth. He did not even have time to manage his expression, only feeling a flash before his eyes as the rich, innate spiritual energy surged toward him, mingling with the elegant fragrance of rare herbs and flowers, and he was swiftly and decisively thrown into the Longhuan Qingshu cave. He didn't even stumble, standing steadily on the white jade platform at the entrance of the cave. "Thus it may ensure complete safety." The Grand Elder's words just finished as the echoes reverberated in the spacious Kawudian hall, as if the momentary spatial fluctuation was merely the ordinary swaying of pearls in the hall. Yun Huang slightly nodded, his golden eyes still half closed, and said lightly, "That is fine. You and the 3rd Elder can collaborate to draft the detailed regulations and report them to me for acknowledgement." "Yes." The Grand Elder bowed and complied, completely ignoring the sudden disappearance of a certain individual beside the monarch and the slightly askew sleeve corner that had been tugged. With eyes on the nose and the nose on the heart, he truly was the representative of the Yun clan, a master of performance, as steady as a mountain. The Kawudian hall returned to the tranquility of just the monarch and his subjects. Yet the sleeve of the ceremonial robe, which had been tugged at by someone, seemed to have been gently smoothed by its owner's fingertips, flattening the tiny wrinkles. Inside the Longhuan Qingshu cave, Yun Qing stood in place, gazing at the familiar immortal mountains and seas of clouds, jade trees, and exquisite flowers, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Yun Qing stopped, hesitating, his figure swaying, as he sought a peak of the celestial mountain, where the spiritual energy was most abundant and the view was expansive. He sat cross-legged, his carrying spear resting across his knees, his eyes gently closed, with the chaotic nebula swirling slowly within his deep pupils, beginning to sort through the insights gained from this celestial peak martial demonstration. The final confrontation with Yun Tianlu seemed effortless, yet the opponent's meticulous battle strategy, utilizing the 7 apertures clever heart to its fullest, along with the instantaneous transition between softness and hardness, left Yun Qing secretly astonished. The pure sword intent of Yun Baojian, the perception interference touching the rules by Yun Jinglei, the combined artistic path of the three absolutes, and the primal vigor of Yun Pashao all collided, providing him with a fresh understanding. Like throwing various stones onto the surface of a chaotic lake, creating layers of ripples that refract myriad laws. The chaotic Dao embryo encompasses all things, evolving myriad laws, allowing all laws to return to the void. These insights, like the purest nutrients, were absorbed and broken down by him, gradually merging into his own chaotic Dao. With the cultivation of mid-stage Celestial Qing being continually reinforced by these insights, it grew increasingly solid, and the celestial power became more refined and concentrated. He quietly accumulated strength towards a higher threshold. Time passed without notice in the cave abode. When Yunqing opened his eyes again, his gaze was radiant, and his dual pupils were even deeper and more inscrutable. His aura was harmoniously integrated, returning to simplicity, showing evident progress compared to when he first entered the cave. Yunqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed. The fatigue from the intense battles completely swept away, and his state was unprecedentedly good. My cultivation seems to have solidified quite well. He stood up in high spirits, stretching his limbs with a slight crackle. Next, I should go pick some star mist vermilion fruits to taste, and then enjoy a good soak in the Biluo spiritual spring. Yunqing happily contemplated how to savor this rare moment of tranquility. However, just as he lifted his foot, it had not yet landed. Qila, the tranquil space in front of him, was suddenly torn open by an unanticipated gap. A slender jade-like hand with distinct joints reached out from the crack, carrying a familiar icy touch. The hand bore no celestial power, yet possessed an innate rhythm capable of capturing the heavens, accurately grabbing the back of Yunqing's collar. Then Yunqing felt the scene of the celestial mountain and sea retreating rapidly, and after a dizzying spin, the solid feeling of his backside hitting the ground came as he was firmly pulled out of Longhuan Qingshu back onto the cold, smooth, cloud-patterned floor of the Chiwu Hall. He blinked in confusion, and in his view was Yun Huang's extraordinarily handsome face, which he met the next moment with a pair of golden eyes that looked down at him faintly. The latter seemed to have just finished a discussion with the Grand Elder dressed in simple moon-white robes. He casually held onto the back of Yunqing's collar as if he had merely grabbed a large cat frolicking in his garden, inspecting him briefly, confirming his aura had progressed further, and then released him. You've been in seclusion for a few days long enough. Yun Huang's voice revealed no emotion as he turned around and returned to the main seat, casually sweeping his gaze across the hall. Yunqing instinctively touched the back of his neck, where there still seemed to linger a subtle feeling of having been grabbed. Noticing Yun Huang's gaze sweeping over, he finally paid attention to the arrangements within the Chiwu Hall, which seemed to have undergone some slight changes. Apart from Yun Huang's grand and imposing main seat, and the Xian Jade long table on one side of the hall, where the light of the pearls was particularly bright, there was a new, slightly smaller, but equally high-quality, inked jade writing desk. The desk was fully equipped with ink and paper, and even had a few transmission jade slips and several open scrolls for handling urgent clan affairs. Was that for him? Yunqing's heart leaped, a vague sense of ominous premonition arising. Sure enough, Yun Huang raised his hand, casually pointing with his slender fingers at the brand-new inked jade writing desk, his tone flat, as if merely instructing Yunqing to add a cup of tea. From now on, you will handle clan affairs here. Yunqing. He suspected that his manner of emerging from the cave abode was incorrect, or that he had bumped his head when being pulled out. He raised his hand, pointing at himself, then at the obviously overtime workstation, inked jade writing desk, looking back at Yun Huang with disbelief written across their four gazes. Me? Handle clan affairs. Yunqing's voice became somewhat ethereal. Are you joking? I must have hit my head. This is impossible. A triple shock of astonishment. Yun Huang slightly nodded, his golden eyes sweeping over him, justifying with confidence, as the eldest son of the Yun family, a future pillar of the clan, you should be familiar with clan affairs. In the past, when your foundation was unstable and your cultivation insufficient, you could focus on training without concerning yourself with mundane matters. Now that you have ascended to the Celestial King and hold the first position, you must take on responsibilities and alleviate worries for the clan. Yunqing was dazed, not believing he had been a Celestial King when he returned, and at that time, why was there no work to be done? Yun Huang paused, then added, the matters discussed by the Grand Elder earlier involve many details that need someone to adjudicate and execute. The allocation of resources and responsibilities for the newly appointed 12 young lords, as well as the correspondence with external clans, must be handled promptly and cannot be delayed. After saying this, he casually waved his wide sleeves. The pile of various scrolls and jade slips that had originally accumulated beside the main seat suddenly flew over half the space in an orderly manner, as if a flock of migrating birds, and landed thud on the inked jade writing desk in front of Yunqing. Layer upon layer piled up to the brim. The top few scrolls even swayed slightly due to the height. These Yun Huang lifted his chin, pointing at the small mountain of documents, calmly stating must be reviewed and completed by today. If there are any uncertainties, you can consult the Grand Elder, or... He paused, slightly glancing at Yunqing. You can make your own judgment. Then under Yunqing's astonished and wide-eyed gaze, Yun Huang stood up with grace, smoothing out his unwrinkled sleeves, and dropped a thunderous statement. I, having recently felt something, must enter seclusion for a period of time. All clan matters will be handled by you at your discretion. Do not disturb me unless it concerns the survival of the clan. After saying this, he indeed turned around, walking leisurely towards the inner quiet chambers of the Chiwu Hall, the moon-white robe trailing a cold and decisive arc, leaving only Yunqing alone amidst the mountain of clan affairs, utterly bewildered in the vast hall. Yunqing stood still, not moving for a long time. He felt a chill from the unscrupulous celestial emperor boss pass through his heart, freezing his soul. Just then a voice suddenly pierced through his mind. Brother, have I mentioned that your heart is overly active? Only the author knows that some treasures cannot see the author's words. The author loves writing little scenes in the author's notes. I will try to supplement in the comments section at the end of the chapter. If it doesn't work, click on the moon's homepage. There's an author's notes section below, and you should be able to see it there. Yunqing couldn't help but shudder, forced a smile, and said, how could it be? Brother Huang, rest assured to enter seclusion. I will handle all trivial matters perfectly for you. Ha. In the depths of the hall, silence reigned, and Yunqing quietly sighed in relief. He glanced at the stack of jade slips piled almost as high as a person, then looked at the closed door of Yun Huang's quiet room, and finally down at his own hands, which should have been picking the red fruit to soak in the spiritual spring. Yunqing tilted his head to gaze silently at the sky. So after all the hardships to escape into the Chiwu Palace, he ended up falling into a trap, dealing with these excruciatingly tedious clan affairs. The chief young master. The future pillar. Heck, clearly just free labor for the unscrupulous immortal. Yunqing felt that the awkward tenderness and indulgent protection he previously attributed to Brother Huang had now shattered into 1,000 pieces. However, shattered or not, he still had to work. Did he dare ignore Yun Huang's orders? Forget about outright abandoning his duties. Even the slightest delay could lead to this ancestor seeking him out for a spar. However, shattered or not, he still had to work. Did he dare ignore Yun Huang's orders? Forget about outright abandoning his duties. Even he picked up the topmost scroll, which was about the 3 cities in the northern border and the neighboring Qing sect. Due to a newly discovered blazing sun gold mine, friction had arisen, leading to small-scale conflicts among disciples, accompanied by details from an elder's investigation and 3 proposed solutions. Yunqing rubbed his throbbing temples, picked up the obviously magical focus red pen, and swiftly analyzed the pros and cons, weighing the gains and losses before finally making annotations. Fortunately, although he was deeply engrossed in cultivation in this lifetime, his horizons and experiences were not entirely lacking. Time flowed by amid the rustling sounds of the pen gliding over the scroll. Yunqing quickly immersed himself in the task, reviewing each document meticulously, sometimes pondering deeply, his fingertips tapping the table unconsciously. At other times, he wrote quickly, producing clear and decisive responses. He addressed the matters with precision while maintaining harmony, subtly exuding an air of authority and skill. The dark robe he wore at that moment, seated at the respected position in Chiwu Palace, unexpectedly suited him. He did not know how much time had passed, but the sky outside the hall had darkened considerably. Yunqing had just completed a revision plan regarding the annual evaluation and resource allocation for the young clan members when he picked up another scroll, which turned out to be a preliminary proposal for the ascending mystical canon. Yunqing raised an eyebrow in understanding. With the upcoming 9 Heavens Ascension rankings, all 12 branches of the Yun clan needed to send representatives. However, with 12 elders being deposed and imprisoned, their respective branches were left leaderless and severely weakened. If they still allowed one of them to represent the Yun clan at the grand gathering, it could tarnish the clan's reputation and affect the competition for fortunes. It was imperative to initiate the ascending mystical canon early, selecting new branches and strong individuals from within the clan to fill the gaps. This proposal, spearheaded by the Grand Elder Yun She, was co-signed by several core elders and awaited the final ruling of the young lord to commence. Yunqing read carefully, just about to make inquiries on a few key details with his pen, when the hall door was suddenly knocked lightly. "Come in," Yunqing replied without raising his head, his pen hovering just above the proposal with red ink ready to drip. The second elder Yun Yuan rushed in, tightly clutching a jade slip that shimmered with spiritual light, his face still flushed with anger, evidently just having dealt with the cleanup of the 12 elders faction. Perhaps he was here for matters regarding the ascending mystical canon. "Greetings, young lord. I have urgent matters to report." The second elder did not lift his head, instinctively bowing towards the main seat, his loud voice echoing in the grand hall. However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The main seat was completely empty with only the lonely glow of the luminous pearl flowing. And in the position next to the dark jade writing desk which was supposed to be occupied by the young lord handling clan affairs sat none other than his missing little rascal who had been gone for days. Yun Huang, looking dignified in his dark robe, was frowning slightly, holding the focused red pen seriously reviewing the pile of clan documents before him. That posture, that position. The second elder felt a buzzing in his head directly hitting his crown. What a kid. No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere. It turns out you were hiding here. Oh, and he even got himself a side desk next to the young lord. Yun Huang. The second elder bellowed, angrily, no longer caring about etiquette, and rushed forward. Before Yun Huang could react, he seized his ear with the profound cultivation of an immortal and the rich experience of catching rebellious children. Ouch! Second elder. Be gentle. It hurts. Yun Huang was caught off guard, grimacing in pain, and the red pen in his hand fell with a thud onto the half-reviewed proposal for the ascending mystical canon, staining it red. You little rascal. Finally I've caught you. The second elder's beard bristled with rage. As he shouted, he forcefully pulled Yun Huang from behind the writing desk. The two of them chased each other around the hall, creating quite a commotion. Yun Huang's ear throbbed painfully, and he inwardly lamented. He never expected to run into the second elder in Shiwu Palace. And Brother Huang had gone into seclusion. While trying to shield his poor ear, he rapidly thought of how to shift the focus of attention again. The 12 elders had already been dealt with. The next one. The ascending mystical canon. Yes, a ready-made matter. Second elder, my ear is going to fall off. I am handling clan affairs as instructed by the young lord. I was just reviewing the proposal for the ascending mystical canon you and several elders co-signed. It's a matter of great importance, and I was about to seek you for discussion. Yun Huang hurriedly said, trying to redirect the second elder's attention back to the important matter. The young lord instructed? The second elder paused, skeptical, loosening his grip on Yun Huang's ear slightly, but still not letting go. He stared wide-eyed. Why would the young lord have you handle clan affairs? Moreover, you need to explain to me clearly. Yun Yuan's roar was abruptly cut off, as if an invisible hand had closed around his throat. Because from deep within Shiwu Palace, the tightly shut door of the quiet room had quietly opened at some point. Yun Huang's outer robe was slightly loose, his long hair casually draped over his shoulders, with a few strands falling over his forehead. Under the luminous pearls of the hall, his faint golden eyes appeared somewhat languid and indifferent, holding the displeasure of a newly awakened beast disturbed from slumber. His quiet room was not far from the front hall. He didn't completely isolate himself from the outside, worried about Yun Huang handling clan affairs for the first time. Thus, with his level of cultivation, he clearly heard the commotion and roars from outside. Yun Huang walked slowly, his gaze calmly sweeping across the front hall. He saw the second elder tugging at Yun Huang's ear with the latter bent over, grimacing in pain, the red pen rolling off the dark jade desk, the scrolls stained red, and several jade slips scattered on the ground, creating a scene of chaos. Yun Huang's perfectly arched brows subtly lifted slightly. Yun Huang merely raised an eyebrow. Yet the entire space of the Chiwu Hall seemed to freeze in an instant. The formless vast imperial might silently enveloped every corner of the hall. The second elder, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, suddenly released his grip on Yun Huang's ear, the speed so swift it even stirred a small gust of wind. The anger on his face receded like a receding tide, quickly transforming into a complex expression mingled with respect and fear, straightening his old back that had leaned forward from pulling someone's ear and adjusting his slightly disheveled robe sleeves and goatee, trying to restore the elder's dignified image. Almost at the same time, Yun Huang stood upright as if electrocuted, quickly and discreetly rubbing his reddened ear and hastily tidying up his disheveled clothing, then lowering his brows and holding his breath, instantly switching to the perfect subordinate mode of I am well behaved, I understand, I was just working hard. Nothing happened, with only the slightly flushed tips of his ears betraying his earlier experience. Both of them bowed respectfully towards Yun Huang, saying, I pay my respects to the young lord. I pay my respects to Huang. Young lord. Their voices were in sync and their postures were standard, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene just 3 seconds ago. Yun Huang did not respond immediately, instead slowly walking to the front of the main seat and sitting down. He supported his chin with one hand, his golden eyes roaming between the two, lingering for a moment on Yun Huang's slightly flushed ear before he finally spoke lightly. What is the commotion about? The 4 words coldly echoed in the silent grand hall. Reporting to the young lord, the second elder swallowed hard and stepped forward. I am here to report the results of the investigation from the 12th elder's lineage and to discuss the matters of the Ascension Classic with the eldest son. Mentioning the previous 12th elder Yun Xiao, it was inevitable that emotions ran high, disturbing the young lord's quiet cultivation, and we are fearful. Yun Huang immediately seized the opportunity to interject, beginning to argue. Huang, it's just as the second elder said. The draft of the Ascension Classic is here, and I am discussing the selection criteria and subsequent resource allocation details with the Elder. Just now, our opinions slightly differed, and the discussion became a bit heated. As he spoke, he carefully organized the draft, which was stained with cinnabar, and presented it with both hands. Although it was smeared in one spot, the content was still legible. Yun Huang's gaze fell on the draft, but did not reach out to take it. The hall fell silent for a moment, only the clear brilliance of the pearls flowing. Since there is a dispute, it requires weighing. He finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. The Ascension Classic pertains to the clan's foundation and must not be taken lightly. The assessment should emphasize practical combat character and potential while also balancing the various branches. Resource allocation should be determined based on the strength and contributions of the newly appointed elders, and the details should be discussed among you before reporting. With just a few words, he set the tone for the key point of contention. The second elder's spirit trembled, and he bowed in response. The young lord is wise. I shall comply with the order and properly discuss this with the eldest brother and third sister to refine the details. Yun Huang nodded almost imperceptibly. You may leave now. Leave the draft here. Yes. The second elder secretly sighed in relief, but as he turned, he couldn't help but glare at Yun Qing, his lips moving as he ultimately dared not educate the child in front of the young lord, and could only exit the Chiwu Hall in a more cautious and steady manner than when he entered. Yun Qing watched the second elder retreat, swiftly, his eyes wide with anticipation. To be honest, he really wished the second elder could take him away, just like he did with the doll. Huang now resembled a beast disturbed from a deep slumber, very frightening. The faint sound of the hall doors closing was like the final verdict of settled dust, leaving only the two brothers inside. Yun Qing felt the hairs on his back, wanting to stand on end. He maintained a respectful lowered posture, his eyes focused on his nose, and his nose on his heart, while internally listing 108 safe evacuation plans, fervently praying that Yun Huang's waking mood wouldn't be too severe. Unfortunately, things did not go as hoped. Above the main seat, Yun Huang maintained his posture of supporting his chin, with one hand, his golden eyes half closed, seemingly staring at some point in the void, as if he was looking at nothing at all. His profile became even more severe under the pearl glow, amplifying the sense of tranquility to an even more dangerous level. Time ticked by just as Yun Qing was about to involuntarily speak up to apologize and kneel in request for a quick resolution from the little golden crow. Come here. Yun Huang's voice finally sounded. Two soft words, hardly a command, yet they made Yun Qing's heart tighten, not daring to hesitate for a moment. He immediately stepped forward a few paces, stopping about 3 feet from the main seat's jade steps, and bowed again. What commands does Huang have? Yun Huang still did not look at him, merely casually beckoning with his index finger towards Yun Qing. That action bore a subtle resemblance to when Yun Qing had previously discreetly tugged at his sleeve. However, at this moment performed by Yun Huang, it carried an entirely different superior connotation. Your ear. Yun Huang spoke succinctly. Yun Qing. He instantly understood Yun Huang's meaning, his scalp tingling. This was this to add a knife? Or something else? He dared not slack off, and could only grit his teeth, stepping forward half a step. Then he slightly tilted his head, carefully presenting the ear that had been pulled red by the second elder into Yun Huang's line of sight. Feeling the calm gaze resting on his ear, the roots of Yun Qing's ears uncontrollably turned even redder, and even his neck felt a bit stiff. After a while, Yun Huang finally spoke again. The second elder's strength hasn't diminished over the years. Yun Qing. He couldn't respond to this, and could only dryly reply, the second elder is still as strong as ever, huh? Is that so? Yun Huang replied noncommittally. Then under Yun Qing's tense nerves, he slowly the hand was long and slender like jade, with distinct joints, clearly bearing the immense power of the blazing sun, yet it always exuded a coolness. Yun Qing's body involuntarily stiffened slightly, instinctively wanting to dodge, but he forced himself to restrain it, only able to watch as that hand approached his ear. Fortunately, the anticipated add a knife did not occur. Yun Huang's fingers did not descend, they merely hovered about an inch above. In the next moment, a fragment of pure, gentle, immortal power slowly enveloped Yun Qing's reddened ear. Yun Qing felt a refreshing comfort at his ear, the burning, swelling sensation quickly dissipating, as if being gently smoothed by a pair of tender hands. Yun Huang withdrew his hand, the golden glow at his fingertips fading. All done. A malicious arc suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, seemingly holding back a laugh, as he said, eldest brother, continue handling the remaining documents. Do not delay in important matters. If you cannot finish today, do not return. Yun Huang's tone was calm, but Yun Qing could sense a distinct hint of playful malice. This little ancestor had just been deliberately scaring him. Yun Qing, though filled with anger, dared not speak out, only silently reddening his ears again. This time it was out of frustration. Red. So red. Thanks to the respectful smith for the completion gift of 6,661. Thanks to the FA Decai Plus version for the explosive update Flower 1. Good news, we ranked first in the new book list category yesterday, drumming and trying to ask for rewards. There's another shocking piece of news: the handsome guys and beauties in this article surprisingly make up half and half. Even slightly more male readers. Oh, handsome guys. Handsome guys, where are you? Why does the author only see beauties? Open the water tank lid, take a look, none. Lift the bed to look, still no sound, none. Yes. Yun Huang gritted his teeth in acknowledgement, finding it exceedingly difficult to fathom the labyrinthine thoughts of his younger brother, who was also his superior. After a minor outburst of temper, he carefully tossed the draft of the Ascension Canon onto a corner of Yun Huang's desk, then prepared to retreat to his own workstation buried under a mountain of scrolls to continue battling the pile. Hold on. Yun Huang's voice rang out again. Yun Huang halted mid-step, his heart skipping a beat. What else could this ancestor want? Yun Huang's gaze fell upon the towering stack of scrolls, a flicker of an unfathomable glint passing through his golden pupils. Then he casually pulled out a clearly superior cyan jade slip from his main desk. With a flick of his wrist, the jade slip flew with a crisp tap and landed precisely atop Yun Huang's mountain of documents. This is an ancient scroll summary of the 9 Heavens Azure Cloud rankings leaked from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and verified by me. Yun Huang's voice remained calm. Peruse it in your spare time, it may prove beneficial. Yun Huang's double pupils gleamed faintly. Insider intelligence on the 9 Heavens Azure Cloud rankings, and verified by Yun Huang no less. It was as if an Immortal Emperor himself had highlighted the exam key points for him. Yes, I will study it diligently. Yun Huang replied solemnly, his earlier frustration considerably diluted by this unexpected boon. Even the mountain of scrolls before him seemed less daunting. Yun Huang cast him no further glance and turned to return to the quiet chamber, but as he moved he paused, as if recalling something, and said over his shoulder, "This place may soon be disturbed. I shall go into seclusion at Longhuan Qingshu." With that he casually traced a line in the void beside him. Rip! A spatial gate soundlessly opened, and an overwhelmingly dense surge of primordial spiritual energy rushed forth. Just as Yun Huang set one foot through the gate, he turned back and flicked his finger. A cyan feather shimmering with divine light materialized and drifted slowly toward Yun Huang. This is the key to the Longhuan Qingshu cave heaven. Oh, it can open the dimensional gate at any time. His voice came through the swirling spiritual mist, and as if considering someone's past record, he added a final note. Lately, do not disturb me without reason. Yun Huang's eyes lit up even brighter than when he saw the ancient Azure Cloud scrolls. The key to a vacation paradise. No, a cultivation paradise. The sense of being worked like a beast of burden instantly dissipated. Though explicitly told, do not disturb without reason, Yun Huang automatically interpreted the latter half as enter when there is reason. As for what constituted a legitimate reason, wouldn't soaking in the Bixia spirit spring to stabilize his cultivation count? Wouldn't picking star mist vermilion fruits to enhance his strength count? This was initiative, a boost in his family status. He no longer had to pitifully beg someone to throw him in. Yun Huang immediately tucked the feather protectively into his sleeve, forcibly suppressing the irrepressible grin threatening to spread across his face, and strove to maintain a composed demeanor. Rest assured, your elder brother knows the limits and will never disturb your cultivation without cause. Yun Huang gave an almost imperceptible whether believing him or not. With that he stepped directly into the gate wreathed in immortal spiritual energy, his figure swiftly swallowed by the cave heaven's radiance. The Chiwu Hall returned to its vast emptiness and silence, leaving only Yun Huang and the mountain of scrolls before him, silently mocking the principle of blessings and misfortunes intertwined. Well, time to get to work. Yun Huang sat back down behind the inkstone desk, rubbed his unharmed ear, and resignedly picked up his vermilion brush again. As he flipped through a lengthy report on trade disputes between the Southern Sea Archipelago and the Sea Tribe clans, he consoled himself, at least this drudgery wasn't for nothing. The occasional perks from his unscrupulous boss were indeed top-tier goods found nowhere else on the market. Was this the legendary tactic of a carrot after a stick? Yun Huang's mood brightened from cloudy to fair, and processing the scrolls became much smoother. Time slipped away quietly amidst the scratching of the brush. The hall's luminous pearls cast a steady clear. After an unknown duration, Yun Huang had just finished reviewing a complex proposal titled Spirit Beast Allocation and Taming Budget for the clan's Spirit Beast Garden. He rubbed his temples habitually, picked up the now-cold spirit tea beside him, took an absent-minded sip, and subconsciously extended his divine sense outward. He sought to let his mind wander to feel the human touch of the outside world. Yet what he sensed instantly made the cold tea in his mouth hard to swallow. From far outside the hall, faint but distinct, came a cheerful, even blatantly smug humming. The laughter brimming with youthful vigor drew near and then receded. The rhythm was jaunty, the melody soaring, as if eager to proclaim his joy to the world. When life goes well, enjoy it to the fullest. Scenery is beautiful everywhere. Hey, winning feels awesome. Time to head back and soak in my warm jade hot spring, and crack open a jar of my treasured 800-year drunken immortal forgetful to celebrate. Ha ha. That exuberant voice drifted past Yun Qing, even muffled by the barriers. He instantly recognized it. Who else but Yun Jinglei with his fiery orange hair? Given his flamboyant and carefree demeanor, it was clear the injuries from being sent flying by Yun Qing's spear on the arena had fully healed. Crack. A clear, sharp sound. A crack appeared on the wall of the spirit jade teacup in Yun Qing's hand, a cup renowned for its hardness and inscribed with spirit-gathering arrays. Cold tea seeped through the fissure, spreading a small dark stain. He set down the cup, expressionlessly raised his head, and his double pupils stared gloomily toward the hall's entrance. An indescribable surge of resentment flared up from the depths of Yun Qing's heart, instantly setting his entire being ablaze. He, the eldest son of the Yun clan, toiled from dawn till dusk in this cold, empty Chuwu hall, handling every trivial and complex matter for the entire clan, from major vein disputes to minor herb allocations. He was worked like a beast of burden by his Immortal Emperor boss, and his ear had nearly been torn off. He couldn't even take a bath or pick a fruit in his own clan's blessed cave heaven without carefully gauging someone's mood. And those outside, they had just finished the Cloud Summit Martial Tournament, also ranking among the 12 young lords. What were they doing now? Soaking in warm jade hot springs, drinking 800-year-old brews, skyrocketing with joy like Yun Jinglei. Why? A fierce anger surged from Yun Qing's heart, and his wrath turned bold. He felt it was absolutely necessary to give these future pillars of the clan some serious tasks to do, euphemistically called familiarizing them with clan affairs, cultivating a sense of responsibility, and contributing collective strength to the clan's harmony, stability, and future development. Yun Qing slowly set down the cracked teacup. His fingertips tapped a rhythmic 2 beats on the cold inkstone desk. Tap, tap. In the depths of his double pupils, the usual warmth and steadiness receded like a tide, replaced by a dark, almost corrupted gleam. Misery loves company, dear younger siblings and cousins. With a flicker of thought, Yun Qing's formidable divine sense instantly pierced through countless barriers like an invisible spider's silk, precisely ensnaring the distant, happily humming figure of the orange-haired one about to slip away. Jinglei, my cousin. A chilling voice echoed within Yun Jinglei's unsuspecting sea of consciousness, startling him to the point of stumbling, nearly causing him to topple over the railing. Please go away, no, come to the Kawudian. I have urgent matters to discuss immediately. Yun Jinglei inexplicably shivered. This voice, was it from his eldest brother? Why is it so cold? And with a murderous aura. Moments later, the side door of Kawudian silently opened a crack, and an invisible force drew Yun Jinglei inside. Before he could clearly see the situation inside the hall, he noticed Yun Qing sitting calmly behind a side table, his aura as still as water. Enveloped in the radiance of the pearls, Yun Qing did not even look up as he tossed a unique token into Yun Jinglei's embrace. This is the Shuangwen order, he spoke in a low voice, yet it carried a disquieting pressure, starkly contrasting the gentle and composed demeanor of his usual elder brother, reminiscent, instead of Yun Huang's usual authoritative presence. Among the 12 young lords, any who are physically well and have not officially entered seclusion must immediately come to Kawudian to receive orders. Those who delay. Yun Qing paused, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth that sent a chill down Yun Jinglei's spine. Will bear the consequences. Yun Jinglei caught the oppressive Shuangwen order, glancing at Yun Qing's handsome face shrouded in a layer of dark energy, then at the towering stack of scrolls and the cracked teacup beside him, swallowing hard. Eldest brother, I'm going right now. Yun Jinglei dared not ask further, clutching the Shuangwen order and hurriedly transformed into a streak of light darting out. Thus, in the next half hour, the young elite of the Yun family experienced a sudden storm of summons marked by the dual pressures of the Shuangwen order and the darkening of their elder brother. The care from their eldest brother was about to arrive on time. Outside Yunzue's cave abode, Yun Jinglei did not dare to barge directly into the lair of this female wine enthusiast, instead sending a message from outside. Leaning against the hot spring while savoring a freshly arrived millennium fiery brew, Yunzi raised an eyebrow upon receiving the message, Shuangwen order. At this hour, and it came from Kawudian. Tisk, I have a bad feeling about this. Reluctantly, she set down her wine jug, threw on an outer robe, and vanished into the cave. Meanwhile, Yun Tianluo was quietly reflecting on the gains and losses of his battle with Yun Qing in his meditation room, calculating the next move of Linglong Leigang, when he suddenly received a request to meet from Yun Jinglei bearing the Shuangwen order. Is it a summons from eldest brother, and is it the Shuangwen order? A hint of surprise appeared on Yun Tianluo's face as he regarded Yun Jinglei, who looked wilted, his gaze deepening. Yet he smiled warmly and asked, "Jinglei, what happened? Do you need your elder brother's assistance to discuss it?" Thus, with a few words, he managed to draw out the truth from Yun Jinglei, and the smile on Yun Tanluo's gentle face deepened as he adjusted his pristine pale blue scholar's robe and calmly rose to leave. Yun Jinglei watched his retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Unable to restrain a shiver, he turned to find the next unfortunate soul. In the midst of refining his body with a fierce aura surrounded by swirling blood energy, Yun Li was interrupted by Yun Jinglei's urgent knocking on the door. A flicker of impatience crossed his blood-red eyes, but upon hearing the words Shaojun order and eldest brother, he frowned, reining in his aura, and silently made his way towards Kawudian. The final unfortunate was Yun Huang, who was caught by Yun Jinglei in the family garden. She was carefully watering a moonlight flower when Yun Jinglei suddenly appeared, startling her greatly. After hearing the message, Yun Huang trembled, nearly spilling the spiritual dew. Grabbing the nearby dragon blood thorn, she stammered, "Xiao Jing, what should we do? The Shaojun order. Does it mean that our earlier departure was inappropriate, and we are to be punished?" The dragon blood thorn gently nudged her, and together they hesitantly made their way out, frequently looking back. Thus, aside from being blocked by Elder Wu when trying to find Yun Rui, everything went smoothly. All the remaining young lords were gathered by Yun Jinglei to Kawudian. Inside the hall, the luminous pearls reflected a few young faces, each displaying different expressions, but equally remarkable. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. Aside from Yun Baojian, who was deeply in seclusion, striving for the title of Immortal King, the Three Wonders trio, who had gone out for artistic pursuits, and Yun Pashao, who was still recuperating, as well as Yun Rui, who had inexplicably entered seclusion, the remaining active members of the 12 young lords were all present. It was rare for Kawudian to be so lively. Yun Zui languidly leaned against a pillar in the hall, seemingly pulling out a small wine jug from nowhere, sipping absent-mindedly with a dazed expression. Yun Li stood in a corner with a sullen expression, his eyes half-closed, lost in thought. Yun Huang stood closely by the door, wishing she could shrink into the shadows, her hands unconsciously gripping the leaves of the dragon blood thorn beside her, which quietly coiled around her clothing. Yun Jinglei stood further away, still carrying the air of someone who had just run an errand, looking a bit wilted and guilty, his gaze drifting. Only Yun Tianluo, clad in a white scholar's robe, bore a warm smile, standing calmly, as if attending an ordinary gathering with friends. Their attention was focused on the seat of honor within the hall, at the side of which Yun Qing sat, his dual pupils calm and unwavering, his dark robe accentuating his tall stature. He held a jade slip, the symbol of authority, the Shaojun order, faintly visible at his fingertips. As he scanned the crowd below, there was an undeniable aura of pressure. This posture, this feeling. Why does it seem so familiar? It closely resembled the demeanor of a certain ancestor on usual occasions. A few young lords simultaneously felt a twinge of unease rising in their hearts. Yun Qing observed the reactions of those below, and the malicious fire within him transformed into a subtle sense of balance, carrying a hint of secret pleasure akin to that before embarking on a mischievous deed. He cleared his throat and spoke with a tone heavy and sincere, as if bearing a tremendous burden. "Dear siblings, the gathering today is due to pressing circumstances, a necessity that cannot be avoided." He paused, relishing the confusion and discomfort rising in the eyes of the crowd before continuing. "The Shaojun is in seclusion to seek the Tao, and this is indeed a fortune for our Yun family. However, family affairs must not be neglected. We are faced with a multitude of tasks. As the 12 young lords, the future pillars of our clan, entrusted with the Shayan's expectations and enjoying the resources provided by our family, how can we only focus on our own cultivation and enjoy the benefits? We must share the family's burdens and gain practical experience." If Yun Huang were present, he would undoubtedly find this sentiment eerily familiar, almost a direct replica of his recent admonition to a certain young lord. Seeing that the groundwork had been laid, Yun Qing suddenly raised his voice. "The purpose of today's gathering is to rely on each of your talents and share the responsibilities. This is indeed an excellent opportunity to repay the family." Without giving the crowd a chance to respond or question, he brandished the Shaojun order and began calling names for assignments. Tianluo. Yun Qing first turned to the graceful Yun Tianluo, his face revealing a smile full of trust. "You are the most meticulous, with a mind as clear as a bell." Although the friction between the 3 northern cities and the Qing sect regarding the mines has established a tone for mediation, the subsequent resource handover still requires negotiation and calculation. "This matter will be under your full responsibility." He deliberately emphasized the words "full responsibility" and then pushed a thick dossier over through the air, beaming, "Within 7 days, I want to see a detailed case report. Your methods I trust." In his last words, Yun Qing's gaze was subtle, carrying a hint of meaning. The clever mind should indeed handle negotiations and calculations. If discussions fail, They can even smash the negotiation table to persuade with reason. What a suitable talent. Yun Tianluo respectfully received the dossier with both hands and sincerely replied, "Elder brother, rest assured, I will do my utmost to handle all affairs, thoroughly alleviating the burdens for the young lord and elder brother." This phrase sounds somewhat familiar. Yun Qing felt as if someone had just said it. Isn't he just being as perfunctory as he was with Yun Huang? Yun Qing stared at Yun Tianluo, who remained unchanged in expression, still wearing that refined gentleman's demeanor, though a flicker of dark light seemed to pass through his eyes. Qing sect. I've heard their sect leader is a hot-tempered, old fire crow. Perhaps we can exchange some insights on fire-related supernatural powers. Yun Qing squinted, shifting his gaze toward the culprit of today's incident amid Yun Tianluo's false smile. Yun Jinglei. Yun Jinglei felt a chill run down his spine and immediately straightened his back. Your movement skills are swift, unmatched within the clan. Just in time for the upcoming Xianjian, you will notify the eligible branches both in terms of status and strength. It is a great fit. Yun Qing said with a smile once more. He shook the young lord's order in his hand, the token reflecting cold light under the pearl. This concerns the fairness of selection and the clan's prestige. It cannot be delayed. Jinglei, you may set off soon. Let your energy run rampant everywhere. Run to your heart's content. Yun Jinglei wore a bitter expression, looking at the young lord's order practically shoved in his face. He opened his mouth, but ultimately bowed his head with a droopy demeanor. Jinglei obeys the command. His voice was weak, as if he had already foreseen the miserable days ahead of him. Seeing him like this, Yun Qing felt a bit more at ease. Indeed, happiness needs to be shared and responsibilities should be borne together. It is better to suffer together than alone, dear family. With a good mood, the remaining allocations became much more magnanimous. Azue Shuanghua. Yun Qing looked over at two individuals, one dazed with drunkenness and the other hiding like a quail. Yun Zue lazily lifted his eyelids while Yun Shuanghua trembled nervously. The 9 heavens Qingyun ranking is approaching and the great contest of the world will begin. All logistical supplies of celestial plants and spiritual herbs must be prepared. Yun Qing spoke solemnly. This matter will be entrusted to both of you to collaborate and supervise. Yun Zue will be responsible for the procurement of various spiritual brews, the cultivation of celestial plants, and coordination with the 100 Herbs. Dan Mansion will be handled by Shuanghua. Here is the list with a deadline of 10 days to prepare all materials. As he spoke, 2 lists flew towards the 2. Dozens of precious celestial wines and spiritual brews, along with a dense list of celestial herbs, many of which were rare varieties. It's time for Yun Shuanghua to interact with more people and practice her courage, instead of always staying curled up in the thornball. As for Yun Zue, upon seeing several top-tier celestial brews on the list that she had never managed to obtain, her previously dazed eyes suddenly brightened. She instantly sat up straight, snatched the list, and confidently assured, "Elder brother, rest assured. I will handle it." Her vibrant spirit contrasted sharply with her earlier, slumped demeanor. Yun Shuanghua hurriedly took over, feeling tense at the thought of coordinating with the alchemists. The stern old men in the Dan Mansion always made her anxious whenever they saw the dragon blood thorn. Fortunately, although the list was extensive, all were celestial plants she was familiar with, which eased her heart as she nodded vigorously. "I'm also on it, elder brother. I will definitely get it done. Planting flowers and herbs is my specialty. As for Yun Zue and the alchemists, it's better to keep a distance from them." Seeing the two in this manner, Yun Qing seemed to have anticipated it and quietly added one last sentence. "You two must supervise each other. If I catch anyone pocketing the clan's resources, betraying the trust of the family, He cast a glance at the upright Yun Zue, making the latter, whose eyes were filled with fine wine, shiver. Yun Shuanghua's small face also showed a bitter expression. She really didn't want to be with this drunkard, but as for supervision, Yun Shuanghua and the dragon blood thorn suddenly ignited with fighting spirit. "Elder brother, rest assured. They will keep a close watch on Yun Zue." Seeing this, Yun Qing felt even more at ease and finally turned his gaze to Yun Li, who had been gloomy for several days, as if he was about to grow mushrooms. Yun Qing paused with the vermilion brush. The third elder was responsible for coordinating the logistics of the Qingyun ranking, while Yun Yao was assisting under him. He had heard that these two young ones had quarreled a bit after the Yun Summit martial arts performance and had not seen each other since. He originally intended to take this opportunity to send Yun Li over, as well creating some romantic encounters to give this awkward boy a push. Oh, you ask how Yun Qing knows so much about the young couple while he is either in seclusion or handling clan affairs in the Chiwu Palace. Apologies, the shadows of Yun Huang and some forces have now been temporarily handed over to him along with the clan affairs. However, as Yun Qing's gaze swept across a certain dossier just delivered, his expression slightly tightened and he changed his mind. The dossier contained records of some recent anomalous resource approvals and vague evidence of collusion among several management personnel. The place referred to was the Steward Hall where Yun Li had once desperately pleaded after his dantian was damaged only to be coldly disregarded. The image of Yun Li with blood-red eyes burning with resentment and hatred flashed before Yun Qing's eyes. This matter should be resolved as soon as possible. If time drags on, it could become an obstacle on the path. Yun Li. Yun Qing spoke, his voice steady, yet it always conveyed immense reassurance. Yun Li lifted his gaze, focusing on him. I command you to temporarily act as the deputy of the Steward Hall, assisting the Hall Master in managing affairs. Your main responsibilities will include performance evaluation, resource allocation, and the internal discipline of the Steward Hall. Every word struck at Yun Li's heart. The Steward Hall, the place he had once humbly pleaded to enter after his dantian was damaged, yet had found it difficult to even step through the door. The place that controls the flow of clan resources, where he had deeply felt the coldness of the world and the warmth of human relationships. To have him manage it. Recalling the past, a noticeable fluctuation finally appeared on Yun Li's cold face as various complex emotions surged violently within him. Shock, confusion, a hint of instinctive resistance, and something deeper that had been frozen for a long time seemed to crack open a seam. He looked at Yun Qing, gazing into those calm, yet seemingly all-seeing eyes. Yun Qing did not avoid his gaze, his eyes firm and profound. He lifted the vermilion brush clearly and powerfully, writing down Yun Li's position on the jade tablet that recorded the temporary duties of the 12 young masters. On the path of cultivation, some obstacles must be personally overcome. By assigning Yun Li to manage it, he intended for him to stand in a position once looked up to, or even despised, to observe, to judge, and even to change. Only by directly facing the past's distress and injustice, by personally breaking or reshaping those suffocating rules, can he truly break free and achieve a breakthrough in his mindset. Moreover, a glimmer of severity flickered in Yun Qing's eyes. While Huang Di is in seclusion, some long-standing clan issues and bad practices should be corrected while the opportunity presents itself. Having Yun Li handle it is just perfect. After completing all the arrangements, Yun Qing reviewed them once more, feeling quite satisfied. This plan not only gave the overly energetic group something to do, but also effectively honed their abilities while relieving some of the clan's burdens. Truly advantageous in multiple ways. He nodded in satisfaction, having finished assigning tasks, with each person now holding a thick or thin dossier and a token. Yun Qing put down his pen, leaning back slightly, his gaze sweeping over his colleagues below, each displaying a variety of expressions as a subtle smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Dear brothers and sisters, a heavy responsibility lies upon us. Let us strive together. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me. However, within the deadline, I want to see results. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The expressions on the faces of the young masters were quite the spectacle. Yun Tianluo's smile stiffened slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Yun Zi rolled his eyes, secretly, silently mouthing words. Yun Jinglai's mouth fell open in shock, as if he had lost someone dear. Yun Huang's little face was scrunched up, as if she was about to cry. Yun Li furrowed his brows tightly, but didn't voice any objections. Are there any objections? Yun Qing sat firmly above his dual pupils, calmly sweeping across, mimicking Yun Huang, lightly rapping his fingers on the desk. Thud. The sound was not loud, yet it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Without the tiger in the mountain, the monkey claims kingship. No, this is called an elder brother, like a father. With the boss absent, the acting boss calls the shots. Objections? Who would dare voice any? To oppose the eldest brother, who holds the command and takes charge of clan affairs. We will follow the eldest brother's orders. The crowd replied weakly in unison. Dismissed. Yun Qing waved his hand, picked up the teacup he had previously cracked, repaired it with spiritual energy, and leisurely took a sip. Slightly bitter with a hint of sweetness, leaving a fragrance on the lips. Indeed, happiness does not vanish, it merely shifts. The group exited the side hall of the Kaiwood Hall, their heads hanging low. As soon as they stepped out of the hall, the young masters and ladies who had just been forcibly assigned to enrich their lives halted in unison. In unison, they immediately directed their gazes toward the catalyst who had first caught the eldest brother's attention. Yun Jinglai, who was hanging his head and attempting to use a secret technique to diminish his presence. Yun Tianluo had somehow walked to Yun Jinglai's side, still wearing that warm jade-like smile, casually saying, Jinglai, if it weren't for your earlier resounding voice inadvertently drawing the eldest brother's attention, we might still be in our respective caves, diligently comprehending our martial arts training right now. Not knowing that the eldest brother is burdened with countless duties and so hard at work, yet he still thinks of us, assigning practical tasks for our honing, showing his earnest concern. He paused, a deeper smile appearing. All this truly thanks to you, Jinglai. Every word was a compliment, filled with camaraderie among peers, yet each word reminded everyone it was this kid who stirred up trouble. Yun Zui burped unconsciously, squeezing her fist, her knuckles making a crisp sound, as she smiled wickedly, saying, "Sister, I just soaked myself in the hot spring, and have only taken my first sip of wine feeling utterly relaxed. Hua, could I borrow your thorn for a bit?" Yun Huang snapped out of her sadness, glancing timidly at the almost shrinking Yun Jinglei, and quietly added a precise jab. "I was just singing to the moonlight flower. It's about to bloom for the second time this year." The grievance in her tone was almost overflowing. Yun Li said nothing, merely tightening his grip on his wrist, a flicker of blood-red menace flashing in his pupils as his gaze locked onto Yun Jinglei's lower half, simple and direct, filled with threat. Wait, brothers, my dear sister. Let me explain. I swear by heaven I truly did not mean it." Yun Jinglei was startled into a shiver, his orange-haired hair almost standing on end. The radiant smile on his face had already morphed into a forced grin as he hastily waved his hands, retreating. "Misunderstanding. A pure misunderstanding. I was just passing by, I swear." Seeing the crowd's unfriendly expressions as they slowly approached, he quickly thought of a clever idea. "I'll treat you all. Drunken immortal brew. 800 years old. Unlimited supply." Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, hands moved. Whether it was one person or several at once was unclear. In any case, the next moment centered around Yun Jinglei. The young master's brawl incident unfolded in a tacit and low-key manner on the small square of white jade not far from the Kaiwood Hall. Spiritual energy fluctuations were deliberately suppressed within a small range, yet fist's feet and the occasional fleeting shadow of thorns along with the gusts of wind generated were far from gentle. For a moment, Yun Jinglei was seen flying through the air amidst sounds of muffled groans, pleas for mercy, and complaints from those who accidentally got tangled in the aftermath, weaving together a not-so-harmonious, yet vibrant melody. Yun Tianluo stood outside the battle group, urging peace with a warm expression. "Everyone is fellow clansmen, let's spar gently and not ruin the harmony." At the same time, a cleverly executed gust of wind just so happened to sweep by, advising Yun Jinglei, who was attempting to escape using footwork, back to the fray and accidentally disrupting someone's secret technique. Having completed all this, Yun Tianluo gracefully retracted his sleeve, adjusted the perfectly smooth cuffs, and wore a smile, as if he hadn't lifted a finger. A gentleman speaks and acts, but one must not lose their grace. Within the Kaiwood Hall, Yun Qing's divine sense naturally observed this lively scene outside. He lifted his teacup, finishing the last bit of cold tea, a faint, almost pleasant curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Very well, the world has become lively. Also, it has become fair." He spread out a document regarding the quarterly maintenance of the spiritual pulse nodes, picking up the red brush. Just as the tip touched the paper, a faint cry from Yun Jinglei laced with tears could be heard from outside. "It was supposed to be a spar. You can hit, but not the face. I still need this face to eat." A certain eldest young master sitting in the hall abruptly halted the brush, nearly drawing a meaningless red line on the serious document. He tried his best to suppress his lips, his shoulders barely perceptibly twitching before he barely managed to restore a serious expression as he continued reviewing. Accompanied by Yun Jinglei's vigorous voice, Yun Qing happily wrote. Fortunately, the commotion did not last long. Soon the young masters departed with varying degrees of refreshed and a solitary sense of existential despair. After all, the eldest brother's deadline was not lenient. The work that needed to be done had to be done. Luckily, Yun Jinglei had a secret technique on hand, so even if he ended up bruised, others wouldn't notice, would they? Who could tell that he had just experienced a lesson in tough love? Inside the Kaiwood Hall, having finally reviewed most of the documents for the day, Yun Qing let out a long sigh. He set down the red brush, rubbed his somewhat swollen brow, and with his divine sense spread wide, sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy from all directions, brewing himself another cup of spiritual tea, a faint smile flickering in his dual pupils. Very well, everyone is moving now. This is the vigor that the younger generation of the Yun clan should have. As for himself, he glanced at the last few documents awaiting approval beside him, then looked up at Yun Huang's empty main seat. The responsibilities are heavy, and the path is long. Yun Chief, acting boss, free labor, family beast, he silently added several titles for himself in his mind, smiling wryly, yet feeling not much weight on his shoulders, but rather an odd sense of grounding. At least he was not fighting alone, even though the means to achieve their goals was slightly unconventional. Picking up his pen again, Yun Qing decided to brew himself a cup of hot tea before completely finishing today's work. Oh no, halfway through the champagne popped, and just as I was showing off the data, it crashed. Dear ones, save me, save me, save me, QAQ. With a cry, my tears flowed down. Hey. The Hall of Affairs, the core institution governing the vast resource allocation and merit-based rewards of the Yun clan, had always been a lucrative domain rife with intricate connections. The former faction of the 12th Elder had operated here for years, weaving an impenetrable web of interests. Though their patron had fallen, the lingering poison remained, leaving behind a mess of corrupt accounts and countless parasites. The former faction of the 12th Elder had operated here for years, weaving an impenetrable web of interests. Though their patron had fallen, the lingering poison remained, leaving behind a mess of corrupt accounts and countless parasites. The Grand Hall fell into an abrupt silence upon his arrival. The many stewards paused their work, their expressions varied. The 10th young master graces us. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. A slick-faced, middle-aged steward stepped forward, a smile plastered on his face, but with little respect in his eyes. I am Yun Gong, the unworthy left deputy director. May I ask if the young master is here to exchange contribution points or perha? Slap. Yun Li slammed an appointment jade slip onto the heavy black ironwood table. The dull thud sent tremors through everyone's hearts. His voice was hoarse and icy, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a blade. From today, I will temporarily lead the Hall of Affairs. Surprise, scrutiny, and even a hint of disdain rippled through the air. A branch family boy who had recently begged pitifully at the hall's gates, now elevated by savage beast essence and luck. What could he possibly know about clan affairs? Within one instance, Styx time, all current personnel are to assemble here with the complete account books of the last decade. Yun Li narrowed his blood-red eyes, his killing intent palpable. Any delay, concealment, or forgery will be punished according to clan law. The command was brutal, even laced with murderous intent. Yun Gong's smile froze, panic and anger flashing in his eyes. 10th young master, this is against protocol. The books are numerous and involve secrets. They cannot be casually. Shoo! A flash of blood-colored blade light streaked past Yun Gong's ears, silently slicing off a section of the black iron pillar behind him. The cut was smooth as a mirror. A deathly silence gripped the hall. Yun Li slowly sheathed his blade, not even glancing at the sweat-drenched Yun Gong. One instant stick. The clock is ticking. No one dared to question further. The entire Hall of Affairs erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest, driven by icy fear into a frenzy of activity. When Yunqing finished his affairs and arrived, this was the sight that greeted him. The main hall was packed, the atmosphere oppressive. In the central space, account books and jade slips were piled into a mountain. Yun Li stood behind a table, leaning on his blade, eyes closed, exuding a fierce, intimidating aura. Yun Gong, with a few trusted subordinates, was sweating profusely while directing the transport of the last batch of books, his eyes occasionally darting towards the exit, hiding a glimmer of hope. Yunqing's arrival stirred a slight ripple. The crowd bowed, their thoughts diverse. He gave Yun Li a slight nod, walked to the main seat, and sat down. His gaze swept over the mountain of books as he said gently, "Let us begin." The audit process was tedious and meticulous, yet seething with undercurrents. Yun Li had once protected many weaker clan members, and since becoming the 10th young master, these willing workers had gathered under his banner. Now working in groups, their efficiency was astonishing. At first, only minor discrepancies were found which Yun Gong could still dismiss as oversights. But soon shocking issues began to surface, one after another. The procurement records for Century Green Jade Marrow show 100 gene, but only 70 gene were actually received, with vague loss reports. The supplier Jade Splendor Pavilion is managed by Deputy Director Gong's brother-in-law, a disciple reported coldly. The contribution point disbursement list for the Ding Sector mine shows 17 people as having claimed, but their fingerprints don't match the archive's suspected fraudulent claims. All 17 are closely linked to the deceased Steward Huang. The rank mission to purge the 10,000 Blood Cave 3 years ago was recorded as being led by Deputy Director Gong. However, according to external records and rogue cultivator accounts, the demon leader was actually slain by a temporary team of rogue cultivators. That team subsequently vanished under mysterious circumstances, and the mission reward remains unaccounted. Yunqing did not personally examine the books. He simply sat there, his double-pupiled eyes occasionally scanning the changing expressions of those below, listening to the faults reported by Yun Li's men. Item by item, case by case, they converged into a shocking torrent. Many stewards turned pale, their bodies beginning to tremble. Yun Gong and his group had gone from initial forced calm to ashen despair. They had never expected Yunqing and Yun Li to disregard all convention. No gradual approach, no fear of widespread repercussions, and simply flip the table to expose the old secrets from the start. Slander. This is slander. Yun Gong could no longer contain himself, jumping up and shrieking, "10th young master! First young master! These accounts span many years. Oversights are inevitable. How can you convict based on this? These auditors are mostly novices, unfamiliar with old practices. They are clearly being manipulated to frame loyal servants. I demand to see the elders." Enough. Yunqing spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling gravity that silenced Yun Gong's roar. He stood up, walked to the pile of problematic books, and casually picked one up. "Do you all know what has sustained our Yun clan for 10,000 years? Yunqing looked at Yun Gong, his double pupils profound. It is not resources, but the belief of the vast majority of clan members in its relative fairness. They strive for it, they sacrifice for it. But you, You have embezzled resources, stolen credit for achievements, and even murdered those with merit. What you have eroded is the very foundation of our clan. His gaze swept the hall. The rot in the Hall of Affairs today did not form in a single day. Some involved may have been coerced, but wrong is still wrong. According to clan law, what is the punishment for embezzling clan property, deceiving superiors, and harming fellow clan members? Yun Li stepped forward at the right moment, his blood-colored pupils locking onto Yun Gong and his group. His voice was ice cold. For minor offenses, expulsion and crippling. For major ones, soul extraction and refinement, as a warning to others. Many in the hall felt their legs give way, nearly collapsing. But Yun Qing shifted his tone. However, the law must also allow for leniency. The clan is in need of talents. The Azure Cloud ranking is imminent. Internal turmoil should not be too severe. He looked at the ashen-faced, ordinary stewards. All involved will be judged in 3 grades according to the severity of their crimes. Those who voluntarily confess and provide meritorious information may receive leniency. Those who are obstinate and have clear evidence against them will be punished without mercy. As for those coerced with minor offenses, they may be given a chance and kept on probation. Now Yun Qing threw down the book in his hand, his voice echoing through the hall. Those willing to confess, go to the right side hall to register. The 10th young master will verify your statements. He swept his cold gaze across the hall, the pressure of his double pupils on Sparring. After 1 incense sticks time, anyone who hasn't confessed but is found guilty, do not blame me for disregarding clan kinship. Standing to the side, Yun Li watched Yun Qing's composed strategy, saw the once unified Hall of Affairs crumble under pressure and the promise of a way out, and witnessed Yun Gong and his men being isolated and accused. A look of contemplation dawned in his eyes. He was used to direct action, breaking deadlocks with brute force. But now he was learning a different kind of tactics from Yun Qing. Pure ferocity could intimidate, but it could not win hearts or ensure long-term stability. A ruler must balance hardness with softness and consider emotion, reason, and law. Yun Qing stood in the center of the hall, hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. A slap, then a sweet date. He had shown a thunderous hand while also opening a path of survival, dividing the factions and avoiding outright confrontation. This trick wasn't just for his brother Huang to use. The rectification of the duty hall was in full swing. Yun Li personally led the team, checking accounts, inspecting supplies, and verifying task records in groups. He exuded a cold and fierce aura, acting with decisiveness that made those stewards who intended to muddle through or observe shrink back their cautious thoughts in the presence of this mad dog. On this day, Yun Li personally checked the records of the external warehouse's material handover. When he flipped to an entry 3 years ago for a batch of Ning Yuan immortal herbs, his fingers suddenly paused. The name of the verifier at the end of the document was one he recognized to the bone: Zhao Kong. A hint of blood red flickered in Yun Li's eyes, and a wave of murderous intent uncontrollably surged around him for a moment. Zhao Kong was the very person who, when Yun Li's dantian was damaged and he faced disdain from his clan, repeatedly made things difficult for him under the pretext of the difficulty in refining Ning Yuan Gumai Dan, extracting numerous resources from him and Yun Yao, yet always claiming it was still insufficient. At that time, they gritted their teeth and endured their nails digging into their palms until they bled, yet they had no strength left to argue. Had they been able to exchange smoothly, then Yun Yao would not have ended up in such a situation later. A flash of blood red passed before Yun Li's eyes, causing him to momentarily blur the lines between the past and the future. Now that name appeared before him again. Investigate this person. His voice was cold and sharp as he handed the document to a checking disciple beside him. Re-audit all accounts and materials that passed through his hands. Yes. Seeing that the master was in a strange state, the disciple hurriedly went to verify. Soon the results came in. Zhao Kong was still an external warehouse steward with no change in rank. Surprisingly, the accounts he handled were clear. Aside from a few vague records of material losses, there were no other errors. Compared to other stewards, he merely had occasional minor greed on the disciples. The steward who once deliberately evaded responsibility and had an ugly demeanor now appeared orderly on paper. Yun Li stared at the audit results, his blood-red pupils swirling with rage. With his current status, as long as he wished, he could easily exploit those minor greed incidents to frame Zhao Kong with any crime he desired and have him imprisoned. He could even easily find a reason to punish him. He could almost imagine Zhao Kong kneeling and pleading for mercy, terrified beyond belief. Perhaps it would be best to do so. Even if his elder brother found out, wishing him a smooth path, he would not be harsh. Elder brother. Yun Li inexplicably recalled the hand that once rested on his shoulder. He raised his head to look at the family rules hanging in the center of the main hall, knowing what his elder brother wanted. Rules: fairness. Zhao Kong had once deducted resources from him, taking advantage of his vulnerability, exploiting the ambiguities in the rules and the lack of supervision. Now, if he, responsible for supervision, also sought personal vendetta through his power, then where would their ethos be? Yun Li suddenly understood that what he wanted was not merely to vent his anger. He wanted to know if the resources they had provided back then were truly enough to exchange for a Ning Yuan Gumai Dan. What he desired was for that once powerless youth to proudly reclaim the pills under the sun, for future generations to no longer suffer the same humiliation, for the word rules to truly stand tall. Was this the thought of his elder brother? Yun Li closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the rage in his blood-red pupils slowly settled. Handle according to the rules. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Zhao Kong for embezzlement and extortion of disciples shall be dealt with according to Article 72 of the Duty Hall's new regulations. Also investigate the extorted disciples. If there are any other lapses, they shall be punished together. The order was given and Zhao Kong was soon brought in. He was a slightly plump middle-aged man with a somewhat slick appearance, now sweating profusely, especially trembling at the sight of Yun Li. Titan Master, I know I was wrong. I will definitely change. Zhao Kang's voice trembled, his head repeatedly bowing to the ground. Yun Li looked at him as if through time, seeing the desperate plea of his younger self. But he merely said calmly, Zhao Kong, you are suspended from your position, return the embezzled amount, and be fined for 10 years. You may leave now. Zhao Kong was stunned. He had already prepared for the worst, even sending messages to his wife and children to leave Yun's family quickly. Yet he did not expect that Yun Li would not mention any past grievances. Zhao Kong suddenly raised his head to look at Yun Li, feeling a mix of disbelief and shame. The person before him seemed to have changed a lot, no longer the gloomy youth from before. Thank you, Tin Master, for your mercy. Zhao Kong bowed his head vigorously, his voice choked and retreated. Yun Li watched him retreating in a panic, suddenly feeling as if a heavy stone in his heart had turned to dust and scattered with the wind. He had not forgiven Zhao Kong. He had merely learned another meaning of the power his elder brother spoke of, restraint from the strong. The rules granted him the authority to judge fairly, and he chose to use the rules themselves for judgment instead of personal grudges. In the following days, the duty hall underwent a turbulent cleansing. Under the supervision of Yun Qing and the execution of Yun Li, a large number of pests were rooted out, punishing those who should be punished and expelling those who should be expelled. For the vacancies created, Yun Qing did not hurriedly arrange for his own people, but instead prioritized promoting a group of long-suppressed, competent, and well-regarded mid-level stewards, supplementing them with capable descendants from the family, with clean backgrounds, quickly forming a new team. At the same time, taking advantage of the rectification, he decisively pushed forward a series of new regulations before various parties could react. The direction was set, and although there would be initial resistance, it won the quiet support of countless ordinary disciples. In this process, Yun Li also rapidly grew, seemingly gradually developing the heart to support future generations. Days later, the main framework of the duty hall was initially clarified and operations began to fall into place. Yun Li found a moment of free time and came to the Qiwu Palace, where Yun Qing was handling official business. The palace was tranquil and Yun Qing was reviewing the last few jade slips regarding the implementation of the new regulations. Elder brother. Yun Li bowed respectfully. Sit. Yun Qing set down the jade slips, rubbed his brow, and said gently, you've worked hard at the duty hall, and you did well. Yun Li did not sit. He saw Yun Qing, though weary, with a radiant spirit, and suddenly spoke up, elder brother, during these days I've understood many things that had previously obscured my vision. Yun Qing looked at him kindly without asking what it was, but rather stood up and said to hold the family authority is not to satisfy personal desires. The family is like a tree, we are within it, serving as the blade to prune diseased branches or the veins to nourish it. How to choose lies in one's heart. He, dressed in a dark robe, slowly walked to the window, gazing at the gradually brightening lights outside. The duty hall is just the beginning. The family's ailments are not limited to one place. The ascending profound canon is the next key, young man, we have a long road ahead. Yun Qing concluded with a slightly playful joke from his previous life, but unfortunately no one appreciated it. Yun Li looked at that towering back, fell silent for a moment, and a rare hint of hesitation and struggle flashed in his eyes. Elder brother, he said in a low voice, there's something I've never shared with anyone. Yun Qing turned back to look at him, his deep eyes calm, signaling him to continue. Yun Li took a deep breath, finally, making up his mind on the day the divine list appeared with the heavenly star and destiny array reflecting the heavens. I saw fragments of the future. Within the Qiwu Hall, Yun Li recounted to Yun Qing what he had witnessed in the destiny array. His words were slow, each syllable pulled from an icy abyss carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Those visions were blurry, fragmented, but I could sense they were one of the possible futures that might come to pass. Yun Li lifted his head to look at Yun Qing, his eyes tinged with confusion and a barely perceptible plea for help. Elder brother, what exactly does this fragment of celestial destiny mean? Is it destined to happen, or can it be changed? Yun Qing listened quietly, his expression turning slightly solemn. He did not answer immediately, but rose and paced to the window, gazing at the surging sea of clouds beyond the hall with immortal mountains rising like islets. The heavenly Tao is vast and profound. Fate is like a river. Yun spoke slowly, his voice carrying a serene understanding of worldly affairs. What we call the revelation of celestial omens is not a judgment of a predetermined end, but rather a warning, a projection of the deepest abyss toward which countless threads of causality are most likely to converge. It tells you that if you follow the current path and tread the old tracks, there may be a 10,000-foot precipice ahead. He turned his double-pupiled eyes fixed on Yunli. But it never says that this cliff cannot be circumvented. The river of fate has 1,000 branches and 100 streams. A single thought's difference leads to an entirely different course. What you saw are possibilities, not certainties. What matters is which path you choose after seeing them. Yun Li's eyes brightened faintly, as if grasping a glimmer of light in the fog. So it can be changed too. Human effort can achieve anything. Yun nodded, returning to his desk. Every action you take now is altering the threads of causality. By rectifying the Hall of Stewards, you have severed a line that would breed corruption in the future. By restraining personal grudges and acting according to rules, you strengthen the foundation of order and fairness, perhaps granting the clan greater unity. When these subtle changes accumulate, that future may never come. Yun Li's inner burdens gradually lifted, but doubt lingered. Why did the divine tablet reveal itself only to me? How can these fragments be interpreted more clearly? How do we avoid the worst possibilities? Yun smiled faintly at this, a hint of profound meaning in his expression. As for these arcane questions of celestial destiny, fate, and causality. He paused, looking at Yun Li, and enunciated clearly, the one who understands best is probably someone else. Yun Li instinctively pressed who. Yun uttered 2 words, his tone casual, yet they made Yun Li's spine stiffen abruptly. The young lord. Yun Huang. Yun Li's expression instantly changed. A flicker of instinctive resistance and deep-seated cowering passed through his blood-red eyes. He harbored no favorable impression of that young lord who dwelled high above the 9 heavens with his indifferent golden pupils. The bleak future he had witnessed in the destiny array could be traced back almost entirely to that nearly path-breaking punishment Yun Huang had inflicted upon him back then. That was the beginning of all his suffering and the root of his current submission. The thought of voluntarily seeking out Yun Huang stirred a resistance that came from the marrow of his bones. Elder brother, Yun Li's throat tightened as he tried to refuse. But Yun cut him off without giving him a chance. This matter concerns your own Dao path and moreover involves Yun Yao's safety. The young lord's insight and knowledge far surpass ours. Rather than fumbling in the dark on your own, it's better to ask someone who truly understands. He looked at Yun Li's blood-red eyes, which were filled with resistance, and spoke in a gentle yet unyielding tone. Like this, once the young lord emerges from seclusion, I will take you to meet him. The follow-up on the Hall of Stewards rectification also needs to be reported in person. Yun Li opened his mouth, but all his refusals crumbled under Yun calm, steadfast gaze and his own burning desire for answers. Thinking that the matter of the Hall of Stewards did require a report, and rather than letting his elder brother bear the young lord's wrath, it would be better for him to report it himself. After all, he was the one who had executed it. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and he clenched his fist. Watching this gloomy young man suddenly imagine something and adopt a resolute, I alone will bear the consequences demeanor, Yun couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He stepped forward and patted Yun Li's tense shoulder. Some knots in the heart must be faced, and some answers can only be given by the young lord. Yun Li knew Yun was right. When it came to matters of celestial destiny and fate throughout the entire Yun clan, perhaps only that mysterious young lord could provide precise guidance. For Yun Yao's sake, and for the stubborn refusal to be manipulated by so-called fate. Understood. Yun Li lowered his gaze and forced out the word with difficulty. The hand hanging by his side clenched tightly. He truly did not know how to face the person who stirred such a tangled mess of resentment and fear in his heart. After the serious discussion, the atmosphere in the hall relaxed somewhat. Yun tone lightened. The day's business is done, we have a rare moment of leisure. His gaze drifted to a chess set placed in the corner. Pieces of stardust sand and a board of warm jade. A sudden whimsy struck him. Since there's nothing pressing, would you care for a game, my brother? Yun Li's figure stiffened noticeably, and a rare flush of embarrassment crept across his stern face. Elder brother, my skill at chess is truly crude. His voice carried a hint of awkwardness. Though he was from a collateral branch as a scion of a noble clan, he had been educated in the arts. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were all within his repertoire. But the art of the chessboard was something he was not particularly adept at. Seeing this, Yun chuckled. No matter, just place the pieces as you wish. Playing chess is like observing the heart. It's not about winning or losing, but about communication. With the words put that way, Yun Li had no choice but to brace himself and sit upright across from Yun Qing. Staring at the smooth, ancient jade board, his expression was as grave as if facing a great enemy, as though it were not a chessboard, but some ancient killing formation. Yun Qing took the black stones and made the first move, the pieces clicking crisply. After much hesitation, Yun Li picked up a warm, smooth white stone and, relying on instinct, slammed it down heavily near the center of the board, a completely unorthodox opening, reckless and headlong. Yun Qing's brow twitched slightly, but he made no comment, merely responding with composure. In the first dozen moves, Yun Li played swiftly, almost without thought, his style wild and aggressive, charging straight ahead, much like his combat style. Yun Qing, in contrast, was unhurried, his moves interlocking densely, like an invisible soft net, diffusing the white stone's fierce assaults one by one. Soon Yun Li's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, his moves growing slower. His gaze at the board was filled with confusion and struggle, his expression more intense than when facing a formidable foe. As Yun Qing leisurely placed his stones, he seemed to mention casually, "Speaking of which, what is your view of Huang now?" Even though it wasn't the first time he heard his elder brother address Yun Huang in that manner, Yun Li still felt a wave of discomfort. Weighing his words, he replied, "The young lord is deeply majestic and possesses boundless divine power." His tone was respectful, but carried an unmistakable stiffness and distance. Yun Qing lightly placed a black stone, capturing a small cluster of scattered, unsupported white stones, and said casually, "Huang's temperament is indeed cold, and his thoughts run deep. But his actions have their own principles. Let's set aside past matters for now. Since you've entered the core, why not try looking at things from a different perspective?" With a hint of teasing, he offered a bold insight. That one in truth cares little for distinctions of legitimate or collateral birth. On his seat, he only sees fine jade and rare talents. Before his couch, he does not entertain the mediocre and ordinary. If one is mediocre, even a direct descendant of a noble clan must prostrate at his feet, unable to gain a shred of his favor. Yun Li, feeling a rare sense of dissatisfaction in front of his elder brother, pouted. "We are merely commoners with shallow roots. It is naturally difficult for us to catch the young lord's eye." Yun Qing suddenly flicked a piece of black jade chess piece with his fingers, causing it to lightly strike Yun Li's forehead with a thud, interrupting his words. "You young man, where is your usual cleverness?" As he spoke, Yun Qing paused, realizing he had forgotten that this fellow was not particularly clever, known more for his stubbornness and ability to fight. Yun Li covered his forehead, silently pouting, assuming that Yun Qing was merely defending the young lord. Seeing Yun Li lost in thought and unmoved, Yun Qing threw two more chess pieces at him while explaining, "Just because you were overlooked back then doesn't mean you are now." Clack! A chess piece fell onto the board, spinning around. "Brother is telling you, seize this opportunity while you still can and go for it. Ask whatever you need to ask. Claim whatever benefits you should claim. Once this village passes, where will you find this shop again?" Yun Qing was practically exasperated. Yun Li, with his disheveled hair from being struck, let the chess pieces fall with a thud, and in his astonishment, he abruptly looked up, gazing at Yun Qing with uncertainty. He was inexplicably shocked if he understood his elder brother's meaning correctly. The young lord, could it be that he has some soul-splitting condition? Or has there been a problem with his cultivation? Yun Li couldn't help but murmur, his pupils shaking. Half a year ago, they were treated like ants, met with severe penalties, and now they believe that nurturing could still be beneficial. This change was simply too abrupt. "The world is strange." The little dog puzzled, the little dog confused, the little dog greatly shocked. Yun Qing choked momentarily, although he wanted to agree and add, "Don't try to guess the thoughts of the little golden crow." He felt the secret feather in his sleeve from the Longhorn clear void was subtly heating up, so he swallowed back the words. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice slightly as he said to Yun Li, "Cough, just keep this in mind, and don't mention it again. After all, the young lord's divine sense covers a vast area." Yun Qing truly did not dare to guarantee that the ancestor who was in seclusion at Longhorn clear void could not hear their discussion. The methods of the Immortal Emperor were unfathomable. Caution was paramount. Yun Li naturally understood the severity of the situation. His expression stiffened as he slowly nodded, forcibly suppressing the swirling doubts within him. Yun Qing nodded in satisfaction, savoring a sip of the warm spiritual tea beside him. Not bad. The mutual persuasion was completed. Brother Huang's desired little potted plant was secured. Yun Li's golden thigh was also in place. Very good. Yun Li lowered his head and silently picked up the chess pieces that Yun Qing had just thrown at him, one by one, carefully returning them to the chess basket beside him, and refocused on the predicament before him. On the board, the white pieces were already showing signs of defeat. The entanglement on the chessboard was intricate and complex, leaving Yun Li with no room to exert his strength. Watching him concentrate, a deeper smile appeared in Yun Qing's eyes. He did not rush to conclude the game, but subtly allowed a few moves to unfold more slowly, giving Yun Li some breathing space to ponder. It was hard to find someone to keep him company, so he couldn't let the person slip away. This gloomy little dog was quite interesting when teased. Yun gently placed a black piece on the edge of the board, and then turned to the main topic. The disciplinary hall is initially set. The next important matter is the Sheng Xiandian. The position of the 12 elders is vacant and many are keeping a close eye on it. He traced the smooth chess piece with his fingers as if talking to himself. The Nanshan lineage excels in management, the Bi's is rich in crafting talent, and the Shilling relationships are intertwined. It's difficult to decide at once which lineage can command respect while bringing new vitality to the family. While Yunli was being utterly defeated, Yunqing sighed and complained, "I've recently been reviewing the records of each branch and sorting out candidates. It has been quite taxing on my mind." Yunli, staring at his precariously positioned white pieces, suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with seriousness. "Elder brother, if we are to discuss nominations, I recommend the Wild City, the Yunli lineage." "Oh." Yunqing's hand paused slightly as he placed the piece. Wild City is remote, lacking resources, and has always had an unremarkable reputation within the clan. Why would you recommend them? Yunli sat up straight as he recalled, "That day when I merged with the essence of the Taowu, it was incredibly perilous. That fierce beast nearly bit into my sanity. At the critical moment, it was the elder Yunli stationed in Wild City who noticed my distress, disregarding his own safety, and used secret methods to draw nearly half of the malevolent essence into his own body." Yunqing's pupils narrowed. He was aware of the fierce reputation of the Taowu and understood the risks of forcibly taking in half of a ferocious beast's essence, akin to inviting disaster. Elder Yunli was trapped in the late stage of the Immortal Lord realm for many years. He explicitly stated that this act might be his own opportunity. Yunli's tone was filled with gratitude. "Later we each refined half of it. Though we endured great pain, we ultimately stabilized ourselves. If it weren't for his selfless assistance that day, I fear I would have become possessed and fallen to a state like that in the future's fragments." He looked at Yunqing, his gaze burning. "The environment in Wild City is harsh, and the people are fierce and loyal. Elder Yunli, having gone through this incident, has reportedly touched upon the opportunity to break through to the immortal sovereign realm. If he succeeds, the Wild City lineage will have a top powerhouse to guard it. Moreover, they have long guarded the border, engaging in battles with demonic beasts and even foreign races rich in practical experience, far surpassing some branches that reside in the interior." Yunqing appeared thoughtful, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the jade board. The Wild City Yunli. He recalled that it was an elder with a resolute demeanor and eyes like those of a hawk in the wilderness. The disciples of that lineage certainly possessed a wild and untamed bravery. They were straightforward and direct in their natures, just like. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind of that bold youth who had shouted about wanting a page of the clan genealogy to be opened separately during the martial arts competition, and Yunli had helped him out at that time. Yunqing, not knowing what he was thinking, suddenly smiled. No wonder he got along well with this gloomy little dog. Unhappy must be paired with lack of brains. At that moment, Yunli added, "Moreover, the 12th young master has already emerged from the Wild City lineage. If they were to assume the authority of the 12 elders, it would be both reasonable and justifiable." Upon hearing this, Yunqing's drifting thoughts were drawn back. His hand holding the piece paused in midair, and a rare look of astonishment appeared on his face. The 12th young master. From their lineage. Who? He quickly recalled the list of the new 12th young masters. Only 2 had successfully risen this time. Yunli was one, and the other was. Yunli, seeing him stunned, smiled slightly and confirmed, "Yun Pashao. He is Elder Yunli's own grandson." Yunqing. His mind instantly conjured the image of the tall young man who had fearlessly eliminated Yun Quan in the martial arts arena, and when he was finally kicked out by Yunli, still shouted, "If I win, it'll be your grandson." And the burly man on the observation platform who roared, "If I can win, it'll be your grandson." So this was actually Elder Yunli's son and grandson. Yunqing couldn't help but shake his head and smile. The connections and coincidences in this world are truly marvelous. After the martial arts demonstration at Yundian, Yun Pashao, whose neck wound had not yet fully healed, forced himself to come find him scratching his head awkwardly, yet eagerly asking for 2 autographs, saying, "One for a little brother and one for myself." At that time, he found the young man genuinely interesting. So, Yunqing looked at Yunli. "Who is the little brother he mentioned?" "Yun Pashur. We all call him Little Stone. He is Pashao's younger brother, just turned 10 this year, and he greatly admires his elder brother." Thinking of that chubby little boy who reportedly squealed in excitement after his brother got the autograph, Yunli couldn't help but chuckle. That intuitive kid from the ruined city. Yunqing realized that they were indeed a family full of intuitive talents. No wonder, when he last saw Yunli, he only encountered a small grandson. Yun Pashao and his father were probably preparing for the Yundian martial arts demonstration. With this, the importance of the ruined city lineage in his heart increased significantly. with someone like Yun Lai as the pillar and Yun Pashao who has already begun to shine along with promising future talents. More importantly, this lineage currently seems to possess loyalty and courage at least for the short term. He need not worry about repeating the mistakes of the former 12 elders. I will seriously consider your suggestion, Yun Qing said as he placed down the black piece. The white pieces on the board were already in a precarious situation. The ruined city lineage indeed has its advantages. However, the ascending Xian ceremony cannot be decided by a single person. It requires comprehensive consideration, and we must also observe the actual performance of the talented individuals from each lineage, such as Nanshan and Bei Zhe, who also have their strengths. At that time, let them rely on their own abilities during the ascending Xian ceremony. His tone was calm, yet carried a confidence that could shape the world. In the end, the one who sits in that position must possess true talent and skills, someone who can benefit the family. Those who harbor delusions of secretly manipulating and pushing puppets into power can cease their thoughts. During the conversation, the chess game was nearing its end. Yun Li looked down at his scattered pieces and honestly admitted, "Elder brother, I lost. I truly am not cut out for this." Yun Qing looked at the chaotic white pieces on the board and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "It's all right, chess is not your forte. Today's discussion far exceeds the victory or defeat of a single game." Yun Li seized the opportunity to rise, cupping his hands and saying, "Then I shall take my leave first. The affairs hall still has some mundane duties that require my attention. Better to leave while the going is good. He truly cannot handle such refined matters. It is much more comfortable to go deal with those parasites in the affairs hall." Yun Qing nodded with a smile, watching him leave with a somewhat hurried figure. Suddenly recalling something, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "By the way, how did things go between you and Yun Yao?" Before he could finish, the figure suddenly froze, and in the next moment, like a startled bird, disappeared with a swift motion beyond the palace door, moving faster than when he fled the chess game. Yun Qing chuckled and shook his head, Qing truly unable to understand these young people in love. The hall returned to silence with only the scattered pieces on the chessboard. Yun Qing tidied up the chessboard alone, pondering. Yun Li is truly a poor chess player. Winning against him brings no sense of achievement. Huang Di should be skilled at chess. Once he emerges from seclusion, I can invite him for a few games. It should be quite interesting. Once everything was in order, he casually walked to the huge water mirror by the window. With a light tap of his fingertip, ripples spread across the mirror's surface, revealing several different scenes. It was the locations he had assigned to several young masters for their training. In one corner of the mirror, Yin Tianluo was engaged in a friendly debate with the old fire crow of the Qi Yin sect, discussing insights on fire-based techniques. Dressed in a pristine pale blue scholar's robe, he spoke elegantly, though there was a faint blue glow swirling in his sleeves, an indication of the giant axe, the 8 trigrams axe gathering power. Yun Qing nodded in satisfaction. Oh, indeed, he was right about this diplomatic talent. Persuading people with reason was quite appropriate, and he wielded the giant axe with great elegance. In another scene, Yun Huang was surrounded by a group of old alchemists from the 100 Herbs Alchemy House. They pointed at the nearby dragon blood thorn, their eyes shining with excitement, saliva flying. This mutated dragon blood thorn is truly a rare find. If combined with the 3 flavors of Earth Heart Flame and 5 liang of Star Leaf, a holy medicine that can refine the bloodline of the dragon race can surely be produced. The dragon blood thorn was waving its thorns angrily, fiercely striking at those old men trying to approach, while Yun Huang was caught in the middle, tearful and at a loss. Senior's little thorn. It's just shy. He truly couldn't hold on, instinctively glancing at Yun Zue, who was leaning against a pillar, occasionally tilting his head to drink. Today, Yun Zue wore a sharp red outfit with her ponytail tied high. Receiving Yun Huang's distress signal, she raised an eyebrow, surprisingly not continuing to tease him, but rather flicked her wrist, and a flame shot out from the wine jug, accurately scorching the beautiful beard of a group of old alchemists. "Ouch, my beard. I say, uncles." Yun Zue walked over, holding the wine jug, displaying a bit of an elder sister demeanor as she stood protectively in front of Yun Huang. "Aren't we here to discuss this year's spirit medicine supply? Why are you crowding around us?" The old men stamped their feet in distress. The young ones had no idea how much effort the elderly put into growing their beards. They had carefully tended to them. Yun Zue quickly redirected the topic back to the main issue. "How about 30%? The old alchemists glared at her furiously, puffing out their cheeks. 30%. You have quite the audacity, girl. Hey, let's talk nicely." Yun Zue replied with a smile, casually putting her arms around the shoulders of 2 leading alchemists. "Please don't take it to heart. Come on, let's have a drink and discuss this in detail." On the other side, Yun Hua hugged the dragon blood thorn, moved to tears. He never expected that Yun Zue would have such a dependable day. However, in the next moment, Yun Zue turned back, making a hand gesture through the crowd, her lips silently forming the words Qing Dan, Li Na Ping Song, Wu Qiong Jiang, give me no reporting. Yun Hua. Qing observed this scene through the water mirror, raising an eyebrow slightly. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he saw Yun Huang's small face stiffening, indignantly shaking his head at Yunzhe, mouthing his rebuttal. How can you do this? Elder brother said it's not allowed. Qing nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, having Shuanghua supervise Yunzue was truly reliable. However, this satisfaction barely lasted a moment. In the mirror image, Yun Huang suddenly squatted down, using the dragon blood thorn to wrap himself into an impenetrable thorn ball, appearing as if he could see nothing and would remain oblivious to what happened next. Qing. Oh no, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, in the next second, he saw Yunzue taking advantage of turning to pour wine, her sleeve subtly sweeping, and an almost imperceptible thread of spiritual energy snagged that bottle of shimmering, celestial nectar on the shelf, stealthily falling into her sleeve. Yun Huang truly seemed oblivious, only hearing the muffled whispers coming from the thorn ball. Little thorn is what we are doing wrong. But Yunzue helped me, and she wanted it so much, so let's give it to her. Afterwards, we can sell some celestial plants and replace it with another bottle. Qing, fine. Here's 6,000 words for the third update. Have you all eaten enough? Tomorrow we will continue with more updates, furiously typing on the keyboard. Qing massaged his brow. The twin blossoms were still good children. Once Yunzue returned, he would definitely have a serious talk with her. In the mirror, a certain female cultivator who was clinking cups with the alchemist suddenly shivered and looked around suspiciously. Qing withdrew his gaze from the two lively characters and shifted to search for other scenes. Although the water mirror was a family immortal treasure, Yun Jinglai's figure was indeed difficult to capture after he activated the Netherworld secret art. However, judging from the replies from each branch, he should have already traveled through the east, west, and south, and was heading north. Calculating the time, he should be nearing Desolate City by now, right? Setting aside the minor incident of someone stealing wine, watching the scene in the water mirror, where everyone was performing their duties and gradually getting the hang of things, Yun Qing, the blackheart capitalist of the Tianyuan continent, showed a look of satisfaction in his eyes. These siblings with their distinct personalities were all smoothly integrating into the family's affairs. Excellent. Having finished his break, Yun Qing continued to clock in for work. The Chiwu Hall was brightly lit, and it was already the end of the high hour. He pinched the vermilion brush and was harshly rejecting the last application regarding setting up a gambling pool during the Xiandian. Good heavens, everyone wanted to open a gambling pool. They had even made an odds table, and some wanted to bet on whether the Southern Mountain Lord or the Western Ridge Lord would be the first to be beaten off the arena stage. What was wrong with this generation of youngsters? As he complained, inwardly hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. It was that fellow Yun Li returning. Elder brother. He stepped into the hall holding a jade slip shimmering with faint golden spirit patterns, his expression grave. The four ancient clans, the Ji clan, has sent an envoy. The chief envoy is the Minister of Rights Ji, when holding the imperial decree of the great Zhou immortal dynasty to knock on the immortal gate. He is now seated in the Yunhai Hall. The Grand Elder is entertaining the guest. Yun Qing's brush paused. The great Zhou immortal dynasty, the Ji clan. To think they only came knocking now. He put down his brush and looked out at the deepening night. It's been months since the divine list appeared. The Grand Elder has revised his draft 18 times. I thought they weren't coming. Yun Li was puzzled. Elder brother. Yun Qing did not explain, but murmured to himself, a pillow when drowsy. For such an important matter, I must go to Longhuan Qingxiu. The moonlight tonight was passable, and the vermilion fruits planted in the cave abode should have ripened a few. At this moment, in the Yunhai Hall, the farthest from Chiwu Hall, the fragrance of spirit tea curled up and the clear scent of pine wood lingered around the beams. Grand Elder Yunche sat in the main seat, his ancient impassive face awkwardly squeezed into a spring-like smile fake in a way that quite resembled his grandson Yin Tianluo's style. On the guest seat, the brocade-robed old man Ji Wen smiled, raising his cup. His long narrow eyes curved slightly, presenting the gratified expression of an old friend reunited. Elder Yunche, 300 years have passed, and your grace has only increased. I recall at the Jade Capital banquet of the Immortal Dynasty back, then you represented the Yun clan and sat at the first seat on the right. At that time the lotus bloomed in 9 colors at the Jade Pool, and the sunset glow filled the sky, truly a scene of a golden age. Yunche stroked his beard and smiled, but his eyes were clear and calm. Minister Ji has a good memory. I remember that back then you were still serving as the junior minister of the Court of State Ceremonial. The rainbow garment and feather array you personally oversaw at the banquet intoxicated all the immortal officials in the hall. Now you have been promoted to the Ministry of Rights. Truly congratulations. The two smiled at each other, their teacups lightly clinking, while inwardly they simultaneously tagged the other as an old fox. This person was too good at beating around the bush. They went on from the songs and dances of the immortal dynasty banquet 300 years ago to rambling about how many divine couples had been produced from the intermarriages between their two clans over 6,000 years, and then lamenting how the younger generation nowadays didn't like to marry, saying the world was in decline. After chatting for half a day, they hadn't touched on the real topic. After 3 rounds of TG, Wen put down his cup and finally got to the point. He took a purple gold invitation from his sleeve. The invitation was woven from Tinto Sandy-year-old spirit silk adorned with a pattern of 9 phoenixes facing the sun. This time I have come by His Majesty's decree to deliver the invitation for the upcoming Jade Capital Banquet. Ji Wen presented it with both hands, his expression solemn. The Grand Elder also received it with great respect, gently placed the invitation on the table, and said in a warm voice, His Majesty's graciousness is deeply felt by the Yun clan. But, according to your dynasty's precedent, the next Jade Capital Banquet should be held 200 years from now. Why has His Majesty sent the invitation 2 centuries early? Damn it. That old scoundrel Ji Chongli. He couldn't even be bothered to find a proper reason. Your Jade Capital Banquet is held once every 500 years, and only 300 have passed since the last one. What invitation is this? Ji Wen's expression did not change and his smile deepened. Elder, you may not know, but His Majesty wishes to change the venue of this Jade Capital Banquet to the Phoenix Fall Terrace, the former site of the Immortal Court. This banquet is of great significance, and I have been specially ordered to personally deliver the invitation, sincerely inviting your lord to attend to renew the old friendship with the Immortal Court. Old friendship with the Immortal Court. The Grand Elder sneered inwardly. What old friendship was there now? The real intention was to invite the lord. But on the surface he remained genial. I see. Seeing that he had accepted the invitation, Ji Wen smoothly shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, before I left the capital, His Majesty repeatedly instructed me. If I were fortunate enough to see your lord, I was to convey his regards on his behalf. May I ask if the lord is in good health? Here it comes. Yun Shi's hand stroking his beard paused slightly, then he sighed with a smile. The young lord has been in secluded cultivation in the cave abode for several months, receiving no outside visitors. I, old as I am, can only send my regards across the barrier on ordinary days. Truly a matter of shame. He deliberately changed the title, shifting from your lord to young lord. A glimmer of light flickered in Ji Wen's eyes, but his face showed just the right amount of regret, if that is the case. What a pity indeed. His Majesty learned of the Lord's reincarnation and cultivation and was deeply concerned. Before I left the capital, he earnestly instructed me that if I saw the Lord, I must pay my respects on his behalf. Changing the subject, he probed with a smile, May I ask when the Lord might emerge from this secluded cultivation? When I return to the court, I can report back to His Majesty. Yun Che took a sip of tea before leisurely saying, The young lord's seclusions are always rather capricious. Short ones last 3 to 5 years, long ones. Alas, the last one lasted a full 80 springs and autumns. I am but a dull old man, truly unworthy to presume the heavenly heart. With a single phrase, unworthy to presume the heavenly heart, he had completely blocked the path. Ji Wen was speechless. He could only push forward another golden-laid jade box, saying, These are some of the items the Lord favored in the past. I have brought them along this time. Perhaps they can help nurture the Lord's immortal body. Yun Che opened the jade box and glanced inside, clicking his tongue inwardly. Good heavens, all 18 items in the box were things that person had used back in the day. This wasn't giving a gift, it was writing, This is our ancestor, and you have no shame, all over their faces. He closed the box, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum. The young lord is in seclusion and not convenient for visitors. I will accept these generous gifts on behalf of the young lord. When he emerges, I will surely present them to him. With that, it was a polite refusal. Knowing there was no hope of seeing the person today, Ji Wen finally, reluctantly said, Since that's the case, I can rest assured. Speaking of which, I heard upon my arrival that the Yun clan is about to hold the Xiandian to elect a new elder. For such a grand occasion, I wonder if I might have the honor of staying to observe the ceremony. Yun Che stroked his beard in silence. Ji Wen added another sentence. The Yun and Ji clans have been bound by marriage for generations. We are one family. His Majesty often says that the talents of the Yun clan's younger generation are outstanding, and having now surpassed the Ji clan to become the foremost of the 4 ancient clans, you are truly a model of the immortal path. If I could witness it firsthand and spread the word upon returning to court, it would be our clan's fortune. The corner of Yun Chi's mouth twitched. It was true they had been bound by marriage for generations, but half of the imperial couples who married had ended up in a split. This old fellow conveniently left that part out. However, to refuse further would seem petty. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, saying, Minister Ji, you overestimate the situation. Since His Majesty has shown favor, how could the Yun clan dare to hide anything? Once the ascension ceremony begins, please take your seats to witness it. Thank you, Grand Elder. Ji Wen stood and bowed solemnly. After seeing Ji1 and his party off, Yun Che turned around, his smile gradually fading. A bunch of old foxes. The second elder Yun Huang emerged from behind the screen, his beard nearly curling with irritation. After winding around for an entire night, it made my head spin just to secure an invitation to the ceremony. Do they think we don't know? Once the divine list is revealed with their ancestor reincarnated in another family, the Ji clan's court is bound to be in an uproar. The Grand Elder Yun Che rubbed his temples and said they merely wish to gauge the emperor's stance to see how much he still acknowledges this former master. Eating dung couldn't be better than this. They dared not approach back then, but now they are anxious. Ugh. The second elder's coarse remarks were swiftly silenced by the Grand Elder's hand. His forehead twitched slightly, and he said in annoyance, "You are getting more foolish with age. At your age, shouldn't you learn a thing or two from your young master Qing? Can such words just be thrown around? Are we dogs, or is the young master dung?" Cough, cough. Realizing what he had let slip, the Grand Elder quickly coughed to cover up, no longer wanting to argue with the old rascal. The second elder also felt he had misspoken and hurriedly covered his mouth, his divine sense instinctively scanning left and right. Few good thing we specifically chose this Yunhai Hall farthest from the young master to host the Ji clan. It shouldn't be overheard, right, boss? The Grand Elder, not wanting to engage further, directly commanded, "Go send a message to your young master Qing, and then notify the fourth elder to keep a close watch on the Ji clan, especially Ji1. In my youth, I worked at the Honglu Temple, most skilled at accidentally entering forbidden areas and happening to overhear secrets. Rest assured, the fourth elder and I will keep a close watch on them." The second elder stroked his beard, making a guarantee, but couldn't help but chuckle. That old fellow is quite the actor, humbly referring to himself as a mere official, while he must have already broken through to the immortal sovereign realm. And those two bodyguards beside him, General Lingguang of the first rank, what are they pretending to be? Immortal lords. The distinction between immortal lord and immortal sovereign is vast. Giants like Nine Heaven's divine palace regard even peak immortal lords with disdain, yet immortal sovereigns, wherever they go, they are esteemed guests. That is a towering watershed on the path of cultivation. After all, immortal sovereign is the highest realm achievable through normal cultivation in the Tianyuan continent. In the guest courtyard Pine Wind residence, as the barrier activated, Ji Wen's mask of cultured and elegant official fell to the ground with a thud. Old Ji, that Yun Che. The two generals disguised as guards began to speak, but were halted by Ji Wen's raised hand. As expected, Ji Wen walked to the window, his tone calm. "If the emperor wishes to see us, why would he need to retreat into seclusion? Since he is reincarnated in the Yun clan and enjoys the respect of the young master, his stance is already clear. But the emperor is after all a bloodline of the Ji clan," the older general said in a deep voice. Ji Wen smirked. "How many years has the celestial court been shattered? The emperor sitting on the throne of the great Zhou, calling the emperor his ancestor, would have to take 7 detours. In terms of blood relations, they are closer than the group of queens married into the Yun clan. With 3 figures whose stomps could shake the continent in the immortal sovereign realm, they exchanged glances, each staring wide-eyed at the other. Then the 3 sat down on the ground, forming a conspiratorial circle, lowering their voices. The younger general scratched his head. "What should we do about the emperor? If he goes crying and throws himself at the emperor's feet, would the emperor acknowledge him as this great-great-great-great-grandson?" The older general shot him a glare, but couldn't help but lean closer. "I heard that he left no direct descendants." The two generals, both outsiders, couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Ji Wen, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Hey, old Ji, spill the beans. Isn't your family like that? Brothers accompanying you on official duty, share some gossip with us." Ji1. The old Ji Wen happily began to share gossip about his nephew, the Emperor of Zhou. "Oh, it's all known to the collateral branches. Didn't I mention our emperor is as distant as possible?" He pulled out a copy of the invitation from his sleeve, lightly tapping the words Yujing Banquet. "If this banquet proceeds, it will mark the beginning of the celestial court's reunification. If the emperor attends the banquet, it means he acknowledges that he is still the immortal Emperor Ji Huang. Then what would the Yun clan count for? If he does not attend, then our great Zhou immortal dynasty, though it claims the celestial court's legitimacy, will only recognize the Yun clan, and that would be a slap in the face." The younger general quickly interjected. Ji Wen held up 2 fingers, "So the emperor sent the invitation 200 years in advance, leaving himself an escape route." The older general felt uneasy about the future, saying, "Wait, old Ji, why do I feel like the emperor is lacking confidence? Do you think the emperor will come?" "No." The old man in the immortal crane official attire replied decisively. The younger general was stunned. "What should I do about the task assigned by the emperor? I'm still young, and I'm truly afraid of him." "Oh, what's there to panic about?" Ji Wen straightened his immortal crane official sleeves, rising calmly and regaining his dignified demeanor as the Minister of Rights. "You just haven't been in the officialdom long enough. Rest assured, I have already thought of a way to deal with it. and have replied to the emperor. He used his immortal power to write in the air, first creating the character Yun, then drawing a rippling heart, and finally, to the astonishment of the two, he slowly added the character Ri. The two gasped in shock, their pupils trembling. In the Qing of Longhuan, at midnight, Yun Qing stepped into the barrier with familiarity, the innate spiritual energy rushing to meet him, carrying a faint fruit fragrance and a hint of sulfur from the hot springs. He walked straight to the red fruit tree, looking up closely. The branches were heavy with fruit, red and ripe to the point of falling, and a few fully ripened ones even shimmered with a faint golden glow, brimming with enticing spiritual energy. Just the right time. Yun Qing chuckled casually, removing his outer robe and draping it over a large stone by the pool. The moonlight poured down, outlining the young man's tall figure. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the taut lines of his abdomen disappeared into the waistband of his pants, the muscles on his back gleaming healthily under the moonlight, neither overly flamboyant nor too thin. That physique was forged through years of cultivation and countless life-and-death battles. He stepped into the hot spring pool bare-chested. The warm water enveloped his waist and abdomen, making him squint with comfort. He casually picked a red fruit from the edge of the pool, biting into it with a crunch. The sweet juice, enveloped in pure spiritual energy, slid down his throat, filling him with bliss. Huang, the Ji clan has sent someone. He leaned against the pool's edge, looking up at the tightly shut stone door of the cave, his tone relaxed, as if discussing the pleasant moonlight tonight. The stone door remained silent. Yun Qing, not in a hurry, took another bite of the red fruit and sighed comfortably. Minister of Rites Ji Wen has delivered an invitation to the Yujing banquet. He mentioned that it would be held at the former site of the Celestial Court, inviting you to the banquet 200 years later. After a pause, he added, they also wish to witness the Ascension ceremony, which the Grand Elder has agreed to. The night was tranquil, with only the warm spring pool gurgling softly, enveloped in mist. Yun Qing leaned against the pool's edge, his heavy eyelids half closed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the tightly shut stone door of the cave. After about 3 breaths, the array of runes on the stone door slightly trembled. Yun Qing's eyes brightened as he continued, I suspect they won't be obedient spectators. Ji Wen, in his past years at the Honglu Temple, was renowned for his keen ears and sharp eyes. No secret could escape him when he was present. As soon as the words left his mouth, it wasn't heavy, but it made him freeze for a moment. Yun Qing raised his hand to touch the spot where he was hit, then glanced at the fruit that had rolled to the edge of the pool. It wasn't heavy, but it made him freeze for a moment. Yun Qing raised his hand to touch the spot where he was hit, then glanced at the fruit that had rolled to the edge of the pool, suddenly bursting into laughter. Understood. He picked up the red fruit, rubbing his fingertip across its natural patterns. If anyone is unruly, let them receive a wake-up call, and then fall into the mud. There was no further sound from within the cave. However, the fruit tree quietly extended a branch and presented 2 new fruits. Yun Qing caught them, his smile deepening. This was indeed the style of his younger brother Huang. Without further words, a fruit was thrown, and the meaning was clear within. Yun Qing rose from the pool, droplets of water cascading down his skin. He dried himself off, donned his dark robe again, and tucked the 3 fruits into his bosom. Weighing the fruits in his hand, he thought, tomorrow's Ascension ceremony. If anyone causes trouble, these will come in handy. As he reached the edge of the barrier, Yun Qing couldn't help but pause and look back. The moonlight bathed the stone door, casting a faint glow. Huang, he suddenly spoke, his voice unusually clear in the night. The Yujing banquet in 200 years at the Falling Phoenix platform. Will you attend? Silence reigned within the door. After 3 breaths of quiet, just as he thought there would be no response, bang! A fruit shot out, heading straight for his face. Yun Qing raised his hand to catch it, noticing a sharp carved into the fruit's skin with someone's finger. The strokes were like knives, emanating undeniable impatience, as if to say, ask such nonsense again, and it'll hit you. Yun Qing couldn't help but laugh heartily, cupping his hands in salute. I was foolish. Huang, take a rest. After the Ascension ceremony, I'll guard the gate for you. With that, he turned and stepped out of the barrier. The 4 fruits in his bosom radiated warmth, and he walked steadily, his robe billowing in the night wind. The Ji family. Yujing banquet. After tomorrow, they would understand. Today's Yun family was no longer the late chrysanthemum that could be easily plucked in the Ji family's back garden. The ruler of this Tianyuan was named Yun, not Ji. Ding, ding, ding. 9 bell tolls resonated from the peak of Yunsu Mountain, echoing through the layers of clouds and spreading across 3,000 branches. On the Star Martial Arena, the 36 giant pillars of star iron at the top erupted simultaneously, with the illuminating pearl of the world, a brilliant divine light shooting into the sky, dispelling the morning fog, illuminating the entire floating island, as if it were midday. On this peak, where the Yun Summit Martial Arts had just concluded, the crowd was once again abuzz with voices. The heads of various branches stood in front, leading their elite disciples. Their expressions varied. Yun Qing, dressed in a robe with dark patterns, ascended the high platform. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his heavy gaze sweeping across the crowd. From Bi's Nanshan Shilling to Huangqin, the 13 branch heads either stroked their beards with a smile, crossed their arms coldly, or stood solemnly with lowered eyes. Yun Lai in his unremoved yellow sandy battle armor stood straight as a spear, the rough demeanor unique to Huangqin particularly prominent in the crowd. Behind him were the 12th son Yun Pashao, whose injuries had healed and who was filled with fighting spirit after a page was added to the family tree, along with his excited father Yun Shao, whose face was flushed with emotion. The disciples below were like a tide, the sound waves reaching a fever pitch. Many people's gazes involuntarily glanced towards the distinguished guest area of the spectators. There, an elder clad in a crane-patterned cloud brocade official robe ascended the viewing platform, surrounded by 8 heavily armored guards. It was none other than the Minister of Rights of the great Zhou Immortal Dynasty, G1. It's actually the G family. When did their delegation arrive? Yun Jing Lei, sporting a pair of panda eyes from lack of sleep, suddenly appeared. The Yun family's territory was vast. He had been running around east, west, north, and south these days, utterly exhausted. Is it surprising? My Yun family has always been a branch of the G family. Yun Huang, leaning on her drawing board, replied nonchalantly, without looking up. She, along with Yun Gu and Yun Pengxing, had just returned from field studies. Yun Tianluo, dressed in a scholar's white robe, lightly shook his folding fan gracefully, taking over the conversation. There is indeed a connection, but intermarriages have been sparse in recent centuries. Their purpose for coming here is thought-provoking. He appeared quite vibrant, seemingly having had a pleasant discussion with the fire element sect's leader regarding fire-related divine arts. Yun Tianluo leaned over to observe the characters gradually taking shape under Yun Hua's brush, nodding in praise. Sister Yun Hua's artistic talent is truly exceptional, leaving one in awe. I wonder when you will create a piece for me. Yun Hua, her brush never pausing, smiled in response. That's easy. Let me finish this painting titled Sky-Piercing Peak. You've painted so many for my elder brother already. Yun Tianluo shook his head and chuckled. In the guest area, Ji-Wen wore a faint smile, sitting upright like a clock, yet his gaze sharp as a hawk's, subtly swept from the elder's seat to the back of the high platform, secretly calculating. Not seeing the figure he longed to meet, most a hint of disappointment swept across the eyes of the great Zhou Immortal Dynasty's entourage. Alas, the ruler indeed did not show up, not even giving them the chance to press their warm faces against a cold backside. Ji-Wen lifted his spirit tea, took a light sip using the teacup to shield his gaze, squinting carefully at the Yunqing in the front. This young master Yunqing indeed carries a dignified presence. In his youth, standing on the platform, he already bore an air of authority, as if he could command a region and enforce order. This young man, with eyes as heavy as stars though not yet at the level of an immortal lord, had an astonishingly solid foundation, and his aura was as rich as the sea. What was rarer still was the calm, mature energy that belied his age. It was said that he had gained the favor of the ruler. If so, Ji-Wen's thoughts raced, already plotting. Ding! The final bell's chime echoed, and the crowd fell silent. Yunqing stepped forward, his voice clear as jade, resonating, cutting through the noise, reaching everyone's ears distinctly. Ascension ceremony. Commence. First trial, the battle monument test. As the words fell, the ground at the center of the martial arts arena trembled violently. 100-foot black monument burst forth from the ground, its surface smooth as a mirror with runes swirling like living beings. The ancient battle intense roar faintly emanating from the monument, causing the surrounding air to hum. 13 beams of golden light fell from the top of the monument, instantly drawing the 13 branch heads into the unique combat space of the monument. Boom! The audience erupted with cheers, each branch's disciples shouting for their family heads. If they win, it would bring them all along to leap through the dragon gate. Ji-Wen remained composed, observing the reactions of the Yun family's elders and disciples keenly. These Yun family disciples were indeed extraordinary. Among the younger generation, there was no shortage of those at the integration and great ascension stages, with quite a few having successfully transformed from mortals to immortals. Moreover, the 12 sons. Ji-Wen's gaze swept over to the seats where Yun Tianluo and others were, inevitably comparing them with the princes and princesses of the Immortal Dynasty. The core strength of the Yun family was remarkable, with all 13 branch heads at the peak of the Immortal Lord realm, and a few were already faintly touching the threshold of the Immortal Sovereign. What was even rarer was the confidence and sharpness emanating from within, something many ancient families had gradually worn away over the long years. Ji-Wen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the sovereign could not sit still. At this rate, with that ruler in place, if the Yun family continued to develop steadily for several hundred more years, they might truly leave the Ji family, this orthodox immortal dynasty, far behind. Finally finished coding, my darlings. Have a late night snack. The author can't hold on any longer. QAQ rolling. On the high platform, Yunqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. The probing presence of the Ji family brushed past him like a gentle breeze, and he perceived it distinctly. Yet he merely caressed the few smooth red fruits in his sleeve, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Probe observe. The Yun family will eventually ascend to the pinnacle of Tianyuan. Minister Ji has traveled a long way to witness our Yun family's ascension ceremony. I wonder what insightful thoughts you have. The elder Yun Che beside him stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Ji Wen set down his teacup and replied with a smile, the disciples of the Yun family are exceptional, their momentum like a rainbow. They truly embody the grandeur of the first family in the Tianyuan continent. This visit has indeed opened my eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, Ji Wen suddenly shifted the topic, speaking of which my visit is not only to deliver the invitation for the Jade Capital banquet, but also to discuss a matter of great significance with the elder. Many Yun elders discreetly perked up their ears. Ji Wen said earnestly, the Yun family and the Ji family are both ancient families traditionally closed with unbroken ties through marriage. His Majesty remembers the old friendship and wishes to renew the bond. I wonder how the Yun family feels about this marriage alliance. In front, Yun Qing slightly raised an eyebrow barely perceptibly. The elder's heart was as clear as a mirror, yet his smile grew increasingly warm. If His Majesty has such noble intentions, the Yun family could not ask for more. He stroked his beard and spoke generously. Which of our Yun family's talented young ladies has caught your Majesty's eye? Indeed, there are several with exceptional talent and decent cultivation, quite suitable to be a match for the crown prince. He began to count on his fingers for Ji Wen, the eldest daughter of the Nanshan Yun family, who entered the transformation stage at 17, wields her sword like a celestial being. The third daughter of the Shiling Yun family, a prodigy in alchemy who at 18 has refined a 7th grade immortal pill. And the youngest daughter of the Bi's Yun family, born with a water spiritual body. The elder spoke tirelessly, listing 7 or 8 names, each proclaimed to be exceptionally gifted. Ji Wen's smile slightly stiffened, entering the transformation stage at 17, truly impressive. If he failed to recognize that Yun Che was merely dismissing him, he would be a fool. He cleared his throat. Elder, you misunderstood. This time it is not for the crown prince, but for our great princess. Oh, the elder feigned surprise. Princess Lingri. Precisely, Ji Wen smiled. The princess is in her youth gentle and lovely, a jewel of the immortal dynasty. However, she has long admired the talents of your family, and His Majesty truly has no means to persuade her, hence, he sent me to inquire. The two generals behind him inexplicably turned their necks simultaneously. The elder's heart rang with alarm. Ji Wen could not be having a fit of hysteria, boldly seeking to pair the young lord, could he? To promise the great-granddaughter to an ancestor. How could they even think of such a thing? The elder maintained his composure, continuing to stroke his beard with a smile, his tone as generous as ever. I wonder which young master of our Yun family has captured the prince's heart. Indeed, there are several with exceptional talent and decent cultivation, quite suitable to be a match for the great princess. The eldest son of the Nanshan Yun family. The same exact phrasing, not a word changed. Seeing Yun Che ready to start his elderly ramblings again, counting off those talented youths, Ji Wen quickly interrupted, directing his gaze to the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back in front, speaking rapidly. It is indeed your esteemed family's young master, Yun Qing. The elder's fingers paused as he stroked his beard. Unexpected, yet within reason. The sovereign's attitude towards the Ji family had always been cold, and the Ji family could not offer anything that would bind the sovereign's heart. If a marriage alliance could succeed, the Ji and Yun families would rekindle their ties. You say the sovereign is in the Yun family. How aren't the Ji and Yun families one and the same? Hell, lacking creativity. The elder felt disdain in his heart. This is merely an old trick of the Yun family, and they still wish to use it now. He chuckled. So it is Qing. This child is indeed remarkable, but he currently holds the family affairs, and his identity is extraordinary. In matters of marriage, wealth, partner, law, and land, the partner ranks second. Such major issues must be decided after consulting with him first. Ji Wen understood, raising his voice. Of course. May I request an audience with the young master? Yun Qing turned his dual-colored eyes calm, cupping his hands in greeting. Minister Ji. Ji Wen reiterated his intent, concluding with, our great princess admires your grace, and His Majesty also holds you in high regard. If you agree, it would indeed be a tale of two families. Yun Qing felt a hint of surprise. He did not expect the Ji family would still be proposing a marriage alliance in the end. However, times have changed, and the Yun family no longer needs to rely on marriage to solidify their power. He raised his gaze, his eyes calm, yet his tone left no room for doubt. His Majesty and the prince's good intentions are acknowledged by Yun Qing. However, matters of marriage require the elder's decision. Ji Wen sensed something was off, but for the moment did not perceive the oddity and responded readily, that is only natural. I have heard that the young master was raised and taught by the second elder. It just so happens that today all the elders of the Yun family are present and we could discuss this matter together. The second elder seated to the side felt a stir in his heart. Given his understanding of the young master, he always felt that the latter had something up his sleeve. Sure enough, they heard Yun Qing sincerely say, "The second elder treats me like a teacher and a father, but the elder I refer to is our ancestor who has been guiding and caring for me." Lord Shojuan. Jiwen, what are you talking about? That is my Ji family's ancestor. When did he become a senior of your Yun? Shameless. Seeing this, Minister Ji, ready to jump in anger, Yun Qing gave him no chance to react, quickly saying, "However, Lord Shojuan is currently in closed-door cultivation, and it is likely to last for 80 years. We should wait for him to emerge. If the prince's feelings remain unchanged, I will certainly report and discuss it. How does that sound?" "That is only natural." The elder quickly interjected, stroking his beard with a hearty laugh. "It is my oversight. If Lord Shojuan officiates the wedding, Qing and the great princess will surely be a match made in heaven, envied by all." The old fox bringing along the young fox. Jiwen cursed inwardly, but could not find fault, only managing a forced smile. "In that case, it is settled. Then we shall wait for the sovereign to emerge and discuss this matter further." He did not refute the claim of family elder. After all, in Jiwen's memory, the former sovereign was indeed a wise and dignified elder, if not for the subsequent destruction of the immortal court and the shattering of the world. With the topic of marriage alliance set aside, the three resumed casual conversation. One old, one young, and Jiwen chatted about the wonders of the immortal dynasty and the beauty of Yun Mountain, engaging in a light-hearted dialogue. Suddenly, buzz. In the center of the martial arts stage, 13 beams of golden light surged skyward. The battle monument test would finally reveal the outcome. Everyone's gaze shifted towards the center of the martial arts stage. There the figures of the 13 pulse masters gradually emerged. In the first beam of golden light, the pulse master of the ruined city Yun Lai stepped forward first. His old armor was stained with dust, and the blade in his hand hummed incessantly, its intent vast like the lonely smoke of the desert. Wherever the blade passed in the remnants of the illusory battlefield, it seemed countless souls of the dead were howling and dissipating. This was proof of his journey through the 17 layers of the battle spirit illusions, directly reaching the core. Jiwen's pupils constricted slightly. This person's blade already possessed the flavor of cutting through illusions and reaching the truth, and was not far from the realm of the immortal sovereign. Yun Qing nodded involuntarily, feeling quite expectant of the ruined city lineage. A little later, for my treasures, thank you all for the birthday wishes to my mother. Immediately, 3 beams of golden light erupted almost simultaneously from the martial stage. Master Yun Lan of the Nanshan sect was surrounded by 9 illusory water dragons, their roars resonating with clarity. He had just used softness to overcome rigidity within the battle stone's illusion, neutralizing 36 waves of fierce metal sword chi, ultimately engulfing the array's core with the might of 9 dragons returning to the ruins. Yun He, the medicine king of Shilin, held a gleaming green medicinal cauldron in his palm, where pill clouds seemed to swirl within. His unique method of breaking through involved using alchemical fire as a brush and his own pure wood-type spiritual energy as a guide, refining pills in the void of the array. With great effort, he transformed a 9 underworld soul-devouring array into a furnace for the clear heart enlightenment pill. The pill was formed, and the array shattered his extraordinary technique, leaving the onlookers in awe. Master Yun Tiexin of the Bi sect was the most vigorous and domineering. His bare upper body muscles, like iron and bronze skin shimmering with a metallic luster, emitted a chaotic mix of thunder and fire from his fists. Everyone could clearly see the violent image behind him in the golden light illusion, where his fists were ruthlessly smashing the 9-layered mysterious iron wall into dust. That pure sense of power, even through the illusion, ignited a fervor in the hearts of the onlookers. Then beams of golden light shone successively, each master of the various sects showcasing their unique abilities. Some were sword Dao masters, slicing through yin and yang with cold light. Some were array Dao experts, stepping through profound mysteries to break arrays. Others were beast tamers, with thousands of beast illusions rushing forth, breaking through barriers. 13 masters of 13 different paths of breakthrough, 13 formidable Yun clan leaders. On the viewing platform, Jiwen watched this scene, his heart shivering silently, a deeper chill creeping. The Yun clan was gradually resembling the Zhu Long, poised to soar. However, our great Zhou celestial dynasty's fortune has been waning in recent years, with constant internal strife and border skirmishes, even hinting at the ancient Xia dynasty suppressing and encroaching upon us with a restored human emperor's luck. Jiwen felt a heavy sense of worry. If it weren't for my Ji clan holding power in the great Zhou imperial family, while also being one of the 4 ancient families with deep foundations nurturing the dragon vein, we would have surely shown signs of decline long ago. The emperor has been retreating into seclusion more frequently in recent years, which may also be related to the nation's fortunes. He recalled the chilling late-night conversation with the Zhou emperor just before his departure. And that profoundly meaningful phrase in the realm of Tianyuan continent fortunes have their constants, two dragons cannot coexist for long. Ji Wen felt a sense of foreboding at that moment. He feared that after the next 3,000 seizing luck grand event, the heavenly path might secretly desire to eliminate one of the twin dragons. Unless the Tianyuan continent could. If the Yun clan continues to refuse given the emperor's temperament, he might be forced to take the most undesirable route. Alas, may it not come to that. As the golden light of the battle stone gradually faded, the first trial battle stone test officially concluded, and all 13 masters successfully advanced. Yun Qing stepped back into the arena, his dark robes flowing, his voice resonating throughout the venue. The first trial, the battle stone test, is complete. All of you masters have impressed us with your abilities. Next we will proceed to the second trial, the Dao questioning platform. With a wave of his sleeve, the ground formations in the center of the martial stage changed again, rising to form 13 ancient blue stone platforms arranged around the martial field, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist with a unique aura of the Dao. This trial lasts for 3 days. It is not a test of combat strength, but rather teaching the Dao. Yun Qing's gaze swept over the eagerly awaiting disciples below, finally turning to the 13 masters. Esteemed seniors, please ascend the Dao questioning platform and choose a path you excel in, be it pill, weapon, sword array, or elemental techniques, to teach our clan's disciples. Ultimately, all elders present at the celestial sovereign level and above will jointly evaluate, considering the depth of the Dao and the inspiration for the clan members, to determine the rankings. The rankings from the cumulative trials will determine the position of the 12th elder of the Yun clan. As soon as the words fell, the young disciples below instantly lit up with excitement. They had been waiting for this rare opportunity to receive teachings, to listen to the essence of the Dao as explained by various masters, and even have the chance to ask questions and discuss. A boundless benefit for their cultivation. The several masters exchanged knowing smiles, clearly not surprised by this trial. Master Yunlan of the Nanshan sect was the first to laugh heartily. Since it's like this, I shall throw out a brick to attract jade, and discuss the soft water path that benefits all, without contention with you all. With that, he gracefully leaped onto the left stone platform surrounded by swirling water vapor, and the rhythm of the Dao began to flow. Yun Qing then retreated back to the main seat, continuing to engage in pleasantries with the Grand Elder, while pretending to be polite with the Great Zhou delegation. The Yun clan's disciples possess exceptional talents. Ji Wen slowly spoke, considering how to further probe. The Grand Elder beside him casually replied, changing the subject, these youngsters are just making a ruckus. They cannot compare to the deep and far-reaching heritage of the Ji clan. By the way, I wonder what kind of innate talent the Great Zhou's Grand Princess possesses. To receive such high praise from the minister, she must surely have the aptitude to match the phoenix soaring to the heavens. This question was naturally posed, but Ji Wen's hand holding the teacup almost imperceptibly trembled. The two generals behind him subtly lowered their heads, as if suddenly becoming intensely interested in the brick patterns at their feet. The Grand Princess does indeed possess extraordinary talents. Even if placed on the 9 heavens ancient rankings, she would rank among the top, renowned far and wide. Ji Wen steadied his mind, carefully choosing his words. Oh. Yun Qing's interest peaked at this. May I ask what type of exceptional constitution the Grand Princess, if fate allows, to discuss the Dao with Her Highness, would surely be a delightful affair on the path of cultivation. His tone was sincere, laced with curiosity about the unknown powerful constitution. A constitution that has maintained its standing in the 9 heavens ancient rankings for so many years is certainly not to be underestimated. His chaotic Dao embryo ranks 4th. The Great Zhou celestial dynasty indeed has profound foundations, as no information had leaked before. Ji Wen, however, appeared distracted, stammering for a moment before vaguely saying, "It is the Overlord body." Overlord body. These 3 words exploded like thunder in the quiet tea room. The Grand Elder's fingers, which were stroking his beard, suddenly froze, while the second elder Yun Huang beside him spat out a mouthful of tea in shock, glaring at Ji Wen with a face full of disbelief. Yun Qing tilted his head in confusion, observing the 2 elders' intense reactions. Overlord body. He recalled having seen related records in the clan's ancient texts, but he couldn't remember why it was problematic. Overlord body. The Grand Elder Yun Che repeated slowly, each word articulated with extreme clarity. He looked at Ji Wen, his tone unusually subtle. What Minister Ji mentioned, could it be the record in the ancient text records of Extraordinary Bodies Primordial Chapter, which describes a rare constitution throughout history possessing innate laws of dominance with a temperament? fierce as fire ready to explode at any moment, often accompanied by a kingly will of the world, owes me and revered by later cultivators as the first rolling mead of all ages and a human-shaped calamity. That overlord body. Yun Qing's pupils trembled. The second elder directly slammed the table, pointing at Ji when Ji won. You dare to propose a marriage with them? Just now you were saying something about gentle and amiable. Who calls the overlord body gentle and amiable? His mind was buzzing, cursing the old man. Did he really want to foist such a being on his young master? Such intentions are unforgivable. Throughout history, those who possessed the overlord body were all unparalleled violent dragons and plague gods that made the celestial and demonic realms tremble. Partners. Their partners have all been scared away, okay? Their sanctuaries have all been torn apart, alright. Yun Yuan's gaze towards Ji Wen was already revealing a murderous intent. Ji Wen felt a bead of sweat on his forehead, and the two generals behind him trembled slightly, as if trying hard to endure something. I told you it would be dangerous to promote this. Though the eldest princess has a unique constitution, her temperament is actually quite pure and genuine, albeit somewhat lively. Yes, lively. Ji Wen forced himself to embellish the princess' earth-shattering liveliness. The eldest princess simply disliked her original name Ling Ri for being too soft and lacking in grandeur when she was only 3 years old, so she boldly changed it to Ji Ling Ri in the family register. To surpass the sun and moon. This ambition even earned a thumbs up from his uncle. Later, at the age of 10, she found the crown prince Ji Shu Yu displeasing and gave him a thrashing, making him too scared to attend court for 3 days. At 15, she took offense at the emperor and scolded her father Ji Chongli so harshly that he almost abdicated. She simply has a bit of a temper, a bit more strength, and a slightly higher frequency of actions. That's all. Moreover, Ji Wen thought, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the striking Yun Qing beside him, then sweeping over the crowd below. On the Dao discussion platform, the rhymes of the Dao intertwined with spiritual light, creating a spectacle. The masters debated sword techniques and killing tactics, discussed the mysteries of alchemy, and demonstrated formations that encapsulated the essence of various immortal cultivation arts, presenting them in an engaging manner that led thousands of disciples below to moments of sudden enlightenment and fierce debates. The atmosphere was solemn and fervent, truly embodying the essence of discussing the Dao and ascending to the profound. Each individual radiated vitality with sharp gazes that hinted at their capability. In such a family flourishing in martial virtue, wouldn't they be a perfect match for their goddess of war who can shatter celestial mountains with a single punch? If only they could truly marry this deity over allowing the Yun family to experience what lively and charming truly means. Ji Wen believed that their emperor would gladly offer 666 celestial minds, even sending 3,000 celestial thunders to celebrate overnight. What a pity. It's such a pity. Judging by the Yun family's reaction, it seems hopeless. Ji Wen sighed inwardly, raising his teacup and swallowing that regret and bitterness along with the cold spiritual tea. As the person almost matched for marriage, Yun Qing maintained his smile, yet his tone bore an unmistakable distance. Haha, the eldest princess is indeed a true hero, but it is regrettable that we are fated to be worlds apart. The teachings below were in full swing, with the manifested Dao rhymes illuminating the focused faces. Among the various masters, a few stood out particularly, inadvertently determining the rankings of this teaching session. The medicine king of Shilin Yun, he used the refinement of a 9 revolutions life-replenishing pill as a starting point to explore the relationship between spiritual medicine's heat control and the condensation of pill rhythms, analyzing it with great wit. He even opened a furnace on the spot to demonstrate the dividing light and shadow fire control technique, and the scent recognition medicine identification method, both elegant and practical, earning much admiration. The head of the desolate city, Yun Lai, did not delve into any profound techniques, but instead shared his experiences of defending the desolate city and battling demonic beasts and evil cultivators for over 100 years to dissect combat skills. Each move carried the flavor of the desert's bloodshed, directly targeting the essentials of life and death struggle. Particularly during the demonstration of his self-created breaking army, the brutally refined intent to eliminate the enemy in a single strike, having discarded all embellishments, evoked a resonance in the battlefield's phantom, igniting the fervor of countless combative disciples. Though not elegant, it was the most real, undoubtedly captivating everyone. Surprisingly, the master of the South Mountain, Yun Lan, did not explain the soft water technique that brought him fame, but instead discussed the business acumen in which the South Mountain lineage excelled. His teachings on earth vein, seeking dragons and gold and stone enlightenment piqued the interest of many disciples. Although not a grand path, they were filled with cleverness and practical value, leaving people pleasantly surprised and ranking quite high. This discussion will surely solidify the foundation for our Yun family's disciples as they navigate the world in the future. Yun Qing exchanged nods with the elders. With the impending 9 heavens azure cloud ranking the clan's talents could all have their turn to try making this discussion timely. As night fell once more, the teachings of the third day concluded amidst the sighs of numerous disciples who felt they had not had enough. Yun Peak was ablaze with lights resembling a river of stars falling into the wilderness. Under the moonlight, a figure with a fiery temper wielding a dark iron staff began his night training. The figure strode purposefully towards the guest courtyard with an agitated goatee fluttering in the night wind. It was the second elder Yun Huang. "Gee, when you old scoundrel, you go too far. Let me see if I won't knock you a few times with this club, so you know why the flowers on Yun Peak are so red." Yun Huang gritted his teeth quietly, infusing his staff with celestial power as the dark iron staff emitted a ghostly glow. However, before he could finish speaking, a steady hand, showing no sign of disturbance, gently rested on his shoulder. "Little Yuan, it's so late out here with a stick to enjoy the moon." The eldest elder Yun appeared from the shadows outside the guest courtyard, his eternally expressionless face appearing particularly clear under the moonlight. Yun also stepped out from behind, flashing a smile at the second elder. He truly wasn't doing it on purpose. He merely happened to pass by, saw the second elder's figure, and just so happened to find the eldest elder looking serious, as if he had urgent business, and that's why he... Yun Huang stiffened, forcing a laugh. "Ahem, old man are you, and the kid Qing not resting yet?" "I am just practicing at night, comprehending the path of tools." Comprehending to the guest courtyard. The eldest elder glanced at the deadly weapon in his hand, and firmly stated, "No nonsense, follow me. There's urgent business." Having said that, he took the unwilling second elder by the arm, and with a flash of his figure they vanished from the spot. Yun turned back to look at Song Tao courtyard, a grave expression flashing in his eyes before raising his foot to follow. Moments later, deep within the elder hall, in a secret chamber surrounded by heavy barriers and restrictions, the lights were bright, illuminating 5 serious faces. Yun the eldest elder Yun the second elder Yun Yuan, the third elder Yun Shi, and a middle-aged man who had long been hidden in the shadows, his aura calm as a tranquil deep pool. This was the fourth elder Yun Zhenyi. Wen's actions this time are far more than merely proposing marriage or testing the king's attitude. The eldest elder got straight to the point, unconsciously tapping on the table with his finger. The marriage proposal is almost a farce, more like a smokescreen being thrown out. Dezhou would not hesitate to actively expose the long-hidden overlord body, so there must be a deeper motive, and that motive is substantial. Indeed. The second elder's expression was now solemn, the previous lightheartedness gone from his face. Before the kid Qing has fully matured, his Chaos Dao fetus and heavy eyes are still tightly sealed within the clan, fearing they will attract covetous eyes. And yet Dezhou actively presents the overlord body for marriage. That is a top-tier constitution capable of creating a storm on the 9 heavens azure cloud ranking. What a joke. If the G clan can be so generous, I'll twist off my own head. The second elder suddenly looked dissatisfied at the eldest elder. "I say, old man, what were you stopping me for earlier? They left behind words for us to use. We should take this opportunity to probe the truth." Yun felt slightly guilty and hurriedly took over the conversation. "The eldest elder is also worried about startling the snake. Third elder, what do you think?" The third elder Yun twirled a strand of spiritual light at his fingertips and slowly said, "To reveal such a trump card only indicates that they have a greater goal, and they are confident that the benefits of this action far exceed the value of preserving the Bahin body mystique." Yun gaze was deep, and he interjected, "What they seek is no longer limited to the competition of fortune on the Qingyun ranking." Upon thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yun gaze was deep, and he interjected, "What they seek is no longer limited to the competition of fortune on the Qingyun ranking." Upon thinking of this, he couldn't help but 3 ancient relics were smashed out, silently mocking. "Young people are just naive. Do you think the main force contending for the Qingyun ranking in the Great Zhou Celestial Dynasty must be Prince Ji Shuiwei? Ji Wen Clang brought forth a more valued Grand Princess, Ji Lingri, who possessed the Bahin body." Yun felt that he still had much to learn in the art of thick black studies. In the corner, the fourth elder Yun Zhenyi remained silent, but slightly nodded in agreement. The secret chamber fell into a brief silence. The 5 exchanged glances, and the same answer surfaced in their minds. "Young lord." The grand elder Yun eyes flashed with a hint of heaviness. "If we are to speak of the understanding of the secrets of the Immortal Emperor, the Ji clan might be deeper than us. Back then, to successfully lure the true spirit of the Immortal Emperor into our clan for reincarnation, the previous generation of supreme elders and clan leaders paid a hefty price. Afterwards, they hurriedly closed themselves off, and some key secrets and potential hidden dangers may not have been conveyed in time. If they want to break the situation, they must start with the young lord." The second elder's voice turned cold. "Oldest brother, you have seen the sovereign before his reincarnation. We know less." Yun also echoed, his expression earnest. Grand Elder, you are the one who understands Brother Huang's past the most in the clan. Do you have any concerns? The Grand Elder looked at the old and the young who were tacitly lifting the sedan chair, first glaring at Yun Huang. I have seen him. Not only have I seen him, but the sovereign even held me once. Qing was momentarily stunned by this shocking statement, and he couldn't help but exchange a secret glance with the second elder. They wanted the Grand Elder to stop hiding things. Some secrets should be revealed, but they never expected this to come out. Seeing the increasingly perverted gazes from the old and the young, the Grand Elder couldn't bear it anymore and spoke more and more stifled. Why don't you ask when I saw him? I was still an infant in swaddling clothes back then. Even if I was born with all 7 orifices exquisite and knew everything, what could a newborn baby see through about the Immortal Emperor? The fourth elder continued to nod silently in agreement. Then the Grand Elder turned to Qing and surprisingly said, Qing, you have spent the most time with the sovereign. No, with your brother Huang. Have you noticed any abnormalities? Are there fluctuations in spirit, memory, or aura? Qing's expression became serious upon hearing this. He carefully recalled the moments spent with Yun Huang, from the initial cautious probing to the awkward indulgence during their interactions. Yun Huang's personality was indeed difficult to grasp. He appeared cold and imposing on the outside, yet occasionally showed a childlike awkwardness and preferences on the inside. For an immortal emperor who has experienced countless ages, is this considered unusual? Perhaps. It is merely a momentary revelation of genuine emotion. The young lord is as deep as the ocean, his demeanor naturally imposing, making it hard to glimpse his full aspect. Qing pondered his words. If we say it's unusual, there are occasional emotional fluctuations that differ slightly from his external demeanor, but on the whole it remains stable and within reason. As for memory and power, I did not clearly sense any fluctuations. However, if the Ji clan's target is indeed Brother Huang, they may grasp some pivotal aspects unknown to us. The fourth elder nodded again like a silent footnote. The trouble lies here. The third elder extinguished the spiritual light at his fingertips, his delicate brows furrowing. The Ji clan's foundation is ancient. If they truly possess a method to influence or even stimulate the Immortal Emperor's reincarnation body, the latter part need not be completed. The cold air had already permeated the secret chamber. The fourth elder silently nodded, his aura suddenly chilling. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, and our knowledge is fragmented. The Grand Elder spoke in a deep tone, his gaze sweeping over everyone like lightning. Old fourth, the Ji clan's group, you all should take more care. Fortunately, Longhuan Qingshu is under the sovereign's private jurisdiction, isolating the inside from the outside. Currently, only Qing can enter and exit freely. Qing, you must keep a close watch on the young lord's seclusion situation at all times. Yes. Qing and the fourth elder responded in unison. Tomorrow, the final round of the Shengxian Classic will proceed as usual. If I could witness it firsthand and spread the word upon returning to court, it would be our clan's fortune. The corner of Yun Qi's mouth twitched. It was true they had been bound by marriage for generations, but half of the imperial couples who marry, let's deal with it as it comes. The third elder sighed deeply, a hint of fatigue showing. Hopefully we are just overthinking it. Qing nodded slowly. He always felt that a storm seemed to be gathering beyond the mountains. On the other side, in the Listening Waves courtyard's guest room, Ji-Wen was sitting cross-legged on a jade mat, surrounded by a formation that silently circulated, isolating all prying eyes. His fingertips pressed against a peculiar jade slip with a hidden dragon pattern swirling on it. This is the Great Zhou Celestial Dynasty's top-tier communication artifact, made with the bone of a true dragon as its core, inscribed with 99 layers of innate Dao patterns. The secrecy of the communication can only be broken by the Immortal Emperor's personal presence. Ji-Wen closed his eyes and focused his divine sense, sinking into the jade slip. The envoy, who had previously been joking and disrespectful, appeared to be a mere facade. At this moment, the true visage of a key minister of the Great Zhou Celestial Dynasty revealed itself. On the other end of the secret communication, it connected to the majestic Immortal Palace in the depths of Yujing, overlooking millions of miles of mountains and rivers. Your Majesty, I have investigated. The sovereign's true body is not in the Yun clan's territory, but rather in Longhuan Qingshu. After a moment of silence, it seemed that an invisible will was pondering on the other end. Yes. Ji-Wen continued to report. According to our clan's secret methods, I attempted to use the life imprint left by the sovereign in the past as a guide. However, it sank like a stone in the sea with no echo. A longer silence ensued. An invisible pressure spread through the jade slip. Ji-Wen's expression remained unchanged as he continued to report. Your Majesty is wise. There is no difference from what was anticipated. After a long time, a thought with indiscernible emotion came from the other end of the jade slip. Act according to the plan. For words carrying an undeniable determination, and then the jade slip's brilliance completely dimmed. The connection was severed. Ji slowly withdrew his divine sense, carefully storing away the communication jade slip. He let out a long breath, rubbing his subtly aching brow, filled with complex emotions. This task, truly hard to accomplish. On one side is the sovereign, on the other is the emperor, and on yet another side are the clan elders of the Ji clan. The Zhou emperor's move is indeed too risky and too decisive. Harming others without benefiting oneself, it's akin to a toad on the back of a foot, not biting, but purely annoying. The clan elders are also a group that is hard to evaluate. Are you not afraid that once that person fully awakens and in a fit of rage will sweep away this group of ungrateful descendants who dare to plot against his reincarnation along with the millennia-long foundation of the celestial dynasty? With a single slap, turn them to dust. Please regard this as a speech. The next day at the peak of Yunxiu, as dawn broke, purple aura spread for 3,000 miles. The final trial of the Ascension Classic, Unity of the Six Directions battle, is about to commence. Yun Qingtian, clad in a dark robe and adorned with a jade crown, stood at the center of the high platform. His heavy gaze swept over the 13 branch masters and the thousands of clansmen below, his voice clear and resonant, echoing in all directions. Based on the comprehensive evaluations of the first 2 trials, the top 4 branches have emerged. The 4 branches, Huang Cheng, Ninshan, Shi Ling, and Bei Zhe, advance to the final trial. The final challenge encompasses the past, present, and future, the unity of the 6 directions. Each branch will send 1 elder, 2 middle-aged stalwarts, and 3 young talents, totaling 6 combatants, to face the external enemy together, sharing both honor and disgrace. Now let the participants from the 4 branches enter the arena. As his words fell, a tremendous aura erupted from the 4 branch camps. They are coming, they are coming. That kid Yun Pashao is finally up. In the audience, Yun Jinglei with his striking orange hair excitedly chattered. It's a pity that Yun Bao Jian isn't here. Without that iceberg today, the fun is halved. Cousin Jinglei, your words are mistaken. Beside him, Yun Tian Luo, elegantly waving a folding fan, smiled gracefully. Although brother Bao Jian is not present with the 4 branches gathered today and the 3 generations sharing the stage, it promises to be a spectacle of its own. It's a pity we won't have a chance to take the stage. He glanced at Yun Gu, who was tuning his zither not far away, and his smile deepened. Some people are already itching to fight. Yun Huang, who was fiercely painting towards Yun Tian Luo, couldn't help but laugh, pausing her brush. Brother Tian Luo, can you say a bit less? Can't you see that brother Gu's zither strings are about to snap? Yun Gu did not look up, exuding a low pressure. His fingertips unconsciously grazed the zither strings, producing a series of deep, discordant sounds. Ahem. A somewhat cold voice interrupted. Yun Li had approached at some point, carrying the dust and solemnity from the affairs of the Elder Hall. I arrived just in time for the final trial. It would truly be a pity to miss it. Hey, you finally came. Yun Jinglei greeted warmly, then instinctively shrank back, casting a glance at the Blackheart boss Yun Qingtian on the high platform, lowering his voice. I heard that Yun Zui and Yun Shuanghua are still held back in logistics by the eldest brother. Clang. Just as Yun Li was about to reply, a mournful and despairing zither sound rang beside him. He was taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the various expressions of the 3 absolutes, finally landing on Yun Ge's eyes filled with grievance and unwillingness. Yun Li, what is going on here? Ha ha ha. Yun Hua could no longer hold back, laughing so hard her shoulders shook. Brother Gu's old wounds have flared up. Last time in the martial arts performance, he narrowly lost to you. After returning, he was dejected for days. We finally managed to coax him out for a breath of fresh air, but the moment he saw you. Alas, nostalgia brings sorrow, and the past is hard to revisit. Clang. The zither sound grew even more mournful, causing Yun Li to shudder. Yun Pengxing patted Yun Li's shoulder, helplessly explaining, do not blame him. Yun Gu is merely regretful. Had he known your true nature back, then he would not have used the soul-capturing melody against you. Perhaps the outcome would have been different. After all, the 3 absolutes, working together, is far more powerful than mere addition. In a real fight, they could potentially break into the top 4. In the end, when Yun Gu played the soul-capturing piece, he unexpectedly attracted the fierce spirit of the Tao, causing Yun Li to lose his rationality and instead grow bolder as the fight went on. Ultimately, he placed 11th, and with one of the 3 absolutes absent, Yun Pengxing and Yun Hua forfeited, ranking 5th and 6th. It's no wonder Yun Gu transformed into net depression music now. Yun Li chuckled, awkwardly feeling somewhat at a loss. Brother Gu's zither music is unparalleled. I admit I took the easy way out that day. Even though he had just become a bit more tactful from his experiences in the Elder Hall, he found himself at a loss for words. Look quickly, the 4 branches have selected their participants. Seeing that Yun Gu was about to immerse himself in his own art, Yun Hua hurriedly changed the topic, pointing her brush downwards. Look quickly, the 4 branches have selected their participants. Seeing that Yun Gu was about to immerse himself in his own art, Yun Huang heard. In the martial arena, the four teams had already lined up. In the Huangcheng branch, Yun Lai had a robust figure, his aura dense like a solitary smoke in the desert. Behind him stood his son Yun Xiao and his wife, both exuding an impressive aura, followed by Yun Pashao and two equally fierce cousins, all standing tall and ready for battle. The six stood together, a rough, wild aura honed by the yellow sand rushing towards them. In the Beizhe branch, Yun Taixian had a stern visage with 5 master artifact refiners behind him, their sleeves billowing, revealing the faint glimmer of treasures hidden within, clearly concealing numerous magical artifacts. In the Xiling branch, Yun, he possessing an ethereal demeanor, led 5 master alchemists. As they stepped forward, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafting in their wake, making one feel refreshed, with various jade bottles shimmering from their sleeves. Lastly, in the Nanshan branch, the branch master Yun Lan, who spoke of seeking dragons in the earth veins and enlightening gold and stones, during the last competition, wore a cloud-patterned, elegant robe, his countenance like that of a jade crown, exuding charm. Beside him stood a cold-looking young woman clad in green, bearing an ancient sword on her back. The woman's features were cool and her eyes like cold stars, though she emanated no overwhelming aura, merely standing there seemed to condense the atmosphere around her. At that moment, the Beizhe branch master Yun Taixian suddenly stepped forward, clasping his hands towards the high platform, his voice booming like a great bell. Eldest young master, grand elder, I have something to say that cannot be left unsaid. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Yun Taixian spoke in a deep voice. The unity of the 6 directions assesses the overall strength and heritage of a branch across 3 generations. If among the 6 there are outsiders assisting, would it not be unfair? The 6 should be descendants of the Yun family to truly reflect the branch's foundation. He spoke with righteous indignation, seemingly devoid of selfish motives. Upon his words, the crowd stirred slightly. In the Huangcheng camp, Yun Pashao frowned, instinctively glancing at his mother. Although she was not a top expert, she still represented Huangcheng in battle. Does this old fellow want to target us? Before he could react, the Nanshan branch master Yun Lan chuckled lightly, swiftly unfolding his fan and speaking calmly. Brother Taixian, your words are mistaken. Since we have become partners, we are naturally kin of the same branch. Wouldn't your words hurt the harmony between husband and wife? Right, brother Yun Xiao? Yun Pashao blinked, thinking, this person is actually helping us, how nice. Yun Lai cast a helpless glance at his simple-minded grandson, knowing, without saying, that this kid had his own thoughts. Is that called helping you? That's called leading the disaster away. Alas, Pashao is simple and pure. Fortunately, their branch has a strong intuition, so letting him out shouldn't lead to a huge loss. Yun Lai turned around, and indeed saw his son Yun Xiao with a full beard, wearing a face of, you are right, and my brother is indeed righteous, instantly causing him to feel a surge of anger. He raised his hand and slapped the back of Yun Xiao's head. What the heck? Hey dad, why did you hit me? Yun Xiao yelped in pain, glaring back. Upon seeing it was his father, he immediately fell silent, rubbing his head with a sheepish grin. Hee, are you okay, old man? My head is hard, don't hit yourself. Yun Lai chuckled. Who is your dad? Aren't you my grandson? Didn't the genealogy of Pashao start with you, you little rascal? Yun Pashao silently moved a little further away from his father and grandfather. Some people rely solely on their wives for support. Oh, what true skill is that? Cowardly. Yun Tiexin, seeing Yun Lan dismiss the situation lightly, finally revealed his true intent, his gaze sweeping over the Nanshan team, pausing particularly on the woman in green. Brother Tiexin, your words are quite mistaken. Yun Lan's rhythm with the fan remained unchanged, a hint of playful reminiscence in his gaze. The path to immortality is long. Marrying a strong wife is paramount. To be united with my wife as partners is both my fortune and my skill. She and I share the same aspirations. What distinction is there between us? If brother Tiexin envies, Yun Lan paused, deliberately elongating his tone, then you should look for the reasons within yourself. After all, the one we pursued together back, then the fairy of the Qinglian sword sect, why didn't she fancy you? Alas, time and fate tsk. You why? The reason I couldn't pursue back then, wasn't it because of your tricks and schemes? Yun Tiexin was pricked at a sore spot, his face flushed, almost falling for the other's diversion. All right, since we each have our own version of the past, how about this? Let's not trouble our wives. Real men should fight it out themselves. Let's see whose strength is tougher. Dare you? Yun Tiexin took a deep breath and shouted out what seemed to be a more fair proposal, while also giving a knowing glance to the bystander from Xiling. Yao Wang Yun, he having grown wise with age, quickly responded, Brother Tiexin has a point. This approach may better reflect the purity of the inheritance. I from Xiling second that. After saying so, he subtly gestured to the people from Huangqing. The straightforward men of Huangqing scratched their heads, somewhat baffled by this sudden court dispute, not grasping the underlying tension. Yun Xiao leaned closer to his father's ear, lowering his voice to gossip. Dad, this situation, could it be the legendary hatred of seizing a wife? Smack. Yun Lai slapped his dim-witted son away. Their Huangqing was located in a remote area with poor information, but he looked at the female sword cultivator, his tiger-like eyes serious. This was not about romantic feelings or jealousy, it was clearly related to the position of the 12th elder, a blatant struggle for interests. This woman is at the immortal sovereign level. The green-clad female sword cultivator standing with a sword is the wife of Yun Lan, the master of Nanshan, and also the head of the Qinglian sword sect, Qing Shuangjun, a major sword cultivator at the midstage of the immortal sovereign realm. Mastery in the sword path, her combat power is terrifying. With her presence, the Nanshan lineage possesses a stabilizing force. How could Shilin and Bi's not be wary? They wished to collaborate to eliminate Nanshan's strongest support first. Without her, the Nanshan people whose talents are focused on wealth would be no threat at all. On the high platform, the Grand Elder Yun Che observed the disputes below. He first nodded to the female sword cultivator in green, then turned to the bouncing Yun Tiexin. And Yun, he is tone leisurely, yet undeniably authoritative. You two stop fooling around. If you're capable, go to the Qinglian sword sect and find a sword master to return with. I'll personally officiate your wedding. Alright, prepare quickly, the competition is about to begin. Meanwhile, when seeing Qing Shuangjun, wore a smile and bowed respectfully from a distance. Yun Tiexin and the others had no choice but to lower their flags and cease hostilities. After handling the disputes below in a serious manner, the Grand Elder could not help but quietly transmit a gossip to Yun Qing beside him. How on earth did Yun Lan manage to bring back this Qing Shuang sword to the Yun family back then? Those sword enthusiasts from the Qinglian sword sect are all very difficult. The eldest sword, the second of the heavens, and the third, it's quite challenging. How he pried that wall has puzzled me for years. His tone was hard to discern as either teasing or envious. Yun Qing naturally also noticed the woman known as the Qing Shuang sword, who was said to bring frost to the 19 states. Regarding such powerful beings, he wouldn't rudely use his dual pupils to probe. Instead, his gaze naturally swept over the three young people behind her. Upon looking, he was almost dazzled by the gem light that hit his face. He saw a handsome young man at the forefront with a demeanor that screamed wealth, standing there like a moving treasure trove. Noticing Yun Qing's gaze, the young man in fine clothes Yun Baotong immediately cupped his hands in a distant bow, his smile warm, yet his eyes sharp and intelligent. Behind him were a pair of twin girls around 15 or 16 years old, Yun Jinyu and Yun Yinju. The two girls sported playful flower buds as hairstyles with round faces and sparkling eyes, chattering together, lively and animated. Oh, the three treasures of good fortune from Nanshan have arrived. This is getting interesting. The onlooker Yun Jinglei smacked his lips, his tone somewhat schadenfreude. Yun Baojin really doesn't know when to choose the right time in such an occasion. He actually went into seclusion. The younger generation of Nanshan is indeed quite unique. One can't help but look forward to it. Yun Tianlu lightly shook his folding fan, his eyes filled with interest. In the arena, the master of Nanshan Yun Lan seemed to feel that his team's style was too prominent, lightly cleared his throat, and somewhat awkwardly said, "Eldest son, Grand Elder, allow me to explain. In my lineage, all the uncles and elders are managing various industries outside, and they can't return at them. So this elder here, well, although I feel quite youthful and robust in terms of seniority, I barely qualify as a middle-aged elder. I hope for your understanding. Everyone, your face is probably thicker than the cloud brocade robe you are wearing." Yun Qing's eyes passed over a hint of a smile as he slowly nodded. All right. Yun Lan obviously breathed a sigh of relief, turning to his wife. "Shuanger, I'm counting on you." The fairy Qing Shuang shot him a cold glance, saying nothing. Beside her, the twin sisters from Nanshan were still whispering. Yun Jinyu pouted, sighing softly, alas. It's a pity that the second brother is in seclusion to break through to the immortal king and can't come. Our lineage has finally produced such a capable one. Yun Yinju shrugged, adding, exactly. Otherwise, with our mother and second brother around, we would definitely win in Nanshan. The young man in fine clothes Yun Baotong smiled back, saying, "Third sister, fourth sister, don't worry. The second brother's breakthrough is the most important matter. Besides, our Nanshan lineage doesn't rely on fighting for a living." His tone was filled with the calmness of someone who has a mind. Hearing the children's conversation, Yun Lan also turned his head and smiled, saying, "Baotang is right. When we return, I'll have Dad prepare a few newly discovered immortal mines for your second brother. Our family doesn't lack in resources." Although this was said lightly, it made the people from the nearby lineages twitch at the corners of their eyes. "Don't worry, Dad." Yun Jinyu immediately raised her small fist when she heard this with a look of "I'm super rich." Earlier, when the second brother said someone mocked them sword cultivators for being poor, I smashed 2 immortal jade mountains right back at them. Let's see who still dares to say our second brother is poor. Good daughter. Well done. Truly has the spirit of your father. Yun Lan instantly beamed, giving her a thumbs up. After praising his daughter, he immediately turned to his wife, his tone even more earnest. Of course, the Qing Shao gang that you liked a few days ago. I've already entrusted someone to bid on it. I'll have it sent to the Sword Peak right away. Or is there anything that the Qinglian sword sect currently needs for refining or nurturing swords? Madam, please make a list, and we'll take care of it. The participants from the 4 factions entered the arena, their auras subtly confronting each other as battle intent quietly surged. He no longer delayed, stepping forward, his voice resonating across Yunsu Peak. The 4 factions are assembled. The unity of the 6th battle will commence immediately. The faction with the most remaining members at the end will be my Yun clan Elder 12. The leaders of the 3 factions exchanged glances, their expressions solemn. This was the true test of each faction's overall combat power, not only assessing the top experts, but also observing whether the 3 generations of heritage were balanced. Yun Qing's gaze swept across the arena, silently judging. The arid city was skilled in battle. Bi's was crafty. Shilling specialized in alchemy, and Nanshan had a lady. This contest was not only about combat power, but also the survival strategies of each faction. Begin. Boom. With the words uttered, the 4 factions instantly moved. The arid city's faction unleashed their spears like dragons, led by Yun Lai, as 6 long spears swiftly formed a spear formation, their glimmers converging, carrying the unique blood-colored smoke of the arid city straight into the center of the battlefield. From the Bi's faction, Yun Tiexing shouted, and the disciples behind him simultaneously raised their sleeves. In an instant, treasures of spiritual light surged into the sky, dozens of dazzling artifacts whirring out and interweaving into a layered screen of treasure light. The few most fierce artifacts broke away from the light screen, taking the lead to attack the arid city's formidable spear formation. A fragrance of medicine wafted from the Shilling faction as several cultivators clad in Dan Yun robes tactically spread out, crushing various colored pills in their hands, either flicking them to the ground or throwing them into the air. In an instant, various mist rapidly spread, obscuring the figures of the Shilling members by more than half, leaving only vague afterimages in the mist. The 100 herb misdirection formation is complete. This is the Xiling's strange Dan formation technique. Nanshan's faction. Yun Lan stood smiling in place, unmoving. The arid city's spear formation collided first with Bi's torrent of artifacts. Spear glimmers like dragons and treasures like rain. The clang of gold and iron mingled with explosive spiritual power echoed throughout. Though the arid city's offense was fierce, Bi's layered treasure light screens were incredibly resilient, and several attacking artifacts darted in and out, leaving the situation at a stalemate for the time being. The Xiling's misdirection poison mist quietly spread simultaneously, eroding the flanks of both the arid city and Bi's, with pills exploding intermittently, adding extra trouble. Just as the 3 factions were entangled, clang. A clear sword cry suddenly rang out across the arena. The Qing Shuang sword monarch had moved. She stepped forward as if ice lotuses were blooming beneath her feet. Behind her, the ancient sword box opened with a clang, and 9 long swords resembling blue ice and flowing with frost patterns flew out. Qinglian sword formation, activate. 9 swords soared into the air, instantly forming a chilling and profound sword formation. Under the sword formation, the temperature plummeted. Fine ice crystals began to form in the air, and even the surging poison mist of Shilling seemed to freeze. Frost radiance. The 9 swords trembled in unison. Endless frost-white sword energy surged forth like a blizzard, ruthlessly slicing into the battle zones of the arid city, Bi's, and Shilling. Snap, snap. The spiritual light of several slightly lower-grade artifacts from Bi's dimmed frost covering their surfaces. The blood-colored killing intent condensed in the arid city's spear formation was instantly dulled by the piercing sword intent. The Xiling's misdirection mist was further thinned by the sword wind. How did her sword domain become even stronger? Yun Tiexin's expression changed, recalling the glorious memories when the previous sword domain had forced out the Qinglian sword sect. He couldn't help but feel attacked again. The Qing Shuang sword monarch, wielding a single sword, wielded her sword light to simultaneously restrain the battlefields of the 3 factions, subtly giving off the impression of battling 3-on-1. The combat power of sword cultivators is terrifying indeed. Behind her, Yun Baotong, smiling, took out a golden abacus pitter-patter as he swiftly clicked the beads, and a faint golden aura of fortune spread out, forming a fortune barrier around the few from Nanshan, weakening some of the residual attacks. The twin sisters exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their hands. Yun Jinyu's palm revealed a virtual image of a copper coin, which she gently tossed. Treasure drop. A young spear cultivator from the arid city abruptly halted, nearly losing his grip on his spear. He looked in shock towards the direction of Nanshan. Meanwhile, Yun Yinju gathered a mirror with a restrained brilliance in her palm, directing it toward the Bi's faction. Spirit probe. Wherever the mirror light passed, several hidden artifacts from BIs lying in wait for a sneak attack were instantly revealed clearly on the mirror's surface. On the high platform G, Wen looked at the three siblings with brightened eyes. Though their cultivation was not high, their strange talents. He turned to glance at the composed Yun Che beside him and quietly said, "Elder, the ones you mentioned earlier suitable for bonding with the disciples of our immortal dynasty, could it be this Nanshan faction?" The Grand Elder Yun Che paused slightly in his action of stroking his beard, an appropriate hint of confusion appearing on his face. "Oh, did I mention that? Alas, with age my memory isn't as sharp. I seem to recall something like that, mentioning there was a gentle and polite eldest daughter from the Nanshan faction. Look at my memory, there are only 2 little girls in Nanshan, and they are still just children, not suitable, not suitable." Ji Wen's eyes twitched slightly, holding back his patience to ask, "What about their eldest son?" "Eldest son?" The Grand Elder immediately took over the conversation as if he had suddenly realized. "You mean that child from Baoding? He's a good kid. His calculations are precise and his business acumen is alive, but he focuses all his thoughts on the family affairs. By the way, isn't it coincidental that this kid has a little childhood sweetheart in the Qinglian sword sect? Truly deserving of being Yunlan's son, wouldn't you agree?" G1. He looked at the Grand Elder's serious expression, inwardly cursing the old fox, knowing that this matter had been evaded by him effortlessly and could only suppress his thoughts, temporarily refocusing his attention on the battlefield. On the martial stage, sword energy spear glimmers, treasure light, and pill mist intertwined, creating a dazzling spectacle. However, the shortcomings of the Nanshan faction quickly became apparent. Though the Qing Shuang sword monarch was strong, she was but one person. Yunlan's cultivation wasn't weak, yet the choices of people from their faction were indeed too casual. The condition for winning the final trial was simply to have more people remaining in the arena. Yun Baoding had a fortune barrier protecting him, but he was clearly more adept at managing calculations, lacking experience in direct combat. The twin sisters were still young, their cultivation not high. Although their talents of treasure drop and spirit probe were strange, the consumption was astonishing. After a few rounds, their little faces had turned pale, their breaths unstable. Yun Lan observed this clearly and immediately gave a knowing glance to his steady cousin representing Nanshan in the battle. That cousin understood and escorted the 3 children out of the martial stage area. As such, only Yun Lan and the Qing Shuang sword monarch remained from the Nanshan faction. The Qing Shuang monarch wielded her sword with fierce energy, independently battling against the masters of the 3 factions, her sword light shattering immortals. Yun Lan watched helplessly as his wife became increasingly absorbed in battle, shaking his head. He then gracefully redirected to block Yun Taixin's sneak attack. "Yun Lan, you troublemaker. You Nanshan faction have no use for this 12 elder position. Why come to stir up trouble?" BI's faction leader Yun Tiexin declared without hesitation, swinging a massive hammer with terrifying force. Yun Lan swiftly retreated, still not forgetting to provoke smugly, saying, "I can come whenever I want. Who made your child so unworthy?" "No, wait, you don't have a wife, so where did your child come from?" "Damn, you little man who revels in your own success." The veins on Yun Taixin's forehead throbbed as he swung his hammer even faster, calling out to several artifact masters from his side, "Get him down first. Sai, my wife wants to join this grand event, itching to fight around. You know how sword cultivators are." "Oh, but you don't have a sword cultivator wife, what do you understand?" Yun Lan continued to output. Yun Lan. The few members of Beizhe worked together seamlessly, their magical treasures forming a radiant barrier that sealed off most of Yun Lan's escape routes. Seeing the dire situation, Yun Lan was about to turn back for help when he noticed his wife charging into the array of the ruined city, sword in hand, without a glance back. The clash of sword light and spear shadows rang out in a vibrant rhythm, seemingly quite exhilarating as she remained oblivious to her husband's plight. Yun Lan. "All right." He twitched the corner of his mouth, then smiled nonchalantly, calling out loudly to the center of the battle circle, "Madam, unleash your full power. Let me go ahead and beat the drums to cheer you on." With that, Yun Lan truly stopped putting up a front. Taking advantage of the residual energy from Beizhe's magical treasure, he elegantly flipped backward, leaping out of the arena without looking back, and even waved goodbye to Yun Tiexin, infuriating the latter. On the high platform, Yun Qing was genuinely amused by this lively family. The tension he had felt in recent days because of the Ji family had eased for a moment. It seemed that the personalities of the eldest and the sisters from the Nanshan lineage had taken after their father. Fortunately, the second child took after the Qing Shuang sword lord, who otherwise the Yun family would have faced chaos. As Yun Lan exited, the situation on the martial stage changed again. Only Qing Shuang sword lord remained from the Nanshan lineage, standing alone against the ruined city Beizhe and Shilling. In an instant, sword energy surged across 3,000 zhang frost light, enveloping the entire arena. This sword lord single-handedly commanded an imposing momentum as if 1,000 troops were behind her. Exciting. Yun Lai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved his spear, changing the spear momentum of Ruined City. Ruined City warriors. Form the iron wall. After battling fiercely for about half an incense stick's worth of time, the disciples from Beizhe and Shilling with slightly weaker cultivation could no longer hold on. Under the relentless counterattack of the Ruined City formation and the merciless sword energy of Qing Shuang, sword lords, several people were injured and forced to exit, their numbers dwindling. In contrast, the Ruined City formation, with 6 people connected in breath, shared their celestial power, appearing as a single entity. Though they might have suffered some new injuries, not a single one was eliminated. No matter how intense your sword energy, maybe we stand firm like an iron wall. Individually, they may not match the sharpness of Qing Shuang's sword lord, nor the exquisite treasures from Beizhe, and they certainly can't compete with the cunning alchemy of Shilling, but as 6 united they displayed the tenacity and bravery forged in blood and fire. Qing Shuang's sword lord's gaze flickered like lightning as she surveyed the battlefield. The words of the sect leader rang true. The Yun family was indeed a worthy ally to face the impending calamity together. For the final sword, I pay my respects to you all. Her voice was icy, yet the sword intent around her surged rather than diminished, climbing to a terrifying peak. 9 Qing Shuang flying swords sang in unison, suddenly retracting to form a dazzling blue sword wheel around her. Qing Lian. She pointed her fingers as if they were swords, gesturing forward. Blossom. Myriad strands of frost-white sword energy refined to perfection burst forth, like an ice lotus blooming, radiating a chilling brilliance that spread in all directions. Each petal was a terrifying sword energy capable of severely injuring a celestial lord. Retreat. Yun Lai's pupils constricted as he shouted fiercely. The 6 members of Ruined City's battle formation instantly shifted from offense to defense, their spear oars layering upon one another, the 6 long spears intertwining to form an impenetrable spear curtain tightly guarding their bodies. The remaining members of Beizhe and Shilling turned pale with fear, hastily unleashing their most powerful techniques. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy clashed violently with various spiritual lights, creating a continuous series of explosive sounds. The chaotic flow of spiritual power engulfed the entire Yunsu peak. After a few breaths, the brilliance began to fade. Standing with her sword, Qing Shuang's sword lord displayed a fierce sword intent that had quietly retracted. On the opposite side, 2 more from Beizhe and Shilling were knocked out of the arena by this final sword strike. Meanwhile, the Ruined City formation appeared somewhat disordered, with everyone covered in blood, their breathing uneven. However, they still stood firmly. No one was eliminated. On the high platform, Yun Qing's eyes flickered slightly, as if deep in thought. This iron wall formation created by Ruined City seems to be able to distribute damage. With Yun Lai, who was half a foot into the celestial sovereign realm, along with 2 celestial lords, and the negligible presence of Yun Pixiao and others, they withstood the strike from the sword sovereign. Each person was injured, yet none suffered fatal blows. Interesting, if 2 armies were to face each other on the battlefield, this formation would be formidable. Yun Qing mused, lightly tapping the table with a smile. He had been overthinking these past 2 days. This was not the small blue star he could not return to. Ordinary cultivators using this formation would still struggle against a crushing gap in cultivation. If it were a great cultivator, it was hard for him to imagine if this realm could gather enough celestial lords and sovereigns to form an army. What a terrifying scene that would be. At this moment, only the 6 members of Ruined City remained on the field, and according to the unity of 6 combat rules, their numbers held an absolute advantage. The outcome was imminent. Qing Shuang's sword lord finished her sword salute, nodded slightly at the crowd, then sheathed her sword and walked down the arena calmly, leaving the final battlefield and glory to the iron-blooded warriors from Ruined City. Madam. Yun Lan had long been waiting at the bottom of the stage, quickly rushing forward regardless of the surrounding gazes, taking her hand and smoothing out the slightly fluctuating sword energy from her outburst. Mother. Yun Baotong, Yun Jinyu, and Yun Yingzhu quickly surrounded her, their eyes sparkling as they lavished praises upon Qing Shuang's sword lord. Phrases like unparalleled elegance, a pinnacle sword cultivator, mother is the coolest, spilled from their lips. Even more impressively, without Yun Lan's prompting, Yun Baodang swiftly took out a jade box filled with sword-nurturing spirit ointment. Yun Jinyu and Yun Yingzhu carefully took the sword box from their mother's hand, and one pulled out a silk soaked in spiritual liquid to meticulously care for the 9 Qing Shuang flying swords. Their eager mannerisms clearly showed years of experience. Qing Shuang's sword lord allowed them to busy themselves, a hint of satisfaction subtly crossing her cold brow. Even her life-bound flying sword let out a joyful tremor. On the martial stage, the final contest was without suspense. Although Beizhe had numerous magical treasures, the celestial power required to activate them was immense, and after a prolonged battle, they were already at the end of their strength. The alchemy techniques of shielding were cunning, but they ultimately did not excel in direct confrontations. With Yun Lai's command, the ruined city formation shifted back to attack. Though everyone was injured, their momentum soared like a pack of wolves, even more ferocious after sustaining wounds. Ruined city charge. Boom. The 6 bloodstained figures transformed into 6 indomitable blood-red-long spears, forcefully tearing through Xiling's Dan Cloud formation and breaking through Bei's strained defensive line. When the final spear shadow swept across, only the 6 from Ruined City remained standing on the stage. Leading them was Yun Lai with Yun Xiao, Yun Pixiao, and others standing behind him. All were blood-soaked and panting heavily, yet the raw ferocity honed by the yellow sand left the audience in shock. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on the 6 bloodied figures. In the next moment, Ruined City. Ruined City. Ruined City. The thunderous cheers erupted like a tsunami. On the high platform, Yunqing exchanged glances with the elders before rising. His expression was solemn, his voice infused with celestial power, clear and dignified. According to the unity of 6 combat rules, after unanimous decision by the elders, Yunqing's gaze swept over the proud Ruined City, 6 finally, landing on Yun Lai, each word carrying the weight of the Yun family's highest authority and recognition. The Ruined City lineage has triumphed over all contenders to become